Chapter 1 Confession to Mooning Xue. The warm sunlight shone through the window into the room, where a young man was lying on the soft bed. Suddenly, a crisp cell phone ringtone rang. He turned over and slowly reached out to pick up the cell phone on the bedside table. An excited voice came from the other end of the phone. "Liu, you are not still sleeping, are you? If you have to fart, do it now. Versatile Mage PC game is out." Suddenly, Liu suddenly opened his eyes, and the sleepiness in his mind instantly disappeared. "I'll download it now." He got up in a hurry, looking forward to a day and night, and finally the day came. Versatile Mage is his favorite novel. He once stayed up all night to finish the last chapter of a book and almost died of sudden death. It can be said that he was extremely obsessed with full-time Mage at that time. Liu turned on the computer, clenched his fists excitedly, and tapped the table lightly. When the computer desktop appeared, an exquisite wallpaper with curves came into his sight. Without saying a word, he logged into QQ, copied the link his brother sent him, and clicked search directly. All in one go. The next second, the official website of the Versatile Mage PC game appeared on the computer web page. Liu clicked the download button immediately. The game was 15 GB in total and it would take some time to complete the download. Fortunately, I was using a 10,000 megabit broadband, so the download was successful very quickly. At this time, Liu completed the installation, and the computer screen suddenly went black, and 5 big words flashed at the same time. Loading. Liu waited anxiously and could even hear his own heavy breathing clearly. But the next moment, Liu's head suddenly stopped and a feeling of dizziness made his vision blurred. Gradually, the scene before my eyes became dark. "Liu? Are you okay? Liu, wake up. Wake up. Teacher," Liu fainted. The noisy sound was very harsh to Liu's ears, like tinnitus, tossing back and forth. Liu finally couldn't help it, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up with his body bent. The group of female classmates surrounding him also consciously moved to the sides. Obviously, they were frightened by Liu's action. Suddenly, a pair of white, slender long legs came into view. "Are you okay?" A cold voice sounded, and it seemed to be mixed with a hint of worry. Liu looked up and saw the snow-silver long hair fluttering in the breeze. What amazed him most was the girl's proud figure. Although his face was cold, the temperament he displayed was enough to kill countless people of the same age in seconds. Stunning and moving. At this moment, Liu suddenly thought of what kind of person should have this appearance and temperament. He already had the answer in his mind: Mooning Xue. If the person in front of him was Mooning Xue, then he had traveled through time. Moreover, he also traveled to the world of Versatile Mage. "If you're okay, I'll leave first." Mooning Xue opened her pink lips slightly, said something, and prepared to leave. At this time, Liu was still deeply immersed in his own memory. At this moment, he obtained all his identity information and what had just happened. He was practicing wind magic just now, but accidentally lost control of the magic, and was then hit by Mooning Xue's magic, which caused him to fall into a coma. After figuring out the whole story, Liu stood up with one hand. As he looked at Mooning Xue's departing back, a cold mechanical voice emerged in his mind. "The God-level option system from thousands of worlds is at your service. Please make your choice." Immediately, 4 options appeared before him. Option 1, pretend nothing happened and get a bottle of Sprite that's 100 years expired as a reward. Option 2, tell the teacher that Mooning Xue knocked you out, and you'll get a USB drive as a reward. Option 3, challenge Mooning Xue on the spot and get a maid suit as a reward. Option 4, confess your love to Mooning Xue on the spot, and you will be rewarded with a random awakening of a magic system. Seeing that no one around him reacted, he was the only one who could see these 4 options. Liu was not too surprised. He had read too many novels about time travel giving away golden fingers, so he just let it go. He looked at the 4 options and wanted to complain about the system. "Isn't it obvious that he wants me to confess my love for Mooning Xue right on the spot?" It must be said that the addition of a department really made him excited. For this reason, Liu took a few steps forward and shouted in front of his classmates, "Mooning Xue." All of a sudden, all the students present looked up in the direction of Liu. Mooning Xue also paused, turned around in confusion, and stared into Liu's eyes. "Mooning Xue, I like you." Wow! Everyone's face was filled with shock. Liu actually dared to confess his love to Mooning Xue in front of so many people? That's really courageous. Mooning Xue was a well-known rejectionist. She rejected everyone who confessed their love to her without exception. It's okay to confess in private, and it's not shameful to be rejected. But Li Yu was the first one to confess his feelings openly on the spot. At this moment, everyone looked at Mu Ningxue as if they were watching a show. Mu Ningxue did not show any emotion when she heard Li Yu's confession. She said indifferently, "It's your freedom to like me, but we will only be classmates." Mu Ningxue was very tactful. She didn't stay any longer and turned around and left the spot. As soon as these words were spoken, the students around him covered their mouths and laughed, as if they were watching a farce. Mu Ningxue has rejected so many people, yet there are still people who want to embarrass her. But Li Yu didn't care about the eyes of people around him, because he was about to have a third magic system. In an instant, the cold mechanical sound rang in his mind again. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. You will be rewarded with a random awakening of a magic system. Are you awakening now? Li Yu couldn't wait to say silently in his heart, yes. Suddenly, he felt a cloud of purple stardust appear in his spiritual world. This is the lightning element. Li Yu was overjoyed. He jumped up suddenly and waved his clenched fist with all his strength. But in everyone's opinion, Li Yu went crazy after being rejected? You were rejected, but you are still so happy? They didn't understand Li Yu's joy, and he couldn't tell them. Afterwards, the teacher came hurriedly and didn't say anything after seeing Li Yu jumping around. These students are all outstanding students specially admitted by the Imperial Capital Academy, so the academy regards them as treasures. If anything goes wrong, the teacher will definitely not be able to escape responsibility. Just after class, 4 more options appeared before him. Option 1, after being rejected, pretend nothing happened and reward me with a stick. Option 2, after being rejected, talk to Mu Ningxue every day, and the reward is to upgrade the lightning element to the elementary level 2. Option 3, commit suicide after being rejected, and the reward is a fine coffin. Option 4, after being rejected, follow Mu Ningxue back to Bo City and receive a lightning spirit seed as a reward. P.S. Readers, if you encounter typos, wrong realms, etc., you can comment on the paragraph and tell me. Thank you. Boundary issues. Take the Thunder system as an example, for example, a beginner mage. Basic magic, Thunder Seal. Beginner's first level magic, Thunder Seal Wild Mark. Beginner's second level magic, Thunder Seal Crazy Strategy. Beginner third level magic, Thunder Seal, Rage Strike. Intermediate magic, Thunderbolt. Intermediate level 1 magic, Thunderbolt Top Blast. Intermediate second level magic, Thunderbolt Yaksha. Intermediate third level magic, Thunderbolt Dance. Advanced magic, Silent Thunder Death Ray. High level first level magic, Silent Thunder Death Ray, Thunder Arm. Chapter 2, 1 verses. 2. Option 1, after being rejected, pretend nothing happened and reward me with a stick. Option 2, after being rejected, talk to Mu Ningxue every day, and the reward is to upgrade the lightning element to the elementary level 2. Option 3, commit suicide after being rejected, and the reward is a fine coffin. Option 4, after being rejected, follow Mu Ningxue back to Bo City and receive a lightning spirit seed as a reward. Li Yu stared at the 4 options. There was no suspense at all, okay? However, based on this calculation, the current timeline is that Bo City has not yet been destroyed by the Black Church. Then Mu Ningxue's return to Bo City this time is very likely to go back to watch Mo Fan show off and slap Yuang in the face. He will definitely experience the Bo City disaster by then, so he must think carefully. The next day, early in the morning, Li Yu learned from his teacher that Mu Ningxue was going to take a leave today, so he came to the Imperial Capital Railway Station. There was only one train station to go to Bo City, so he only needed to wait at the entrance to see Mu Ningxue. Otherwise, given Mu Ningxue's personality, it would be absolutely impossible for you to follow her back to Bo City. Therefore, he had no choice but to think of this method, but he didn't know whether he could complete the system's optional task. When Mu Ningxue appeared, they both looked at each other, but the former did not say anything and walked straight into the train station. As soon as Mu Ningxue left, Li Yu followed. As luck would have it, the two of them were neighbors, with only 2 seats to each other. Li Yu looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window, but still couldn't help turning around and saying, "What a coincidence! Are you going back to Bo City?" Mu Ningxue looked ahead and nodded politely. "That's a coincidence. I also have a friend in Bo City, and we just happened to be on the same way." Li Yu deliberately raised his voice to make it seem more realistic. However, Mu Ningxue did not say anything else, so Li Yu took it as her consent. The high-speed rail routes are safe, so you won't encounter any monsters. After a long time, Liu finally saw from the map in his hand that the high-speed train had entered Bo City. He had pain in his back and waist, especially his buttocks, and felt very uncomfortable after sitting for a long time. Soon, Liu and Mu Ningxue got off the train and walked out of the exit. Mu Ningxue always walked in front, and Liu always followed behind. Not far from the exit, Mu Zhuoyun was already waiting for Mu Ningxue on the roadside. Seeing Mu Ningxue coming out, he quickly stepped forward to greet his daughter. Mu Zhuoyun also noticed Liu following behind him and asked, "Ningxue, is this your friend?" Mu Ningxue said truthfully, "He is my classmate at the Imperial Capital Academy." Liu knew that the opportunity had come, and said very politely, "Uncle Mu, hello, my name is Liu. Since we are all classmates, then Uncle must play the role of a good host and go back to the Mu family for dinner together?" Mu Zhuoyun invited Liu. Being a classmate of Ningxue, it is not difficult to guess that this young man must be very talented. Such people must have a bright future, so it is natural to build good relationships with them. "Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Mu." Afterwards, Liu and the other two got in the car and drove towards the Mu family. When returning to the Mu family, Liu heard the system prompt sound in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. You will be rewarded with a lightning spirit seed." As soon as the system finished speaking, he suddenly felt that his lightning element seemed to have changed. But you still need to figure out the specific changes yourself. About half an hour later, Liu and others arrived at the Mu family villa. He looked at the Grand Mu family and asked knowingly, "Uncle Mu, are there any guests coming tomorrow?" "There will be a competition among the juniors tomorrow. If you want to watch, you can stay overnight." Liu smiled and said, "It just so happens that my friend has something to do, so I'll have to trouble Uncle Mu. You and Ningxue are classmates, so it's only natural for you to help each other." Mu Zhuoyun smiled and asked the servants to prepare a room for Liu. Afterwards, Mu Zhuoyun took Liu for a walk in the villa, and Mu Bai was also with them. After a while, Liu and Mu Zhuoyun came to an empty yard. There was a boy standing in the yard, who looked about the same age as him. Mu Zhuoyun said slowly, "He is the one who will duel tomorrow." Liu thought, "Who will duel tomorrow? It must be Yuang." Then, Yuang quickly released a basic magic, which surprised the rest of the onlookers. It has to be said that Yuang has achieved such outstanding results at this age. He can be said to be the most outstanding genius in the Mu family except Mu Ningxue. When Mu saw Mu Zhuoyun coming, he turned around and called Yuang, "Yuang, the head of the family is here." Yuang quickly turned around and followed Mu to greet Mu Zhuoyun. "Brother, who is this?" Mu looked at Liu and asked in confusion. Mu Zhuoyun introduced with a smile, "This is Ningxue's classmate, and also a student of the Imperial Capital Academy." Mu Bai and Yuang were both surprised when these words came out. This person was actually at the same level as Mu Ningxue, so his talent must be quite high. So he's a genius from the Imperial Capital Academy. Mu had a smile on his face and gave Liu a kind look. Liu also had a smile on his face, "My two uncles are too kind to me." During this period, Mu Zhuoyun gave Mu a look, and the latter immediately understood. That's not flattery. Some people may not be able to become a member of the Imperial Capital Academy even if they try their best. Mu paused for a moment, then continued to introduce, "This is Yuang, the second-year student of our Mu family." Liu glanced at him politely, with no expression on his face. The same is true for Yuang. Yuang has recently encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. I wonder if Xiaoyu can give him some pointers. Mu quickly made his intentions known. Liu naturally knew what they wanted to do, which was nothing more than trying to test his background. What this kind of family values most is connections, as the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. Whether Liu can become their friend depends on whether he has the ability to do so. This was, in general, a test for him. At this moment, the voice of the system emerged in Liu's mind. In response to Muhi's request, please make your choice. Option 1, refuse and get a bucket of original snail rice noodle as reward. Option 2, agree to give me some pointers, and the reward is to upgrade the lightning system to the second level of the elementary stage. Option 3, agree, and let Mu Bai join in, 1 against 2, and the reward is to upgrade the lightning system to the fourth level of the elementary stage. Liu looked at the three options in front of him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Option 3 is very tempting to him. If the lightning magic is upgraded to the fourth level, it is equivalent to half of the intermediate level lightning magic. Definitely worth it. Therefore, Li Yu chose option 3 without hesitation. Uncle Mu, I think you should let the boy next to you come along, otherwise Yuan might not last around. Li Yu said this, but in Yuang's heart, this was undoubtedly a mockery of his incompetence. Aren't you just a student of the Imperial Capital Academy? We are the same age, how can I lose to you? Chapter 3 Mo Fan. As soon as Li Yu said this, Mu Zhuoyun naturally let Mu Bai go alone. When Mu Bai saw this, he felt very dissatisfied. This is his chance to show himself. If successful, he will be reused by Mu Zhuoyun. Afterwards, Li Yu, Mu Bai and Yuan all came to an open area. Especially Yuan and Mu Bai, both of them were eager to fight and wanted to put down Li Yu's arrogance. Yuan looked at Mu Bai and said suddenly, "Don't get in the way later." Mu Bai gritted his teeth and did not respond to Yuan. Now he has only cultivated to the second level of the initial stage, and Yuan, under the training of the Mu family, is definitely stronger than him. Naturally, I can't say anything tough. All three parties were ready, and at this time, the system prompt sounded in Li Yu's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is reaching the 4th level of the elementary lightning system. Suddenly, Li Yu felt the changes in the thunder element and felt extremely happy. And it's the 4th level of thunder. Generally speaking, one can only cultivate the lightning element to the 4th level if one has spirit essence. He just felt that this kind of upgrade was simply too cool. Li Yu looked at them both with a defiant look and said, "You two can come together." Yuan clenched his fists. This was clearly a sign of contempt for them. How could he swallow this? Ice Bind Condensation. Without saying anything, he cast a level 2 elementary ice magic. A layer of ice suddenly covered the ground and spread straight towards Li Yu. At this time, Li Yu's face was full of disdain. Wind track speed. In an instant, Li Yu had completed the connection of the 7 stars and instantly avoided Yuang's magic attack. So fast. Mu Zhuoyan blurted out unconsciously, and was really shocked by Li Yu's actions. If it were someone else, the first level wind track speed would not be able to avoid the second level ice fine condensation. But if you are fast, you can still dodge it. The students who are admitted as exceptions are indeed extraordinary. Mu Zhuoyun exclaimed. Suddenly, Mu Ningxue also came to Mu Zhuoyun's side. "Dad, what are you doing?" Mu Zhuoyun smiled and said, "Just let them spar with each other." Sparring? Mu Ningxue frowned and continued, "Li Yu is a mid-level mage." After these words were spoken, Mu Zhuoyun and Mu He were both shocked and couldn't help but look at Li Yu. Mu Zhuoyan knew why Mu Ningxue was able to become a mid-level mage so quickly. But Li Yu was able to become a mid-level magician. In addition to the resources for cultivation, his talent was definitely not bad either. Therefore, Mu Zhuoyun suddenly had an idea in his mind, isn't this the person who was worthy of his daughter? Mu He standing next to him was extremely surprised. It would definitely be a good thing if he could get this guy into the Black Church. The two men had their own thoughts, while the competition between Li Yu and the other two continued. Li Yu said arrogantly, "Is this your strength?" Yuan and Mu Bai were enraged once again. They had used all their strength just now, but they didn't even touch the corner of Li Yu's clothes. "You restrain him with ice vine condensation." Yuan instructed Mu Bai, and Mu Bai had no choice but to nod in agreement. Ice vine condensation. Suddenly, Mu Bai released magic towards Li Yu. Wind track speed. Li Yu dodged again. However, at this time, Yuang released his magic in another direction. Ice vines cover. Suddenly, a cold breath came, and countless snowflakes were blown in front of him along with the strong wind. Mu Bai, I have restrained him, freeze him quickly. Mu Bai nodded and immediately released his magic. Ice vine, freeze. As soon as he finished speaking, the soles of Li Yu's feet slowly began to freeze and the ice was about to spread to his feet. Li Yu looked at his feet, just chuckled, and then said, "Sword spirit, come out." Next moment, the temperature around him suddenly rose, and the ice under his feet melted into water. Even the snowflakes around him were the same, instantly turning into water vapor in front of him. Yuan and Mu Bai both looked as if they had seen a ghost, staring at the scene in disbelief. The same thing happened to Mu Zhuoyun and Mu He. They stared with eyes wide open, feeling awe-inspiring. Mu Zhuoyan asked curiously, "Ningxue, what kind of magic is this?" Summoning system. Mu Ningxue said without showing any expression. Mu Zhuoyun and Mu He were both surprised, but continued to look at them. A flaming long sword suddenly appeared in Li Yu's hand. This long sword was transformed from his summoned beast. The cooperation was good, but unfortunately it was still a little bit off. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yu's figure suddenly appeared behind Yuang. It's the wind track shadow. Zhuang murmured something, and then was blown away by the sword. Wind track flash step. Next second, Li Yu suddenly came in front of Mu Bai and slashed with his sword again, and Mu Bai was directly thrown several meters away. Yuang stood up, dusted himself off, and stared at Li Yu fiercely. The look in your eyes annoys me. Li Yu released Piao Ying again, knocked Yuang to the ground, put a sword to his throat and asked, "Do you accept it?" Yuang gritted his teeth, his eyes still extremely fierce, and he had no intention of admitting defeat. Mu He appeared at this time and said, "Yuang, admit defeat." Seeing this, Yuang could only accept his fate and said, "I give up." At this moment, Li Yu was still pressing down hard on his head, and it took a few seconds before he gradually let go. After Mu Bai was thrown away just now, he didn't dare to go up again. The gap between them was too big and there was no hope of winning at all. "Little guy, go back." Li Yu gently stroked the sword spirit, and the latter whimpered and disappeared. Mu Zhuoyun stepped forward, clapped his hands, and said with a smile, "You are indeed a genius from the Imperial Capital Academy. I have asked someone to prepare a dinner. Let's go eat together." "Good." Li Yu left with Mu Zhuoyun and the others. At this time, only Mu He and Yuang were left in the yard. Mu He said in a cold tone, "Tomorrow is your home court, don't forget your mission." "Yes." Yuang lowered his head. He was very unconvinced, but he couldn't do anything now. "He is not our enemy, maybe he is our teammate." A meaningful smile appeared on Mu He's face. Yuang asked doubtfully, "Sir, are you going to recruit him to join us? He has great potential and may be of use to me." After Mu He finished speaking, in order to avoid suspicion, he let Yuang leave. The matter of recruiting Li Yu to join the Black Church still needs long-term consideration and there is no rush. Li Yu and Mu Ningxue finished their dinner and went about their own business. At night, Li Yu was sitting outside the Mu family villa, and he saw a beautiful figure walking out of the villa. He bowed, stood up and followed the beautiful figure. Gradually, the figure came to a terrace where the wind was howling, and her appearance suddenly became clearly visible. Mu Ningxue walked a few steps and came behind a boy. "I asked Xinxia, and she said you were here." The boy didn't look back, but Li Yu knew who this person was. "This person is Mo Fan." At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Li Yu's mind. The next chapter has been blocked, applying. Chapter 4 Recruitment. Option 1, declare your sovereignty to Mo Fan in front of Mu Ningxue, and reward him with an upgrade from the primary summoning system to the 3rd level. Option 2, act as if nothing happened, then leave and be rewarded with a rotten egg. Option 3, go and beat up Mo Fan, and you will be rewarded with an upgrade from the beginner win system to the 4th level. Option 4, wait for Mu Ningxue to leave, then go over and ask Mo Fan to be your younger brother, and reward him with the shield magic tool, the Crazy Thunder Shield. Li Yu stared at the 4 options, and he first directly ruled out the second option. Option 1 is too naive, but option 3 is worth considering. However, when he understood the ability of the Thunder Shield, he chose the 4th option without hesitation. During the defense period, the Thunder Shield can also launch an attack with the power equivalent to mid-level magic. In this way, you can give others unexpected results and turn the tide of the battle. Just choose the 4th option. Li Yu watched them chatting for a while, and after Mu Ningxue left, he walked out from the darkness. "Who?" Mo Fan turned around abruptly, staring at Li Yu, who walked out of the darkness. "Don't be nervous." As soon as Li Yu finished speaking, he walked in front of Mo Fan. All of a sudden, Mo Fan stood up and stared at Li Yu in front of him vigilantly. Li Yu said, "I am Xuer's boyfriend. She never told me that she has a boyfriend." Mo Fan didn't believe what Li Yu said at all. "That's because she didn't tell you. You'll know when the time comes." Li Yu didn't care and continued, "Be my little brother, I will protect you." Mo Fan frowned slightly and looked at Li Yu in front of him. Who the hell would recruit someone as a younger brother right away? Do you think this is the era of Brother Shanji? Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. You will be rewarded with a shield magic tool, the Thunder Shield. After the system notification sound faded away, Li Yu said, "I look forward to the day when we become rivals." After saying this, he left the rooftop directly. "I told Mo Fan so much just to get the Thunder Shield." Mo Fan was confused. What on earth was going on? In this world, Li Yu knows the future development trajectory of everyone. Therefore, he needs to establish his own camp so that he can gain a better foothold in this world. Mo Fan was nothing more than an optional choice for him. Because now he is the protagonist of this world. Li Yu's background is the Li family of the imperial capital, but the Li family is just a second-rate family. Compared with the Nanrong family, or even first-rate families like the Mu family, the Li family's status is simply not comparable. Li Yu returned to the Mu family, played with the crazy thunder shield for a while, and then began to practice. Although you can rely on god-level choices to improve your cultivation, you'll be sitting idle anyway, so it's better to improve your cultivation a little more. Soon. The night passed quickly. The battle between Mo Fan and Yuang also took place today. Li Yu was arranged by Mu Zhuyan to sit in a position with the best view, so he could see many visiting guests. He scanned the crowd and, from his own understanding, identified Principal Zhu, Zhang Kong, Tang Yu and others. No one might believe what happened in Bo City, but he could reduce the painful price Bo City had to pay. The guests arrived one after another, and Mo Fan and Yuang were already waiting in the venue for the duel to begin. With a cold shout, the two began a magical battle. Li Yu knew the outcome of the duel, so he was not very interested in it. When everyone thought Yuang was going to win, Mo Fan instantly released a Thunder Seal, Fury Strike, which amazed everyone. Li Yu helplessly watched Mo Fan pretending to be cool, then turned his gaze to Mu He. Mu He is the blue-robed deacon of the Black Church. He must find a way to get rid of this man, otherwise there will be endless troubles. But even if he revealed Mu He's identity, no one would believe it without evidence. Moreover, doing so may bring about fatal disaster. He would never do such a stupid thing. The current situation is to reduce the damage caused by demons to Bo City. Li Yu didn't know what was going on, but when he came to this world, he inexplicably wanted to do a lot of things for this world. Maybe it was because when I first read the novel, I felt a lot of regrets. Some people were obviously very kind and should not have died. Some people are so hateful, why aren't they the ones who die? Since I have traveled to this world, while pursuing strength, perhaps I can also do something for this world. These thoughts may have been infected by some people in the full-time magician. They can make selfless contributions and are willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of their lives. Such people are the most respectable. The duel came to an end, Mo Fan won the final victory and became the focus of everyone's attention. When the matter came to an end and Li Yu was about to go out, Mu He stopped him. Mu He asked, "Xiao Yu, where are you going?" "I want to go out for a walk, Uncle Mu He, is there anything I can do for you?" Li Yu didn't understand why Mu He was looking for him, and a sense of vigilance arose in his heart. The Black Vatican is a villain force that stands against the world. Their goal is to destroy the world to satisfy their vanity. Facing the people from the Black Vatican, Li Yu had to be cautious. Ning Shui told me that you seem to come from a noble family in the imperial capital, so I want to ask you how the noble families in the imperial capital manage their families. Mu He always had a smile on his face. If Li Yu didn't know his identity, he would really think that he was just an amiable uncle. Li Yu also wanted to know what kind of evil intentions Mu He had. After thinking it over, he agreed to his request. Afterwards, Mu He took Li Yu to a study room and they both sat down. Mu He chatted with Li Yu for a while, and gradually got straight to the point. "Xiao Yu, is the competition among you children of aristocratic families very fierce?" "It's quite intense, but I have good talent, and my family is more inclined towards me." Li Yu found the answer to the question from his memory. "Your Li family seems to be just a second-rate family in the Magic City, right? With your talent, the resources your family can provide you probably aren't many, right?" Mu He poured Li Yu a cup of brewed tea with a smile in his eyes. As for the family behind Li Yu, he sent people to investigate, so he knew the situation of the Li family. Li Yu didn't know what Mu He wanted to say, so he could only say, "It's indeed not much. The more you practice, the more resources you will need. Yes, especially when you reach a high level, the resources you need are simply unaffordable for ordinary people. If the resources are not available at that time, you will most likely be surpassed by those who are less talented than you." Mu He took a sip of tea and said something with hidden meaning. The more Li Yu listened, the more he felt something was wrong. It seemed like Mu He was trying to trick him. "Uncle Mu He, just say whatever you want to say." "Clever." Mu He smiled, then said seriously, "Xiao Yu, do you want to become powerful?" "Of course." Li Yu said immediately without hesitation. "So who do you think is a bad person and who is a good person?" Mu He put down the teacup, and his sharp eyes immediately focused on Li Yu's face. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Li Yu's mind.
Option 1. Chapter 5 Plan.
Option 1, answer I think it means literally and you will be rewarded with a roll of toilet paper.
Option 2, don't answer anything and you will be rewarded with a silicone item.
Option 3, reveal Muhi's identity on the spot, and be rewarded with a lightning upgrade to the intermediate level. Option 4, answer I think good people and bad people should not be defined by themselves and you will be rewarded with a magic disguise mask. Li Yu stared at the options in front of him. Without hesitation, he said directly.
I think good people and bad people should not be defined by themselves.
Well said.
Muhi agreed with Li Yu's statement.
Then, he stood up and handed him a wind-type spirit seed.
Uncle Muhi, what are you doing? This is my gift to you.
Muhi smiled and stuffed the spirit seed into his hand.
Li Yu looked at his departing back and didn't know what to say for a moment. He actually got a wind-type spirit seed for free. A guaranteed profit.
Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is the magic tool, the disguise mask. Li Yu put away the disguise mask and recalled what Muhi had just said.
Is Muhi trying to lure him into joining the Black Church?
But even so, Li Yu had no such plan in mind. After leaving the Mu family, Li Yu used the navigation to head towards Mingwen Girls' Middle School.
Mingwen Girls' Middle School is a demon passage.
If Zhang Kong and the others could know about it, Bo City would not have to pay such a painful price. Soon, Li Yu arrived at Mingwen Girls' Middle School.
Today is a holiday and there are no students in Mingwen Girls' Middle School.
Therefore, he quietly entered and began to look for the whereabouts of the giant-eyed rat.
Suddenly,
a giant-eyed fishy rat poked out from a dark place, and Li Yu happened to see it.
That's right.
There is a hole in the cafeteria of Mingwen Middle School. Li Yu just remembered that he released Wind Track Flash Step and immediately stopped a giant-eyed fishy rat.
Is this the demon?
It was the first time he saw a demon, and he felt quite excited.
Die. This was just a servant-level demon. Li Yu released the initial level of Thunderseal, crazy strategy, and killed the giant-eyed rat.
The next second, Li Yu threw the demon out of the gate of Mingwen Girls' Middle School. And at this moment, he put on a disguise mask that could change his appearance. As soon as the giant-eyed fishy rat came out, passers-by panicked.
There's a demon. Run away, there are demons here. Run.
It was already a mess outside, and they didn't care at all whether the giant-eyed fishy rat was alive or not. However, not long after, a group of people arrived at the gate of Mingwen Girls' Middle School. They looked at the dead giant-eyed rat in front of them and frowned unconsciously. These people are the city monster hunting team, led by Su Dahuang.
Captain, didn't we kill the demon from Inscription Girls' Middle School? Why is there another one here? Fei Shi asked. You ask me, who should I ask? Su Dahuang didn't know either.
He looked around and saw a figure walking out of the middle school.
Who are you? The person who came out was Li Yu. He staggered as if he was injured.
I am a student who came back from another place. When I passed by, I saw a demon in Mingwen Middle School, so I went in and saw that there really was a demon. Li Yu made up a story on his own just to make Su Dahuang take it seriously.
Did you kill this demon by yourself?
Yes. Li Yu said, emphasizing, I also found a lot of giant-eyed fishy rats. They all crawled into the hole in the cafeteria.
That's true.
At first they thought they had cleaned it up, but unexpectedly the monster appeared again. I think we should tell the military wizard about this, because I also saw a blood-marked giant demon rat. Li Yu spoke without blushing or beating his heart.
Blood-marked giant demon rat.
Su Dahuang and others all showed surprise. The blood-veined giant demon rats are general-level demons, and with their strength, they are indeed not very effective. Fei Shi, hurry up and notify the military magicians people. Li Yu felt relieved when he heard that Su Dahuang and others had taken the matter seriously.
The next park is in Bailing District.
Li Yu remembered that a giant-eyed fishy rat that hurt people appeared in a park in Bailing District. Without saying a word, he headed towards the park in Bailing District.
Li Yu came to the park in Bailing District.
He looked everywhere but still couldn't find any obvious hole.
Where is the entrance to this cave?
Just when he was wondering, he saw a familiar face.
Tang Yu? What is she doing here?
Li Yu followed curiously, and only then did he realize that Tang Yu was following someone. There was no result in the park, so Li Yu had to follow them to see what they were doing. However, as he followed, Tang Yu seemed to have lost her.
This is a bit embarrassing. Don't hide, come out. Tang Yu said with her back to Li Yu. Li Yu looked confused. Who was Tang Yu talking to? But at this moment, he suddenly realized that Tang Yu seemed to be minoring in the shadow department. Li Yu patted his forehead, took back the mask, and walked out from the hiding place behind him. Is it you? Tang Yu glanced at Li Yu when Mo Fan and Yuang were dueling, so his appearance was already imprinted in her mind. Do you know me? Tang Yu did not answer, but asked, why are you following me? It's nothing, actually. I just want to know who you're chasing after. As Li Yu spoke, he was thinking about something in his mind. Some things are better off not knowing. Tang Yu gave a reminder and was about to leave when Li Yu stopped her. Etc. Tang Yu raised her eyes and asked, is there anything else? I guess the person you were chasing just now is related to the Black Church? As soon as Li Yu finished speaking, Tang Yu's eyes suddenly became sharp. Do you know the Black Church? Li Yu said, not only do I know, I was also invited by the Black Church to join them. You haven't been brainwashed by them? Maybe I'm smarter, so it's hard to fool me. Li Yu began to display his excellent quality of being shameless. Tang Yu looked at Li Yu and she felt that he didn't seem to be joking. The Black Church really intends to recruit you? More real than pearls. Then tell me, what do you want me to do? Tang Yu asked directly. Li Yu said calmly, before, I would never have joined the Black Church, but when I met you, I had an idea. What do you think? I think I can infiltrate the Black Church as an undercover agent. Li Yu expressed his thoughts. Tang Yu said seriously, being an undercover agent? That's too dangerous. I think this is a good opportunity. Perhaps we can dig out many members of the Black Church hiding in the dark. Li Yu also wanted to use this opportunity to find an excuse to claim that he was an undercover agent, and then give out all the members of the Black Church he knew. In this way, some things will not happen and a lot of harm can be reduced. Chapter 6, Danger Strikes. No, it's too dangerous for you, and you don't have to do this. Tang Yu shook her head firmly. Until now, she didn't know the name of the boy in front of her. However, the other party said such words, which really made her admire this young man. The Black Church is too dangerous for everyone, and it is extremely difficult to become an undercover agent. Li Yu saw the look of denial on Tang Yu's face, and he didn't say anything else. Thinking about it carefully, I realized that I was indeed a little too fanciful. Who are the Black Vatican? Afterwards, Li Yu and Tang Yu came to the bench in the park and sat down. Please introduce yourself. Indeed, he had not introduced himself to Tang Yu yet. My name is Li Yu. After Li Yu introduced himself, Tang Yu also introduced herself. No wonder the Black Church would recruit you. It turns out that you are also a genius from the Imperial Capital Academy like Mu Ningxue. Perhaps. Li Yu had never thought about this question, but since Tang Yu mentioned it, he also felt that it should be so. Tang Yu blurted out, do you have a grudge against the Black Church? When Li Yu heard this question, he suddenly paused. He had no hatred towards the Black Church, but perhaps influenced by the novel, he naturally stood on the opposite side of the Black Church. You could say that. Tang Yu didn't ask any more questions and reminded him again, you are still young, don't do such dangerous things. You have great talent, I will have someone protect you, the future is your stage. She really didn't want Li Yu to take risks. Although this would indeed help uncover the Black Church hiding in Bo City, there was no need to sacrifice a child. Li Yu knew her good intentions, and after thinking about it, he decided not to say anything. Without Tang Yu's help, he would not dare to fight the Black Church alone. Tang Yu said solemnly, can you tell me who recruited you into the Black Church? Li Yu did not hesitate because he could trust Tang Yu 100%. Mu He. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yu frowned and pondered for a long time. Li Yu and Tang Yu added each other's contact information and established a relationship. He continued to search in the park, but still couldn't find the hole. In this way, this place will become a dangerous area. Li Yu looked at the blue sky. He dared to come to Bo City because Bo City had not yet fallen into crisis. As long as he wants to leave, he can choose to leave before the danger comes. He wanted to save people, but his ability only allowed him to do so much. Without convincing evidence, there was only so much he could do. Li Yu returned to the Mu family and entered his room. His wind element has now reached the intermediate level, but he can only cast intermediate level magic wind disc. The thunder element has reached the 4th level of the initial stage, and with the blessing of the spirit seed, its power is still quite good.
The summoning system is at the second level of the beginner stage, and it is still a bit far from reaching the intermediate level. However, the summoned beast sword spirit he obtained could barely fight against ordinary warrior-level monsters. At this time, Liu called out the sword spirit, and the sword spirit circled around him, very naughty. When your father and I have money, I will buy spirit essence to feed you. The little sword spirit seemed to understand what Liu said and started spinning in circles happily. Let it continue playing. Liu took out the wind spirit seed that Mu He gave him. This spirit seed can increase the power by 1.5 to 2.5 times. The specific amount of increase depends on the quality of the spirit seed itself. The lightning spirit seeds given by the system before increased the power of lightning by 2.5 times. Therefore, his current 4th level thunder magic is comparable to his original intermediate level thunder magic. Refine it first. The longer the night, the more dreams you will have. Only when it becomes a part of your own strength can it truly become your own. Liu spent a whole night and finally refined the wind spirit seed. It has doubled its power. The quality of this spirit seed is pretty good. Today should be the day for Mo Fan to enter the Holy Spring to practice. From today on, Bo City will fall into endless panic. Liu had already edited the information and sent it to Tang Yu about the Black Church's invasion. This is all he can do. He hopes Tang Yu can believe in him. Trigger the God level choice. Host, please make a decision. Option 1, leave Bo City early and be rewarded with an upgrade of the summoning system to the 3rd level of the elementary stage. Option 2, stay in Bo City and wait for the demons to invade. You will be rewarded with a common high-level lightning experience card. Liu stared at the two options, thinking constantly in his mind. If he gets a high-level lightning experience card, he can escape unscathed even if he encounters danger. Moreover, staying here might trigger other god-level options that would enhance your strength. The best of both worlds. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. You will be rewarded with a common high-level lightning experience card. With this trump card, Liu also has a means to save his life. On the watchtower, Zhang Kong was looking down at the dense forest below, and the person standing next to him was Tang Yu. Is what you said true? Tang Yu said, I'm not sure, but I believe what he said. Although she was a member of the Inquisition, Liu gave her too many locations. Moreover, her mission was to uncover the Black Church, and as for the protection of Bo City, she planned to leave it to the military magician. Zhang Kong looked at the sky covered with dark clouds, with a complicated expression in his deep eyes. After a moment's silence, he looked at the male military mage beside him and said, Go notify the city's demon hunting team and have them guard these places. If anything happens, notify us immediately and evacuate the crowd. Yes. The male military mage nodded and left immediately. Tang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Having completed this task, she left. Dark clouds covered the entire city of Bo, as if the end of the world had come. There was no one walking on the streets anymore, they were all waiting for the heavy rain to come. Gradually. It was drizzling in Bo, but the rain was a little strange. Liu was outside the Mu family. He held out his hands to hold the falling raindrops. Is it coming? The red alert suddenly sounded, and the sound echoed throughout Bo City like a death horn. Everyone was panicking. Liu stretched his muscles. He was a mid-level wind mage. As long as he was not besieged by monsters, he still had the ability to protect himself. At this moment, Mu Ningxue came out. Liu, where are you going? Bo City is in trouble. As a mage, I can't just sit there and do nothing. Liu said this without even looking back, and walked out of the Mu Manor. Mu Ningxue watched Liu's leaving back with mixed feelings. She clenched her hands, as if blaming herself for something. Sudden. A one-eyed demon wolf jumped out from the bushes. Sinking star thunder seal rampant mark. Boom. The one-eyed demon wolf was knocked away directly, and a burning smell emanated from its body. It's great to have a spirit seed. I killed a servant-level demon with a low-level elementary magic. As soon as Liu finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. The god-level choice has been triggered. This choice is a side quest and does not affect the main quest. Option 1, kill 3 people from the Black Church, and you will be rewarded with an intermediate level of lightning. Currently 03 completed. Option 2. Chapter 7 Yi Xinxia. Option 1, kill 3 people from the Black Church, and you will be rewarded with an upgrade from the primary level of lightning to the intermediate level. Currently 03 has been completed.
Option 2, lead 1,000 people to a safe barrier by yourself, and you will be rewarded with a lightning soul seed. Currently 1,000 completed. Option 3, kill 100 slave level monsters, and you will be rewarded with reaching the intermediate level of the basic summoning system. Currently 100 has been completed. Option 4, kill 10 general level demons, and you will be rewarded with an upgrade from the primary level of lightning to the intermediate level. Currently 10 has been completed. Liu looked at these options and basically could only make a choice after they were completed. As for what to choose, he had no idea and could only take one step at a time. If you want to kill demons quickly, the best way is to go to the city. Especially Mingwen Girls Middle School or the parks in Biling District. There may be more monsters in these two places. Having made plans, Liu did not delay. The nearest park to him was in Biling District. Biling District Park. There is a team of city demon hunters on guard now, and they will notify the military mage as soon as something happens. There is a demon. Suddenly, a wizard came running towards them in a panic from a distance. Where is the demon? The bald man in the lead asked. The wizard pointed to the left side of the park and said, right over there is a warlord-level blood-marked giant demon rat. After these words were spoken, everyone's faces became extremely solemn. Go and notify the military magician and have someone evacuate the crowd. The bald man instructed his companions and led his team to the left side of the park. When they came in front of the blood-marked giant rat, everyone entered combat mode. This demon was covered in bloodstreaks and was even bigger than the giant-eyed rat. It exudes a chilling aura, and its eyes flash with a sinister and fierce light. Everyone, come together. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, the others followed suit. Although there was only one mid-level wizard, the bald man, among this group of people, they had once worked together to kill a general-level demon. Therefore, they were able to deal with this blood-veined giant rat with ease. Consume it first, then kill it. The rest of them made another effort. Earth wave, fall. The ground beneath the blood-veined troll rat's feet suddenly cracked, and its body suddenly fell into it. Ice vines cover. In the blink of an eye, the ground was suddenly covered with a layer of ice, and the blood-marked giant rat that originally wanted to break free was controlled again. It's my turn. The bald man felt that the time was ripe. Fierce fist. The temperature in the air slowly rose, and huge flames burst out from the bald man's fists. Boom! The flames instantly hit the blood-marked giant rat, burning its body violently. Just when everyone thought it was over, the blood-marked giant rat suddenly roared, jumped up from the ground, opened its bloody mouth and bit the demon hunting team member closest to it. In the moment of crisis, none of them reacted. Thunder Seal Minefield. Crackling lightning struck from the sky, and the blood-marked troll rat was crushed by the lightning in an instant. Seeing this, Baldy and the others breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they also looked at Liu not far away. No need to be polite, let's deal with the monster in front of us first. Liu looked forward, and at this moment a large number of giant-eyed fishy rats and one-eyed demon wolves had appeared in front of him. Behind them is a three-eyed demon wolf of the general level. This. The bald man looked at the demon in front of him and unconsciously took a few steps back. Liu looked at the residents who were retreating behind him, and then turned his gaze to this group of demons. Just kill it. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu released the minefield and instantly eliminated 10 slave-level monsters. The demons bared their fangs and claws, with a flash of blood-red ferocious light in their eyes, and pounced towards them one after another. Well done. The 7 star tracks in Liu's spiritual world connected into a star map in an instant. Wind disk. The impatient gust of wind blew up and immediately formed a huge tornado. The demons that rushed over were instantly swept into the air and fell heavily to the ground. How powerful, the members of the demon hunting team exclaimed in surprise. Everyone continue, we still need to buy them some time. As Liu spoke, he continued to release magic towards the demon. The others nodded and worked together to limit the spread of the demons. Since Zhang Kong had arranged monster hunting teams at several locations given by Liu, the situation was somewhat under control. However, if multiple general-level demons appear, they will not be able to hold on. As time went by, more and more demons emerged from the cave. Liu was also unable to hold on any longer. Retreat! There are too many demons now, and they have consumed a lot before. If they continue to hold on, they will only die. The bald men understood and headed towards a safe place. Demons continue to pour out, and it is clear that this area is no longer safe.
We still need to preserve our strength and not be too aggressive. Liu left Baldy and the others and found a place with a wide view. At this time, Bo City has been gradually occupied by demons, and the residents have few chances to escape. Liu clicked on the side quest and found that there were already 36 slave-level monsters. There were also 2 general-level demons. So far, only these 2 tasks have a higher chance of completion. But at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Yixinxia is in danger, please make your choice. Option 1, ignore it and get a gust of northwest wind as a reward. Option 2, go to rescue, and you will be rewarded with a perfect fire attribute servant spirit. What you think will come true? If the sword spirit obtains this fire attributed slave-level spirit essence, its strength will increase significantly. But shouldn't Yixinxia be in danger at this time? Suddenly. What happened in Liu's mind? Maybe it was because he broke the previous balance that many things did not happen exactly the same. However, he already had a plan in mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is a servant-level spirit with perfect fire attribute. As the system's voice fell, Liu immediately asked the sword spirit to swallow a spirit. After finishing this task, Liu glanced in the direction of Mingwen Girls' Middle School and hurried over. Logically speaking, there are also deployments at Mingwen Girls' Middle School, and the people there should also be evacuated. However, when he arrived at Mingwen Girls' Middle School, he was suddenly stunned. 1, 2, 3. No wonder. There are a total of 5 general-level monsters. The city monster hunting team deployed here will definitely not be able to defend it. Liu didn't have time to worry about others. What he had to do now was to find Yixinxia and rescue her. He looked around, trying to figure out where to hide. P.S. Brothers, can you give me some recommendation votes to boost morale? Chapter 8 Black Church Update 1. There must be other people hiding in places that are easy to hide, and they are easier to find. Liu continued to look around, and a roaring voice caught his attention. He looked up and saw a ferocious demon crawling on top of a tall building. The demon's pair of wings exudes an extremely powerful aura. Winged Wolf. Liu uttered the name of the demon. This is the biggest boss that Bo City has encountered, and it is also because of it that Bo City was destroyed. If you can kill it, maybe you can get a commander-level spirit. But without thinking about these things now, even if he had a high-level lightning experience card, he might not be able to defeat the winged wolf in a fight. Liu walked through the building carefully. He needed to find Yixinxia quickly. There seem to be more and more monsters here. If a battle breaks out, more monsters will surely appear. At this moment, Liu seemed to hear the sound of something collapsing. He recalled carefully and the sound seemed to come from his left. Without hesitation, Liu went straight to the left. The voice came again. This time he was more certain that the current direction was correct. In a small shop, the storage shelves were overturned and some items fell to the ground. Isn't your brother very awesome? Why hasn't he come to rescue you yet? A man in black clothes with his face wrapped in black cloth sneered at a girl sitting in a wheelchair. This girl was Yixinxia. She was forced to hide here when the demons invaded. Yixinxia did not respond to the man in black. Her face was pale as she moved the wheels backwards. Mo Fan destroyed me, so I will destroy his sister. The man in black clothes laughed wildly, and now he seemed to be in a state of madness. Suddenly, a low shout came from behind. Thunder Seal, Fury Strike. A bolt of thunder suddenly struck, instantly hitting the man in black. Ah! The man howled in extreme pain, and his whole body looked like he was seriously injured. His clothes were torn and his flesh was burnt. Liu felt pain when he saw his appearance, but he held back and did not kill him outright. He could already tell who this person was from his appearance. It was Yuan, the running dog of the Black Church. You actually ruined my good thing. Yuang said angrily. Liu had just put on a disguise mask. He didn't want Yuan to recognize him. He also planned to infiltrate the Black Church, so he had to be cautious. Not convinced? If you don't agree, come and bite me. Yuan gnashed his teeth, stared at him coldly and said, kill him for me. Suddenly, behind him appeared several monkey-faced people with deformed bodies. They were extremely ugly in appearance, neither human nor ghost. Black Beast. Liu uttered a few words lightly. So you know the Black Beast, then prepare to die. As soon as Yuan finished speaking, the Black Beasts attacked Liu. However, these slave-level Black Beasts were no match for him. Thunder Seal Minefield.
crackling lightning instantly covered the black beasts. Those beasts were completely unable to withstand the crushing of thunder and lightning, and fell to the ground and died one after another. When Yuang saw this scene, he suddenly panicked. This was his trump card, and he was killed just like that? No, run away. At this moment, he had the thought of escaping, because the person in front of him was too terrifying. If we stay here, there will be only one outcome, and that is death. He can't die. He wants to live. Yuang then ordered the remaining black beasts to rush forward and try to buy him time to escape. Liu looked at the direction Yuang ran in, which was within his expectations. After dealing with the last few black beasts, he quickly came to Yixinxia. I'll take you away with me. Liu carried Yixinxia on his back and used the wind track to shuttle between the buildings. He still followed behind Yuang. Yixinxia looked at Liu's face and didn't know what to say for a moment. She thought about it and leaned close to Liu's ear and said thank you. Liu's heart was originally peaceful, but this sudden exhalation made him feel confused. He did not kill Yuang directly in order to lure out other members of the Black Vatican. With his current strength, it is unlikely that he can kill 10 general-level demons. If we can unite with other people, there is still a possibility. Therefore, he thought it would be more practical to kill 3 members of the Black Church. This was also the idea that came to his mind after he met Yuang, otherwise he could only obediently find ways to kill more monsters. The rewards for killing 3 Black Church members and killing 10 general-level demons are the same, so he only needs to complete one of them to upgrade his lightning element to the intermediate level. Liu continued to follow Yuang, carrying Yixinxia on his back, until the latter arrived at a large warehouse. He looked around and felt that this place was relatively safe, and he did not find any trace of demons. Wait for me here. Liu said this and asked the sword spirit to guard Yixinxia. Yixinxia said worriedly, be careful, this person is from the Black Church. It's okay, wait here for me to come back, and then I'll take you to the safe border. Liu showed a gentle smile and walked towards the warehouse in the distance. In an empty warehouse, Yuang rushed in hurriedly. Seeing this, the 3 companions in black clothes hurried forward. What's going on? They looked at Yuang's injuries and asked with confusion in their eyes. I found the person who was carrying the holy spring, but I was injured by his sneak attack. Yuang covered his chest and spoke breathlessly. Where are they now? Asked one of the Black Church members. This is a golden opportunity to make meritorious service. If they can obtain the holy spring, their status in the Black Church will be improved. However, they did not expect that all of this was fabricated by Yuang. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a figure jumped down from the 2nd floor of the warehouse. The others stared at Liu warily and asked in a sensitive tone, is the Holy Earth Spring with you? Idiot. Liu scolded but did not answer his question. Court death. The man shouted angrily and then released ice magic. Ice bind condensation. Too slow. Liu shook his head, released his sprint move, and dodged the opponent's attack. He's very strong, quickly get your black beasts to attack him. Yuang said beside him. The others looked at each other, and then ordered the surrounding black beasts to rush forward. Liu looked at the dozen or so black beasts attacking him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, windplate. The huge wind disc swept across the entire warehouse, and those slave-level black beasts were slaughtered in an instant. Yuang clenched his fists tightly. He didn't expect that the person in front of him was actually a mid-level wind mage. He quietly left here during the chaos. P.S. Brothers, let us play a game. 3 updates, if you accumulate 50 recommendation votes per chapter every day, 1 monthly ticket equals 5 recommendation votes. 4th update, if the cumulative number of recommendation votes reaches 150 per day. Note, come on brothers, don't forget to give a 5-star rating at the end. Can you help me find out the typos? I found a lot of typos. Chapter 9 Lottery 2nd update. Lucky, there are exactly 3 members of the Black Church. These 3 members of the Black Church were nothing more than beginner mages. They were like lambs walking into a tiger's mouth. Let's go together. The black beasts were all killed by Liu, so they had no choice but to rush forward. However, in the face of absolute strength, numbers cannot change the outcome. Thunder Seal Minefield. As lightning struck, those people instantly turned into charred corpses, deader than dead. Bite. The Option 1 task has been completed. Host, do you want to select the Option 1 option? The system's voice sounded, and Liu agreed without hesitation.
Suddenly, Liu felt the changes in the thunder spiritual sea in his spiritual world. The stardust turned into a nebula, which was a symbol of a breakthrough from the initial stage to the intermediate stage.
It's great to have a system. Liu couldn't help but praise it.
If an ordinary person breaks through to the intermediate level, he will naturally have to connect the 7 star tracks of the thunder system into a star map before he can release intermediate level thunder magic.
But Liu is different. After the system upgraded his thunder element to the intermediate level, he can easily release the intermediate level thunder element magic Thunderbolt.
In contrast, Liu can release intermediate level magic without practicing it himself. After completing the branch quest, Liu left the warehouse and returned to Yi Xinxia's side.
Are you okay? Fine. Liu carried Yi Xinxia on his back and they left the dilapidated building. He released wind magic and ran wildly all the way.
Even the general level demons could not catch up with his speed. Liu did not trigger any tasks along the way and soon arrived at the safety barrier. Looking around, he found Mu Ningxue and Mu Zhuoyan, and walked over with Yi Xinxia on his back. After he changed back to his original appearance, he said, "Ningxue, I leave her to you." As soon as Liu finished speaking, he put Yi Xinxia on the seat next to him.
Where are you going?
Mu Ningxue and Yi Xinxia asked at the same time.
There are still many people in Bo who need me.
Liu smiled and walked out of the safety barrier without looking back. In fact, in addition to saving people, he still wants to trigger more god-level choices and then enhance his own strength. Mu Ningxue looked at Liu's leaving back and clenched her hands again. Just as she was about to take a step forward, Mu Zhuoyan held her back. "Ningxue, you can't change anything by yourself, but you can change our current situation." After hearing what Mu Zhuoyan said, Mu Ningxue let out a long breath, but still did not take that step. After leaving the barrier, Liu ran all the way towards Bo City.
The god-level choice has been triggered.
The students of Tianlan Magic High School are being besieged by the Black Church.
Please make a choice, host.
Option 1, if you don't help someone in need, you will be rewarded with a big, thick cucumber.
Option 2, stand up and be rewarded with a random draw. Liu paused for a moment.
There was actually a random lottery for rewards.
Although I don't know what I will get, it may be a big gift.
Liu thought carefully and thought that Mo Fan and his companions must have been stopped by the Black Church on their way to the safety barrier.
Without further delay, he headed straight towards Tianlan Magic High School. If you follow this road, you will definitely meet them. At this time, Mo Fan and his group had been stopped by Bai Yang.
It was also at this time that Bai Yang revealed his true nature, looking at them with the gaze of a hunter looking at his prey.
You guys die.
Suddenly, 2 black beasts appeared on both sides of them, and their speed of rushing out stunned everyone.
Too fast. They couldn't react at all. The closest ones are Zhang Xiaohou and He Yu.
At this moment, the black beast with bared fangs and claws raised its sickle-like forelimbs and slashed towards the 2 of them.
Thunder Seal, Fury Strike.
The next moment, before Mo Fan could cast his magic, 2 bolts of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, turning the 2 black beasts into ashes.
Who is it? Bai Yang was furious. He looked behind him and saw that the person coming was Liu. Tell me, how do you want to die?
Liu looked at him coldly. If he had come a step later, another flower of the motherland would have been killed by those bastards of the Black Vatican. Bai Yang frowned slightly. He had never seen this guy before, but he gave him a very dangerous feeling. But now that things have come to this, he can only try it out first.
You're looking for death.
As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yang immediately ordered the surrounding black beasts to swarm forward. However, even if they all came, they could not withstand Liu's minefield. Bai Yang bit his lip.
This man's thunder element was too strong.
Its power was comparable to that of mid-level magic.
Phantom Wolf Beast.
The summoned beast is his last trump card.
If he loses even the Phantom Wolf Beast, he will surely die.
Bai Yang stared at his Ghost Wolf Beast, which was his last straw.
Just a beast.
Liu said that he was ready to try the power of the intermediate thunder system.
Xinqing Thunderbolt.
Purple thunderbolts fell from the sky, instantly crushing the ghost wolf to the ground.
Bai Yang looked at his dying ghost wolf with a painful expression, and he panicked at this moment.
All the black beasts died, and his own ghost wolf beast also died. Everyone in the vanguard team looked at Liu, their eyes filled with shock. If it were them, fighting Bai Yang one-on-one, they would probably have become a corpse long ago.
Too strong. Is this the power of the lightning system? Who is he? Is he the military magician of Bo City?
The Vanguard team was talking about it, and Zhang Xiaohou and He Yu both looked at them with gratitude. Among all of them, only Mo Fan knew who the person in front of him was. This person was the one who rashly said that he would take him in as his younger brother that night. You guys should go to the safety barrier quickly. Li Yu didn't want to waste time with them, so he walked towards Bo City after saying that.
Zhang Xiaohou looked at Li Yu's leaving figure and asked, Brother Fan, do you know him?
I know him, but I don't know him either.
When Mo Fan saw this man performing intermediate lightning magic, he thought it was so cool. He clenched his fists, believing that he could reach that point too. The current Bo City has completely fallen into the home of demons. Li Yu shuttles between the buildings and encounters one or two general-level demons from time to time.
He stayed in many areas for a long time, but still did not trigger the God-level selection task. In desperation, Li Yu found a relatively safe building, hoping to see what good things he could win from the random draw. He looked calmly at the random lottery machine that appeared in front of him, and his eyes fell on a red button.
Possessed by the Emperor of Europe. Li Yu raised his hand and pressed the red button hard.
The next second, the random lottery machine continued to spin, faster and faster, and then gradually slowed down. Li Yu was full of anticipation, his eyes fixed on the lottery machine in front of him. The speed of the lottery machine was getting slower and slower, and his heart seemed to be spinning along with it.
Gradually, the lottery machine stopped quietly.
P.S. Since the first 3 chapters were before I made any revisions, I forgot to upload the revised ones at that time, so I would like to explain this here. What I obtained through the God-level choice before was not a Wind-type Spirit Seed, but after I changed it, I obtained a Thunder-type Spirit Seed. He also gave the Wind-type Spirit Seed to Li Yu, so it didn't have much impact.
He now had the Wind-type and Thunder-type Spirit Seeds respectively.
The Wind-type Spirit Seed is called Puffing, and the Thunder-type Spirit Seed is called Chinching.
Activity.
The current recommendation votes are 1 + 5 + 3 + 3 + 3 + 6 + 4 + 3 + 4 + 7, totaling 39.
Come on everyone. Chapter 10 Winged Wolf 3rd Update.
At this moment, Li Yu saw a pale purple egg as big as 2 heads pop out of the lottery machine.
What's this?
Suddenly, a piece of text appeared in front of him. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Violent Thunder Dragon Egg.
Violent Thunder Dragon Egg? Li Yu held the egg and asked, how can I make it hatch? Then, another paragraph of text appeared. Once the host's summoning system reaches the intermediate level, this egg will automatically recognize its master and hatch. I see. Li Yu saved the egg into the system.
As for what kind of summoned beast would appear, he would have to wait until the summoning system reached the intermediate level to find out. Just when he wanted to leave here and return to the safe barrier, the system voice rang.
Bite. Trigger the God-level branch quest, host, please make a choice. Option 1, return to the safe zone, there will be no reward. Option 2, kill the winged wolf and you will be rewarded with a 100% sword spirit upgrade pack. 100% advanced gift pack. To be honest, Li Yu was a little moved.
Although the sword spirit's bloodline is good, if you want to successfully advance, you will have to spend at least a lot of money. Even if the Li family can support him, there will be a lot of resistance within the family. Several million is a considerable sum of money for a second-rate family. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Mu He said.
If he was born into a first-rate family, these millions would be nothing.
If it is a super family, they may not even care about hundreds of millions. There are a lot of open and covert struggles in the family, and Li Yu can only rely on himself at this stage. After thinking for a long time, Li Yu decided to go and kill the winged wolf.
If the opponent is injured, maybe he still has a chance. Roar! Li Yu looked up at the sky.
At this time, Zhang Kong was already fighting fiercely with Yi Songlong.
In that case, I can't just sit there doing nothing. Li Yu changed his expression and immediately walked towards Zhang Kong.
He had already made a choice in his mind. What he needed to do now was to help Zhang Kong and the others clear out the demons around them.
The winged wolf roared in the air, as if giving orders to all the demons. Gradually,
those demons were rushing towards Yi Songlong, and Zhang Kong and others were surrounded by them.
You guys surround and eliminate the surrounding demons, I'll deal with it. Zhang Kong gave orders to his 9 subordinates, then headed straight for Yi Songlong.
A fierce gust of wind suddenly arose, and Zhang Kong and Yi Songlong started fighting each other. Li Yu looked at the surging demons, and a trace of thunder power appeared in his hand.
Thunder Seal Minefield.
Under the threat of the huge minefield, large numbers of slave-level monsters were turned into charred corpses. At this time, the military magician also noticed Liu, and they were all stunned by his magic.
It's so powerful.
A military magician flew over and said, "Little brother, this place is dangerous, you'd better leave quickly."
It's okay, take me with you, I'm a mid-level lightning mage.
As soon as Liu finished speaking, the military mage was a little surprised. It was the first time he had seen such a young mid-level mage. He looked at the other military mages and bowed deeply to Liu. "Thank you. I am doing my part, too." The two of them did not beat around the bush. Liu jumped onto the other's eagle and began to kill the demons that were rushing over.
"Oh no, there are 3 general-level demons coming over there," someone exclaimed.
Liu turned his head and looked over there.
There was a bone-spurred wolf, a 3-eyed demon wolf, and a blood-marked giant demon rat.
It would be fine if they came one after another, but when 3 of them came together, it would be difficult to deal with them even if they had 9 mid-level mages.
I'm a thunder type.
If someone controls me, killing me won't be a problem. The military mage sitting in front of Liu said, "I am a mid-level plant system."
"That's great, let's solve them together."
After saying that, the military mage took Liu and flew towards the 3 general-level demons. When the 3 generals saw Liu and the other man flying towards them, they all showed ferocious looks on their faces. Especially the bone-spurred wolf, which suddenly leaped up from the ground and pounced towards them.
Thunder Seal, Fury Strike.
The thunder struck from the sky, and the bone-spurred wolf was knocked directly to the ground.
The warlord class is really tough and thick-skinned. Liu saw the bone-spurred wolf crawling up and shaking its body, and it was fine. "I'll do it,"
the military mage said as he released a mid-level plant magic.
Kuan's Forest Crazy Growth.
In an instant, countless vines suddenly emerged from the ground and rushed towards the 3 demons from all directions. The next moment, the 3 general-level demons were tied up.
"Depend on you." The military magician looked back at Liu Dao. "Leave it to me."
Liu has the blessing of spiritual seeds, so even Thunderbolt has power comparable to the previous level.
Shinching Thunderbolt.
Countless thunderbolts suddenly fell, and the 3-headed general-level creatures kept wailing. After a moment, they had become 3 blurry corpses.
"So strong. You should have a spirit seed for your lightning element, right?"
the military magician asked as he dealt with the nearby demons.
"Yes." Liu did not hide it either.
"I also wanted a spiritual seed before, but spiritual seeds are too expensive.
People like us can't afford it,"
the military magician said with a smile.
"Really? Military magicians are not like some children of noble families. They don't receive much reward themselves."
A spirit seed costs at least 20 million, which is indeed a sky-high price for them. Although Liu felt a hint of loss in his words, he felt more of a sense of honor.
He didn't answer because he didn't know what to say at this moment.
"Fortunately, you are here, so our lives don't have to be so hard." None of them had destructive magic, and Liu's arrival just solved their problem. Even if a large number of demons come up, Liu's thunder system can kill them in large numbers.
Sudden. A bone-spiked wolf hid in the dark and pounced on a military mage in an instant when he was not paying attention. "I'm here to save you."
The military magician closest to him reacted immediately and was about to go down to rescue him.
"Don't worry about me. Guard them and don't let them get close to the boss."
As soon as the military wizard finished speaking, a large number of demons rushed towards him.
Liu looked at the military mage and clenched his fists.
Even if he used the high-level experience card, he was powerless. They cannot leave their positions, otherwise they will become a breakthrough point and be besieged by demons. We can't let his sacrifice go in vain.
Let's continue to buy time for the boss.
Liu looked up at Zhang Kong and Yi Sanlong. They had already entered the second half and the result would come out soon.
He was also waiting for an opportunity to kill Yi Sanlong with one blow.
The winged wolf roared at Zhang Kong continuously, and at this moment, a shocking wound appeared on its body. Zhang Kong's clothes were ragged and stained with blood, but his crazy killing intent did not diminish in the slightest.
"Today, I will keep you here. P.S. It's the 3rd update already.
My brothers are very supportive.
It's a pity that you didn't let me update for the 4th time. Keep up the good work tomorrow." Chapter 11 Beheading Update 1. The winged wolf roared, and the aura emanating from his body was surging.
Its vicious eyes were fixed on Zhang Kong.
As long as the opponent showed the slightest flaw, victory would belong to it.
The two sides fell into a melee again, and Liu on the side was also observing their battlefield.
There are more and more demons. 7 more general-level demons are coming over there.
Someone looked into the distance and saw 7 general-level demons rushing towards them.
Let's go,
Liu said to the military magician beside him. Now, he is the only one who can deal with so many general-level warriors.
Don't get close to them. There are too many of them. If we are surrounded, we will never be able to escape. The military magician nodded, he also knew this. He rode the Sky Eagle and restrained these generals beside them.
Koan's forest crazy growth.
Vines emerged from the ground and madly attacked the general-level demons.
But due to their large numbers, they dispersed wisely, so only 3 war general-level ones were trapped.
What to do?
They were flying in the sky, and although they had controlled the demon, it was really difficult for Liu to take action. Those generals who were not trapped were still waiting nearby. If they flew down at this time, they would definitely become the target of those monsters. The trapped generals were about to bite the vines off, leaving them little time to think. Liu said, "After you let me go, you can lead the 2 over there away, and I'll take care of the rest." The military magician strongly disagreed with his idea. "No, this is too dangerous."
"It's okay, my wind element is also intermediate."
Hearing this, the military magician felt a little relieved. "I'll come pick you up later," said the military mage, and slowly approached the 3 trapped generals.
"Good."
Liu agreed, looked at the 3 trapped generals below, and immediately jumped down.
Breaking wind disc.
A wind disc immediately formed under Liu, and he jumped into it. Seeing this, the other general-level demons roared and rushed towards Fengpan regardless of everything.
Xinqing Thunderbolt.
Several thunderbolts swooped down, and the 3 trapped general-level demons instantly became corpses.
During this period, Liu only took a few seconds.
Seeing the demons about to pounce on him, he didn't have time to think too much.
Wind track Piaoying.
Fortunately, Feng Panxian affected the speed of other general-level warriors, otherwise he might have been besieged by them. Piaoying led him away from the tiger's mouth, and Liu's figure appeared in the most conspicuous place.
"Come up."
The military magician soon discovered Liu, and he swooped down towards him on his Sky Eagle. Liu jumped up and the 2 of them cooperated perfectly.
The general-level demon below could only roar angrily on the spot. "You're so strong." The military magician once again looked at Liu with admiration.
He admired him very much for being able to make judgments in such a dangerous situation. Liu just smiled, then looked up at the winged wolf in the sky.
He felt that. "It's time." Liu asked, "Can you take me to the sky above the winged wolf?" "What are you doing above him?" "I can assist your instructor in killing it." As soon as Liu finished speaking, the military magician swallowed his saliva. "I'm not kidding, you just need to take me up there." Liu looked at the military mage sincerely. He looked into Liu's eyes, thought for half a second, and finally chose to believe it. "I trust you." "Thanks." Liu continued to raise his head, always observing the movements of the winged wolf. "You just need to take me above it, and then you can leave." The military magician was still worried. "Will you be in danger?"
Liu smiled openly and said, "I won't do anything I'm not sure of."
The military wizard did not say anything else.
While they were still fighting, the Sky Eagle flew slightly above the winged wolf.
That's it.
The winged wolf is now injured, and so is Zhang Kong. What he needs to do is to try his best to collect the head of Yi Sanlong.
"I am coming."
Liu fell down, and the strong wind blew his hair. He tried hard to keep his eyes open and fell towards the back of the winged wolf. Zhang Kong also discovered Liu at this time.
He didn't understand what they were doing. It seemed as if Yi Sanlong only regarded Liu as an ant and had no intention of taking him seriously. Its current enemy is only Zhang Kong in front of it.
Liu thought to himself, use the high-level lightning experience card. The next second, Liu seemed to be able to release high-level magic with just a thought. As he got closer and closer to the winged wolf, a flash of violent lightning appeared in Liu's hand, and his whole body was covered with lightning elements.
Xinqing Silent Thunder Deathlight.
Violet lightning suddenly gathered from behind Liu, a white light flashed by, and the lightning slammed into the back of Yi Sanlong.
Roar!
The winged wolf was bombarded by endless thunder and lightning, its wings suddenly stopped, and its entire body fell downwards.
Damn, this guy is too strong.
Liu felt that he really couldn't underestimate this winged wolf. Although he was seriously injured, his physical strength was still there. Upon seeing this, Zhang Kong seized this opportunity and cast a high-level third-level magic wings of Wind Judgment. The 6 wings behind him suddenly grew a little bigger and glowed white, as if gathering energy, and then they slashed out. The winged wolf originally wanted to struggle, but the 6 white lights that slashed at it instantly made it lose the ability to move again.
Try this again.
Zhang Kong was extremely angry towards Yi Sanglong, and he wanted Yi Sanglong dead more than anyone else.
Sky Flame Funeral, 1000-petal flame flower.
Countless flames like petals fell from the sky, like the end of the world. The temperature around suddenly rose, as if the ground was burning red. The flame petals suddenly exploded, and the terrifying explosive force instantly submerged the winged wolf. After waiting for a while, the area below had turned into a sea of fire and no one could see the situation of Yi Sanglong in the sea of fire. Li Yu fell to the ground in a floating shadow. He watched everything in front of him, as if it only happened in an instant.
Fuck, he's still alive.
The winged wolf slowly stood up and flapped its huge wings, trying to leave. At this time, Zhang Kong could no longer cast high-level magic, and he suddenly rushed towards Li Yu.
Depend on you.
After hearing this, Li Yu was taken into the air by Zhang Kong and rushed straight towards Yi Sanglong.
Silent Thunder Deathlight.
The winged wolf, who originally had only a glimmer of hope, was suddenly knocked to the ground, dying.
You're great, kid. Zhang Kong praised Li Yu with a smile.
If it weren't for the little guy in front of him, the most he and Yi Sanglong could do was to suffer mutual losses. Fortunately, he took action, otherwise the winged wolf would have really escaped.
Take me there, I can still kill.
Winged wolf was already dead, and Li Yu turned his gaze towards those general-level demons. When the demons saw that Yi Sanglong was dead, they began to panic. They no longer surrounded us, but instead fled in all directions, madly.
No problem.
Although Zhang Kong was injured, there was no problem in taking Li Yu with him.
The high-level Thunder experience card still has 5 minutes of experience time. During these 5 minutes, Li Yu killed more than 30 general-level beasts and hundreds of slave-level beasts.
When the 5 minutes were up, Li Yu felt weak in an instant, as if all his magic power had been drained away. Zhang Kong also saw that Li Yu's high-level lightning power was not his own. You take a rest first, and we will take care of the rest.
Zhang Kong asked one of his subordinates to keep watch while he continued to hunt down the monsters in Bo City. Coincidentally, the military magician guarding Li Yu was the one who was with him just now.
I was in such a hurry that I forgot to introduce myself.
My name is Shi Hong. What's your name?
Li Yu. After the two introduced themselves, Shi Hong stared at him as if he were an idol. Li Yu felt a little uncomfortable. Shi Hong also saw it. He scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "You were so powerful just now.
I really didn't expect you could really kill Yi Song Wolf."
Li Yu said,
"This is the credit of Commander Zhang Kong. I just finished it."
Shi Hong stayed beside Li Yu very seriously, fearing that any demons would launch a sneak attack. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest selection, and you will be rewarded with a 100% Sword Spirit Advanced Gift Pack.
Chapter 12 ends Part 2.
Although the side quest does not conflict with the main quest, the reward can only be claimed after it is completed, so he heard the system prompt at this time.
Finally got it. Li Yu was secretly delighted.
In this way, his sword spirit would be able to advance to the general level. If the sword spirit reaches the general level, his combat power will be greatly enhanced. By then, even if we encounter a stronger general level demon, we will be able to fight.
Soon.
The Sky Eagle Mage group appeared in the sky, and Li Yu knew that the battle was about to end.
Zhang Kong landed in front of Li Yu and asked with a smile, "You are not from our Bo City, right?"
"We don't have such a powerful young man in Bo City. I'm from the Imperial Capital, a student at the Imperial Capital Academy." Li Yu took off the disguise mask because he believed in Shi Hong and also believed in Zhang Kong. They are all people who are willing to sacrifice their lives for Boching, and Li Yu doesn't want to fool them with a fake identity. No wonder, people with this ability usually come from universities.
Zhang Kong patted Li Yu's shoulder generously.
The killing of Yi Sanglong fulfilled a wish in his heart.
"Come on, I'll take you back to the safe zone. I'm almost recovered. I want to stay here for a while and then go over there by myself."
If Li Yu went back with Zhang Kong, it would be too conspicuous. If he were seen by the people of the Black Church, he would most likely be exposed, bringing him unnecessary danger. In that case, then you should be careful. With the Sky Eagle Mage Corps coming and Li Yu's strength, Zhang Kong has nothing to worry about. Take this. Zhang Kong said, and then took out two undead vessels.
Li Yu was puzzled for a moment and asked, "What is this?"
One is the spirit of the bone-piercing wolf, and the other is the spirit of the winged wolf. As soon as Zhang Kong finished speaking, Li Yu was a little surprised.
This was a valuable item, and the other party just gave it to him like that?
Not to mention these two spirits, even the undead vessel that stores the spirits is a good thing.
You don't have to be polite to me. If it weren't for you, Yi Sanglong might have already run away.
This is what you deserve. Zhang Kong smiled like an uncle and continued, also, as an outsider, you are not afraid of danger and stand up.
On behalf of Bo City, I thank you.
After saying that, Zhang Kong saluted Li Yu. Sir, you are too polite.
Li Yu said quickly. If it weren't for you, my subordinates might have.
Zhang Kong looked up at his subordinates above him. Even though there were only 6 of them left, those who died would become the heroes of Bo City.
Gradually,
the mages of the safety barrier also formed a team and began to clear out the demons in Bo City. Zhang Kong and the others left first.
Li Yu looked at their backs as they left and took a look at the surrounding environment.
The demons here had been cleared out by Zhang Kong and his men. He found a cleaner place and planned to upgrade his sword spirit first. There is no other way, he is too looking forward to the appearance of the sword spirit after its advancement. Li Yu asked the system to open the advanced gift package and obtained a general level fighting spirit, sword spirit bloodline, general level bone powder and heart. He looked at what he had obtained. No wonder the success rate of advancement was 100%. These things would cost tens of millions, which is really heartbreaking. Especially the sword spirit bloodline, even if he were to look for it, he wouldn't know if it exists in this world.
As expected, the summoning system is a very expensive system. Li Yu just complained, anyway, it was given by the system.
Without saying a word, he summoned the sword spirit.
When the sword spirit saw the thing in front of it, its eyes lit up and it wanted to pounce on it.
Li Yu grabbed it and scolded with a smile, "Can you have some ambition?" The sword spirit trembled and seemed to be saying, "I just want to take a look and I will definitely not eat them." Li Yu shook his head helplessly and could only let the sword spirit fly over.
Okay, let's start the advancement.
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yu and the sword spirit began to advance.
Time passed bit by bit.
Fortunately, Li Yu had not used the summoning system before, and his magic power had recovered a lot.
Otherwise, I would really be sucked dry by the sword spirit. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to be just a beginner summoner. What a sin!
About half an hour later, Li Yu leaned against the wall without any strength.
He felt really weak now.
The sword spirit finally succeeded in advancing and easily reached the level of general.
Yin yin yin.
The long sword made a sound, and Li Yu's eyes widened, because he seemed to understand what the other party was saying.
You said you're no longer called Sword Spirit, but Sword King? Yin yin yin. Li Yu also understood this sentence, which meant yes.
Li Yu thought for a moment, then asked, the general level is called Sword King, so what is the commander level called?
Een Sword Emperor. What about the Monarch class? Een Sword Master. What about the Imperial class? Ming Ming Ming.
Li Yu touched his chin and thought that the name was quite domineering. It was obviously not a suitable name for a girl. Girls should be raised in wealth, while boys should be raised in poverty. At this time, the Sword King had no idea what Li Yu was thinking, and he was still feeling complacent about his own name. Then, the news that Bo City was invaded by demons spread throughout the country overnight. During this process, 2 heroes appeared, one was Mo Fan and the other was Li Yu. After returning to the safety barrier, Mo Fan followed the military wizard into Bo City again and destroyed many demon entrances. However, Li Yu asked Zhang Kong not to reveal his information, and the other party agreed.
The next day,
Li Yu returned to the Imperial Capital Academy, but Mu Ningxue came back before her.
Are you okay? I'm fine. I can even spin around.
As Li Yu spoke, he performed 2 circles for Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue covered her mouth and smiled, then said solemnly, "Thank you.
You're too polite. We're one family, so why are we talking so differently?" As soon as Li Yu finished speaking, Mu Ningxue left.
Oops, to be honest, it doesn't work. The men around were all stunned.
Mu Ningxue actually took the initiative to talk to Li Yu and then smiled?
They rubbed their eyes so hard that they were almost blinded.
Come here for a moment, I have something to inform you.
As the teacher called out, the students formed 2 teams and lined up in front of the teacher.
A chubby boy asked, Teacher Zhang, is the school giving us resources again? You wish.
Zhang Yuanyi cursed with a smile, then said, your training is coming. As soon as the words fell, all the students' faces suddenly became solemn.
This was not a good thing. A classmate asked, Teacher Zhang, where are we going to practice this time?
Zhang Yuanyi said, there is a forest in the north of the imperial capital, where there is a transportation channel. Originally there were no demons there, but somehow it suddenly became the territory of demons.
Your mission is to clear out all the monsters in the forest and restore the safety of the transportation channel.
In addition to you, other schools have also sent some students who are about to enter their sophomore year to join us for this training.
After Zhang Yuanyi finished his introduction, someone asked, Teacher, is there any reward for this training?
P.S. I'm still short of the recommended votes.
Chapter 13 Experience Third Update.
The reward has not been decided yet, but it is offered by several universities together, so it is definitely a heavyweight. As Zhang Yuanyi spoke, some people had already revealed greedy eyes. The main scoring criteria for this training is to see who kills more monsters and has a higher level, so I will give you 3 days to prepare. Zhang Yuanyi said a lot of words, all of which were encouraging words to bring honor to the school.
For 3 days, Li Yu had nowhere to go, so he had to return to the Li family. Xiao Yu, you're back.
Outside the gate of the Li family, a middle-aged man came to greet them.
Uncle Fei. Li Yu greeted with a smile.
He lost his parents when he was very young, and was raised by Li Fei alone. At the same time, he did not disappoint Li Fei.
Relying on his magical talent, he also greatly improved Li Fei's status in the family.
However, Li Yu knew that Li Fei treated him sincerely and regarded him as his own son. These are the memories of the original owner, but Li Yu also feels the same at this moment. I heard that you guys are going to Zuamulan for training soon.
I've prepared something good for you.
As Li Fei spoke, he led Li Yu into the Li family. However, not long after they got there, 2 people came towards them.
Hey, isn't this Xiao Yu? Why are you back to the family today?
The man had a bulbous nose and a beer belly, and walked slowly towards me with steady steps. Behind him followed a young man who was slightly older than him.
Xiao Yu, say hello to your uncle.
Hello, uncle. Li Yu could only do as he was told, and then said something reluctantly. In the original owner's memory, this uncle was not a good person.
Li Baichuan once secretly tried to harm him, but fortunately he was lucky and survived. Li Fei is an honest and straightforward person.
He always cares about his family, so he has never thought about becoming the head of the family. The head of the Li family also intended to pass the position to him, but the Li family usually competes for the position of head of the family. Li Baichuan was obsessed with seizing power, but Li Fei didn't want to fight for it and had no desire to seize power. It was not until Li Baichuan's son Li Nanqing showed amazing magical talent that his position in the family became more entrenched. At that time, Li Yu also showed amazing talent, so the head of the family did not announce who would be the heir to the family. However, the condition of the head of the Li family has become more serious recently and he can't hold on for much longer.
Xiao Yu, how's your training going recently? You've already cultivated the second system of Manxing to the intermediate level.
Li Baichuan's smile was amiable, but Li Yu felt that there was something dagger hidden in his smile.
My second system is still far from the intermediate level.
Of course Li Yu would not reveal his trump card, he still has this awareness. Then you must work hard.
The future of the Li family depends on you young people.
Li Baichuan patted his shoulder heavily and left with Li Manxing. But Li Manxing glanced at him sideways, his eyes full of contempt. Li Yu understood that if Grandpa Li died of illness, he and Li Manxing would decide who would inherit the position of head of the family. Li Manxing is a few years older than him, and his first system has been cultivated to perfection, and is not far from the advanced level. At this moment, Li Yu suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He must seize the time to improve his strength. Li Fei was still walking in front, and he took Li Yu to his room.
Uncle Fei, you are so mysterious, are you hiding something good?
Don't worry, I'll get it out for you right away. Li Fei said with a laugh, then took out a pair of magic shoes.
This is. Li Yu looked at the magic tools in Li Fei's hand and didn't know what to say for a moment.
I have saved some money over the years, and this is the magic shoe I bought for you. Li Fei always had a smiling face and kept praising the magic shoes in his hands. I'm telling you, with this magic shoe, even a commander-level demon may not be able to catch up with you. You often go out for training, I can't always be with you, take it, if you can't beat it, just run away, save your life is the most important thing.
Li Fei spoke like an old father. I see. Li Yu smiled and took away the magic shoe. By the way, Uncle Fei, you're already an adult, aren't you going to find me an Aunt Fei? Li Fei hit Li Yu on the head and said, "You little bastard, I've been so good to you, why do you want to expose my scars right away?" Li Yu rubbed the part of his head that was hit hard and said unforgivingly, "Uncle Fei, I think Aunt Chu is pretty good. I can see that she's interested in you." Li Fei hit Li Yu on the head again without thinking. "Can I marry that bitch Chu Yun? If I marry her, I will be beaten every day." Li Yu smiled awkwardly, as if that was the case. Chu Yun is actually very pretty, but she is a bit of a tomboy and has a bad temper. Looking at Li Yu, Li Fei reminded him, "Be careful during this training. This is all I can do for you." "Uncle Fei, don't worry, I'm lucky." The two chatted for a long time before Li Yu returned to his room. Because the summoning system is still in its infancy, he needs to consume a huge amount of magic energy every time he summons the Sword King. Therefore, he needed to quickly cultivate the summoning system to the intermediate level and transform the stardust into nebulae. During this period, Li Yu also gave a general level spirit to the Sword King, and it underwent another transformation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Li Yu arrived at the gathering, many people had already arrived. He saw Muning Xue in the crowd, and she happened to look over as well. They both nodded and greeted him at the same time. Zhang Yuanyi was the team leader this time. After calling the roll, he said, "You 5 people form a team. Now start forming teams freely." The students were very enthusiastic and quickly formed 4 teams. However, there were 2 teams that were not yet fully staffed, one of which was Muning Xue's team. And now, Li Yu is the only one who has not chosen a team. The captain of another team walked over and asked, "Li Yu, do you want to join my team? I just need you." The captain of Muning Xue's team also stood up and extended an olive branch to Li Yu. "Li Yu, we are also short of 1 person, do you want to come?" If the team had 5 people, its strength would be stronger, and he would instantly become a popular member. At the same time, Muning Xue also looked over. The fact that she looked over already indicated something. Maybe Muning Xue also wants me to join their team. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. "Trigger the god-level choice, host, please make a choice. Option 1, don't choose any team, and give Zhang Yuanyi a scolding as a reward. Option 2, choose Muning Xue's team, and the reward is to upgrade the basic summoning system to the 3rd level. Option 3, choose Feng Ziheo's team, and you will be rewarded with an upgrade from the beginner level to the intermediate level. PS, 3 updates are finished, do you have any recommendations? Can I have a 4th update? Chapter 14 Jungle Wolf Update 1. Option 1, don't choose any team, and give Zhang Yuanyi a scolding as a reward. Option 2, choose Muning Xue's team, and the reward is to upgrade the basic summoning system to the 3rd level. Option 3, choose Feng Ziheo's team, and you will be rewarded with an upgrade from the beginner level to the intermediate level. Li Yu stared at the options in front of him. This system seemed to be trying to cause trouble. If there is no woman in your mind, you will be a god when you draw your sword. Now he urgently wants to upgrade his summoning system to the intermediate level, otherwise the energy required to summon the Sword King is too huge. Li Yu had already made his choice in his heart, and said to Feng Ziheo beside him, "I will join you." His decision surprised all the students around him. Wasn't Li Yu pursuing Muning Xue? He actually didn't choose to be on the same team with Muning Xue. Muning Xue's expectant expression suddenly disappeared. There was no expression on her face, and others could not tell what she was thinking. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is to upgrade the basic summoning system to the intermediate level. When the system voice came down, Li Yu was very excited. Now he could use the Sword King at will. Soon, everyone got on the bus to Zuamulan. They were talking and laughing in the car, and didn't seem to take this experience seriously. Because even though there was a special teacher accompanying them during this training, the teacher would only help when they were in danger. Even so, their safety was guaranteed and they did not feel afraid. Zhang Yuanyi stood in the car and said to them, "This training is conducted in the form of ranking. After killing the demons, points will be accumulated to determine the ranking. A servant-level demon can get 10 points, and a general-level demon can get 1,000 points. The teacher in charge of you will count them for you, and the team with the highest points will be the first place." Suddenly, Feng Ziheo said, "Teacher Zhang, what if we kill a commander-level demon? I advise you to give up this idea, because I don't want to go to your house for a feast." As soon as Zhang Yuanyi finished speaking, everyone in the car burst into laughter. The bus drove on the road, and after about an hour, they finally arrived at Zuamulan.
At this time, 3 buses had already stopped outside Chaplin.
Look, they are students from other schools. The classmate sitting by the window stuck his head out.
The students in the other 3 academies are 1 year older than those in the Imperial Capital Academy, but their actual strengths are similar.
This is the advantage of genius. Let me see which schools are with us.
Feng Zihao squeezed to the window, took a look at the students' uniforms, and then sat back in his seat.
Someone asked, Feng Zihao, which school are these students from? The one wearing red is the South University, the one wearing purple is the Zhengzhou University, and the one wearing blue is the Changhe University.
Feng Zihao glanced at the people outside the window and said, compared with the academies in the Imperial Capital, the gap in the strength of the students in these academies is not even a little bit.
But who can blame the Imperial Capital Academy for its fame?
Geniuses are scrambling to get into the Imperial Capital Academy, which is enough to prove the Imperial Capital Academy's status in the country.
Let's go, everyone get off the bus. Zhang Yuanyi gave the order and was the first to get off the car. Li Yu and others followed one after another and lined up in 2 orderly teams outside. Their appearance also attracted the attention of students from other schools.
Stand still, don't bring shame to the school. As soon as Zhang Yuanyi finished speaking, someone came up to him and asked him to go to the tent for a meeting. After he left, Feng Zihao and his team finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the team became active again. The other students looked at them, and they looked at each other. The 4 schools together had a total of 16 teams, with less than 100 people.
After a while, Zhang Yuanyi and other responsible persons walked out of the tent.
At this time, there were 5 more people behind Zhang Yuanyi, 3 men and 2 women.
Let me introduce you. This is the teacher who is responsible for protecting your safety.
Zhang Yuanyi then assigned a teacher to each of the 4 groups, and then continued. If you encounter danger on the way, your qualification to participate will be cancelled after they take action, so unless it is absolutely necessary, you must protect yourself. At this time, Li Yu did not listen to Zhang Yuanyi's speech, but stared at the female teacher standing in front of him.
This teacher is so charming.
She wears a top that exposes her back. Feng Zihao, who was standing next to him, was drooling.
This back looks so good, it would be a shame not to use cupping. Li Yu sighed and shook his head, thinking to himself.
When everyone was ready, Zhang Yuanyi gave everyone a device that could be used to check their score. In addition, this is also a ranking list, where you can also see the results of other groups.
Everyone come over and discuss, what name should our group take? Feng Zihao waved to everyone, and everyone gathered together to discuss. Brother Hao, our group name must be more domineering.
That's right, we are the group that is going to top the rankings. The team members were arguing, and Feng Zihao suddenly thought of a good name.
How about we just call the people downstairs garbage? What a good name.
Others raised their hands and said yes. Li Yu looked at them and saw that they were determined to win, and he didn't know who gave them the courage.
Fish Liang?
The key is that they have never heard of courage.
As a teacher's voice sounded, all the teams swarmed into Zuamulan.
Feng Zihao was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Hurry up, we can't let other groups take our first place.
That's right.
Feng Zihao's followers rushed forward, and Li Yu had no choice but to follow them. Participating in this experience is a must, but it would be even better if you can trigger a god-level choice. Li Yu walked at the end, watching Feng Zihao and the others having fun killing each other. However, he was not motivated at all, because there were only some slave-level monsters here, which were meaningless to him. After Feng Zihao and his friends kill the monsters, the teacher who protects them will give them extra points. He looked at the 5 slave-level monsters he had just killed, and they also got 50 points. Brothers, keep up the good work. Everyone cheered and continued to kill the monsters.
But the next moment, everyone was stunned. A jungle wolf was crawling opposite them.
None of them dared to move, they just stared at it quietly.
However, the jungle wolf seemed to have noticed something.
It slowly opened its blood-red eyes and revealed its ferocious fangs. Everyone be careful, this is a general-level demon.
We have 5 mid-level mages, so don't be afraid of it.
Although they had dealt with servant-level monsters before, they had never fought against general-level monsters. Therefore, they were unsure.
The jungle wolf seemed to be angry, baring its teeth and pouncing forward. Chapter 15, First Place Second Update. The jungle wolf's body is covered with sharp spikes.
If it pounces on you like this, even if you don't die, there will be several big holes in your body. but they are also people of great social status, and Feng Zihao was the first to react.
Let's go together. It is better to take the initiative than to sit and wait for death.
Feng Zihao drew a star map in a moment and shouted, "Ice lock." In an instant, the ground was suddenly covered with a layer of ice, and several ice chains suddenly rushed out of the ice surface and entangled the limbs and body of the jungle wolf.
Feng Zihao urged, "Why are you standing there? Release your magic quickly. Watch me."
The next moment, a team member rushed out.
Fierce Fist.
The huge flame suddenly smashed towards the jungle wolf, sparks flew, and the flames instantly engulfed the demon. However, just when they thought it was over, the jungle wolf leaped up and jumped out of the burning flames.
Shit. Your flame won't help it to unlock my ice locks?
Feng Zihao slapped the man on the head, furious.
The advantage of the jungle wolf is its speed.
Now his scarlet eyes seemed to want to tear the human in front of him into pieces.
Roar.
It headed straight for Feng Zihao, and the others also reacted, gathering into a star map and releasing mid-level magic.
Rock barrier.
The intermediate earth magic rock barrier hindered the attack of the jungle wolf.
A wall of earth blocked its way. Look at me, giant shadow nail.
As soon as the man finished speaking, several black spikes appeared above the jungle wolf and headed straight for its shadow. The jungle wolf seemed to sense the danger and suddenly jumped up to avoid the control of the giant shadow nail.
Hateful. When Feng Zihao saw his team member fail, he couldn't help but curse. At this time, he looked at Liu and said, "Liu, quickly use your wind disc to restrain it."
Wind disc is a range attack magic that can restrict flexible monsters to a great extent. Liu is in the team, so he naturally considers the team. He found the right opportunity and released the intermediate wind magic wind disc.
Good opportunity. Feng Zihao said nothing and once again locked the jungle wolf in ice.
The rest of the people rushed forward, but this time the fire team member was smarter and did not release fire magic first. They are all mid-level mages and have already awakened the second system. At this moment, space, plant, light and other magics all attacked the jungle wolf. The jungle wolf continued to struggle. It was on the verge of going berserk.
As long as it broke free, it would definitely counterattack. Kill it now,
Liu said to the mid-level fire mage. Kai Ming nodded and released his fierce fist at the jungle wolf again.
Flames exploded on the jungle wolf's body and it fell down instantly.
It was not until the flames died down that everyone saw the jungle wolf lying on the ground, dying.
Not dead yet.
Feng Zihao walked over and the others followed behind him.
He stepped on the head of the jungle wolf and said condescendingly, "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant now?"
But just when they let their guard down, there was a sudden movement in the bushes not far away.
Next second, another jungle wolf jumped out from the bushes. Its target was Feng Zihao.
At this moment, Feng Zihao was completely panicked. Even though he had a magic shield, he didn't remember to use it.
Glory, guard.
A cold shout was heard from a distance, and a layer of light curtain appeared around Feng Zihao, protecting him inside. The jungle wolf pounced on the light curtain, but no matter how hard it tore, it still couldn't destroy the light curtain. Seeing this, it cast a fierce look at the other team members. These people were also frightened by the sudden appearance of the jungle wolves. They lost Feng Zihao's command and only remembered to run away for a while.
Glory, guard.
After a moment, Liu saw that his teammates were protected by the light curtain.
What's going on? Completely annihilated? At this moment, Liu was the only one left in this team. Feng Zihao finally reacted and shouted to Liu, "Liu, run quickly, you are the last hope of our team." However, Liu seemed not to hear it and just stood there motionless. Isn't Liu scared silly? That shouldn't be the case.
He was following us to attack the demon just now.
Does he want to fight this jungle wolf?
The team members inside the light curtain were talking among themselves, all looking forward to what was going to happen. To be honest, they really hope that Liu can win, but people have to face reality. The jungle wolf bared its teeth, wishing it could tear the human in front of it to pieces to avenge its companion. Sword King, come out and test your power. After saying that, a flaming sword appeared in Liu's hand. The moment the long sword appeared, the temperature around it gradually rose and the air began to become hot. The jungle wolf couldn't help it, it ran on all fours, jumped suddenly, raised its sharp claws and pounced on him. Liu remained calm in the face of danger and has not moved a single step from his position so far.
Fiery flame slash. Liu raised his sword and shouted.
A violent flame suddenly surged up from the long sword. Liu did not hesitate and slashed down with his sword. The flames around the sword were like a fire dragon spewing fire. The flames turned into a sword blade and chopped the jungle wolf away. The raging fire immediately enveloped the jungle wolf, and bursts of wailing were heard, but to no avail. Feng Zihao and the others were stunned.
This was an outcome they had never dared to imagine. Liu actually killed a general-level demon.
Liu was too far away from them just now, otherwise he could have rescued Feng Zihao and the others.
Liu, catch it.
Suddenly, Feng Zihao threw the points machine over.
Liu, our team depends on you.
They were eliminated without any complaints and were taken away by other teachers. Liu looked at their team's current ranking and found that they were already at the top of the list. 1. The downstairs is full of garbage 2050. Second place, who says women are inferior to men 350.
Third place, I am invincible, you can do whatever you want 300.
When the teams that were paying attention to the points saw that a team suddenly reached the top, they were curious to know who it was.
However, when they saw the name of this team, they felt unwell. Fuck you, you actually called us rubbish. Can you bear it? I can't bear it anymore.
Don't let me know who you are, or I'll curse all his ancestors. Although they were all influenced by the name of this team, they could also guess that the other party had killed 2 general-level demons. Otherwise, it would be impossible to obtain such high points in such a short time. As a result, they have to earn points quickly because it will become more difficult to earn points as time goes by. When all the slave-level monsters have been almost cleared out, they can only choose the general-level monsters. However, the war general-level monsters are not easy to kill. Even if they are mid-level wizards, they may not be able to kill a war general-level monster even if they unite together. For a moment, driven by the first place, the teams in Zuamulan started a fierce competition.
P.S. Please vote for recommendation. Chapter 16 Cooperation Part 3. Currently, Liu is the only one left in the team. Although we can kill general-level monsters, the 2 just now were just ordinary general-level monsters.
If he encounters a slightly stronger general-level demon, then the difficulty of killing it will increase to a higher level. Liu continued to walk in the Zuamulan, occasionally bumping into the slave-level monsters in his arms, and none of them survived. But as time went on, the team behind him showed signs of catching up. The second place was only 500% away from his points. It was obvious that the other party also killed a general-level demon during this period of time. Liu continued walking, and suddenly heard a faint voice coming from a distance. He walked towards the direction of the voice. A few meters away, he saw Muning Xue's team and another team from another academy fighting for a general-level demon.
This demon is much stronger than the jungle wolf.
Even if 2 teams work together to deal with it, it is still a bit difficult. Suddenly, the system's voice came quietly.
Trigger the god-level choice, host, please make a choice.
Option 1, help Muning Xue's team snatch the general-level monster, and the reward will be to upgrade the basic win system to the 4th level. Option 2, help the other team snatch the general-level demon, and you will be rewarded with a pair of beginner-level magic shoes. Option 3, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind.
Grab the general-level monster and you will be rewarded with an upgrade from the elementary lightning system to the 5th level.
After Liu understood the 3 options, he knew as a smart person that he would choose option 3.
Not only can you get points, but you can also get good rewards.
The 5th level skill of the elementary thunder system is completely comparable to the initial skill of the intermediate thunder system. In this way, when he releases a primary magic, it is equivalent to releasing a mid-level magic. Not only is the power the same, but the release speed is also faster and the consumption is also smaller. It's just that thunder is his trump card, and normally he wouldn't use it in front of so many people.
Under the bombardment of magic skills from the 2 teams, the bloodthirsty spider soon couldn't hold on.
8 legs, now only 6 legs left.
Even though the bloodthirsty spider was very angry, it could not change its fate.
The bloodthirsty demon spider is ours, said the captain of Zhengzhou Academy with a chuckle.
Don't even think about it.
All of a sudden, several vines knocked the bloodthirsty spider away, making the magic of the captain of the Zhengzhou Academy ineffective.
Damn it! Everyone, come on!
When everyone joined the melee, the situation became increasingly uncertain. However, the one suffering the most is the bloodthirsty spider. It now feels that death is the greatest relief for it.
Ground wave move.
Suddenly, the bloodthirsty spider was moved to the other side again, and everyone was disappointed again. Someone pointed at the bloodthirsty demon spider not far away and said, "The bloodthirsty demon spider is over there." At this moment, Liu walked out from the bushes in front of everyone.
This can even give him a chance to get something for nothing. Isn't this just a joke?
The blood-red eyes of the bloodthirsty demon spider revealed a pleading look. It didn't want to suffer in this half-dead state any longer. Then, it used up its last bit of strength and pounced on Liu.
Cut!
Liu shouted coldly, and the Sword King appeared and killed him with one blow. Those who hadn't had time to react were gritting their teeth in anger. They had been fighting for the property for so long, but it was snatched away by outsiders. At this time, everything downstairs as garbage gained another 1,000 points, and now reached 3,600 points.
Liu said innocently, "It wasn't that started it first. It has nothing to do with me." After their points were taken away, the people from Zhengzhou Academy remembered Liu's appearance and left in a rage. Not long after they left, a girl from Mu Ningxue's team suddenly said, "Liu, is this group of people downstairs full of trash the name of your team?" She had just looked at the points ranking list and noticed that this team had added 1,000 points. Liu held his forehead with his hand. This was all the mess that Feng Zihao had thrown into his life. I guess so.
Now that he was exposed, Liu had no choice but to admit it.
Where are Feng Zihao and the others? Why are you the only one here?
These girls were not angry that he stole their points, and they even cared about his teammates.
They were eliminated. That's a pity. Do you want to cooperate with us? Asked the captain of the women's team.
There are only 4 of them and their strength is weaker than other teams, but if Liu joins, things will be different. She could see that the aura emitted by the sword summoned by Liu had clearly reached the level of a general.
Okay, but how do we divide the points for cooperation? Liu asked. Su Ling said, 60-40, we'll get 60% and you'll get 40%. Since we have more people, we'll get 10% more. Can. The two sides reached a deal, but Liu was puzzled and asked, can the points be divided like this?
Su Ling explained, yes, our teacher who protects us said that points can be transferred.
Liu suddenly frowned. If the points can be transferred, then that doesn't mean it supports.
When he thought of this, Liu knew that someone would soon discover this loophole.
Be careful of the other teams. Liu reminded him, and then asked, did you find anything when you asked me to cooperate with you?
Yes, we found 2 general-level demons, but we couldn't deal with them, so... With Su Ling and the other's strength, it was indeed difficult to deal with 2 general-level warriors.
If you are not careful, some people may be eliminated. In that case, let's go there quickly.
During this period, Liu secretly glanced at Mu Ningxue a few times, and the other parties seemed to have become much colder towards him. But now he had no time to care about it because they had arrived at the territories of the 2 general-level warriors.
However, the scene before them made them blush instantly.
These 2 monsters were actually doing that kind of thing, in front of so many innocent girls.
Ahem, how about we come back later? Liu suggested. No. We need to get the points now.
Su Ling forced herself to calm down, but her earlobes were red, which was a little cute. Then you guys lie in ambush here first, and I'll go and ruin their plans. After Liu finished speaking, he jumped out of the bushes and went straight towards the 2 generals.
Tisk, TSK, you're too young.
As Liu's voice fell, the demon that was preparing for a battle suddenly stopped. It seemed as if it could understand what Liu said, and its expression suddenly became ferocious.
If you don't believe me, just ask the other party. It will definitely think you are small too.
The ironstone giant ape slapped his chest, his eyes filled with flames of rage.
The stones covering the bodies of these monsters are as indestructible as iron sheets, so their defense is amazing. The ironstone giant ape was angered by Liu. It jumped up and smashed down with its fists. Boom! Rocks flew through the air, and a big hole was smashed into the ground.
The ironstone giant ape felt unsatisfied and attacked Liu again.
Wind track Piaoying.
The next second, Liu dodged the attack of the ironstone giant ape again. It's okay if you're small, but you're still weak.
Do you want me to give you some Luwei Dihuang pills?
P.S. Congratulations to everyone for successfully unlocking the 3rd update.
Please vote for me. Chapter 17, Burning and Slashing Update 1.
Although the ironstone giant ape didn't understand what was said, he always felt that it was not a good thing. It slapped its chest frantically with its hands and rushed towards Liu angrily.
Boom!
Sand and stones flew everywhere, and Liu dodged the fists of the ironstone giant ape again. The Ironstone giant ape suddenly became furious.
Liu was too fast and his bulky body couldn't catch up at all. Ice vines cover.
Suddenly, Mu Ningxue's voice sounded behind Liu. The next moment, a layer of ice appeared on the ground, instantly freezing the legs of the Ironstone giant ape.
Thunderbolt, top blast.
There was a rumbling sound in the sky, and purple thunder suddenly fell down, instantly submerging the Ironstone giant ape. Liu looked at the magic skills in front of him and was actually looking forward to his own thunder system.
He can only release Thunderbolt now. As for the next level of Thunderbolt top blast, he needs another chance.
For example, the system upgrades him, or he cultivates to this level himself. Without thinking anymore, Liu had already made this giant stone ape so angry that he was at a loss what to do. What he needed to do now was to hold back the other giant stone ape. This giant stone ape has thick skin and flesh, and it will take some time to break through his defense.
Wind Disc. The female Ironstone giant ape wanted to go to support, but was stopped by Liu. The female Ironstone giant ape bared its teeth and glared at him fiercely. Next second,
the Ironstone giant ape leaped up with its entire body and slammed into the wind disc.
It looks like true love.
Liu couldn't help but sigh, holding the Sword King, and slashed out with the sword. The burning flames exploded on the body of the Ironstone giant ape, but the opponent was not hurt at all. It stripped off the remaining flames on its body and stepped towards him step by step.
Flame slash.
Liu tried again, but this slash could only force the Ironstone giant ape back. He turned to look at Mu Ningxue and the others. This team had a clear division of labor and they worked together very well. Seeing that the male Ironstone giant ape was about to be exhausted to death, Liu could not let him down.
Try this.
The sword in Liu's hand suddenly ignited a ball of extremely violent flame. At the same time, the surrounding environment seemed to be burning, and the heat continued to rise. The air was beating like waves, as if dancing.
Burning slash.
Liu slashed with his sword, and the surging flames swept towards the Ironstone giant ape like a huge wave. The Ironstone giant ape was engulfed in the sea of fire, and the flames did not dissipate for a long time. After a while, Mu Ningxue and the others had finished fighting and came to his side.
How's it going?
Su Ling asked, his eyes falling on the sea of fire in front of him.
I don't know.
Liu shook his head. This was the skill acquired after the sword spirit advanced to the Sword King. It was also the first time he used it and he had no idea how powerful it was. However, the fire that gushed out was more than that of the previous fiery slash. However, as the flames dissipated, everyone present was stunned.
This giant stone ape was actually suffocated to death by the flames. Liu reminded, stay away from the flames.
Why? Su Ling and his companions were puzzled.
My flame is poisonous.
Liu told the truth.
Everyone else looked at him in amazement.
How could the fire be poisonous? Liu did not explain further, perhaps it was related to the fighting spirit given to him by the system. This fighting spirit has a poisonous attribute, so he made such a guess. Perhaps after integrating this fighting spirit, the flames emitted by the Sword King were mixed with poison. Otherwise, with the Ironstone giant ape's defensive capabilities, it would be impossible for it to sit and wait to die in the sea of fire. Su Ling said, Liu, you killed this Ironstone giant ape, so the points are yours. They didn't contribute any effort, so they felt embarrassed to ask Liu to share some points with them.
Someone said, what a pity, both of the general level warriors have no spirit.
Really? If they can produce spirit essence, they will make a fortune.
But I don't know if there will be any disagreements at that time.
After all, a general level spirit is worth a lot of money. Now that their cooperation has ended, there is no need for Liu to stay. After leaving Mu Ningxue and the others, Liu checked his ranking and found that his first place had been taken away.
First place, Nanyang Technological University 5300.
Second place, the downstairs is full of garbage 4600. Third place, who says women are inferior to men 2900.
Liu had an impression of the top 10 teams on the list.
This Nanjing University Invincible team was previously ranked 6th. However, in such a short time, the opponent actually surpassed his points.
And at this time, Liu already had a guess in his mind and smiled kindly, is it starting now?
Zuamulan was not very big, and it took them half a day to clean up almost everything. But they did not rush to eliminate some of the stronger general-level monsters. Among them, 2 or 3 teams encountered powerful general-level demons, and were wiped out and directly eliminated. Some people also discovered that points could be transferred, so they started scrambling for them. This experience not only allows them to eliminate demons, but also serves as a competitive contest.
A long time passed.
After Liu defeated a general level monster by himself, he looked at the points ranking list.
First place, Nan De Wu D12580.
Second place, Who Can Compete With Me 11800.
Third place, Don't Come Over Here 9850.
It seems that everyone has begun to unite to deal with the warlord class. Liu searched for a long time, and found that the slave-level creatures in Zoamulan were rare, and the only ones left were the general-level creatures.
There is strength in numbers. Let's go find Su Ling and the others first.
As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave when a team came out from the other side. The flat-headed man in the lead asked, "So this is the Imperial Capital Academy team?
Why are you the only one here?"
They went to relieve themselves and asked me to wait for them here.
Who are you kidding? Do you think we are stupid?
The flat-headed man cursed. They were hiding nearby and watching just now, so of course they knew that Liu was alone.
Then why are you asking?
Heh, you dared to talk back. The flat-headed man was very arrogant. He stretched out his hand and said, "Hand over the points machine and I will let you go. Otherwise." He snorted coldly, and the arrogance on his face was clearly expressed. "The points machine is right here, come and get it if you dare."
Liu took the points machine and shook it in front of everyone provocatively.
"If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you." The flat-headed man finished speaking. He had secretly drawn a firestar map, and then cast an intermediate-level magic.
Fierce Fist.
A huge flaming fist came crashing down, but Liu remained calm and dodged it easily with a floating shadow.
It's too slow. When the flat-headed man heard this, he immediately became angry. What are you standing there for? Come on together and take his points machine away.
The other four nodded and released magical skills towards Liu at the same time.
With so many magic attacks coming, Liu did not dare to be careless. Burning Slash. Chapter 18 Nebula Magical Weapon Part 2. Burning Slash. The restless flames swept over and instantly collided with their magic.
The burning slash was shattered, flames splashed everywhere, and a fire scene suddenly formed here.
Ice Lock.
The boy hiding at the back of the team finally drew a star map, and an ice lock covered with cold air suddenly emerged from the ground. Liu took a step back and shouted, "Crazy Thunder Shield." Being stared at by so many people, he was really overwhelmed and was forced to use the shield magic tool. Hateful. When the boy saw that he failed, he couldn't help but curse. Liu seized this opportunity and drew the Wind Star map. Wind Disc. They all thought they had succeeded, but they didn't expect to be caught off guard by Liu. In the midst of the huge gale, they had no intention of drawing a star map.
Use elementary magic to kill him.
The flat-headed man gritted his teeth and released a basic plant-based magic. However, elementary magic posed no threat to Liu at all. He was blessed with the Spirit Seed, and the speed of his elementary wind magic shadow was twice as fast as before, so they couldn't hit him at all. Just as they were bombarding me, I suddenly felt dizzy and my vision was blurry.
What's going on?
The flat-headed man tried hard to stay awake, but they had stayed in the circle of fire for too long and the poison had taken over their bodies. After a while, everyone in the group fell to the ground, and only the man with the flat head was still holding on.
You're so kind.
Liu snatched the points machine from the flat-headed man without saying a word.
The flat-headed man finally couldn't stand the poison and fainted.
Then, the teacher in charge of them came out and began to detoxify them.
Liu entered the numerical code of his team into the flat-headed man's points machine, and then transferred 8,500 points.
In a short while, the score of the "There's Garbage Downstairs" team reached 15,300, ranking first on the leaderboard.
The gap with the second place is more than 2,000 points.
Now that these monsters are almost wiped out, it is difficult to overcome such a huge gap. But there is still one chance, which is to snatch points from other teams. Seeing that time was almost up, they became extremely anxious, and those teams became smart and started hiding. The Nanda Invincible team searched for a long time and finally found a team. Hand over the points machine obediently, or you will suffer physical pain.
The invincible captain of the Nanjing University team was a fat boy with big ears.
He was full of flesh and his body was shaking when he walked. Su Ling looked at them. There were 5 people on the other side. If he fought hard, his chances of winning were slim.
Someone asked quietly, "Captain, what should we do?" They just worked together to kill a general-level demon, and now Nebula has not recovered yet. If they fight with them, they will definitely be at a disadvantage. But then, the points they have worked so hard to earn will be wasted. Thinking of this, Su Ling turned his gaze to Mu Ningxue. Ningxue, it's all up to you to keep the points machine alive. As Su Ling spoke, she secretly put the points machine into Mu Ningxue's pocket. If you want to steal our points, you have to ask me, the captain, if I agree. Are you the captain? The muscular boy pointed at Su Ling and said to the team members behind him, the scoring machine must be on her, let's attack together. Gradually, a melee broke out between Su Ling's team and Nanda's invincible team. However, Mu Ningxue quietly withdrew from the battlefield. Her mission was to protect the points machine in her hands. Before this, they had heard the news from other teams. The reward for first place this time is a spiritual level Nebula magic weapon. Stardust magic weapons are suitable for beginner mages, while Nebula magic weapons are suitable for intermediate mages. Above the spirit level is the soul level. The higher the level of the Nebula magic weapon, the better the training effect will be. With this Nebula magical weapon, they will be able to practice at the intermediate level like a duck in water. But with their current points, they are now ranked 5th. It is not realistic for them to fight for the Nebula magic weapon, but as long as they are among the top 5, they will be eligible to use the Nebula magic weapon. Therefore, Su Ling had no choice but to let Mu Ningxue leave with the scoring machine in order to save the name of their team. There is only half an hour left. As long as we can hold on for this period of time, the ranking will be fixed. Mu Ningxue's second element is wind, so Su Ling chose to let her leave with the scoring machine. After running for a long time, she observed the surrounding environment and stopped to rest. At this moment, the bushes in the distance suddenly moved, and Mu Ningxue immediately became alert. Her sharp eyes were like an arrow, waiting for the target to appear. Just as she was about to take one step forward, Mu Ningxue was ready to leave, until she saw the person coming, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Liu saw Mu Ningxue at the same time. He walked over and asked in confusion, "Where are Su Ling and the others? We were targeted by another team, and they covered me and helped me escape." Mu Ningxue believed in Li Yu's character and did not hide anything from him. "Then follow me, I will protect you." Li Yu said it casually, but Mu Ningxue was emotional. She didn't answer, her face remained cold. Li Yu didn't care and continued, "There are still 10 minutes left, let's go out first." The two walked side by side, and Mu Ningxue told him about the reward. Li Yu was also very excited after hearing this. It was true that he could upgrade through system options, but he also needed to rest. The rest time can be used for cultivation, which can also improve a lot of cultivation. When they were about to leave Zuamulan, Mu Ningxue looked at the ranking list. "Li Yu, the team from Nanjing University has surpassed you." She guessed that maybe the Nanjing University Invincible team failed to snatch points from their team, so they turned around and snatched points from other teams. Fine. Li Yu felt that this was destined to happen because he was so unlucky. Apart from the team that gave him points, he didn't encounter any other teams for the rest of the time. Although he could snatch Mu Ningxue's points, doing so would be too narrow-minded. That's not necessary. But when he felt lost, the voice of the system gave him hope. Trigger the God-level choice, host, please make a choice. Option 1, steal Mu Ningxue's points and get a reward of upgrading the intermediate wind disc to level 1. Option 2, give your points to Mu Ningxue and get a soul-level Nebula magic weapon as a reward. After hearing these two options, Li Yu already had the answer in his mind. He originally thought that the Nebula magic weapon would pass him by, but he didn't expect that he would be given one that was better than the previous one. He had just memorized the digital code of Mu Ningxue's team, and in the final moments, he gave all the points to Mu Ningxue. The latter, however, didn't notice anything and followed Li Yu out of Zuamulan. Chapter 19 Ranking Sudden Change Third Update. Meeting Place. Various teams came out from Zuamulan one after another, the most impressive of which was the Nanda Invincible team. They just snatched points from a team and topped the list with 18,500 points. At this time, teachers from the 4 academies were welcoming their students. The NTU teacher asked, "How are your grades?" "Teacher, our Nanda Invincible team ranks first." The fat man was waving the machine in his hand, looking particularly excited. "That's great." The teacher was also smiling happily. He had just secretly looked at the ranking list and saw that the points of the Lu Pang group were indeed ranked first. At this moment, he looked at the other 3 teachers at the same time, with smug looks on his faces. Teacher Zhang, the students at your Imperial Capital Academy aren't very good either. How come this guy's student got first place? The other two teachers began to mock Zhang Yuanyi, but the latter ignored them. Zhang Yuanyi is still angry now, because only the Imperial Capital Academy does not know what the reward for training is. The other three schools had already planned to give the Nebula magic artifact as the reward for the first place. That's why their students try so hard to kill monsters and grab points. If he reminded them, 2 out of the 4 teams would not have been eliminated by the monsters. Now, only Li Yu and Mu Ningxue escaped, but he just looked at the rankings and found that they were not ranked first, but one was second and the other was fifth. Soon, Li Yu and Mu Ningxue also walked out of the Zuamulan, and their teams all came over to greet them. Feng Zihao said, "Li Yu, that's great. You even ranked us second." "What second place? Who?" Li Yu looked confused. Feng Zihao smiled and said, "Li Yu, stop pretending. I just secretly followed Teacher Zhang to see it. Our group ranked second. I'm not pretending. If you don't believe me, just look." Li Yu threw the points machine over. Feng Zihao took the points machine, opened it and was completely stunned. Aren't they number 2? Why is it counting down now? After a moment of noise, a male teacher wearing black glasses came out with the final list. He is the overall person in charge of this training, so he will be the one to announce the results. Lu Tao walked in front of the teams, and they all fell silent for a moment. The aura he exuded was so powerful that the students did not dare to look directly into his sharp eyes. Li Yu felt the same way. He felt that this kind of look, which could make people tremble with fear, could only be produced after going through countless battles. Lu Tao glanced at the students in front of him and said with a serious expression, "Next, I will announce your final rankings from low to high. I will not read out the names of those who were eliminated or have no points." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tao began to read out the team rankings starting from the last. The students were all well aware of their own points rankings, so they all accepted it with pleasure. But they were all very curious as to why their team was promoted by 1 level. Lu Tao finally started to announce the top 5, and because only the top 5 would receive rewards, they were all very much looking forward to it. 5th place, Makabaka team, with a total of 8,350 points. Makabaka's team was stunned. Aren't we ranked 6th? How did we rise to 5th place? Zhang Yuanyi was also surprised. He had just checked and saw that Mu Ningxue was ranked 5th. What was going on? The teacher from Nanjing University next to him sneered, "Teacher Zhang, isn't the 5th place from your school? How did he get surpassed by someone else?" 4th place, Shanghai Academy team, don't come over here, a total of 10,500 points. 3rd place, Zhengzhou Academy team, who can compete with us? A total of 12,500 points. 2nd place, the Nanjing University team, Nanjing University Invincible, with a total of 18,500 points. After the results of Nanda Invincible came out, they all looked confused. Wasn't this team ranked 1st? When did it become 2nd? The teacher from Nanda frowned. He had just looked at the rankings of the teams and knew that no one could surpass them in such a short time. Under Lu Tao's pressure, they didn't dare to interrupt and were all waiting for him to announce the name of the 1st place team. 1st place, the Imperial Capital Academy team, who says women are inferior to men? They got a total of 24,300 points. 1st place, Imperial Capital Academy? Everyone was surprised, and some of them still remembered this team. I vaguely remember that this team was ranked 5th. How did it get to 1st place? The members of Su Ling's team were even more surprised. They couldn't believe that their team actually won 1st place. Mu Ningxue was hugged by them instantly, and the former was also confused. In the end, she didn't do anything at all, so why did their team come in 1st? Zhang Yuanyi was also in a daze. No matter what, as long as their Imperial Capital Academy was number 1, the result was good. The Nanjing University teacher next to him turned as black as charcoal. The 1st place clearly belonged to their Nanjing University. All 3 of Lu Tao's departments were high level, so he didn't dare to mix up his emotions, and asked politely, "Army officer, did you see it wrong? When I looked at it, the 1st place seemed to be our Nan University, right? See for yourself." Lu Tao didn't waste any time and threw the ranking list to the teacher from Nanjing University. The other 2 teachers also came over, and the team from the Imperial Capital Academy was indeed 1st. "Coach Lu, you are the one who upholds fairness. Our Nanda team is leading by so many points. How could the Imperial Capital Academy team catch up?
The Nanda teacher was holding back a lot of anger, but he kept it to himself. Okay, then I'll tell you how the Imperial Capital Academy team caught up with the Southern University team. Lu Tao saw that they were all confused, and if he didn't resolve their doubts, they would definitely not accept it.
Did you notice that there is one team missing from the top 5 of the leaderboard?
When Lu Tao asked this, the captain of the 5th-ranked Makabaka team stood up and said, "It's the everything downstairs is garbage team that's gone, and since we're 6th, we have an impression of the top 5. Seeing someone mention the name of his team's awesome player, Feng Zihao felt like crying but had no tears.
He felt like a big victim now.
Yes, it is this team. He gave all the points to the who says women are inferior to men team. As soon as Lu Tao finished speaking, everyone was shocked.
Some are surprised, some are crying, some are regretting.
Why didn't they think of giving the points to the team from their own school? It's because each of you only cares about the interests of your own team that you didn't think of this. After Lu Tao finished speaking, he turned and left. Mooning Xue stood in the crowd, her complicated gaze fell on Li Yu.
This person. P.S. If you cast one vote for recommendation, you will reach the target of 4 updates 50 to 150. Chapter 20 Linhai Town Update 1. You're a grown man, why are you crying?
Li Yu couldn't stand this guy anymore and kept crying beside him. It's all because of you, an ungrateful fellow.
For the sake of a woman, you actually sold out your brothers.
Feng Zihao pointed at Li Yu and started cursing. Originally, he wanted to rely on the resources provided by this experience to break through to the first level of the intermediate ice system, but he never expected that such a thing would happen.
Why are you crying?
I will give you the Nebula magical weapon to practice with when the time comes. The Imperial Capital Academy has an opportunity to borrow the Nebula magical artifact once a month.
This is why every mage is scrambling to get into the Imperial Capital Academy.
The Imperial Capital University has a profound foundation, and the resources it provides are enough to make many other universities far behind.
Then what will you do? Feng Zihao asked, crying.
Li Yu waved his hand and said, "We can just take it back during the battle for new resources." The Battle for Freshman Resources is the welcome program of the Imperial Capital Academy, which is mainly based on the competition for resources. Feng Zihao knew that Li Yu's summoned beast had reached the general level.
Wouldn't he kill everyone indiscriminately by then? How could those freshmen be a match for Li Yu?
At the middle level of duel systems, it was a complete crushing situation. Thinking of this, Feng Zihao nodded without hesitation and stopped the loss in time.
After the training, each university organized its teams and prepared to leave.
Suddenly, Su Ling and Mu Ningxue both walked towards Li Yu.
Li Yu, thank you. The Nebula magical weapon has been issued. You can use it to practice first.
Su Ling expressed her thoughts that they were able to obtain the Nebula magic weapon because of Li Yu. Therefore, they felt that Li Yu should also share this Nebula magic weapon. You can use this Nebula magical device yourself.
I actually have a better one.
If Li Yu didn't tell the truth, he was afraid that the other party would not believe it. However, even if he told the truth, Su Ling, Mu Ningxue, and the others did not believe him.
Li Yu is so nice.
This is what they thought in their hearts.
Su Ling said to Mu Ningxue, please persuade Li Yu.
Li Yu was stunned.
What he said didn't seem to have any effect.
Mu Ningxue next to her was also stunned.
Li Yu didn't want to use it together, so it seemed like it was none of her business, right? Why do Su Ling and the others now imagine that she has a good relationship with Li Yu?
But this was indeed Li Yu's selfless act, so Mu Ningxue had nothing to say.
Li Yu, you should take it when the time comes, otherwise we will feel bad about it.
Li Yu scratched his head helplessly. It seemed that he couldn't explain it clearly.
Oh well. Seeing that Li Yu agreed, the others smiled.
Afterwards, the group from the Imperial Capital Academy took a bus and headed into the city. The students on the bus were all laughing at Feng Zihao, the big loser, while the girls were discussing the gossip about Li Yu and Mu Ningxue. For the girl he liked, the boy actually gave all his points to her. This spirit of selfless dedication is enough to make many girls addicted to it. This is the purest love. They were extremely envious and praised Li Yu for his actions. Mu Ningxue sat in the middle of the bus, so she could hear some of what others were talking about. She didn't know what was going on, but when she heard someone discussing her and Li Yu, she also wanted to listen. During this period of time, her impression of Li Yu changed a lot. She originally thought that Li Yu was just a proud kid from aristocratic family. But he stepped forward when Bo City was in danger, and gave up his own interests in this experience to help their team win first place. Many girls would like such a courageous man who takes the overall situation into consideration. It seemed as if a bud was quietly growing in Mu Ningxue's heart, but she hadn't discovered it yet. After the training, the Imperial Academy gave them a long vacation so that they could practice on their own before school started again. The Nebula magic weapon was quickly delivered, and Su Ling brought Mu Ningxue to find him. But Liu did not take it, but asked them to use it first, or give it to Feng Ziheo's team members to practice for a few days. Su Ling originally wanted to persuade Liu, but when he heard that his summoning system had already reached the intermediate level, he said nothing more. In this case, they do need the Nebula magic weapon more than Liu. During this period, Liu also obtained his second summoned beast, the Violent Thunder Dragon. However, when he saw the Violent Thunder Dragon, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes.
This is too small. He looks silly and cute, and doesn't seem to be very smart. Its skin was lavender, and there was a lightning bolt mark on its forehead. As soon as it appeared, it circled around Liu. It was obvious that it was the same kind as the Sword King. Can you give me a daughter? Liu went out for a stroll during this period, but he just couldn't trigger the task. From this, he guessed that triggering the mission might require certain conditions, perhaps a person or an event. But he successfully upgraded the intermediate wind magic he had been practicing for a long time to the first level through the soul level Nebula magic weapon, which was also a good achievement. Just when he was about to continue practicing, Tang Yu suddenly sent him a message. Tang Yu, I heard you guys are on vacation, are you interested in helping me?
At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded.
Trigger the god level choice, Tang Yu's invitation, host, please make a choice.
Option 1, if you don't agree, the host will lose a beautiful rich woman as a reward.
Option 2, agree, and the reward is to upgrade the elementary lightning system to level 6. Basic lightning elementary level 6. To be honest, Liu was a little surprised. For ordinary people, 7 slave level spirits are needed to practice the initial lightning system to the 4th level. To cultivate to the 5th level you need 7 general level spirits, and to cultivate to the 6th level you need 7 commander level spirits. A perfect warrior level soul essence is worth tens of millions, so few people would use the soul essence to continue to improve their magic level. What's more, there are 7 commander level spirits, and their value directly rises to hundreds of millions. Although it is a pity to use the equivalent of 7 commander level spirits to strengthen the stars, I feel relieved when I think that this is a reward from the system. There will be bread, and there will be love too.
Liu chose agree, and then he felt that his star was changing. After a while, Tang Yu sent him a location.
Liu clicked on the location and saw that Sancheng was displayed on it.
However, it is not the Shishui town in Sancheng, but the Linhai town in the south of Sancheng.
What is Tang Yu doing in Linhai town? Shouldn't she be going to Shishui town? Although Liu was confused, he still bought a train ticket to Sancheng.
After that, he boarded the bus to Linhai town. As the name suggests, Linhai town is indeed a town surrounded by trees. Liu looked at the dozens of meters high trees through the car window along the way and was a little curious about how they grew.
A long time passed.
Liu finally arrived at Linhai town, which was bigger than he had imagined.
If he were asked to walk around Linhai town, he might not be able to finish the journey in one day. He then sent a message to Tang Yu, who quickly sent him the location of a hotel. Chapter 21 Plan Part 2.
Through navigation, Liu quickly found the hotel and came to the door of Tang Yu's room according to the room number.
Boom boom boom.
Liu knocked on the door 3 times, then said, "Hello, door-to-door service." After waiting for a while, there was no movement inside, and Liu immediately frowned.
Is Tang Yu in danger?
Liu didn't think too much and prepared to kick the door through the window, but who knew that when he exerted force, the door suddenly opened. He pulled his feet back suddenly, but his body couldn't help but fall forward. Tang Yu was wearing the hotel's bathrobe, and Liu rushed over as soon as she opened the door. The two of them collided with each other, and Liu pinned Tang Yu underneath.
Suddenly,
Liu felt as if there was something soft under him. He moved slightly and found that the texture was quite good. However, when he saw Tang Yu's eyes, he suddenly realized something.
Cough cough.
Liu stood up without saying anything and said with a smile, "I thought you were in danger, so..." Before he could finish his words, Tang Yu said angrily, "Help me up now."
Liu understood and went straight behind Tang Yu and helped her up. But Tang Yu's pajamas had a low neckline, and he glanced sideways at the bottom and accidentally. "I am a gentleman. I didn't see anything." After Tang Yu stood up, she glanced at Li Yu and asked, "Why is your nose bleeding?" "Maybe it's because of the fall just now. I've been feeling a little weak lately." Li Yu made an excuse and went to the bathroom. Who can withstand this? After a while, Li Yu came out of the bathroom and saw Tang Yu sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. "Come here, let's talk." Li Yu walked over and sat next to Tang Yu.
"It's a good thing you told me the news, otherwise the death toll in Bo City would be several times what it is now."
"You're welcome. I just want to be at peace with my conscience," Li Yu said truthfully.
Tang Yu brushed her hair and leaned forward slightly, a scent coming to her nose.
"Brother, do you want to join the Inquisition? I can introduce you to it." "Ahem, forget about the Inquisition. If you need any help, I will do my best to help you."
Li Yu didn't dare to look down, for he was afraid that he would be bloodied to death.
"You're smart."
Afterwards, Tang Yu took out a magic armor from somewhere.
"Zhang Kong asked me to bring this to you."
"I don't know why he would give you such a valuable thing." Tang Yu placed the armor magic tool on the table and then looked him over. "Brother, I heard that a high-level lightning mage appeared and killed the winged wolf."
"Do you know about this?"
Li Yu's attention was on the magic armor at the moment, and Tang Yu's words immediately brought him back to his senses. It seems that Zhang Kong did not tell others that he was the high-level thunder mage. Li Yu raised his thumb and pointed at himself and said, "Okay, I'm going to reveal my cards.
That high-level thunder mage is me."
Tang Yu retracted her gaze.
"This kid looked so nonchalant, he didn't look like a high-level guy at all, okay?"
Moreover, there was no high-level energy fluctuation on Li Yu's body, and his age also explained a lot. To be honest, there may not be such a young and high-level person in the whole world. Tang Yu put the matter behind her and explained this magic armor.
"This piece of armor is very valuable.
It can withstand the strongest attack of a high-level wizard, even a commander-level wizard."
"So strong!"
Li Yu exclaimed in his heart. If he had such a magic armor on him, he would have time to react even when facing a sneak attack. Tang Yu always felt that there was something fishy going on between Li Yu and Zhang Kong, so she couldn't help but remind him. The Black Church is still brooding over the destruction of Bo City, especially the high-level lightning mage who killed the winged wolf. They didn't live up to their expectations, so they keep trying to do it again.
Again!
When Li Yu heard this, his face turned heavy.
These people from the Black Church are really beasts.
At the same time, Li Yu seemed to know why Zhang Kong wanted to give him this magic armor. He was the high-level lightning mage who killed the winged wolf. If the Black Church knew about this, they would definitely send someone. But he was wearing a disguise mask at the time, so even if the Black Vatican saw him, they would not be able to guess that it was him. Therefore, Li Yu felt a little relieved, but he did not lower his vigilance. It won't be long before the Black Church will make a big move, and then there will be another bloody storm.
Tang Yu sighed.
Although she had been tracking down the people from the Black Vatican, this was all the information she had. Li Yu really wanted to tell Tang Yu the members of the Black Church, but he needed evidence to say this.
Even if Tang Yu believed him, what about the higher-ups of the Inquisition? Moreover, he did not want Tang Yu to directly face the high-ranking officials of the Black Vatican.
If they investigate now with their strength, they will just be courting death.
Some things need to be done slowly. You didn't ask me to come here just to give me the armor and magic tools, did you? Li Yu asked.
Tang Yu smiled and said, "Just now you said that you would help your sister as long as you can." Li Yu had a bad feeling in his heart, as if he had entered a tiger's den. But water that is poured out is like water that is shot out.
Cough cough.
Be responsible. Li Yu had no choice but to nod and said seriously, "Sister, please speak."
"I want you to join forces to help me catch someone." "Who?"
Tang Yu's eyes revealed a solemn look as he said, "These two are brothers. One of them joined the monster hunting team specifically to rob other people's treasures and kill the villains in the monster hunting team. The other one is a murderer who specializes in hunting down mages. I've been keeping an eye on them for a long time. They may have other purposes in coming to Linhai Town this time."
"A murderer?"
At this moment, Chao He's name appeared in Li Yu's mind, but he didn't know the other person.
"Sis, there are only two of us. We shouldn't be a match for them, right?" Li Yu expressed his concerns.
Tang Yu said, "The murderer Chao He has left Linhai Town.
I have asked someone to monitor him."
She wanted to deal with Hao Ren first, and then capture or kill Chao He. Seeing Tang Yu say this, Li Yu felt much more relieved.
"Sister, what should I do?"
There was a cold light in Tang Yu's eyes,
I need you to join Xiaoyi's demon hunting team. Hao Ren is very cunning. When he arrives at a new place, he will be very cautious and always look for some young magicians to be his teammates. The newcomers had little experience, so he could just take advantage of them. But the question is, how can he join Hao Ren's monster hunting team? Tang Yu explained, from our observation, Hao Ren usually chooses to kill wealthy young mages. So, I have to pretend to be rich? P.S. Updated in advance, wishing all the students taking the college entrance examination success. Also, please vote for recommendation. Chapter 22 Thunder Grass 3rd Update. After a while, Tang Yu took out a black box from under the bed. She slowly opened the black box, which contained various exquisite jewelry. For example, a golden ring, an expensive watch, etc., and a set of casual-looking leisure suits. Sister, how much do these things cost in total? Li Yu was very curious whether these things were true. Then, Tang Yu stretched out 5 fingers towards Li Yu. 500,000? Tang Yu shook her head. It won't be 5 million, will it? However, Tang Yu shook her head again. Could it be 50 million? This time Tang Yu nodded. Hao Ren has extremely high material pursuits, so he has a deep understanding of some luxury goods. If they use fake ones, they will most likely be discovered by the other party. Your tribunal is really rich. Li Yu couldn't help but look up to the tribunal. It's just to get rid of harm to the people. This guy is worth the money. Tang Yu stuffed the black box into Li Yu's arms and said, "Go change it quickly. We'll act right away." Li Yu went into the bathroom carrying a black box. When he came out, he felt like a different person. The sense of being a rich second generation came all at once. "Sister, tonight I will." Before Li Yu could finish his words, Tang Yu carried him out of the hotel room. Under Tang Yu's guidance, he came to the branch of the Hunter Alliance. This branch is not very big, with only 3 floors, but there are many people coming and going. Li Yu walked into the Hunter Alliance blatantly. Just as he was about to go to the front desk, a middle-aged man came up. "Young man, do you want to take the mission?" The person who was speaking looked a little fat, but his voice sounded very gentle. Li Yu looked at him warily and said hesitantly, "Yes." "That's a coincidence. We have a one-man mission here. Do you want to come alone?" The slightly plump middle-aged man continued, "After completing this bounty mission, the reward will be divided equally among us." Li Yu touched his chin and hesitated, but did not agree in a hurry. His hesitation proved that he was considering it. The slightly plump middle-aged man said again, "We are all young people in our team. It should be easy for you to communicate. Besides, I am a 3-star hunter master. Your safety is very guaranteed." At the same time, the slightly plump middle-aged man also took out his Hunter Master badge. "It really is the Master Hunter badge." Li Yu's eyes lit up immediately, and he nodded and agreed, "I will join you." The slightly plump middle-aged man smiled, led Li Yu to the front, and said, "My name is Ren Hao, they all call me Brother Hao, what's your name?" "My name is Feng Zihao, you can just call me Zihao." Li Yu introduced himself naturally. When this slightly plump middle-aged man spoke to him, Li Yu realized that he was Hao Ren. However, in order to act like a hunter, he successfully took a big step towards becoming the best actor, so he had to deal with Hao Ren back and forth. Hao Ren brought him to a relatively luxurious hotel and knocked on several connected doors one by one. The door was quickly opened and several young men walked out of the room. "Brother Hao, are we leaving?" A boy with a middle-parted hair walked out naked, sweating all over, with many lip marks on his neck. "Everyone get ready and set off immediately." This team includes Li Yu, a total of 6 people, and their strength has reached the level of intermediate magicians. When everyone was ready, Hao Ren led the team out of Linhai town. Their bounty mission this time is to enter the thunder-inducing forest and look for thunder-inducing grass. Thunder grass is a very special plant. It grows in places where thunder elements are particularly dense. The people who use it are usually thunder mages, but thunder grass is very difficult to find. Many hunters have come to Inleilin to look for it, but they all returned empty-handed. "Brother Hao, do you really have a way to find thunder grass?" asked the fat man next to Li Yu. Hao Ren said confidently, "When the time comes, I will show you my skills and you will know." Those people were rubbing their hands, obviously looking forward to that moment. Li Yu looked at them and was certain that these people had completely given up their vigilance against Hao Ren. In this way, it would be very easy for Hao Ren to succeed. Hao Ren was also very strong.
He was at intermediate level in both elements, majoring in wind element and minoring in fire element. The reason why he was able to escape the pursuit of the Inquisition was most likely because he majored in wind. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at Inlay Forest, but Inlay Forest was a little different now. These falling thunders were a bit violent and dense, which made them look a bit scary. Hao Ren raised his head and looked up into the sky, then slowly said, "I tell you, in a situation like this, it's easiest to find thunder grass. So what are we waiting for? After completing this bounty mission, I can become a 1-star hunter master." As soon as the man finished speaking, Hao Ren led them into the forest to attract thunder. As for Hao Ren's claim that he had found a way to make thunder grass, Liu didn't believe it at all. If there really was such a method, why would Hao Ren still bring them along? These people are obviously like fools and didn't even think of this. Shortly after they entered the lightning forest, a white wolf with lightning all over its body attacked one of them. Fortunately, Hao Ren reacted in time and killed the white wolf instantly, otherwise the boy would have stayed here forever. Because of this incident, other people's favorable impression of Hao Ren increased a little bit. At this moment, Liu deeply felt the horror of Hao Ren. Only he knew that after taking off the mask, Hao Ren would reveal a hideous face that played with human nature. He did this simply to make others let down their guard so that he could find a chance to defeat them one by one. However, Liu wanted to know how Hao Ren and others would fool them later. He had no idea of Liu's thoughts. He looked at them and said, "Next, I will teach you how to find the thunder grass." The others listened attentively and moved closer to Hao Ren, fearing that they would not be able to hear clearly due to the thunder being too loud. "It's easy to find shrub grass. Do you see these trees?" Hao Ren pointed to the white trees next to him and continued, "As long as it is a dead tree, and the whiter it is very likely that thunder grass will grow inside it. Shrub grass grows next to trees or on dead tree stumps, but as Hao Ren said, they had never heard of it. So they all looked puzzled, wondering if they could really find the thunder grass in this way. "If you don't believe me, I can find it for you first." After Hao Ren finished speaking, he looked around, and feeling that he didn't see anything satisfactory, he walked forward a few hundred meters. He suddenly pointed at a dead tree not far away with only the trunk left and said, "Hurry up and follow me. There should be thunder grass inside the dead tree." Liu and his companions quickly followed, only to see Hao Ren release a burst of fire, instantly breaking the tree trunk. Chapter 23, Thunder Arrow. Fourth update. This is a dead tree, and 3 people may not be able to hug it. After the upper half of the trunk is broken off, they can see what is inside the dead tree. Hao Ren took the lead, followed by Liu and others. Then everyone gathered around the dead tree and looked underneath the hollow trunk. This is... Really? It's actually thunder grass. The team members next to Liu were immediately delighted. They didn't expect that what Hao Ren said was actually true. Hao Ren smiled and said, "I'm lucky. There really is thunder grass here." At the same time, Hao Ren jumped in. The space in the hollow tree trunk was just big enough to accommodate one person. While picking the grass, Hao Ren explained to them, "These thunder grasses need nutrients from the thunder element to grow, so they grow next to the trees, but few people will find that they grow inside. They don't need sunlight and will infiltrate these trees from the root." Liu listened to Hao Ren's constant deception. If he didn't know his identity, he might have been fooled. These trees do have the effect of attracting lightning, so his explanation makes sense. "Let me show you." Hao Ren generously handed the thunder grass to the member next to him. "When you split up and look for thunder grass, keep the communication open. If there is any danger, ask me for help immediately." As soon as Hao Ren finished speaking, the others responded. They felt that Brother Hao was really righteous and was not afraid that they would keep it all for themselves, so he actually told them the method to find the thunder grass. For a moment, they had already treated Hao Ren as their own brother. Liu looked at the excited expressions of the crowd and knew without a second's guess that they had been controlled by Hao Ren. If they meet someone who was kind to them on their way forward, it would really be touching. The Hao Ren in front of you is like a sharp arrow hiding in the dark. You never know when he will tear off his hypocritical mask and take you as his prey. They all wore Bluetooth headsets, and after testing whether the headsets could communicate smoothly, they began to look for shrub grass separately. Just as they were dispersing in all directions, Liu quietly turned back and walked towards Hao Ren's direction. "Sister, when do we start?" Liu now needs to know Tang Yu's location. "I'm in some trouble now, wait for my notification." Liu could hear from the headphones that Tang Yu seemed to have encountered some difficult problems. "No way? You failed at the critical moment." Soon, Liu found Hao Ren, who was walking deeper into the lightning forest. The shrub in the dead tree was planted by him personally. It was a trap he set for these young people. At this time, Howren looked at the dense lightning in the sky with worry, muttering in his heart, "When I came here yesterday, the lightning was not so dense. Why is it so dense today?" The more he thought about it, the weirder it seemed, so he decided to go deeper into Lin to take a look. Occasionally, lightning flashed in the thunderclouds above, followed by a bolt of thunder swooping down. Boom! Thunderbolts struck the top of the tree, and lightning poured violently into the tree's body. Even so, the trees still stand, as if they are used to it. Howren continued to go deeper, and Liu followed behind, keeping a certain distance between them. "It's so unusual, there might be treasures inside." Howren expressed his speculation, and then walked cautiously towards the area with dense lightning. When we got here, the thunder and lightning were so dense that it was a bit scary. Because there would be a thunderbolt striking around them every half a second, they had to be doubly vigilant. Liu was surrounded by thunder, so even if he made some noise, it was unlikely that Howren would be able to hear it. "Sister, can you hear me?" He called softly, but there was no response from Tangyu. Liu turned on his mobile phone and found that the signal here was blocked. Can the signal be blocked here? There was a signal when he followed in just now, but now the signal seems to be blocked. Liu didn't think much about it, his eyes were fixed on Howren's actions. If Tangyu couldn't be contacted, he could only act according to circumstances. Boom! 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 Howren stood not far away, looking at the thick and big tree in front of him that was struck by thunderbolts from time to time. This big tree is different from other big trees. In addition to its sturdy body, its green leaves are more vibrant and energetic than other trees. This tree. Hiran stroked his chin in thought, carefully weighing the thick tree in front of him. There must be something inside this tree. Thinking of this, Howren acted quickly, wind disk tornado. The strong wind swept around the thick tree, and all the leaves were blown into the sky in an instant. The branches were torn and cracks gradually appeared on the trunk. After the strong wind stopped, only half of the trunk of the thick tree was left. This is a spiritual seed. Howren's eyes suddenly widened. He didn't expect that there was a spiritual seed hidden in it. And it's a lightning spirit species. Even though the spirit seed was exposed to the air, the lightning in the sky still bombarded the spirit seed, as if it was hammering it. However, Liu, who was hiding in the distance, also saw the spirit seed, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Nice one! Although he already has a spirit seed of thunder element, it can be used as food for the little thunder dragon. It's impossible to ask him to buy it with money, unless it's a daughter. Little one. Liu summoned the violent thunder dragon, which was now looking at him with its big eyes. I'll attract his attention later, and you go get the spirit seed. The little thunder dragon nodded, indicating that he understood Liu's order. Trigger the god-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, watch Howren take away the spirit seed and be rewarded with the title of Big Fool. Option 2, snatch the spirit seed and escape. The reward is to upgrade the intermediate wind system to the first level. Option 3, after snatching the spirit seeds, stay and kill Howren. The reward is to upgrade the intermediate lightning system to the first level. Liu stared at the options. He didn't know Howren's cultivation strength at the moment, so he could test it out first and then decide on the option. Almost done. Howren looked at the spirit seeds on the tree trunk with greedy eyes. If he could sell these spirit seeds, he would be able to live a carefree life for a long time. Thunder seal, thunder arrow. A bolt of lightning like an arrow suddenly fell, the sound boomed in the air, and there was also a sense of oppression. Howren, who was still spying on the spirit seed, quickly reacted, wind track powing. Boom! The lightning arrow instantly blasted a big hole in the ground, but unfortunately, Howren didn't seem to be injured. Howren climbed up from the ground, his face scratched by rocks, leaving a trace of blood. He looked around with a vicious look, which finally fell on Liu. You cast the spell? The 6th level of the initial lightning element was indeed very powerful, but it was still a little short of killing Howren with one blow. Liu said, I said it wasn't me, do you believe it? P.S. I'm getting ready to graduate. Whether I can earn enough money for rent depends on you. Here is the 4th update. Please vote for recommendation Roar. Chapter 24 Sobering Soft Candy Update 1. What do you think? Howren looked at Liu. If it weren't for the fact that his wind element possessed a spiritual seed, he would probably have died here. His left leg was aching slightly, but he was still enduring it. I have seen the 4th and 5th level elementary lightning skills, but the skill you released is not one of these two. Hao Ren hadn't recovered from what had just happened, so he had to buy himself some time. Liu didn't say anything, just looked directly at Hao Ren and checked on the little thunder dragon's condition. Hao Ren said to himself, to cultivate to the 6th level, you need 7 commander level spirit strengthening stars. It seems that you are really a rich second generation. I'm just averagely wealthy. If you're willing to be my dog, I can give you some. As soon as Liu finished speaking, Hao Ren suddenly felt something was wrong. The thunder just stopped, and the soul seed tempering seems to be over. However, when he looked back, the thunder spirit seed had disappeared. Thunder seal, thunder arrow. Boom! The lightning arrow was still very fast, but Hao Ren would no longer be the same as the first time. Wind track Piaoying. Hao Ren dodged the lightning arrow very quickly, and said angrily, hand over the spirit seed, and I will leave you an intact body. What the hell are you talking about? Liu and Hao Ren's wind elements are both blessed by spirit seeds, so they can't escape far even if they try to escape. Then, with the Sword King in his hand, restless flames rose instantly, and Liu suddenly slashed down with the sword. Burning slash. The flames rolled in like huge waves, but Hao Ren was not panicked at all. He had fought on the battlefield for a long time, so he was very good at drawing star maps. He quickly drew a fire star map. Fierce Fist, Earthshaker. Hao Ren's flame was not of ordinary color. It was grayish-white and exuded a chilling aura. This flame is even more domineering than the Sword King's flame. It is obvious that Hao Ren's fire element also has a spirit seed. Boom! Ha! The two flames collided, and immediately a strong wind swept around. Liu's burning slash seemed to be pierced through, and his flames were instantly broken to both sides. The earth blade attacked, and in the hot environment, Liu's forehead was covered with sweat, and he used the thunder shield in an instant. The next moment, he was blasted several meters away, and the thunder shield disappeared. Hao Ren's fire element is stronger than Sword King's flame. Sword King has only been promoted not long ago, and now he can't even use the toxicity in his flame. If they were to fight purely in terms of strength, Liu would be the one who got beaten. One trump card is gone. At this point, Liu decided to choose the third option and give it a try. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is the upgrade of the intermediate lightning system to the 1st level. The system's voice fell, and Liu launched an attack on Hao Ren again. Thunder Seal, Thunder Arrow. Before Liu made his move, he had already thought of a plan in his mind and was now waiting for an opportunity. His thunder system is very advantageous in this area, so he can make up for his disadvantage in strength by relying on the thunder system. No matter how fast the lightning arrow was, it still couldn't touch Hao Ren at all. His attainments in the wind element are beyond the reach of ordinary wind magicians, otherwise he would not have escaped from the Inquisition's encirclement and suppression so many times. I don't want to play with you anymore. I haven't harvested my prey yet. Hao Ren drew the fire star map again, and blazing flames suddenly rose from his fist. Fierce Fist, 9 palaces. Fire waves rolled in all directions, the ground suddenly cracked, and 9 pillars of fire suddenly rose from the ground. Even if Liu used wind magic, he probably wouldn't be able to escape these 9 pillars of fire. Speedy Boots. At the critical moment, Liu shouted softly, and a pair of white boots appeared on his feet. The next second, with the help of the swift boots, he ran out of the fiery fist 9 palaces with lingering fear. It's too dangerous. If it weren't for the magic shoes given by Li Fei, he would have been badly injured even if he didn't die. At this moment, Liu finally experienced the benefits of being rich. Hao Ren was immediately furious. He could have killed this man twice, but each time he dodged with his magic tool. Try mine. In a moment, Liu had drawn the Thunder Star map. Thunderbolt, Top Blast. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden boom of thunder above Hao Ren's head, and several thunderbolts fell from the sky and instantly pressed towards Hao Ren. Thunder is the most lethal magic of all, so Hao Ren would not be stupid enough to confront it head-on. Wind track Piaoying. Even if he only used elementary wind magic, he was confident that he could avoid the swooping thunderbolt. However, at this moment, Liu suddenly appeared where he was about to fall. How could you? Where he landed, Liu couldn't get close to him at all with his speed. Liu hid his wind ability, waiting for this moment. He hugged Hao Ren fiercely, and the latter tried hard to break free, but even though he tried his best, he failed to break free. Hao Ren guessed that Liu might die together with him. He didn't want to die, so he tried desperately to draw star tracks, but every time he was hit by Liyu's head, the stars he was connected to had to suddenly disintegrate.
You will die too. Are you crazy?
Haoran shouted angrily with all his might.
However, Liyu did not let go of his hands and still held them tightly. Thunder Seal, Thunder Arrow.
At this moment, Haoran's eyes were full of fear. He experienced facing death for the first time.
Boom!
Thunder and lightning fell along with the sound. Liyu predicted the timing, and just when he felt that Haoran had no chance of escaping, he suddenly loosened his arms.
Giant Rhino Armor.
A white armor appeared on his upper body, and he fell down. At this moment, the little thunder dragon suddenly appeared in front of Liyu, raising its head and looking at the lightning that was about to strike. The lightning arrow struck down in an instant, and Haoran didn't even let out a scream. His skin turned into a charred black, like charcoal. Part of the lightning that bombarded Liyu was absorbed by the little thunder dragon, and the lightning on his upper body was also blocked by the giant rhino armor. Liyu lay on the ground gasping for breath. He had never been so tired as today. After resting for a while, he searched Haoran's body for valuables, as well as the thunder grass.
How poor!
He worked hard for most of the day and only got this little thing.
He felt a little bit at a loss. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded quietly. Trigger the God level option.
Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, ask Tangyu for credit and get a bottle of pulse.
Option 2, pretend nothing happened and give me a can of herrings as a reward.
Option 3, pretend to be seriously injured and let Tangyu carry you on her back. You will be rewarded with a small jar of sobering gummies.
Compared with the first two items, Liyu is more interested in the last one.
Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. You will be rewarded with a small jar of sober gummies. After getting the sobering gummy candy, Liyu also understood the function of this candy. As the name suggests, it can instantly wake up those who are addicted or have taken certain stimulant drugs.
Liyu, where are you?
Hearing Tangyu's voice, Liyu lay down on the ground without thinking, and did not forget to grab a handful of soil around him and smear it on himself.
Chapter 25 Inheritance Part 2.
Tangyu was harassed by a demon on the way here, and later couldn't contact Liyu, so she frantically searched for him in the Thunder Forest. It was not until they met the team members who came in with Liyu that they realized the direction in which Haoran was going. Then she started looking for Liyu without stopping, and came over when she heard the noise. Although Haoran's mission was important, Liyu was much more important than the former, and she didn't want anything to happen to Liyu.
Liyu! When she looked around, she saw Liyu lying on the ground.
Tangyu hurried over and felt relieved when she saw that Liyu was still breathing.
Liyu, wake up!
She gently pushed Liyu's arm, trying to wake him up.
Liyu's nose wrinkled slightly.
He tried hard to open his eyes and saw Tangyu in front of him.
Sister, you are finally here.
He spoke with great difficulty, like someone who had not had a drink of water for a long time.
Can you still move? I'll take you to a healing wizard right away. I couldn't move my body.
The slightest movement of my body felt like being pricked by 10,000 needles. As Tangyu was listening, she inadvertently saw the charred corpse not far away. If she guessed correctly, that person might be Haoran's body.
You killed Haoran? Tangyu asked in surprise. Liyu did not answer, but said with difficulty, Sister, shouldn't you take me out to heal my wounds first? Just bear with it, I'll carry you out.
Tangyu gently placed Liyu on her back and carried him up easily.
Liyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Tangyu to be so strong.
It was obvious that she attached great importance to her training. Because the weather was very hot, Tangyu was wearing very thin clothes, and the ice silk short-sleeved shirt was extremely smooth. Liyu hung on her back, as if he was sticking to her body, with nothing in between.
Sister, you have a very thin waist.
No matter how big the matter is, Liyu teased in Tangyu's ear.
Tangyu was not angry.
If she hadn't encountered an accident, Liyu would not have been like this.
Why? You want to taste my sister's slim waist? Now that you've said that, it would be embarrassing if I refused.
As the saying goes, when you are young, you don't know how good your elder sister is, and you mistakenly treat your younger sister as a treasure.
It's not too late to regret now.
However, just as he finished speaking, a pain came from his leg.
Ah!
Liyu cried out in pain as Tangyu twisted his calf hard.
Sister, I was wrong. Tangyu didn't say anything, but looked down at herself. Is your hand a little too low? Or do you think it's unnecessary? Hearing this, Li Yu raised his clasped hands and said with a wry smile. Why did the hand go down? It must be because of the clothes. It's too silky. Li Yu tried hard to explain, but Tang Yu rolled her eyes and didn't want to listen to this bastard's explanation at all. The next day, morning. After Tang Yu carried him back to the hotel yesterday, she asked the healing wizard of the Inquisition to treat his wounds. After that battle, he was so exhausted that he fell asleep on Tang Yu's back when he returned to Linhai town. At that time, Tang Yu couldn't wake him up no matter what she did, and thought he couldn't hold on any longer. Then he was slapped twice on the face, and Li Yu woke up in a daze. The door was opened and Tang Yu walked into Li Yu's room carrying breakfast. When Li Yu heard the door open, he naturally became conscious and his eyes fell in the direction of the door. Seeing that the person coming was Tang Yu, he immediately buried his head back into the quilt. Get up and eat. Tang Yu placed breakfast on the table and called out to Li Yu lying on the bed. I can't eat. It seems my body hasn't recovered yet. Li Yu said sickly. Tang Yu rolled her eyes at him. You can't get up, right? Do you still want me to feed you? If I may. But before Li Yu could finish his words, the quilt was pulled away and Tang Yu stood in front of him holding a clothes hanger. If possible, I think it's better to get up by myself. Li Yu felt that Tang Yu already knew that he was pretending to be injured, so he did not push his luck any further. Suddenly, Li Yu's cell phone rang. Who called him so early in the morning? After looking at the note on the number, Li Yu asked, Uncle Fei, what's the matter? Xiaoyu, come back soon, Grandpa wants to see you one last time. Upon hearing the news, Li Yu was stunned for a moment and searched for information about this grandfather in his memory. Li Yu's grandfather is Li Hongtian, the current head of the Li family. He is the second best person to him besides Li Fei. However, because he was seriously ill and needed treatment, he rarely saw the old man. Li Yu hung up the phone, a touch of sadness welling up in his mind. Sister, I have to go back to the capital right away, my grandfather. Li Fei's voice just now was very loud, and Tang Yu, who was standing nearby, also heard some of it. Go ahead. Tang Yu nodded. Although she still wanted Li Yu to help her catch Xiaoyu, it seems that she can only look for other people now. Li Yu put on his clothes and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. Then, he poured out a few gummies from a small can of sobering gummies and said, Sister, take these gummies. After eating them, they can make people sober instantly, just in case. Tang Yu took the candy and watched Li Yu leave in a hurry. After buying the plane ticket, Li Yu arrived at the airport in the imperial capital in less than an hour. As soon as he got off the plane, Li Yu got on the special car arranged for him by Li Fei and returned to the Li family. After Li Yu got off the car, Li Fei came up to him. Xiaoyu, come with me. Li Fei had a sad face, and the few black hairs he had seemed to have been replaced overnight. Li Yu followed him and after a while, he arrived at Li Hongtian's room. There were two other people in the room at this time, namely Li Baichuan and Li Mangxing. Xiaoyu is back? Come and see Grandpa quickly. Li Baichuan waved to Li Yu like an amiable elder. Li Yu glanced at him, then walked to the bedside and saw the old man lying on the bed. Grandfather. Li Yu squatted down and held Li Hongtian's hand which was about to be raised. Xiaoyu, you've lost weight. Are you not eating on time again? Li Hongtian spoke with great effort, as if every word was difficult to utter. Li Yu smiled and said, That's impossible. I always listen to Grandpa and eat on time every day. That's good, Mangxing, you come over too. Li Hongtian glanced at Li Mangxing and clasped their hands together. You two are the future of the Li family. I hope you can support the Li family. The sound stopped abruptly and Li Hongtian coughed violently twice. Grandfather. Dad. I'm fine. Li Hongtian swallowed something, then waved his hand and said, I'm fine, you guys continue to listen to me. After I die, Da Fei will take care of the interior of the Li family, and Baichuan will take care of the exterior. As for the succession to the position of family head, when they reach the level of high-level mages, you can let them compete to decide which of you two will inherit it. Li Hongtian used up his last breath and finally spoke out his wishes. He knew that Li Fei didn't like fighting, but he didn't want Li Baichuan to inherit the position of the family head, so he resorted to this desperate measure. In fact, he was also gambling, betting that Li Yu would remember Li Fei's kindness and be able to win the position of head of the family for Li Fei. Otherwise, there rests no telling how long this Li family's trouble will last. Chapter 26 Wine City Third Update. Li Fei said, Dad, don't worry, we will definitely run the Li family well. Li Hongtian smiled. He couldn't favor either of his two sons, so this was the only way. You guys go out, I'm a little tired. As soon as they finished speaking, Li Fei and Li Baichuan asked Li Yu and the other person to leave the room. Afterwards, the two of them waited side by side outside the door, and no one spoke for a long time. Li Mengxing suddenly broke the heavy silence. Li Yu, I am looking forward to the battle with you, but I have already touched the threshold of the high level, and I will be able to enter the high level soon. And you, when you step into the high level, I am afraid I will have already reached the high level of 2 systems. What will you use to fight me then? Staring at the door, Li Yu didn't even look at him, so, what do you want to say? Li Mengxing raised his lips and said, I'll give you 2 choices. First, you and Li Fei can leave the family, and then you won't suffer any physical pain. Second, when you're at a high level, I'll beat you up and kick you out of the Li family. It seems like there's a third one you haven't mentioned yet. What third? The third is that I will beat you to a pulp and then kick you and your son out of the Li family. Li Yu glanced at him lightly. He really wanted to press Li Mengxing to the ground and rub him. Just after coming out of the room, this guy was already thinking about fighting for the Li family. No wonder they can be father and son. Li Mengxing smiled and said, It seems that you have made your choice. I will wait for you for a few more years. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fei's excited voice was heard in the room, and Li Yu and Li Mengxing rushed in immediately. These days, the Li family has been busy with Li Hongtian's funeral, and most of the family members are immersed in grief. After the funeral, Li Yu continued to comfort Li Fei until he really got over his grief. Time passed quickly, but he didn't want to waste it at all. He had to reach a higher level as soon as possible. But he had no idea now. Mooning Xue is in seclusion practicing, and no one else has any contact information, which is really frustrating. Suddenly, just when he was at a loss, Tang Yu sent him a message. Tang Yu, Li Yu, please accept my condolences. Li Yu, sister, I want to hug you crying. Tang Yu, I'll give you a hug next time. Li Yu, Chao He was arrested? Tang Yu, Chao He was killed. Li Yu, who is it? So powerful, only 1,000th of my strength. Tang Yu, yes, since you are so capable, can you help me again? At this moment, the system's voice also sounded. Trigger the God level option. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, agree to Tang Yu and get a reward of an intermediate wind system upgrade to the 2nd level. Option 2, reject Tang Yu and regress from the intermediate level of Thunder Elementary to the elementary level of Thunder Elementary as a reward. Li Yu looked at the last option. It was so outrageous that he opened the door to outrageousness. It was outrageous to the extreme. He decisively chose option 1. Afterwards, Tang Yu told the story. This matter concerns the Black Church. The Inquisition has learned that they have been carrying out a conspiracy recently. Although no one knew what they were planning, the Black Vatican's plan was enough for the Inquisition to take it extremely seriously. However, if we send people from the Inquisition to investigate, I'm afraid the Black Church will become suspicious. Therefore, Tang Yu recommended Li Yu to the tribunal, and with Zhang Kong's recommendation, the tribunal agreed. Li Yu, sister, I am in such a dangerous situation at the front line, should the Inquisition show some respect? Li Yu didn't want to do hard work in vain. It would be best if he could get some benefits, but if not, that was fine. Tang Yu, can I give you my sister? Li Yu, sister, when can we make an appointment to play landlord in a hotel? Tang Yu smiled and sent another message on her phone. Tang Yu, I won't argue with you. After this mission is over, the Judgment Council will give you a soul seed. Soul seed. Above the spirit seed is the soul seed. This deal is definitely not a loss, and you can even make a profit. It seems that Tang Yu is still thinking about herself. Li Yu, you are so polite. I feel a little embarrassed. Tang Yu, okay, then I'll tell them to change the spirit seed. Li Yu withdrew a message and farted on you. Tang Yu looked at the text that popped up after Li Yu withdrew a message. She was already thinking about whether she should give him a barbecue feast the next time they met. Time flies, and another 3 days have passed. Li Yu swallowed the thunder grass, and his thunder strength increased significantly. He used the lightning spirit seed he had obtained to exchange for many lightning spirit seed fragments, and he took great pains to make the violent thunder dragon grow quickly. The little thunder dragon was very proud of being able to eat spirit seed fragments every day, and he would show off to the Sword King from time to time. But it didn't know that Li Yu just wanted to have a tool dragon for transportation. Afterwards, Li Yu arrived in Fengcheng as promised.
Windy City is located in the west of the country, closer to the desert area. Not only is the environment somewhat harsh, but there are also dangerous monsters hiding in the sand. There was another person with him this time, but Tang Yu did not give him any information about this person. He was standing at the junction at this time, but no one came over to talk to him.
Your name is Li Yu, right?
Suddenly, an ethereal and beautiful voice came from below.
Question mark. Li Yu looked down. Is this little girl the contact person Tang Yu mentioned? Isn't this Lingling?
Lingling has a ponytail, a fair face, and a pair of big eyes that sparkle with wisdom.
Li Yu replied, it's me. Go get a room and we'll talk in detail.
Lingling remained calm and walked in front with her head held high, like an experienced veteran. Li Yu smiled bitterly and could only follow her.
Lingling chose a hotel that looked more grand and directed Li Yu to register. Finally, Li Yu entered the elevator under the gaze of the front desk clerk that seemed to say he was a beast. Didn't he book 2 rooms? Miss, what's wrong with your look? Li Yu felt helpless and followed Lingling into one of the rooms. What is our mission this time?
Tang Yu did not tell him the mission, but only said that the contact person would tell him when he got there.
Lingling called and sat upright on the sofa. Follow a person and get the Black Church's plan from him. Is this person also a member of the Black Church?
Yes, I have already controlled his movements and can take action tonight. Lingling turned the computer over to show Li Yu, and on the computer was all the information about that person.
This person is actually from the Inquisition.
Li Yu was a little surprised.
No wonder the Inquisition sent him here.
It turned out that there were problems within their own organization.
Lingling reminded, he has strong anti-detection capabilities.
You must be careful at that time, otherwise you will be discovered by him.
New. Chapter 27 Tracking Update 1.
The moonlight was gloomy, and the lonely lights illuminated the dark side of the city. A few stray cats were lingering on the side of the road, murmuring in cat language as if they were saying something. At this time, Li Yu and Lingling were eating barbecue on the roadside. Li Yu would glance towards the bar opposite from time to time.
He hasn't come out yet, so don't worry and eat.
Lingling looked at the watch on her wrist and found that the red dot on it did not move on a large scale.
Normally, he would go back around 1 in the morning. Li Yu looked at the time. It was still a while before 1 o'clock in the morning. The two of them didn't say anything extra and just kept eating the barbecue.
It was not until 1 o'clock in the morning that Lingling looked at the location on her watch again and saw the red dot moving.
He's coming out, get ready.
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yu picked up a skewer of roasted lamb, stood up and walked over. Just then, a man and a woman walked out of the bar. The woman was wearing heavy makeup. She supported the man and walked unsteadily.
This way.
The drunk man pointed in a direction and asked the woman to take him there.
Li Yu was standing opposite and watching.
Under the light, he could see the man's face clearly. This man was none other than the Black Church's undercover agent lurking in the Inquisition, Su Yulin. Brother, we have agreed that not a penny can be less. Su Yulin drunkenly said loudly, don't worry, I will be comfortable tonight, and I will definitely benefit from you. Afterwards, the two entered a small alley, and 1 kilometer ahead was Su Yulin's residence. Li Yu has already explored this area thoroughly, so he is quite familiar with it.
Su Yulin would come to this bar every 1 or 2 days.
Maybe because it was close to the bar, he would bring a beautiful woman back every time.
These are the information recorded on Su Yulin's information. Li Yu didn't think it was a big deal. He could only say that Su Yulin's kidneys were really good.
Li Yu followed them all the way until they arrived at Su Yulin's house, then he stopped following them. At this moment, Lingling's voice came from his headphones.
Li Yu, have you observed that woman? Observe what? Did she support Su Yulin all the way without taking a breath?
Lingling's words immediately enlightened Li Yu, because this woman was indeed like that. Su Yulin is about 1.8 meters tall, and certainly looks to be over 150.
The woman was so petite.
If she were a normal woman, she would at least take a rest after walking such a long distance. But not only did the woman not stop to catch her breath, but she made it seem like it was a very easy thing to do. Li Yu slowly recalled the time when Tanzhin carried him on his back, and it seemed to be the same feeling.
Could it be that?
The woman took the key out of Su Yulin's pocket and helped him open the door. Su Yulin's house is not big, about 50 square meters. As soon as the woman closed the door, the drunk Su Yulin immediately pushed the woman against the wall.
Deacon Fong, long time no see.
There was a hint of joy in Su Yolin's eyes. This was the person he loved and also his boss. Fong Lin held Su Yolin's cheeks with both hands and said charmingly, "You want to see me so much, are you greedy for my body again?"
What do you think?
Su Yulin smiled mischievously and immediately picked up Fong Lin.
You're so rude.
Gradually, the two of them became entangled with each other, and at the same time, they were still communicating. The Inquisition seems to be suspicious of me.
Can I retreat now?
Don't worry, our plan is still going on, distract them first.
Then I'll go? So soon?
It was so quiet outside that even the sound of garbage being blown by the wind could be heard. Liu stood on a balcony which was much higher than Su Yolin's house. From this position he could see the whole picture of Su Yolin's house clearly. The light in the opposite room was on, and two figures could be vaguely seen swaying. However, this figure seemed to last only 2 minutes, and then stopped abruptly.
Lingling's voice sounded again, "Liu, what are they doing now?"
They seemed to be fighting, but they stopped after 2 minutes.
Do you think I should go in and stop the fight?
After Liu finished speaking, there was no response from Lingling.
No way?
He is so naive, but he didn't expect that there is an experienced driver around him? Lingling didn't want to listen to Liu's nonsense, so she checked the surveillance footage outside the bar for the past 2 months. In the past 2 months, among the women Su Yulin brought out from the bar, only the one today was brought home once a month. Lingling pushed the matter forward a few months and realized that Su Yulin had contact with this woman almost every month. At this moment, she already had the answer in her mind. This woman was most likely Su Yolin's contact person. After reaching the conclusion, Lingling immediately told Liu the news and asked him to keep a close eye on this woman.
No problem.
As soon as Liu finished answering, the Sword King flew back, talking een.
He had just asked him to eavesdrop on what Su Yulin and Fong Lin were talking about.
Liu understood a little bit, which meant that in 3 days, the head of the Black Church in the ancient capital would send people to support.
Trigger the God level option.
Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, just follow Fong Lin, and the reward is to upgrade the beginner win system to the 4th level.
Option 2, capture Fong Lin and get the reward of upgrading the intermediate summoning system to the 1st level.
Option 3, pretend to be a member of the Black Church who came to support the ancient capital, sneak into the Black Church organization in Wind City, and the reward is to upgrade the intermediate lightning system to the 2nd level.
In this way, Liu also had the answer in his mind. If he wanted excitement, he had to do something big.
Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is the upgrade of the intermediate lightning system to the 2nd level. As soon as the system finished speaking, Liu looked up at the starry sky, waiting for the dawn.
The day dawns very quickly in summer.
Little Leilong did not sleep all night and had been helping Liu keep an eye on the door of Su Yolin's house. Liu, who was practicing, felt something hitting him and immediately opened his eyes.
Come out?
Liu looked around and just happened to see Fong Lin walking out of Su Yolin's house. After feeding the little thunder dragon a piece of spirit seed fragment, he changed his appearance with a disguise mask and walked slightly in the direction of Fong Lin.
Fong Lin did not choose to take public transportation, but instead kept taking detours in the alleys.
She walked further and further away, as if she had deliberately chosen such a sparsely populated environment. Until she came to a dilapidated basketball court, which was overgrown with weeds and surrounded by buildings that were about to collapse.
Aren't you tired after following me for so long?
Fong Lin suddenly turned around and looked ahead, but didn't see a single figure.
Thunderbolt Yaksha!
As the voice fell, the sky suddenly became dark and thunderclouds formed in an instant. There was a loud thunder, a flash of lightning, and a purple lightning bolt fell from the sky. The thunderbolt swooped down with unstoppable force, and the lightning split in an instant, forming several forked bolts of lightning that lashed downwards.
P.S. There was a mistake in the previous chapter.
It should be that the intermediate wind system was upgraded to the 2nd level, because in Chapter 20, Liu's wind system had been upgraded to the intermediate 1st level.
Feel sorry. Thanks to this reader for pointing this out.
For this reason, I'll see if I can add one more chapter today to express my gratitude.
Chapter 28 Same Kind Second Update. Fong Lin's hands and eyes were quick, and in that instant, he had immediately drawn the Earth System star map. Rock Barrier Stone Shield.
A huge stone shield suddenly rose from the ground and caught the fierce lightning.
Fong Lin looked in the direction of the voice and her cold gaze fell on Liu. Who are you?
She had impressions of everyone in the Wind City Tribunal, but the young man in front of her had never appeared in Fong Lin's mind.
Ancient capital.
Li Yu slowly uttered 2 words. Fong Lin's beautiful eyes flashed, her brows slightly frowned, and she asked, "Why did you come early?" "The organization asked me to come to Wind City first, and the rest of the group will arrive in 3 days."
Li Yu knew what Fong Lin was asking, so he answered truthfully. Fong Lin did not let down her guard against Li Yu. What they were about to do would be even greater than what they were doing in Bo City. Naturally, you have to be careful with everyone to avoid any omissions in the process. Li Yu chose to expose himself in order to make Fong Lin feel that he was not following her, but coming to find her. "My lord said that you have done a good job here.
If the matter of Wind City is done well, you can also participate in the plan of the ancient capital." As soon as Li Yu finished speaking, a look of joy suddenly appeared on Fong Lin's face. Her suspicion of Li Yu has now been reduced a lot, because not many people know about Gudu's plan. She knew this because she had a relative who was a high-ranking official in the Black Church. It would be a great honor for her if she could be part of Gudu's plan.
"Thank you, sir, for me."
Fong Lin's eyes were full of gratitude, and she bowed with one hand on her chest.
Li Yu said, "Take me to meet the others." "Not now." Fong Lin shook her head. Their plan was already underway and it was not convenient for others to disturb them now. "Okay then, if you need us, just come to me."
Throwing a card to Fong Lin, Li Yu's eyes were filled with extremely fanatical desire, because I also want to contribute my own efforts to this city that is about to be destroyed. The two looked at each other, and Fong Lin seemed to have found a kindred spirit in Li Yu's eyes. At this moment, Fong Lin already regarded Li Yu as a fellow human being.
Li Yu could see that Fong Lin was still wary of him and did not completely trust him. "Come with me."
When Li Yu felt there was no hope, he unexpectedly received hope from Fong Lin.
Fong Lin took him into a dilapidated small building. There was no sunlight and the surroundings were a bit cold. "Let me tell you a story. Do you know why I can become a blue-clad butler when I am only at the intermediate level?"
The reason why she told Li Yu all this was because she had already acknowledged that he, like herself, had connections in the Black Church. Otherwise, with Li Yu's current strength, he would not know about the ancient capital plan at all. Li Yu was very surprised. He thought Fong Lin was just a priest in black, but he didn't expect that he was actually a deacon in blue.
"It's a big fish. You must have done a lot of great things to become a blue deacon, right?"
Li Yu did not answer her directly, because the Black Church did some cruel things. Moreover, ordinary people cannot guess what is going on in the minds of the Black Church. Those little kids are so cute, especially when they cry. Fong Lin said this with excitement in her eyes, as if she was slowly savoring and carefully tasting it again.
"Child?" Li Yu's mind was working frantically.
He had seen a report about a missing child in the news.
It is not difficult to guess that Fong Lin is definitely related to the child's disappearance.
Li Yu forced a smile on his face and said, "I can see that you like children very much.
I know a place with a lot of children. I can take you there when the time comes."
After hearing this, Fong Lin's lips curled up with a hint of coldness. Come to think of it, I haven't heard a child cry for a long time.
"When we have completed this great mission, you will take me to see it." "No problem."
Li Yu agreed verbally, but what the other party didn't know was that the place she was about to go to was hell, where she would meet the group of children she had harmed.
"And you?" Fong Lin's beautiful eyes were full of anticipation.
She really wanted to know what great things Li Yu had done. Li Yu was almost stumped by the question, but luckily he had the habit of following the news, so he immediately said,
"I didn't do anything.
I just used fire to massacre a small town recently. They all died happily in the flames." The more she listened, the more excited she became.
Fong Lin became interested in what Li Yu said. "I really want to listen to their exciting voices." "You will definitely have a chance to hear it."
Li Yu showed an evil smile, because he thought it would be helpful for Fong Lin to hear his own voice in the flames.
However, Fong Lin didn't know that she was being targeted, and she thought it was a very pleasant conversation. "You are very much my taste."
Slowly walking to Li Yu's back, Fong Lin put her hands on his shoulders and pressed tightly against his back. Li Yu grabbed her slender hands, turned around and pressed her against the wall, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes.
"So, can I be part of destroying this city? We welcome you to join us. Last night, that loser Su Yulin only lasted 2 minutes."
This made Fong Lin, who had not yet tasted pleasure, feel a fire burning in her heart. Li Yu saw that Fong Lin was not in a good state and naturally understood what the other party was thinking.
He lifted Fong Lin's pointed chin and asked, "Then how do we destroy Wind City?"
Wind City will also enjoy the carnival brought by the demons just like Bo City.
Fong Lin looked at Liu tenderly, as if she was a hungry female wolf who couldn't wait to pounce on the prey in front of her.
Now that he knew the other party's general plan, Liu could not ask any further, for he was afraid that Fong Lin would become suspicious of him.
Boom!
Suddenly, there was a noise outside, and Liu and Fong Lin became serious instantly. You leave first, I'll go take a look.
Liu gave an instruction and Fong Lin nodded tactfully.
In the face of a great mission, Fong Lin still has his own principles.
I'll come see you tomorrow night. Fong Lin blew Liu a kiss and walked into the house. Liu walked out. He knew who made this sound. Did I ruin your plan?
Lingling came out from a corner and said with a look of disgust.
Liu did not answer.
If Lingling did not give him a chance to escape, he would find a way to escape himself.
Lingling, let's not talk about this for now. I want you to help me check something.
What's up? Afterwards, Liu told what Fong Lin had done. She had looked into these matters, and after hesitating for a moment, Lingling finally told what she knew. A year ago, someone saw a large number of corpses in the wild.
It is speculated that these corpses are likely to be. The same thing happened half a year ago. This time it was more obvious.
They seemed to be performing some kind of ritual. Some people speculated that these rituals were related to the Black Church.
Chapter 29 Demonic Invasion Third Update.
Children go missing all the time, but this past year has been the worst year ever. After Lingling finished speaking, she expressed her guess, so, the woman just now was very likely involved, or was the mastermind. Liu felt that such people should go to hell sooner, but before going to hell, she should play a greater role. Then they returned to the hotel, and Liu told Fong Lin the useful information he got from her.
Will they allow demons to attack Wind City like they did in Bo City?
Lingling crossed her arms and wandered around the room.
This is all the information Liu got.
As for what method the Black Vatican would use, this is a question worth pondering.
It doesn't always rain in the Windy City, so they can't use rainfall as a method.
Lingling expressed her speculation, but she couldn't think of anything else, so she can only try to find a way to get more useful information.
I can't think of it.
Liu followed Su Yulin during the day, and Lingling was looking up information in the hotel. The sky darkens quietly and night is approaching. Suddenly, an alarm sounded outside Wind City, instantly throwing the entire city into panic. Seeing that Su Yulin did not come out of the trial meeting, Liu found someone to ask what happened outside the city.
He casually grabbed the arm of a middle-aged man who was hurrying out of the city and asked, "Uncle, what happened outside the city?" "There is a demon invasion. Now all the mages in Wind City are gathering on the city wall."
After Liu found out, he thanked her and contacted Lingling.
"Lingling, is this demon invasion related to the Black Church?"
Lingling said, "We don't know yet, because Fengcheng is occasionally invaded by demons, so we can't jump to conclusions, but the number of demons that invade each time increases." The news would report the number of demon invasions each time, so it was quite easy for Lingling to find them. Suddenly, a familiar system voice sounded.
"Trigger the God-level branch quest selection.
Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, after hunting down 100 servant-level monsters, you will be rewarded with an upgrade of the basic wind system to the 4th level.
The current completion status is 0-100.
Option 2, after hunting down 5 general-level monsters, you will be rewarded with an intermediate summoning system upgrade to the 1st level.
The current completion status is 0-5.
Option 3, after hunting down 10 general-level monsters, the wind system will be upgraded to the 3rd level as a reward.
The current completion status is 0-10.
Option 4, after hunting down 20 general-level demons, you will be rewarded with a random draw.
The current completion status is 0-20.
4 options appeared in front of Liu, but he was not in a hurry to make a choice. This side quest must be completed before the reward can be claimed, so he has to hunt monsters first and then make the choice to get the reward.
Liu asked, "Lingling, do we need to follow Su Yulin? What do you want to do?" "I want to go kill a few demons for fun." Lingling looked at Su Yulin's location and said, "Go ahead. If anything happens, I will notify you as soon as possible."
Okay. As soon as Liu finished speaking, he ran towards the city wall of Fengcheng. At this time, outside Fengcheng, demons continued to pour onto the city walls. The mages kept bombarding it.
This was the last line of defense of Wind City and the demons must not be allowed to break through.
In addition to the military mages, the demon hunting team, and some retired mages are also on the city walls to resist the invasion of demons. They were divided into teams of 5 or 6 people, guarding the city wall at a station every 3 meters. Hurry up and give us some support, we have a general-level warrior here. A middle-aged man with a broken arm shouted to the other team. However, when he saw that the other party also had to deal with a general-level demon, he could only grit his teeth and continue to bombard the long-tongued lizard under the wall.
Damn it! Basic magic is useless against it.
No matter how they bombarded it, the long-tongued lizard kept climbing up.
Captain, it's coming up, a team member exclaimed.
Because the main force of Wind City went to the north, there were very few mid-level mages in the west. For example, there was no mid-level mage in their small team.
Damn it! My wife and kids are in the city. Don't even think about getting through here.
The middle-aged man with the broken arm had a fighting spirit in his eyes. Even if he died, he would make the long-tongued lizard lose a layer of skin. Fire burst. A huge ball of fire shot towards the long-tongued lizard like a cannonball. A huge flame suddenly exploded on the long-tongued lizard's head, and the flames instantly engulfed it. However, the long-tongued lizard climbed up again intact.
It's still useless.
The rest of them had only cultivated to the second level of the beginner stage, but they released beginner magic one after another. However, everything they did was in vain, because the long-tongued lizard was about to climb onto the city wall.
Flame slash.
Just as the long-tongued lizard climbed up the city wall, a flaming sword blade passed in front of them and slashed at the long-tongued lizard.
There's help.
The others breathed a sigh of relief. They almost died under the claws of the long-tongued lizard.
Li Yufeng landed in front of them.
Thank you, the middle-aged man with the broken arm said sincerely.
You are welcome.
Li Yu waved his hand, his burning eyes searching for the long-tongued lizard.
I found you.
He held the Sword King in his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Burning slash." The Sword King slashed out a raging flame again, and those slave-level demons were instantly engulfed in the sea of fire. A flaming battlefield with a diameter of tens of meters immediately formed below the city wall.
The long-tongued lizard was just an ordinary warrior-level demon.
Under the burning flames, it gradually lost its ability to move.
Wind plate Tian Luo.
The huge wind disk rolled all the surrounding demons and flames into it. Those slave-level black-spotted vipers and black-tailed scorpions were turned into charred corpses with broken limbs under the ravages of fire and tornado. A general-level demon is in my hands, Li Yu said in his heart. But he didn't know yet that his action amazed the teams on the city wall. People like Li Yu, who have the ability to kill a large number of people with one strike, play a huge role in such a large-scale invasion.
Li Yu asked, is there any beginner mage here who has cultivated both the ice and plant elements to the 3rd level?
Boss, I have reached the 3rd level of ice cultivation.
Boss, I am also at the 3rd level of ice element.
Brother, I'm in the 3rd level of the plant department. In a short time, Li Yu selected 3 ice-type boys and 1 plant-type girl.
The other teams didn't say anything either.
With the joining of such a powerful mid-level mage, their overall strength would be raised to a higher level.
Li Yu and the others gathered together.
He didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Your mission is to control those general-level demons, and leave the rest to me. Although they are all beginner wizards, there is strength in numbers, and an ant can kill an elephant. An ice type might not be able to control a warlord level for very long, but if the ice types take turns controlling it, the effect will be different.
This is exactly what Li Yu was thinking. Chapter 30 High-Level Mage Update 1. Ice Vines Cover. Ice Vine, Freeze. Ice Vine Condensation. Li Yu and 4 other people continued to provide support on the city wall.
As long as there were general-level demons, they would show up immediately.
Most of the generals here are ordinary-level generals.
If you encounter a big general or a demon, it will be difficult to deal with them.
Another warrior is coming up here. Someone called out to them from a distance.
So far, Li Yu and his team have dealt with 10 general-level demons. Although elementary magic does not consume too much magic energy, they are only elementary magicians. You guys take a rest here for a while, I'll go over and take a look. As soon as Li Yu finished speaking and was about to leave, the girl with a bun in the team suddenly said, "Brother, I'll go with you." The 3 boys were doing the hard work in the front and she could rarely help, so she also wanted to do something for Windy City.
Okay, but you have to protect yourself.
Seeing the girl with the bun nod in response, Li Yu ran towards the direction of the voice.
Walking to the wall, Li Yu looked down and saw 3 rattlesnakes coiled under the wall.
The 3-headed rattlesnake is the most common type of monster in the desert. It has 3 heads, a yellow-green body, diamond-shaped black-brown spots on its back, and a string of keratin rings at the end of its tail. The most important thing is that the Warlord Class 3-headed rattlesnake can be tens of meters long.
The 3 rattlesnakes under the wall looked similar, each at least 9 meters long. It's a bit troublesome to deal with. Although they haven't fought yet, it's not hard to see that this 3-headed rattlesnake is not easy to deal with. Wind Disc, Tornado. Liu released the first level of intermediate wind system towards the 3 rattlesnakes. He wanted to know the strength of this general level beast. A strong wind suddenly rolled up around the 3 rattlesnakes, and the wind speed became faster and faster, as if it was going to roll the 3 rattlesnakes in. However, the 3 rattlesnakes were all sticking out their tongues, looking extremely indifferent. He moved his 9-meter-long body and slammed it hard on the tornado. The next moment, the wind tornado suddenly broke apart, and strong winds swept in all directions. It's quite strong. Liu could tell from this point that this 3-headed rattlesnake was definitely at the level of a great battle general. Sky Flame Funeral. However, at this moment, a flame dyed the sky red, forming a flower flame that was about to bloom. After a moment, the flower flame scattered thousands of fire petals downwards, like a rain of fire, spectacular and shocking. Boom, boom, boom. The rain of fire fell like sharp arrows, instantly turning the area outside the city wall into a sea of fire. The demons were also engulfed by the sea of fire. No matter if they were at the slave level or the general level, they would instantly turn into ashes as soon as they came into contact with the flames. Seeing this scene, the team on the city wall was stunned, and they were all marveling at the power of high-level magic. Liu looked around and finally set his sights on a burly man. The girl standing next to him said excitedly, "It's Commander Yen." "You know him?" "Everyone in Wind City knows him. He is the commander of the west side of Wind City, Yin Changfeng." At this moment, it seemed that there was only Yin Changfeng in the girl's eyes. Liu could see that this girl liked Yin Changfeng very much. Now that the high-level person has arrived, there is naturally nothing for him to do. However, Liu was very curious about how many high-level people were guarding Fengcheng. "Do you know how many high-level mages there are in Wind City?" Xiao Feng came back to her senses. She thought for a moment, raised 4 fingers and said, "As far as I know, we only have 4 high-level mages in Wind City." 4 high-level mages? That is indeed better than Bo City, where at that time there was only 1 high-level mage, Zhang Kong. After only half a while, Yen Changfeng had cleared out many of the demons outside the city wall. "You guys continue, this is all I can help with." Yen Changfeng cannot waste too much magic energy. His existence is to prevent the invasion of more powerful demons. The reason he took action just now was to relieve the pressure on the west wall. Otherwise, if the wall could not be defended, what would be the point of keeping his magic power? Yen Changfeng seemed to notice that Liu was looking at him, and he suddenly came in front of him. "You have great talent. Don't try to be brave when you are in danger. You young people are the future of the country." Yen Changfeng continued speaking earnestly. "I'll be careful." Liu replied, and Yen Changfeng slowly left. This was just a small episode. When Yen Changfeng's fire dissipated, the demons launched an attack again. However, the number this time was smaller than before, and the teams on the city wall were able to deal with them with ease. Under the bombardment of Yen Changfeng's Tianyan funeral, those war general-level demons that were affected were also injured. Therefore, an idea suddenly came to Liu's mind, that is, to rush over and kill all those injured generals. In this way, he can complete the task quickly and reduce a large number of the opponent's powerful generals. However, Liu did not want to expose his thunder element, because Fang Lin knew that he had thunder element in his awakening element, so just in case, he did not want to use the thunder element in public. Liu stood at the edge of the city wall. Xiao Feng next to him looked surprised. She didn't understand what Liu wanted to do. Wind Disc, Tornado. A tornado formed beneath the city wall, clearing a large area in an instant. Liu suddenly jumped up, and before Xiao Feng could dissuade him, his figure had already appeared under the city wall. The team on the city wall didn't know what Liu wanted to do. They were worried and curious. If Liu had not joined, their western wall would have been breached long ago. His appearance suddenly became a thorn in the eyes of many generals. Liu killed no less than 10 general-level monsters. Those general-level monsters who were watching saw it all. They were waiting for this opportunity. Even if they are seriously injured, they must tear Liu to pieces to avenge their brothers. Seeing them rushing up so madly, Liu immediately summoned the Sword King and the Violent Thunder Dragon. "You little foodie, go deal with one on your own. Liu pointed at the little thunder dragon and threatened it with an expression that said, if you don't work hard, you won't have anything to eat. When the little thunder dragon heard that it would have no food to eat if it didn't work hard, it seemed to have changed its appearance, and the power of thunder and lightning emanating from its body was particularly terrifying. Although the little thunder dragon has not been promoted to the level of a general, its bloodline is pure and it is completely a dragon. Even if he couldn't kill the other party couldn't do anything to the little thunder dragon. The Sword King in Liu's hand kept shaking, as if resisting unfair treatment. Can't you eat spirits? If there are any, I'll give them all to you. After hearing this, the Sword King hummed a few times and was as happy as a little child. Enjoy the fire extravaganza I've prepared for you. A large-scale demon battlefield like this is very suitable for him to use his poisonous flames. As long as the demons are poisoned, then it will be time for him to reap the rewards. Chapter 31, the 4th series, Part 2. The two general-level monsters in front of him were the three-headed rattlesnake and the long-tongued lizard. The three-headed rattlesnake was extremely fast, and its tail rustled as it moved. Burning slash. Seeing that the three-headed rattlesnake was about to rush in front of him, Liu's Sword King instantly ignited a raging fire. The long sword slashed down, and the flames instantly illuminated the entire night, sweeping away like a wave. Those slaves who rushed towards Liu were like landlubbers and were engulfed in the sea of fire. The three-headed rattlesnake was not afraid of fire at all, and immediately blocked the burning slash. Its surface seemed to be wearing armor, and the raging fire could not cause much damage to it. Wind track Pyawing. The three-headed rattlesnake opened its bloody mouth in an instant, trying to swallow him. Liu turned into an extremely fast shadow, moving at will, and narrowly avoided the bloody mouth. Wind disc, tornado. He then drew a windstar map, with strong gales swallowing the surroundings, as if trying to tear everything around into a tornado. The three rattlesnakes were still resisting, but the long-tongued lizard approached quietly. Her huge tongue, which was 4 or 5 meters long, suddenly attacked Liu. Crazy Thunder Shield. The shield emerged, and a tongue as big as a basketball stuck directly to the shield, oozing disgusting mucus. Liu's mind moved, and the power of thunder and lightning surged in the Crazy Thunder Shield, and suddenly a domineering thunder and lightning force emerged. The lightning ran down the tongue, spreading throughout the long-tongued lizard's body like burning gasoline, and then struck other parts of the body. The long-tongued lizard was already injured, and under the ravages of lightning, it exhaled its last remaining breath. When the teams on the city wall saw this, they couldn't help but exclaimed, "Awesome!" The three-headed rattlesnake broke free from the net, and its agile tail swept over immediately. Liu released Pyawing again, and the tail of the three-headed rattlesnake just brushed past him. It was extremely dangerous. The raging fire started again, and Liu continued to chop down, and a huge fire scene suddenly formed around him. Seeing this, the three-headed rattlesnake immediately summoned the black-spotted vipers to attack Liu in groups. Black-spotted vipers attacked from all directions. Liu held his breath and concentrated, with the tip of the sword pointing downward, and dropped it suddenly. The Sword King suddenly burst out with a terrifying flame, sweeping in all directions like a huge ripple. The group of black-spotted vipers was immediately engulfed in the sea of fire, with a large number of casualties. A cold light flashed in the fierce eyes of the three-headed rattlesnake, and it attacked Liu again. However, at this moment, its body suddenly stopped and staggered. It worked! Seeing this, Liu seized the opportunity without hesitation. Burning slash. The flames pounced on the three-headed rattlesnake again. Liu followed it and rushed into the sea of fire, stabbing out with his sword. The sword pierced into the body of the three-headed rattlesnake. Liu slashed it with force, leaving a shocking wound. The three-headed rattlesnake, which was still dizzy, was shocked. The roar of the three-headed rattlesnake sounded in the sea of fire, but eventually dissipated in the sea of fire. 12. After Liu dealt with the 3 rattlesnakes, he immediately came to the little thunder dragon. The little brontosaurus flapped its wings, and it was obvious that the injured long-tongued lizard was no match for it. A person with a strong bloodline is a bull. Liu sighed and joined forces with the little thunder dragon to take the head of the long-tongued lizard. 13 heads. After Liu finished dealing with the problem, he retreated back to the city wall, ready to rest for a while before continuing to hunt the general-level monsters. There were demons outside the city wall constantly rushing in, as if there was a treasure inside, and they all wanted to go in and get a piece of it. As the night progressed, the number of demons gradually decreased, and general-level demons became rare, and you might not encounter 2 in an hour. The teams on the city wall were exhausted, but they still took turns guarding the wall and did not let the demons get in.
There were also a few ignorant slaves who wanted to rush up the city wall. Liu released the wind disk and killed them all. The sky gradually brightens. Everyone looked exhausted, and they lay down on the edge of the city wall and fell asleep without realizing it. Liu was still meditating to recover, and when he woke up, he began to complete his options. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and completing the task of killing 20 general-level warriors. You will be rewarded with a random draw. When the system voice fell, Liu immediately became alert. Random draws depend on luck. If you are lucky, you might win something good. System, draw a lottery. Liu muttered in his mind, and soon, a lottery appeared before his eyes. Without hesitation, he slammed the red button, and the random draw kept spinning. Liu stared at the lottery machine with expectant eyes, anxiously waiting for the final result. Bite. A voice sounded, and the lottery machine slowly stopped. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Random Awakening Magic Gift Pack. Random Awakening of Magic System? As the name suggests, he can have another magic system. Open. Liu opened the gift package without hesitation. The gift package was opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for awakening the fire element. Two voices came one after another, and the fire element that Liu had been thinking about finally came. With the thunder and fire elements, the output is absolutely explosive. After Liu received the reward, he did not continue to stay under the city wall, but prepared to return to the hotel to meet Lingling. As soon as he got down from the city wall, Xiaofeng followed him. Brother, are you going back to the city too? Xiaofeng said with a lively and cheerful smile. Yes. Liu nodded, then asked, Xiaofeng, are you in high school now? He thought Xiaofeng was a little younger than him, but not much younger. I'll be in my senior year when school starts. Xiaofeng replied. About to be a senior in high school? The plant system has been cultivated to the 3rd level? It seems that the girl in front of me is also a talented magician. The two chatted and soon entered the city. Liu walked for a long time, and every once in a while he could see a sprinkler truck passing by. Isn't Windy City short of water? Why are there so many sprinkler trucks? Xiaofeng shook her head and said, I don't know either. I heard on the news that underground water seemed to have been discovered. Have these sprinkler trucks only increased recently? Liu asked again. It seems so. The news said they were going to tidy up the city's appearance and plant a lot of flowers and plants. Xiaofeng pointed to a row of trees in the distance and said, those were planted yesterday. I happened to pass by when they were being planted. I see. Liu didn't dwell on it too much. After he separated from Xiaofeng, he returned to the hotel. At this time, Lingling was looking for information and observing Su Yulin's movements. Hearing a knock on the door, Lingling looked through the peephole and then opened the door. Liu walked in and asked, Did you find anything? Not at this time. Lingling returned to the sofa and continued typing on her laptop. But I saw a recent news report that might be related to the Black Church, but this is just my guess. What news? Liu asked. Lingling raised her head and said, Fengchang recently discovered an underground water source. P.S. I'm not in good shape today because I had a conflict with my girlfriend, which has been resolved now. I'll see if I can write the 3rd chapter. If not, I'll make it up tomorrow. Chapter 32 Groundwater Update 1. Fengchang recently discovered a groundwater source, but it was discovered by Su Yulin's team. Lingling paused for a moment and expressed her speculation. In Bo City, the Black Church used rainwater to allow demons to invade Bo City. So I guess this groundwater may be a breakthrough. After listening to Lingling's speculation, Liu also began to take it seriously. The Black Church was indeed very good at using rainwater to do some terrible things that subverted human imagination. However, the Windy City may not see many rains in a year, and there is basically no rainfall in this month. Based on this speculation, the groundwater discovered by Su Yulin is indeed suspicious. Liu asked, It seems that we can start the investigation from groundwater. Go collect a bottle of groundwater right now and I'll have someone take it for testing. After listening to it, Liu did not hesitate. According to the address in the news, he came to the place where groundwater was discovered. There were people guarding this place, but Liu changed into Su Yulin's appearance and successfully sneaked in. Water in various states that is widely buried below the surface is collectively called groundwater. A huge reservoir has been built here, and it looks like the groundwater may be enough for a long time. Li Yu came to the source of the groundwater, took a bottle of groundwater, and then left the reservoir. After returning to the hotel, Li Yu immediately handed the bottle of groundwater to Lingling.
Li Yu asked, "When will there be results?" "Tonight at the latest." After Lingling answered, there was a knock on the door. "Go open the door." Li Yu walked to the door and opened it.
Standing outside was a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes.
The middle-aged man glanced at Li Yu and walked straight into the room.
"Take this bottle of stuff to be tested. We need to leave tonight to find out the results." After Lingling handed the groundwater to the middle-aged man, the other party took the groundwater, closed the door and left. Li Yu saw that the other party acted so decisively and guessed that he should be from Qingtian hunting house.
He looked out the window.
The sky was getting darker and another dark night was about to fall. Nothing happened outside the city tonight, it was as peaceful as usual.
Outside the hotel, a woman with heavy makeup and dusty clothes walked into the hotel.
She didn't ask the front desk, but took the elevator to the 9th floor according to a card. After getting out of the elevator, Fong Lin found room 9023 on the card and she couldn't wait to rush in. But out of courtesy, she knocked on the door politely, and then the door was opened.
Li Yu stood at the door, and Fong Lin immediately pounced on him.
When they were about to get intimate, the former suddenly said, "Are you in such a hurry?
How about I take a shower first?"
"What bath?
I can't wait."
The fire in Fong Lin's heart suddenly burned, and she pushed Li Yu onto the bed.
"Tonight, you are mine."
"No." Li Yu shook his head and smiled, "You are ours tonight." He originally wanted to ask some more questions, but Fong Lin was too hungry.
If he didn't take action, he would be finished.
"Us?"
Fong Lin was puzzled.
When she was about to ask, two figures suddenly appeared behind her and pressed her to the edge of the bed.
Who?
She wanted to know who was controlling her, but she couldn't see the other person's face.
Li Yu looked at Fong Lin and asked, "What does the Black Church want to do in Wind City?"
"What a pity.
I thought I had found a soulmate." Fong Lin glanced at Li Yu and said, then laughed loudly, "Don't you want to know what we are going to do?"
"Then I will tell you, I will let the whole city be buried with me." At this moment, a hint of viciousness flashed in Fong Lin's eyes, and she seemed to be her true self now.
"Sister, how do we deal with her?" Li Yu knew that it was unlikely that he could get anything out of Fong Lin. They did this just because they didn't want Fong Lin to go back.
Without the mastermind, the other members of the Black Church would fall into panic.
Although it will alert the enemy, it can also make the garbage hiding in the dark surface. I will have someone lock her up first, and then find out their purpose.
Tang Yu was accompanied by a mid-level psychic mage, so it was impossible for Fong Lin to escape by magic.
Okay then.
I hope you can pry her mouth open. The reason why Tang Yu appeared here was because Lingling told her. At the same time, Tang Yu just happened to complete her mission and passed by Fengcheng. Just as Tang Yu led her out of the room, Fong Lin turned her head and looked at Li Yu and said, "I've done a lot of great things, but I'm most proud of what is going to happen in the Windy City.
Just wait and see. Bo City will become a thing of the past, and my grand ceremony will become an embellishment in the long river of the universe." Li Yu looked at Fong Lin, who was almost going crazy.
Compared with before, she was like a completely different person. "Sister, don't let this kind of person die too easily." Tang Yu did not answer, but her eyes gave Li Yu a positive answer. After the matter was resolved, Li Yu walked to Lingling's room opposite, and the middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes was also there.
Li Yu was eager to know the result and asked, "How is the progress?" "There's nothing wrong with the groundwater you got," Lingling replied, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes.
Li Yu frowned slightly, released the wind track, and quickly caught up with Fong Lin.
"Excuse me, I already know what your plan is."
As soon as the words fell, Fong Lin didn't believe it at all, and her face was always filled with a disdainful smile.
"Groundwater, sprinkler truck."
Li Yu said these two words in front of Fong Lin, while he was also observing Fong Lin's subtle expressions. However, the other party concealed it very well, and even after hearing these two words, he still maintained a disdainful smile on his face. But there was no light in Fong Lin's eyes. That light of expectation and desire disappeared in the instant just now. Looking at Tang Yu and the others as they left, Li Yu already understood where the problem lay.
However, he had to confirm one thing first before he could continue with his speculation.
Li Yu took advantage of the night and quietly slipped into the area where the sprinkler trucks were parked, and took some underground water from several of the trucks. After getting it, he immediately returned to the hotel and handed the bottles of groundwater to the middle-aged man again. Liu expressed his speculation: if there is no problem with the groundwater at the source, then the water in the sprinkler truck may have unexpected benefits. Xiaofeng said before that Fengcheng didn't originally have so many sprinkler trucks, and their number has only increased recently. Moreover, Liu asked Lingling to find out who proposed to improve the greening environment of Fengcheng, and that person was Su Yulin. Take it for another test. Lingling said to the middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. The middle-aged man nodded and left with the bottles of groundwater. Chapter 33 Secret Passage Part 2. The next morning. Just after dawn, Lingling received a call from the middle-aged man. The results are out. The voice from the other party seemed very heavy, which made Lingling frown. Send me the report. In less than a minute, Lingling received a document. She opened it and read the description carefully. The groundwater in this sprinkler truck is different from the groundwater reported in the previous water source. The water in the sprinkler truck contains an additional substance. After reading the report, Lingling went straight over and knocked on Liu's door, and then the two of them sat in the living room. What's the result? Liu practiced the fire system last night. He tried to practice the fire system to the intermediate level. Lingling asked Liu to look at the file report on the computer and said, there is something wrong with this sprinkler truck. I have already notified the trial committee and asked them to control all the workers of the sprinkler truck. Liu listened and read the explanation in the document report. His expression became serious when he read the latter part. The document report said that this substance can change the quality of sand, but the report did not specify what this substance is. But for this new substance, the people who conducted the test defined it as change. They are still studying the effects and impacts of this changed sand. They will inform us as soon as the results come out. Lingling pulled the computer in front of her and found several urban areas where the groundwater led to. The Black Church may want to replicate the disaster in Bo City, so we must investigate anything related to groundwater. Lingling sent the blueprint to Liu. It is impossible that the Black Church only used the sprinkler truck. Before the results come out, we need to investigate these districts and take the groundwater that is currently being used for testing. Leave it to me. As soon as Liu finished speaking, he set out to go to those urban areas to fetch the groundwater that was in use. At this moment, Fong Lin, the blue-robed deacon, has been killed. They must act quickly, otherwise the people of the Black Church may counterattack. However, just when he went to the urban area to fetch groundwater, he happened to see Su Yulin, who was in a hurry. Immediately, Lingling's voice came from Liu's headphones. Liu, I have some bad news. Su Yulin escaped from the tracking of the Inquisition and destroyed the tracker on his body. It's okay. I saw Su Yulin. I'll follow him. You contact the people from the trial council to come over. Liu said this as he followed Su Yulin carefully. He vaguely remembered that the other party had strong anti-detection capabilities. The next moment, Su Yulin turned into an alley. He walked a long way in the alley before quietly entering a dilapidated two-story building. There were spider webs all over the outside of the small building, and the door was not locked, so he got in easily. The door made a creaking sound when he closed it. The windows were sealed and there were no lights inside, so the light was very dim. Su Yulin could only stick to his original memories and grope around on the ground until he opened a door leading to the underground. He opened the door and saw a faint light coming from underground. He jumped in without hesitation. Through a passage that was wide enough for two people to walk side by side, we arrived at an underground room. At this time, a figure in blue appeared in front of Su Yulin. Master Deacon. Su Yulin walked forward respectfully, bowed and half knelt on the ground behind him. Fong Lin should have been arrested by the Inquisition. A hoarse voice sounded, making people feel very uncomfortable. Then should we carry out our plan in advance? Su Yulin asked cautiously. The blue-robed deacon seemed to be making some difficult decisions. After a moment of silence, he said, once the support arrives, the plan will be implemented. Clear. Su Yulin nodded, and then continued, Master Deacon, the people of the Inquisition no longer trust me. I apply to return to the church. Come back. With the approval of the blue-robed deacon, Su Yulin did not stay any longer and left the room. Liu was guarding outside the house at this time, and there were two people from the trial council beside him. Su Yulin is out, said one of the judges. Su Yulin had only been in for a short while, but he came out so quickly? Although Li Yu was confused, as long as he could control Su Yulin, he could go in and find out what was going on.
Thank you for your help. The other two judges nodded and their eyes fell on Su Yulin. Giant shadow nail, imprisonment.
One of the judges attacked. Su Yulin, who was originally immersed in joy, was a little panicked when faced with the sudden situation. However, by the time he reacted, it was already too late. His shadow was nailed to the ground by several black nails, and even his body could not move. Hateful. When Su Yulin was about to struggle with all his might, several vines suddenly emerged from under his feet and tied him up in an instant. Now, only Su Yulin's eyes were exposed, and the rest of his body was bound by vines. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Li Yu's mind.
Trigger the God-level choice.
Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, bring Su Yulin back to report, and you will be rewarded with an upgrade from the beginner fire element to the first level. Option 2, kill Su Yulin and get the reward of upgrading the primary fire system to the second level. Option 3, go into the secret passage in the room and check. The reward is to upgrade the fire element to the third level. With 3 options presented, Li Yu was hesitating whether to enter the secret passage mentioned in the options. At this time, a figure came from a distance, and it was Tang Yu.
Brother, you did a good job.
When Li Yu saw Tang Yu, he showed joy. It would be much safer if Tang Yu accompanied him down.
Sister, Su Yulin just entered this building. Shall we go in and search?
Li Yu suggested. Seeing that Su Yulin had been controlled, Tang Yu agreed to Li Yu's proposal. The two walked into the darkroom, a flame ignited in Tang Yu's hand, and the vision in front of him became clear. It seems like no one has lived here for a long time, Tang Yu said as she started to search around. Li Yu is a wind mage, so he can feel the airflow in the room. And the system options all indicate that there must be a secret passage in this house. Li Yu closed his eyes, feeling the flow of air around him, and soon found the location of the secret passage. He took a few steps forward, stamped his feet, then squatted down and groped on the ground.
What are you looking for? Tang Yu didn't find anything, so she walked over and asked curiously.
Li Yu did not respond, he was still groping, but the next moment, he seemed to touch something. Suddenly, Li Yu pulled hard, and the door of the tunnel suddenly opened and appeared in front of the two of them.
Go down? Tang Yu looked at Li Yu and asked.
Li Yu didn't say anything, but closed his eyes again, feeling the movement in the secret passage. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, "Let's go down."
Chapter 34 Discovery Third Update.
The entrance to the secret passage was at least 2 meters above the ground. Li Yu took the brunt and was the first to jump into the secret passage. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is to upgrade the primary fire system to the third level. Because Li Yu was listening to the system sound, he just jumped in, and before he had time to move, Tang Yu jumped in next.
Ah! Li Yu couldn't help but exclaim, and was then pressed under Tang Yu. Sis, if you don't get up, I'm going to suffocate you.
When Tang Yu heard this, she looked down, her face turned red, and she stood up immediately. Li Yu brushed off the dust on his body and stood up, pretending nothing had happened.
Let's go.
Just as Li Yu was about to walk in front, Tang Yu pulled him behind her and she walked in front. Li Yu had no choice but to follow her carefully step by step. They walked along the secret passage, and when they reached the end, they saw an iron gate.
I'll do it.
Tang Yu ignited a flame in her hand, and after a while, the entire iron gate gradually melted. Li Yu gave a thumbs up and followed Tang Yu in. The room was empty, the environment was very clean, and the layout was very simple. Li Yu glanced at every corner of the room and immediately saw 4 words written on the wall: Sea of Demons.
Sister, where is this demon sea?
Li Yu had never heard of this place, but its appearance here must be extraordinary.
The demon sea is far away from Wind City.
It is not a sea, but it is the habitat of a large number of demons, so it is called the Demon Sea. While Tang Yu was explaining to Li Yu, she was searching for any important information left here. However, after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find any relevant information. But they found a secret passage, so when they followed it, they found that it had been destroyed, so they had to return empty-handed. After returning to land, Tang Yu captured Su Yulin, and Li Yu returned to the hotel. After handing over the groundwater collected from other urban areas to the middle-aged man, Li Yu sat on the sofa at a loss.
No gains? Lingling asked.
Li Yu shook his head, but he still wanted to tell Lingling about the Sea of Demons. After listening to this, Lingling also felt that this matter was quite strange, because the Sea of Demons was far away from Wind City, and the two places did not have much intersection.
But what on earth did the Black Vatican want them to do by leaving this place to them? Are they deliberately misleading them as a smokescreen, or do they have other intentions?
After thinking for a long time, they still didn't get the answer they wanted. Lingling decided to investigate the Sea of Demons first.
The clues deliberately left by the Black Church could not be ignored. Li Yu, when you were killing the demons on the city wall last night, did you find anything wrong with them?
Looking at this naughty little girl, Li Yu felt both angry and amused. He felt that Lingling was calling his name more and more smoothly. These demons are not as manic and crazy as those in Bo City, but they seem to be very eager to rush into Wind City. In Li Yu's memory, those demons desperately wanted to rush into Fengcheng, as if a treasure had appeared in the world and everyone wanted to have a piece of the pie. At this time, Lingling frowned slightly. As Li Yu said, there must be something in Fengcheng that they wanted to steal. When Lingling thought of this, she thought of the change that can change the quality of sand.
What is the purpose of the Black Church doing this? Is there some connection between the two?
However, the answers to all these questions have to wait for the results from the testing department.
Lingling, I'm going to go out for a while. Contact me if you have anything. Li Yu walked out of the hotel.
He also guessed that the reason might be that the quality of the sand had changed. So he decided to experiment with sand. The ground under Wind City is full of sand, but it is very difficult for him to take it out from the ground. However, Li Yu was lucky enough to meet a convoy that was working on a construction site. Li Yu picked up a handful of khaki sand, but the color of the sand had turned into a very dark khaki.
I held it to my nose and sniffed it.
This sand had no smell, just like ordinary sand.
Little Thunder Dragon.
Afterwards, Li Yu summoned the Little Thunder Dragon and asked it to smell it to test whether only the monster could smell the scent in the sand. The little brontosaurus got close to the sand and sniffed it, then immediately shook his head, indicating that there was no smell.
Isn't it because of the sand?
Li Yu touched his chin and thought deeply.
Why did the Black Church do so many things?
Just when he was at a loss, a voice interrupted him.
Brother, what are you doing here?
After Li Yu came to his senses, he turned around and looked at Xiao Feng, who was walking towards him. She was accompanied by a young man who looked similar to him. I thought the sand was a bit strange, so I wanted to take a look out of curiosity.
Li Yu found an excuse and looked into the young man's eyes. The young man asked, Xiao Feng, is this the powerful brother you mentioned?
Yes.
Xiao Feng nodded heavily.
The young man was about the same height as Li Yu. He walked over and stood face to face with him.
Suddenly,
the young man suddenly stretched out his palm, took the initiative to shake Li Yu's hand and said, "Hello, my name is Xiang Qingfeng, I am Xiao Feng's half-brother."
Li Yu was almost frightened.
He thought Xiang Qingfeng was going to launch a sneak attack and was planning to cripple his third leg. Xiang Qingfeng suddenly felt a chill in his crotch for some reason and thought that it must be a hole in his underwear that was leaking air.
Hello, Li Yu.
As the two men introduced themselves to each other, Xiang Qingfeng also glanced at the dark yellowish sand below.
Ha!
Xiang Qingfeng walked over, scooped up a handful of sand with one hand, and a puzzled look appeared on his face.
What's wrong? Li Yu asked with a little curiosity. He really wanted to know what Xiang Qingfeng was wondering about.
Xiang Qingfeng grabbed a little more with 2 fingers and rubbed it, and the sand instantly turned into powder.
This sand looks familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere.
He tried hard to think, but he just couldn't remember.
Where have you seen me? Li Yu asked.
Although he really wanted to know what was going to be said next, he also wanted to give Xiang Qingfeng some time to try to remember. Xiang Qingfeng clapped his hands on his head, paced back and forth with his head down, and suddenly raised his head and said, "Demon Sea."
The Sea of Demons. Li Yu's heart tightened. Now everything fit together.
However, they still don't know what the function of this dark yellowish sand is.
These are all good things. How come they appear here?
As soon as Xiang Qingfeng finished speaking, he summoned his own summoned beast, the double-bladed sand ant. Li Yu watched from the side until the double-bladed sand ant came out, and then it looked at the sand below with shining eyes.
Go ahead, Xiang Qingfeng said generously.
The next second, the double-bladed sand ants cheered and rushed towards the sand pile.
Chapter 35 Sandstorm 4th Update.
The double-bladed sand ant suddenly plunged into the sand pile, but the next moment it pulled its head out of the sand pile.
What's wrong? Xiang Qingfeng didn't know what was going on with the double-bladed sand ants. Li Yu walked to Xiang Qingfeng's side and asked, "What's going on?" Xiang Qingfeng waved at the double-bladed sand ant, turned around and said to him, "This kind of sand can only be found in the demon sea, and only the demons living in the desert can smell the scent of this deep yellow sand." At this time, Li Yu also understood why the little thunder dragon could not smell the scent of sand. Will this sand do any good to the demons of the desert? This sand can be eaten directly, but only demons living in the desert can eat it. Secondly, this sand is very precious, and generally only commander-level demons are qualified to enjoy it. Xiang Qingfeng told everything he knew, which were things he had verified through his own experience. Is there such a restriction? Li Yu was puzzled by what Xiang Qingfeng said, and then asked, "How do you know this?" You may not believe this, but I once went into the depths of the demon sea alone. When Xiang Qingfeng said this, his expression changed, as if he thought of something horrible. Is it convenient for you to tell me? Xiang Qingfeng aroused his curiosity, so he really wanted to know what happened later. Nothing bad to say. Xiang Qingfeng pondered for a long while, as if he was recalling the situation at that time. We were training near the Sea of Demons. It was nighttime, and we chose a place to camp for the night. That night, something strange happened. I was sleeping in the tent, but I don't know what happened. When I woke up, I found myself in the Sea of Demons. While I was sleeping, I vaguely heard a strange cry, and it sounded like a cry for help. That day, I thought I was dead after entering the Sea of Demons, but something very strange happened. They seemed to not see me and treated me as air. At that time, I entered the depths of the demon sea and saw several demons emitting a terrifying aura. I also saw this kind of sand at that time, and they were enjoying eating it. After that, I was very scared and escaped from the demon sea. But I don't know why, I felt my pockets were heavy, and when I opened them, I found that they were filled with sand. Then I did an experiment, and my summoned beasts ate the sand, and their strength increased a lot. Xiang Qingfeng told him everything he had experienced. To be honest, it was not only weird, but also a little scary. When I woke up, I found myself in the demon's lair. Anyone without any willpower would be scared to the point of weakening his legs and wetting his pants. However, Li Yu is now certain that these sands are most likely the preparations made by the Black Church to destroy Wind City. Li Yu walked up to the workers and asked, "Master, how deep did you dig?" "About 20 meters. The worker looked at Li Yu and said. Li Yu looked at the dark yellowish sand that he had dug out and already felt that the situation was not good. However, at this time, Lingling's voice also came from the headphones. "Li Yu, come back soon." Lingling's anxious look made Li Yu even more certain that they might be too late. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Xiao Feng asked with some confusion. "Go back quickly and wait for notification." Li Yu gave an instruction and immediately ran towards the hotel. A few minutes later, Li Yu came to Lingling's room and the middle-aged man was also there. Lingling frowned and said, "The report shows that the water in the other urban areas is the same as the water in the sprinkler truck. In addition, the people who conducted the test have come up with the result that although this kind of sand is different from the rain in Bo City at that time, it is very similar to a certain kind of sand in the Demon Sea." Li Yu listened to the results on the side. What Lingling said was similar to what he got, but the Demon Sea was so far away from Fengcheng. Logically speaking. At this time, the news was playing on TV, but the sound was muted, so it didn't affect them. But Li Yu took a look and saw the words "Sea of Demons" written in the news. Lingling, watch the news on TV. Lingling looked at it blankly, then picked up the remote control and adjusted the volume. "Attention, citizens of this city. A sudden sandstorm is coming from the Demon Sea. Please do not go out." Li Yu and Lingling stared at the report on TV, and their hearts tightened, as if they had thought of the same thing. When a sandstorm passes through the Sea of Demons, it will drive the demons from the Sea of Demons over. By then, there is a good chance they'll be able to smell the sand whenever they're near the Windy City. And the underground of Wind City is full of this kind of sand, half of the city is full of it. This is enough to make many powerful demons invade and occupy at all costs. At that time, Wind City will become the target of all demons. However, the most terrifying thing is that the horror of the Sea of Demons is much greater in number and strength than the demons that invaded Bibo City. It turns out that the Black Vatican did all these things just to wait for this moment. And it is very likely that this sandstorm was also caused by the Black Church. Notify the court and the military immediately. Lingling said to the middle-aged man. Right away. The middle-aged man nodded and hurried out of the room. The truth came to light, but they suddenly felt a little powerless. The sand is beneath the Windy City. This is an unchangeable fact, and they cannot change it. Lingling, will Wind City be like Bow City? Don't worry, what happened in Bow City will not happen again. We just need to do our best. Lingling comforted. Liu walked to the window, stretched his hand out of the window, and could feel the sand mixed in the wind. Far away. The terrifying sandstorm is driving the demons away. The sand and dust seemed to be filled with endless murderous intent, and it was so powerful that it seemed to engulf all the demons. The demons were a black mass and they fled in all directions. Some of the slave-level ones who ran slowly were instantly swallowed up by the sandstorm and turned into sand in the desert. The same is true for the general and commander levels. Anyone caught up by a sandstorm basically has no chance of survival. Afterwards, the sandstorm seemed to be exhausted and its speed slowed down a little, giving the demons a chance to catch their breath. However, their homes have been destroyed by the sandstorm, and now they have become homeless vagrants. The sandstorm seemed to have recovered its strength and attacked the demons again. The demons had no choice but to continue running. It was not until a long time later that the sandstorm showed signs of dissipating and no longer chased them like a hungry tiger. The demons were still fleeing, and they were heading towards Wind City. P.S. This chapter makes up for yesterday's yesterday, please vote for recommendation. Chapter 36 Demonic Invasion Update 1. While everyone was still living a peaceful life, the red alarm sounded throughout the Windy City. A depressing atmosphere came over them, and they knew that their lives were about to be disrupted. Everyone, go to the safety barrier immediately. Countless voices rang out, and the military magician began to maintain order and evacuate the crowd. People in the city began to move towards the center of the city. Only in the center of the city would they be relatively safe. Liu and Lingling stood on the rooftop, looking at the crowd moving below. Trigger the God-level branch quest selection. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, kill 6 members of the Black Church, and you will be rewarded with an upgrade from the primary level of fire to the intermediate level of fire. Option 2, kill 20 general level demons and you will be rewarded with an intermediate lightning upgrade to the 3rd level. Option 3, kill 1000 slave level monsters, and you will be rewarded with an intermediate wind system upgrade to the 3rd level. Option 4, kill a commander level demon and you will be rewarded with 3 random rewards. Liu didn't pay much attention to these options, but looked at Tangyu who was walking slowly towards him. Sister, will the Inquisition support Wind City? Tangyu said, we will provide support, but we have to hold on until then. In fact, the tribunal has also been paying attention to the affairs of Fengcheng, so they sent Liu and Lingling to investigate. However, it takes time to send people over, and Fengcheng must hold on until the reinforcements arrive. Thanks to you, otherwise we would not have had the chance to prepare at all. Tangyu looked into the distance. The battle on the city wall was already going on. It would be a difficult battle to defend the city. Sister, the people from the Black Church should have sneaked into Wind City, so you should be careful then. Liu reminded. Tangyu nodded. The people of their Inquisition have already set up a dragnet, and as long as the people of the Black Church dare to show up, they will never return. In the past, they could only passively take the beating, but now, they still have the opportunity to fight back. In that case, Lingling is left to you. Liu stretched his muscles. How could this battle be without him? Boom! Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion, causing everyone to look over. What's going on? Liu was confused at this moment. Why did the supermarket over there explode out of nowhere? I just came from there. The crowd there has been evacuated. As soon as Tangyu finished speaking, the military magician over there suddenly shouted, "Run, demons are invading the city." Demon? Isn't the demon outside? Why are there so many demons pouring into the city? Liu, there are still people in this area who have not evacuated yet, can you go and take a look? Tangyu knew that Liu had done enough, but in the current situation, there were really not enough people. No problem. Liu made an okay gesture. Thanks. The Inquisition was also busy as they still didn't know what the Black Church's intentions were after sneaking into Wind City, so they couldn't let their guard down. Then, Liu walked towards the supermarket. The appearance of the demon suddenly made the originally orderly crowd become restless. Liu ignored it. He now needed to figure out the situation at the supermarket. After turning a few corners, we finally arrived at the exploded supermarket. At this time, several magicians were fighting against demons, including Xiang Qingfeng and Xiaofeng. Elder brother.
When Xiaofeng saw Liu, she felt like she had seen a savior, but she continued to release her magic.
Brother, come and help me. I can't hold on any longer. Xiang Qingfeng's double-blade sand ants are being besieged by 3 slave-level sand-eating ants.
In a while, they might be torn apart. The sand-eating ant is as big as an adult male, and its 6 legs are like sharp spears that seem able to pierce anything.
Thunder Seal, Thunder Arrow. The lightning of the arrow fell suddenly, instantly blasting the 3 sand-eating ants into broken limbs. Saved.
Xiang Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief and summoned the double-bladed sand ant back to his side. Afterwards, Liu helped them deal with the other slave-level sand-eating ants. The slaves in front of him are like ants, and can basically be killed with just one spell.
Liu asked, why are there demons here?
These sand-eating ants may have sneaked into the bottom of the sand, passed through the sand underground, and then entered Fengcheng.
Xiang Qingfeng expressed his guess. Then why do they come up? Shouldn't they continue to stay at the bottom of the sand and eat the sand?
Liu asked puzzledly. If these sands can attract demons, then there is plenty of sand underground, so logically speaking, they don't need to come out at all. Just now after you left, my summoned beast told me that this sand is not the sand from the Demon Sea. As soon as Xiang Qingfeng finished speaking, Liu thought carefully and it seemed that the double-bladed sand ants had indeed retreated. So, this sand is just a trick.
The Black Church wants to use this method to attract all the demons to Wind City. The Black Vatican really had a good plan.
The reason these sand-eating ants appeared here is that they must have discovered that there was something wrong with the sand, so they crawled out of the ground.
These sand-eating ants travel in groups.
If a large number of them are hiding under the Wind City, it will be another disaster. Go to the safety barrier first.
This place will soon become the kingdom of sand-eating ants.
As soon as Liu finished speaking, several sand-eating ants crawled out of the collapsed supermarket.
Xiang Qingfeng nodded, pulled Xiaofeng and walked towards the retreating crowd.
Thunder Seal, Minefield. Several lightning bolts suddenly struck, and the sand-eating ants that had just crawled out were killed in an instant. The military magicians stood there in a daze, wondering if they had seen it wrong. They are both beginner magic, why is there such a big gap?
Boom!
Liu listened to the sound and realized that another house had collapsed near him, and perhaps more sand-eating ants had crawled out. He released the wind track and came to the roof of a house. Looking around, he saw that the collapsed house was not far away. You guys stay here, I'll go over there and take a look. The situation here should be almost resolved, so Liu walked towards the collapsed house.
Most of the buildings here are 2-story.
He ran wildly on the roofs and soon arrived in front of the house. At this time, several sand-eating ants have crawled out here. These sand-eating ants are not black, but red.
It looks like it's stronger than the black one.
Thunder Seal, Arrow.
Liu didn't want to delay.
If these sand-eating ants flowed into the entire city, they would pose a threat to the people who had not yet evacuated. Looking at those sand-eating ants that were deader than dead, Liu was about to turn around and leave when a 2-story building around him collapsed. The wall tiles kicked up clouds of dust, which suddenly swept in all directions.
Liu landed on the roof and looked down at the collapsed building below.
When the vision became clear, a purple-black sand-eating ant appeared in front of Liu. This sand-eating ant was as tall as a 2-story building, and its 2 black and white eyes instantly stared at Liu. P.S. How should I put it, it's on the shelves. I thought it was after the registration, at least 100,000 words were put on the shelves, but it was very sudden. Thank you all for your love and I hope to live up to your expectations. This is the first time in my life that it's on the shelf.
Whispering. Chapter 37 and King's second update. General level.
Liu narrowed his eyes. If a general-level demon entered Fengcheng, it would cause a bloody storm.
Thunderbolt Yaksha.
The falling lightning suddenly cracked and hit its purple-black shell, causing it to writhe in pain. The next moment, the sand-eating ant suddenly leaped up, and its lower limbs as sharp as spears suddenly stabbed at him.
Wind track Piaoying.
Liu floated away, and the rooftop where he was originally located was directly pierced by its sharp lower limbs. Fire burst. At this moment, a flame suddenly rushed out from Liu's hand, and a raging fire suddenly exploded on the sand-eating ants. Sparks flew, but the sand-eating ants jumped out of the flames and pounced on Liu again.
Come again. Thunderbolt Yaksha.
Lightning struck again, and the sand-eating ant was knocked down, rolling on the ground for several times.
Not dead yet. Really tenacious.
After saying that, Liu immediately drew a windstar map.
Wind plate Tianluo. The sand-eating ant was instantly sucked into the wind disk, and then another lightning arrow fell, accurately hitting the part where the head and body were connected. The sand-eating ant's head and body were separated and fell to both sides. He was just trying his luck, but he didn't expect that this was really the weakness of the sand-eating ants. A general-level warrior is in our hands. As soon as Liu finished speaking, the nearby buildings collapsed again. It won't be long before this city becomes a kingdom of sand-eating ants. At this time, many military magicians rushed over after evacuating the residence. Although there are not many people, they can limit the number of sand-eating ants and reduce the threat to Wind City. Liu felt that the power of one person was still too small, so he chose to go over and join them so that he could play a greater role. There are 6 people in this team, and they cooperate very well in control, output, and the final blow. They gathered on the rooftop and dealt with the sand-eating ants almost always within a minute. Suddenly, the number of sand-eating ants increased, and they surrounded them in a short time with their jumping ability. These sand-eating ants seemed to be under command, instead of just rushing at anyone they saw like they did just now. Depend on. The scarred young man was nearly pierced by the sharp forelimbs of the sand-eating ant. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise he would have died here. Captain, these sand-eating ants seem to have learned how to launch sneak attacks. A girl with a bun released an ice vine and covered it, then came to a young man with a serious face. Their situation was extremely dangerous, as if they had entered a nest of sand-eating ants. While they are dealing with the sand-eating ants on the rooftop, they also have to pay attention to the sand-eating ants downstairs that may jump and give them a fatal blow at any time. Careful! The serious young man did not answer, but saw a sand-eating ant suddenly jump up, and its sharp forelimbs were about to pierce the back of his team member. Water Guardian. In an instant, a water mage quickly cast a water escape on him, allowing him to escape the disaster. However, while protecting his teammates, he seemed to have forgotten himself. The 2 sand-eating ants beside her seemed to see an opportunity. They suddenly jumped, raised their front limbs, and chopped down with full force in the air. However, at this moment, 2 lightning bolts came down and blasted the 2 sand-eating ants, causing their limbs to fly all over. The short-haired girl was breathing heavily, her eyes still not recovering from the shock just now. Everyone else saw this scene, but they didn't have the spare time to pay attention to it. Captain, these sand-eating ants are gathering towards us, someone exclaimed. Li Yufeng landed on the rooftop of another building. He was the one who set off those 2 thunders. Ice mages over there, please tell them to stand still. The girl with the bun looked over and looked at Liu with some confusion, but still did as he said. Ice vine condensation. A layer of ice suddenly formed under the feet of the sand-eating ants in the building opposite her. They immediately used their forelimbs to break the ice that froze them. Thunder seal, minefield. Crackling lightning struck in an instant, and the sand-eating ants became disabled ants before they could break through the ice. Maruta looked at the scene in front of him with astonishment. The lightning system was indeed powerful, but this was definitely not an ordinary lightning system. Violent wave, expulsion. After a moment, the serious young man also drew the water star map, and a huge wave spread out on the street, drowning all the sand-eating ants below them. But some smart sand-eating ants jumped onto the roof and escaped. It turns out there is a mid-level mage. Liu said this and his eyes turned to the rest of the sand-eating ants. Wind disk, tornado. The wind was howling fiercely, and the tornado suddenly rolled towards the sand-eating ants. Now, whether they were upstairs or downstairs, they were doomed. Great, we're saved. The girl with short hair breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the situation was not good, the sand-eating ants wisely fled away. The serious young man saluted Liu and said, "Thank you." If Liu had not intervened and bought him time to draw the star map, they would probably still be surrounded by sand-eating ants. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Liu's mind. Trigger the god-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, ignore it, pretend nothing happened, and reward me with a bottle of Northwest Wind. Option 2, follow the escaping sand-eating ants, find the location of the Ant King, and kill it. The reward is to upgrade the elementary level fire element to the intermediate level. After seeing these 2 options, Liu waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. The sand-eating ants that just besieged you seem to be commanded by a more powerful demon. Let's eliminate this hidden danger, otherwise many teams will be doomed." The serious young man nodded in agreement without even thinking about it. In comparison, demons with command capabilities are the most terrifying and threatening existences. Those slave-level ones are just cannon fodder, they must find out the monster behind them. I'm afraid we are not enough. Can you find other mid-level mages?
The system calls it the Ant King. It is conceivable that this sand-eating ant is definitely stronger than the purple-black sand-eating ant. At least it can be confirmed that it is not an ordinary general, but may be at the level of a great war general.
There is another team coming with us.
They have 2 mid-level mages. The serious young man said.
Liu suggested, you go find them first, and we'll follow the sand-eating ants. No problem.
The serious young man nodded, then ran towards the direction of the team. At this time, their captain left and only 5 members were left. Let's go, let's chase after them and then act based on the situation. As soon as Liu finished speaking, he took the brunt of the attack and headed in the direction where the sand-eating ants were fleeing.
The rest of the people had no objection.
They stayed and had already put life and death aside. What's more, Liu is also a mid-level magician and saved their lives, so he is worthy of their trust.
Chapter 38 and King.
Everyone came to where the sand-eating ants gathered.
It was a commercial plaza with tall buildings standing around it.
The sand-eating ants were waiting for something in the plaza.
There are at least 100 slave-level sand-eating ants here.
The girl with the bun almost developed trypophobia when looking at the densely packed sand-eating ants. Among these sand-eating ants, Liu and others saw the huge fiery red sand-eating ant in the center of the square. This sand-eating ant is as big as 2 adult elephants, and its bright red shell is as smooth and bright as crystal.
Sand-eating ants love to fight in groups.
They are not afraid even if it is a slave-level battle against a general-level battle. They are gathering more and more. What should we do? Asked the girl with short hair. The Ant King in the center seemed to be sending out some kind of signal, which immediately attracted the aimless sand-eating ants to gather around. If we let it continue like this, the number of sand-eating ants here will probably double in number soon. Then it will become more difficult for them to deal with the Ant King, so he must do something.
You two go and be the troublemakers.
As soon as he finished speaking, Liu released the Sword King and the Little Thunder Dragon. Both of them looked at Liu seriously, as if to say, "Are you serious?
You two are afraid of that little Ant King?"
Liu's words made the Sword King and the Little Thunder Dragon look at each other, and they immediately looked arrogant.
Yin yin yin.
Roar, roar, roar. The two of them were like chicken blood, and they couldn't wait to go over and have a big fight with the Ant King. Little Thunder Dragon, hold the Sword King.
You can fly. If you are defeated, retreat.
After listening to Liu's instructions, the Little Thunder Dragon nodded cutely and flew into the sky with the Sword King. Although the Sword King can stay suspended in the air, it can't last long and it consumes its power. The Little Thunder Dragon holds the Sword King, which is their best match. The others standing by were stunned.
What was going on?
Previously it was the lightning element, then the wind element, and now it's the summoning element.
The young man in front of me is a high-level magician?
But if you are a high-level wizard, you don't have to be so helpless when facing a general-level wizard. Then, a unanimous thought came to their minds, that is, he had 3 departments.
And these 3 departments have obviously reached the intermediate level.
If this is the case, together with the other 3 mid-level mages, dealing with the Ant King should not be a problem. The little brontosaurus flapped its wings and hovered above the sand-eating ants.
Yin yin yin.
The Sword King was shaking the sword with some excitement, looking like he was trying to show off.
Roar, roar, roar.
The Little Thunder Dragon knew that the Sword King was trying to show off, so it followed the Sword King's instructions, raised its sword, and slashed down fiercely. A raging flame suddenly exploded in the square.
The Ant King keenly sensed the danger and jumped away.
But the sand-eating ants around it were not having a good time. The flames exploded and swept in all directions, and they could only die with hatred. At this moment, all the sand-eating ants looked up at the sky, seeing a dragon and a sword, looking very proud. Suddenly, the Ant King made a subtle sound, as if giving some kind of order.
The next second, the sand-eating ants near the high-rise building suddenly climbed up the wall of the building.
Its spear-like forelimbs pierced into the wall, and in a very short time, it reached the same height as the little brontosaurus.
Their strong legs kicked up suddenly like slingshots and spurted towards the Little Thunder Dragons. Puff!
Seeing this, the Little Thunder Dragon suddenly spit out purple lightning from its mouth, sweeping around. The paralyzed sand-eating ant fell violently. Falling from such a height, it would be half crippled if not dead. The sand-eating ants were furious, but they couldn't jump that high, so they could only let the Sword King's rage burn them.
The actions of these 2 beasts made the Ant King instantly angry.
His 6 strong and powerful limbs were inserted into the ground as if he was accumulating strength. Choke! The floor beneath the Ant King's feet shattered in an instant, and its entire body leaped up, with its sharp forelimbs stabbing towards the little thunder dragon.
Yin yin yin.
The Sword King said something to the little thunder dragon, and the next second he broke free from the little thunder dragon's hand, flipping rapidly in the air. Whoosh! In an instant, the Sword King and the Ant King collided with each other, and the air made a faint sound. The violent flames gushed out from the sword and suddenly wrapped around the body of the Ant King. But the next moment, the Ant King easily cut open the fireball that wrapped it, escaped, and fell to the ground. The Sword King is just an ordinary war general, although he is a little stronger than the ordinary war general. However, facing the Ant King, who was much stronger than the Sword King had no way to defeat it.
Liu and others were watching everything in front of them, and those around him were extremely envious.
In this world, powerful strength is what everyone pursues, and everyone also respects the strong.
Captain, they are here.
One of the male team members saw a group of people coming towards them.
Zhong Yan led 6 people to Liu and said, "These 2 are mid-level mages, one is ice type and the other is fire type." The 2 people who were introduced looked at Liu with some surprise in their eyes, but still nodded at him. "Now that everyone is here, let's get going as soon as possible, otherwise more and more sand-eating ants will gather here," Liu said. The others nodded. They could all see the situation here.
If a large number of sand-eating ants gathered together, even if there were more mid-level mages, it would be useless.
The rest of you hold back those slave-level sand-eating ants, and we'll focus on attacking the Ant King.
As soon as Zhong Yan finished speaking, the others were already ready, just waiting for the order.
Action! If they want to kill the Ant King, they must kill their way through the sand-eating ants. Ice vines, cover!
The ice vines of the mid-level ice mage had a very wide coverage area, covering a large area in just a moment.
Fire burst. Ice vine, freeze. Earth wave, fall.
The junior mages who followed along released magic one after another, killing the trapped sand-eating ants.
The Ant King turned his head to look at Liu.
When he was about to raise his head to issue some kind of order, a flaming blade suddenly attacked from the sky.
Boom!
The Ant King jumped away in shock. He was so angry that he wished he could eat the dragon and the sword in the sky. Unable to issue orders, the Ant King could only watch his army of sand-eating ants being killed. The order was restricted, and the Ant King's agile figure immersed in the sand-eating ants, quietly and wildly running towards Liu and the others.
Sudden. Just when they looked towards the Ant King's position, the other party's figure disappeared. Everyone be careful. Zhong Yan reminded everyone.
However, just as he finished speaking, a lightning-fast figure rushed out from the colony of sand-eating ants.
Ant King.
Everyone looked over, but this was so sudden that no one expected it. The Ant King's sharp forelimbs appeared in front of Liu. P.S. There are still a few days left before graduation, so I'm quite busy, so I took the opportunity to revise the previous article.
Chapter 39, Half-Masked Man Part 2. Giant Rhino Armor.
Faced with such a swift attack, Liu didn't even think about it and directly used the armor magic tool.
The Ant King's sharp forelimbs scratched the giant rhino armor, but the latter was not hurt at all and remained as smooth as before.
Originally everyone was worried about Liu, but when they saw that he was fine, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The Ant King failed in his sneak attack and was about to dive into the sand-eating ant colony.
"Since you are here, I will give you a big gift as well."
They didn't want to waste too much magic energy before getting close to the Ant King, but since the Ant King came to their doorstep, there was no reason to let him go.
Wind Plate Tianluo.
A strong wind suddenly blew up, and the slave-level sand-eating ants were swept away in an instant. The Ant King was bearing the suction of the tornado, as if he was stuck to the ground, unable to move.
Fierce Fist, Earthshaker.
The mid-level fire mage seized the opportunity and slammed his fist down to the ground. The flames poured into the ground and spread towards the Ant King like a snake. In an instant, scorching flame energy exploded under the feet of the Ant King. The Ant King, who was originally able to stand on his feet, was instantly thrown off the ground due to the pain and was then sucked into the Skynet.
Ice Lock, Bone Crushing.
A huge chain of ice rose from the ground into the sky, briefly turning into a prison, constantly compressing the Ant King's living space. At this moment, the tornado suddenly dissipated, and the Ant King raised his sharp forelimbs, stabbed into the ice lock fiercely, and then tore it apart with force.
The next second, the entire ice cage turned into broken ice and fell from the air.
The demon's life force was so tenacious that even if they used intermediate-level magic, it seemed as if nothing had happened. After a moment, the surrounding sand-eating ants gathered towards them again. Turbulent waves, shocking tides. Zhong Yan did not hold back any longer upon seeing this. The shocking waves were even more ferocious than the expulsion. The waves leaped up and then pressed down in an instant, and those slave-level sand-eating ants were beaten to pieces. As soon as the Ant King landed, he was swept away by the waves and pressed into the water, losing his ability to move. The huge waves receded, and the Ant King was soaked all over. As a monster, it was a little overwhelmed to face so many mid-level mages. Hiss. The Ant King no longer wanted to bother with them, as this place was no longer suitable for summoning sand-eating ants. "It's trying to run away," exclaimed the mid-level fire mage. "It can't get away." The intermediate ice mage released the ice chain again, and when the Ant King jumped up, the ice chain just pulled it down. The Ant King fell heavily to the ground, the bricks shattered, and it was painful just to look at. The others attacked the Ant King again, and after a while, the Ant King could no longer hold on. Die. Liu seized the opportunity, and the moment the Ant King revealed a flaw, the lightning arrow swooped down in an instant. Boom! The head and body suddenly separated, and the Ant King was deader than dead. Without their leader, the rest of the sand-eating ants fled in panic. "Don't let them run away." The girl with the bun released ice mines to cover and freeze the escaping slaves. The decapitation operation came to an end. Although some people were injured in the process, they were both in pain and happy. This Ant King is most likely at the level of a great war general. If they teamed up to kill a great war general, it would be enough for them to brag about it for a year. There are still many scattered sand-eating ants in the area, but the citizens have been sent to a safe area. As long as there is no great general-level monster like the Ant King, the others will not pose much threat to the city. Congratulations to the host for completing the option. The reward is to upgrade the elementary fire system to the intermediate fire system. The system prompt sound disappeared, and Liu's whole body was shocked. All 4 of his systems had reached the intermediate level. Afterwards, they went hunting again for the sand-eating ants that emerged from the ground. As for killing the slave-level sand-eating ants, Liu can easily kill them with a 6th-level elementary thunder element. The consumption of basic magic is not large, and the power of Liu's basic lightning magic is equivalent to that of intermediate magic. Among all people, his consumption is the lowest, or even almost nothing. Just as they were encircling a group of sand-eating ants, Liu saw a figure passing by in a hurry. Liu frowned slightly. Logically speaking, all the citizens in this area should have been evacuated, and there should be no other people. This person looked sneaky and didn't look like a military man. Liu followed him stealthily, but the man was very fast, constantly shuttling back and forth in the streets. It was not until he was far away from Zhong Yan and the others that Liu felt something was wrong. It seemed that this person was leading him away from the team. Liu steadied his pace and stopped. He looked around and saw an old neighborhood in front of him, which seemed very old. Not far from Liu, there is an old and dilapidated basketball court. Suddenly, a man wearing a black baseball cap, with only his back visible, walked out of an alley. He held the basketball in his hand and after a few dribbles, he reached the three-point line. With a standard shooting posture, he instantly threw the basketball in his hand. Hit! Liu looked at the scene in front of him and found it a bit strange. Who would play basketball here when demons were invading? Liu? I didn't call your name wrong, did I? A hoarse voice sounded, and the man in the black baseball cap turned around. Liu looked at the man in front of him warily. The man had a half mask on his face, so his appearance could not be identified. Who are you? I am one of the planners of this grand ceremony. You also like to call me the Blue Butler. The half-masked man leisurely introduced it to Liu. Liu looked at him, unable to guess what he was thinking. You are curious about why I am looking for you, right? The half-masked man said with a faint smile on his face, I saw on the news that you seem to have become a hero of Windy City the day before yesterday. That night, Liu's killing spree was reported in the news, and many people on the internet called him a hero. Obviously, the half-masked man also knew about this, and his visit might be related to this matter. Do you know what I like most? The half-masked man just said, and then he answered himself, my favorite thing is to slaughter you so-called heroes. My grand ceremony needs embellishments, and you will be the embellishment that will make me famous all over the country. You should feel lucky. The half-masked man raised his hands, as if welcoming the glory that belonged to him. You should be thankful to die in my hands. As soon as Liu finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Trigger the god-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, escape, and the reward is to upgrade the beginner win system to the 4th level. Option 2, wait to be killed, and you will be rewarded with a top quality golden coffin. Option 3, kill the blue-robed deacon of the Black Church and receive the Violent Thunder Dragon Advanced Pack as a reward. Liu didn't know the other party's strength, but the confidence shown by the other party gave him a bad feeling. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the earphones in his ears. Chapter 40, Soul Capture and Heart Control 3rd Update. Liu, we are around you. This person's win system has just been promoted to a high level. You must not let him draw the constellation. Lingling's voice rang in Liu's ears. High-level magician. Hearing these 4 words, Liu seemed to feel an invisible pressure, making him a little breathless. Fortunately, the opponent had just been promoted and was not very familiar with the constellations. Seeing this, Liu had no intention of listening to the man in front of him talking nonsense anymore. Lingling's voice sounded again, Liu, just to attract his attention. We will protect you. If possible, you'd better break the defense in his heart. With Lingling's guarantee, Liu can also let go and do his best. Thunderbolt Yaksha. Liu was never polite to people from the Black Church, let alone this person who could threaten his life. Yaksha dropped from the sky, and the half-masked man dodged like a ghost. The falling lightning shattered the ground. The power of the lightning spirit seed is still a little lacking. The half-masked man said calmly, raised his hand and stood upright, Ice Lock Siege. In a moment, dozens of ice locks emerged from the ground, and the cold air from the ice locks lowered the surrounding temperature by a few degrees. The ice chains rushed towards Liu one after another, as if they were weaving a cage. How could Liu just sit there and wait for death? He used the wind track to avoid being surrounded by the ice lock. Ice lock, bone crushing. The half-masked boy's eyes fixed, and several ice chains instantly emerged around Liu and closed around him at the same time. Liu looked up at the sky and it was obvious that there was no way out. At this moment, the Sword King appeared in his hand, and the long sword immediately burst into red flames. Burning slash. Liu swept across, breaking all the ice locks in an instant and walked out. 3 departments, interesting. As the half-masked man spoke, a whirlwind suddenly wrapped around his arm, and he said, Wind Disc Tier. A powerful tornado rose from the ground and rushed towards Liu. The wind was howling violently, and everything that was sucked into the wind disc was shattered, as if the air could be torn apart. Liu stood in the distance. He had no choice but to take the risk. Wind Plate Tianluo. The 2 tornadoes collided. Even though Liu had the blessing of spiritual seeds, the 2nd level was ultimately no match for the 3rd level. His tornado was dispersed by the blow, but it also bought him time to hide. Mad. Liu couldn't help but curse. This man had fully cultivated 2 systems and was indeed a bit difficult to deal with. If he releases high-level magic, he will be completely defenseless. Although this man seems to be nonchalant now, he must be alert to his surroundings in his heart. All he needed to do was break his defenses and make him let down his guard about his surroundings. Thinking of this, Liu held the Sword King and suddenly slashed out several fire blades to buy time to get closer. Wind Track Piaoying. Liu was getting closer and closer to the half-masked man. Just when he reacted, he threw another fierce punch and caught him off guard. Damn it! The half-masked man cursed angrily. He didn't expect that Liu actually had 4 departments. And the fire system is also intermediate. Seeing that Liu was about to come towards him, the half-masked man didn't care about anything else and released the ice chain to surround him. Burning slash. The raging flames broke through the ice instantly, and he was only 5 meters away from the half-masked man with the sword. Court death. The half-masked man uttered 2 words fiercely, and dozens of ice chains quickly blocked the road in front of Liu. Then, several ice chains suddenly slammed towards his back. Speedy boots. Several ice locks were snapped down in an instant, and cracks appeared on the ground. However, at this moment, Liu's figure suddenly disappeared in the ice cage. The half-masked man saw a gap in the ice lock and suddenly felt that there was danger around him. Wind Track Flash Step. In a flash, the sword stabbed towards his face, but half of his mask fell off and did not stab him. The half-masked man covered half of his face, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Liu was already a corpse in his eyes. He lowered his hand that was covering his face. Half of his face was disfigured beyond recognition, even his eyes. When the half-masked man was overwhelmed by anger, the area was suddenly shrouded in darkness, an endless dark aura rushed towards them.
Damn it!
If I hadn't wasted so much time on Liu, I wouldn't have fallen into his trap.
The half-masked man looked at the dim surroundings. He was now under the rule of Ce and could not find a way out. However, he could only continue to release intermediate-level magic in order to gain a little sense of security. Liu was different.
Although he was under Ce's rule, he could still see the position of the half-masked man.
Liu, you only have less than a second to kill him.
As soon as Lingling finished speaking, Liu didn't know what was going on, but he quickly realized what Lingling said.
Could it be that he killed the half-masked man?
Lingling, who was not far away, had been staring at the middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows next to him.
She needed to look at the other person and then give instructions to Liu. Capture the soul and control the mind. Lingling said to Liu at the same time, now.
Liu kept his eyes on the half-masked man, and then he chose to believe Lingling without hesitation. He held a long sword in his hand and stepped on a floating shadow. In less than half a second, he arrived in front of the half-masked man. However, at this moment, the half-masked man seemed to be frozen, his eyes were blank and his whole body had lost the ability to move. The long sword pierced into the chest of the half-masked man, and by the time he came to his senses, it was too late. A ball of flame suddenly ignited on the sword, and instantly ignited the half-masked man. The darkness faded away, Liu drew his sword and retreated to a distance. At this time, Lingling and the middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes also rushed over from a distance.
Are you okay? Lingling asked with concern.
Liu shook his head and looked at the middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He didn't expect that this man was actually a high-level magician, and a dual-level high-level one at that.
Liu, this is Dian, the hunter from our Qingtian hunting station. This deacon in blue is the target of his trip.
Lingling introduced the man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes to Liu.
Because the mission was special, Lingling didn't introduce it to him before.
The two nodded to each other. They had been working together for a few days and were not too unfamiliar with each other. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection, and you will be rewarded with the Violent Thunder Dragon gift pack. Liu was delighted when he heard the system prompt. If the little Thunder Dragon could be promoted to a general, then if the two of them join forces, they might be able to fight against the great general.
As for whether it is possible, we need to find an opportunity to try it.
The blue-robed deacon is dead, and the Black Church has truly lost its pillar this time. However, the walls of Wind City are still resisting the attacks of demons, which will be the biggest crisis for Wind City.
Suddenly,
a red alarm sounded in the north, and this alarm sounded different from the previous ones. This is the alarm that the commander who guards the city will sound when he feels that he can no longer defend the city.
Chapter 41 Soul Seed.
However, just as the red alarm sounded in the north, two figures flew over from a distance. It's not too late, said a middle-aged man with white hair. As soon as they received the news, they rushed over, but they wasted some time on the way.
Backup is coming, someone exclaimed.
The back of Fengcheng, which was on the verge of collapse, seemed to see hope, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the two middle-aged men in the sky. The battle was so brutal that none of the military mages guarding the north side of Wind City were unscathed. But even if their clothes were stained with blood, they would never retreat. However, there were simply too many demons and they were ultimately powerless. They had originally decided to die, but it seemed like God was playing a joke on them.
Thank you for your hard work, let us take over the rest.
The white-haired middle-aged man saluted the military mages who were sworn to defend Windy City to the death. Then he turned his gaze towards the commander-level demon outside the northern city wall, the Megalodon. Megalodon is not a real shark, but a shark skeleton. Half of its body was hidden in the sand, and it mistook the sand for the sea. But even so, the skeleton of the Megalodon has a strong deterrent effect, especially to objects like city walls. There is a big hole in the city wall, which was most likely caused by a Megalodon. At this time, Liu, Lingling and the other two also arrived at the north of Fengcheng. They originally planned to come to support, but when they saw the two middle-aged men in the sky, they gave up the idea.
The strength of these two people is absolutely extraordinary.
The Megalodon wanted to hit the city wall again, but the white-haired middle-aged man also moved.
It's time to end this farce. What happened in Bo City will never happen again.
As soon as the white-haired middle-aged man finished speaking, his sharp eyes fell on the demon that kept rushing towards him. If it weren't for the protective barrier that held up Wind City for a while, Wind City might have fallen long ago.
Holy Decision, Demon Judgment Sword.
The white-haired middle-aged man recited the name of the super-level light magic in a sonorous and powerful voice. In an instant, the sky seemed to be clearing away clouds and mist, and endless light poured down from the sky. At this moment, this scattered light became everyone's hope. Then, a huge sword shining brightly fell from the sky. At this moment, it was solemn and majestic, as if the demons on the earth were being judged. The shining giant sword suddenly suppressed the megalodon shark, which turned into a shadow in an instant. The surrounding demons seemed to be purified in an instant and disappeared without a trace. One kill, a large number of people are killed. The demons that were originally so densely packed seemed to have never been there for a moment. Everyone on the city wall looked at the scene in astonishment, their jaws hitting the ground in shock. Is this the power of a super-class magician? Liu looked at everything happening before his eyes and couldn't help but look forward to the future more and more. Next are the groups of demons to the east, south, and west of Wind City. In front of this light-level superclass, killing a commander-level person is as easy as killing an ant. The city is now full of sand-eating ants, and following the white-haired middle-aged man comes a superclass water mage. Under the flushing of his water system, Wind City seemed to have been washed and was as clean as before. Colonies of sand-eating ants were washed away by the huge waves on the street, and everything they passed through was swallowed up. The crisis is resolved. Windy City survived. The military magicians on the city wall cheered loudly, filled with joy at surviving the disaster. Liu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Generally speaking, they won and the Black Church lost. It's just a pity that he is now only one demon away from the goal of collecting 20 general-level demons. However, at this moment, Liu saw some movement in the sand under the city wall. Frowning slightly, he released the wind track and came to the wall, staring at the sand in front of him. Wind disk, tornado. Liu drew a windstar map, and instantly rolled up the sand in the desert. The guy hiding underground also revealed his true form. Long-tongued lizard? The long-tongued lizard was torn apart by the tornado, but was still able to withstand the wind. It raised its head and looked at Liu. Its eyes seemed to say, "Leave some room for yourself so that we can meet again in the future." "I see you, you dick." Without saying a word, Liu used a yaksha to take down the seriously injured long-tongued lizard. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the killing of 20 general-level warriors. Do you want to choose option 3? Choose. Liu said without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is the upgrade of the intermediate lightning system to the 3rd level. The 3rd level intermediate thunder system. Thunderbolt dance. Liu was delighted and was about to leave when he suddenly discovered that this guy had actually given birth to a general level spirit. Good brother. Liu accepted the spirit essence sent by his brother with tears in his eyes. The battle is decided. Windy City began to clean up, clearing damaged roads and repairing houses. Liu was busy all day and was exhausted. Now that there was nothing left for him to do, he returned to the hotel, lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Wake up naturally after a good sleep. Liu was in high spirits and at the same time observed the situation of the violent Thunder Dragon. Last night he gave the advanced gift package rewarded by the system to Little Thunder Dragon, and now he should have successfully advanced. The Sword King also swallowed 2 general-level spirits. To be honest, he didn't want to give it, but he had agreed to it before. Fortunately, he still had a commander-level spirit of the Winged Song Wolf, which he could use to exchange for something when needed. All of a sudden, Liu called out to them both, and they both immediately appeared before his eyes. Yin Yin Yin. You said you've gotten stronger again? Liu looked at the Sword King and felt that the flames on its body became more violent. A great war general? Yin Yin Yin. The Sword King began to tremble again, as if he was showing off. You said you got a new ability, the ability to fly with a sword. After hearing this, Liu was slightly surprised, and then he was overjoyed. Flying with a sword. How handsome. Roar, roar, roar. The little thunder dragon yelled at Liu, as if it also wanted him to praise it. You're great, too. Liu touched the little thunder dragon's head and felt that his overall strength had increased significantly. The 3rd level of intermediate thunder system. The 2nd level of intermediate wind element. Both the fire and summoning systems are at the intermediate level. At this age and with this strength, he is already dozens of blocks ahead of his peers. All I can say is that they are no longer on the same level. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden knock on the door, and Liu walked towards the door with his bare chest and wearing slippers. The door opened and Tang Yu stood outside, her eyes fixed on Liu's abdominal muscles.
Sister, are my abdominal muscles okay?
Tang Yu blushed, retracted her gaze, and walked straight into the room.
Li Yu closed the door and followed Tang Yu. You should know why I'm looking for you, right?
Tang Yu said while sitting on a high chair.
That's right, that's right.
Li Yu immediately poured Tang Yu a glass of water and said attentively, Sister, you have worked hard. After taking a sip of water, Tang Yu said, You are quite sensible.
Which type of soul seed do you want? Chapter 42 Duel. Soul seeds are not something that can be found everywhere. It costs 300 million to synthesize a soul seed, not to mention other soul seeds. It seems that I still have a chance to choose.
Li Yu was a little surprised. The trial council was really rich.
As soon as the voice fell, Tang Yu asked, You seem to have a sword spirit with fire attribute, right? Li Yu nodded. Tang Yu suggested, There are currently 2 soul seeds, the wind soul seed and the fire soul seed, but I recommend that you choose the fire soul seed.
Why? Because this soul seed is a little special, it can seize other flames and enhance the power of its own fire system.
After listening to this, Li Yu immediately became interested.
If this is true, then he can basically get away with it if he meets a fire mage.
As long as the opponent doesn't kill him instantly, he can take it for his own use.
At the same time, he also has the Sword King. If he can seize the flame of the general level Sword King, his firepower will only become more powerful.
I want him, Li Yu said without hesitation. There are spirit seeds for both wind and thunder, and the current spirit seeds are sufficient. I'll apply for you when the time comes.
Tang Yu said, and her eyes inadvertently took a closer look at Li Yu's abdominal muscles.
Li Yu coughed twice, and said with a smile on his face, Sister, do you want to sit on the bed?
I have recently learned a new set of massage techniques.
Tang Yu rolled her eyes at Li Yu and walked out of the hotel without looking back. 2 days later,
Wind City returned to its normal state, and the sand beneath the ground was dealt with, eliminating the existential threat. Li Yu originally wanted to leave, but the commander of Fengcheng was too enthusiastic. Helplessly, he stayed here for another 3 days. On the last day, Tang Yu also brought the fire soul seed.
Li Yu spent a whole night and the soul seed naturally merged into his body.
At this moment, a ball of blue flame rose in his palm.
I'll call you Yohua from now on.
Li Yu played with the flame for a while, and then tried to seize the Sword King's flame. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he could seriously injure an ordinary general-level warrior with just one fierce punch. The crisis in Wind City has passed, and there is no point for Li Yu to stay here. At noon, Li Yu took a military plane to another city, and then took a plane back to the imperial capital. In the evening, Li Yu arrived at the imperial capital airport and took a taxi towards Li's home. Back at the Li family, Li Yu had been out for so many days, and Li Fei should be worried about himself. He went looking for Li Fei, but didn't find him.
Li Yu stopped a girl in maid costume and asked, Where is Uncle Fei? Master, they went to the duel arena.
The girl in maid costume replied.
Duel arena? What is Uncle Fei doing at the duel arena?
The Li family has a dueling arena exclusively for young cadets, but Li Fei seldom goes there. When today, it was a bit unusual. The duel arena is not far from the Li family, just a few steps away.
Soon, Li Yu came to the duel arena.
Although this is only a small dueling arena, it is more than enough for 2 mid-level mages to duel together.
Glancing at the dueling arena, there were 2 people dueling on the stage. One I don't know.
The other is a peer among the Li family's children who has quite good talent. The battle on the stage was intense, and the yellow-haired young man was obviously stronger than Li Yan.
Moreover, the opponent's second system is the plant system.
Under the siege of vines, Li Yan can only dodge and has few chances to counterattack.
Mad. Li Yan cursed inwardly, the opponent's vines were really disgusting. Fiery fist, blast the sky.
The voice rang out in the duel arena, and everyone guessed the final outcome. Even though Li Yan released Water Guardian, he was still knocked off the stage by the opponent. The healing mage rushed over immediately and healed Li Yan's injuries. Li Yu looked at the people on the other side, led by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Behind him stood 2 young men, about the same age as him.
Li Yu was not clear about the situation, so he walked towards Li Fei. Uncle Fei. Hearing the voice, Li Fei slowly turned around and saw Li Yu coming back.
He originally had a sad look on his face, but now a smile appeared on his face.
Are you back from training?
Yes. Li Yu nodded, but he also saw the sad expression on Li Fei's face just now.
Uncle Fei, what are you doing? We cooperated with the Fong family to discover a mine. The Fong family proposed a duel to decide the ownership of the mine. Li Fei followed Li Yu to explain. Like the Li family, the Fong family is a second-rate family in the imperial capital, but the overall strength of the Li family is stronger than that of the Fong family. If the ownership is decided by a duel, the Li family will definitely have the advantage. But something unexpected happened. Li Mangxing is the strongest young man in the family. However, when Li Fei went to find him, Li Baichuan used the excuse that Li Mangxing was practicing and refused to duel with the Fong family. As a result, the Li family fell into a passive position. Without Li Mangxing joining the duel, the situation is now 50-50. But the Fong family spent a huge amount of money to equip a young man in their family with a spiritual seed. It is precisely because of this young man with spiritual seeds that the young people of the Li family suffered defeat after defeat. Best of 5 games. Now the Li family has lost 2 games in a row. If they lose one more game, they will be completely defeated. The top management of the Li family attaches great importance to this mine. If it cannot be taken over, the top management will probably blame Li Fei. Li Fei sighed. Now that things had come to this, it looked like the mine could only be taken over by the Fong family. Uncle Fei, let me play in the 3rd game. Li Yu said. Li Fei is devoted to his family, but Li Baichuan is still interfering. At this time, he no longer has any feelings for Li Baichuan and his son. You go up? Li Fei looked at Li Yu with some hesitation in his eyes. If Li Yu loses this game, the Fong family will win, and then other people will probably gossip about them. Li Yu put his hand on Li Fei's shoulder, smiled confidently and said, Uncle Fei, don't worry. Would I do something I'm not sure of? Okay, Uncle believes you. Li Fei nodded heavily and allowed Li Fei to go on stage. Just as they finished their conversation, the blonde young man on the stage became impatient and said arrogantly, Are you guys from the Li family going to send someone up? Hurry up, I have to go back for dinner. Li Fei looked up and reminded in a low voice, Xiaoyu, this person has a fire spirit seed, you should be careful when fighting. Okay. Li Yu made an okay gesture, jumped up and landed on the stage. Li Yu's appearance made those Li family members who did not play frown. Among them, a square-faced young man came over and asked, Uncle Fei, why did you let Li Yu go on stage? Isn't it me who's next? If you go up, are you sure you can defeat him? Li Fei asked, looking straight ahead at the stage. The square-faced young man paused, clenched his fists and said, Although I'm not sure, I have at least cultivated the intermediate wind system to the 2nd level. What about Li Yu? Li Fei was not angry at what the square-faced young man said, but still chose to believe Li Yu and said, If Xiaoyu loses, this duel has nothing to do with you. I will bear it alone. P.S. I'm a bit busy as graduation is approaching. Chapter 43 Like a fishbone stuck in the throat. Update 1. Li Fei spoke loudly, as if he was speaking to other people. The reason why these young people participated in the duel was to make a contribution so that they could ask for rewards from their families. But they were facing a powerful enemy with spirit seeds, and they had already lost 2 games. At the same realm, the opponent is a fire-type spirit with explosive output. For them, there is no chance of winning. The square-faced young man felt unhappy. He was obviously stronger than Li Yu, so why did he let the latter go up? But after Li Fei said that, the square-faced young man didn't say anything else. Because this was a duel that the Li family was bound to lose. Even if he went up, he would only be beaten up by the young man with the fire element from the Fong family. But it's different now. Not only will they not be beaten up, but their own interests will not be affected. This is their most ideal outcome. At this time, Li Yu came to the stage and looked directly at the blonde young man in front of him. This man is older than him, and judging from his proficiency in controlling fire just now, he must be a veteran. Is it useful to say so much? He was still knocked down with 1 punch. The yellow-haired young man stared at Li Yu with disdain, without any interest in his eyes. He can blow away this kind of scum with just 1 fierce punch. Li Yu didn't say anything the whole time because it was pointless since the other party was going to leave anyway. Are you mute? The blonde young man was very unhappy with Li Yu's attitude. If you can win by just bullshitting, why bother learning magic? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yu blasted out a fire explosion and immediately attacked the yellow-haired young man. The hot flames hit a pitch-black shield, and flames splashed everywhere. The blonde young man was shocked. If he didn't have a magic shield, he would have died here. Even so, he was still knocked back dozens of meters, and his hands holding up the shield magic tool were still shaking. Holy shit! What kind of flame is that? Could it be that he also has a fire spirit seed? Damn, this is much stronger than the spirit seed, okay? Didn't you see how far that Fang Guan was pushed back? The other spectators were talking about it, and they all noticed the difference in the color of Li Yu's flame. Li Fei saw the power of Li Yu's flames at a glance. This was definitely not the effect that a spirit seed should have, so he concluded that it was a soul seed. However, it seems that Xiao Yu's second awakening is the summoning system? Why does he have fire element? Advance to a higher level? That's unlikely. Li Fei could only suppress the doubts in his heart and prepare to ask Li Yu later. But in the end, the stronger Li Yu becomes, the prouder he feels. The middle-aged man from the Li family didn't look very good. He also saw that Li Yu's flame was extraordinary. Fang Guan, end the battle quickly. In order to ensure that he could take over this mine, he had put in a lot of effort and he absolutely could not fail because of Li Yu. Clear. Fang Guan stretched his muscles and bones, and he was ready to use his ultimate move next. Fiery Fist, blast the sky. A low shout was heard, and Fang Guan threw a punch fiercely, and a blazing flame immediately swept towards Li Yu. At the same time, Li Yu also threw out a fierce punch, and two different flames collided violently. The temperature in the venue suddenly rose, and the stage was like an oven, with heat spreading everywhere. However, even though Fang Guan's flame was extremely overbearing, it was not enough in front of Li Yu's soul seed. The dark blue flame instantly swallowed up Fang Guan's flame, just like a big fish eating a small fish. When Fang Guan saw himself being swallowed by flames, he became completely panicked. He had never seen such a situation before. Moreover, in this brief second or so, the only reactions he showed were his facial expressions and eyes. The fanatical atmosphere hit him in the face, and Fang Guan's legs went limp. The arrogance he had just had was swept away, replaced by a look of horror. Rock barrier stone shield. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard, and then a huge rock suddenly rose up in front of Fang Guan, blocking the flames to both sides. At this moment, Fang Guan's forehead was covered with cold sweat and his back was wet. He was holding on, and he couldn't fall down because of weak legs at this moment. You two, go and help him down. The middle-aged man said to the two young men behind him. The others were all shocked when they saw this scene. At this moment, they finally understood that Li Yu's flame was definitely not a spiritual seed. Then there is only one possibility in the end. This blue flame is a soul seed. The square-faced young man standing next to Li Fei had a gloomy expression. He had just said that Li Yu was not good enough. However, Li Yu slapped him hard on the face, causing a burning pain. Li Yu didn't care about the situation of other people. After seeing the power of his fire soul seed, he was ecstatic. To be honest, if that middle-aged man hadn't taken action, Fang Guan would have been half dead if not dead. Li Yu estimated that the power of this ghost fire had increased by at least 5 times. I have to say that his fire system is already top-notch among many young people. Seeing two people helping Fang Guan off the stage, the middle-aged man's face looked even uglier. The things that were originally within reach were completely disrupted by the appearance of Li Yu. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Listen to me, everyone. Whoever beats him will be rewarded with a spirit seed. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the others looked at each other. Although the spirit seed is very attractive, Li Yu in front of him is more frightening. Especially the dark blue flame he released, even Fang Guan who possessed a spiritual seed was no match for it, let alone them. However, they were all trained by their families, and they had no way out at this moment. Trigger the God-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, just admit defeat and be rewarded with the title of the strongest pretender. Option 2, choose to continue fighting, and the reward will be to upgrade the basic fire system to the 4th level. Option 3, let them both attack together. The reward is to upgrade the intermediate fire system to the 1st level and master the fiery fist, blast the sky. The system sound stopped abruptly. Li Yu looked at the options and had already made a choice in his mind. The most powerful person in the Feng family is Fang Guan, who possesses a spiritual seed, but he was defeated by Li Yu. And now, among the young men of the Feng family, no one is his match if they fight him one-on-one. What's more, he has 4 departments and 2 warriors. Even if there are 2 more, he can pin them to the ground and rub them. Li Yu decisively chose option 3. You two should come together, finish early, and go back to have dinner early. Li Yu slapped Fang Guan in the face for what he had just said. And now, in the eyes of the Feng family, he is even more arrogant than Fang Guan before.
The middle-aged man's fists were clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound. This was a slap in the face of the Feng family.
His strongest skill may be fire. Don't let him release intermediate magic. There is still a chance to win.
Clear. The two nodded and said in unison.
Liu suddenly said, "Is it useful to say so much?
You will still be beaten down by my punch."
Feng Guan felt that this sounded very familiar, as if he had heard such arrogant words somewhere before.
For a moment, he felt like he had something stuck in his throat.
Chapter 44 Uncle Fei is a very nice person's second update.
Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is the upgrade of the intermediate fire system to the first level, and the proficiency of Fiery Fist Sky Blast. The system's voice fell, and Liu watched the two young men from the Feng family walk onto the stage.
As soon as they came on stage, they released intermediate level magic towards Liu without reservation. Wind Plate Tian Luo.
The mid-level wind mage had already drawn the wind star map the moment he came up, waiting for this moment. The tornado suddenly swept across the entire duel arena, and strong winds blew towards everyone present. The powerful attraction of Wind Plate Tian Luo made Liu move forward unconsciously. However, at this time, another intermediate magician also released intermediate magic at him.
Fiery Fist, Blast the Sky.
The man quickly came to Liu's side, his fist suddenly ignited with flames, and blasted out instantly.
Liu was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and he threw a fierce punch at Fengpan Tian Luo with one hand.
Fengpan Tian Luo collapsed in an instant, and the scattered strong winds swept around. The flames from the side were coming towards him, and Liu stretched out his other hand in the direction of the flames, spreading out his 5 fingers.
Suddenly, a dark blue flame surged out from Liu's palm and headed towards the fierce fist thunderous sky.
The next moment, a magical scene happened and everyone's eyes widened. The dark blue flame swallowed it up in an instant, and at this moment, returned to Liu's palm. He swallowed the fiery fist.
What the hell? What kind of operation is this? This is outrageous.
The people watching the show on the sidelines all looked at him in disbelief and spoke incredulously.
Wind track flash step.
In an instant, Liu's feet moved like the wind and he arrived in front of the fire mage in a moment.
Get out of here.
With a kick, the fire mage fell to the stage.
Liu's speed is really too fast. He didn't react at all. And he wasn't defeated by magic, he was kicked down. Who the hell can stand this? It's a shame. At this time,
the only one left on the stage was the wind mage.
Liu glanced at him, a flame ignited in his hand, and said arrogantly, "Do you want to go down by yourself, or do you want me to help you? A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated."
The wind mage directly released a wind track and was about to rush towards Liu, but the next second, he was thrown out of the duel stage.
Wind mage, it's not that I don't dare, it's that the wind track is disobedient. To be honest, this kind of fighting has no meaning to him, it's just for show.
But his strength has been demonstrated and he has already pretended to be strong, so there is no need to waste time on it.
What's more, Liu is basically invincible now, even if the 3 of them attack together, it will be of no use.
This person is quite sensible, otherwise he would have suffered physical pain. However, the middle-aged man was not feeling well because his 2 younger generations were unable to defeat Liu. Not only did it turn out to be a joke, but the mine that was supposed to be in our pocket was also lost. At this time, Li Fei took a contract and walked slowly to the middle-aged man.
Fang Gengji, it's agreed that whoever wins will own the mine. Come on, sign it. Fang Gengji was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. How was he going to explain this to the higher-ups of the Fang family?
But since the agreement had been made, he had no choice but to sign the mining contract. Li Fei looked at Fang Gengji and others who left dejectedly, and felt very happy.
Uncle Fei, how is it? I didn't lie to you. Liu jumped off the stage and landed in front of Li Fei. When did you get the soul seed? You didn't even tell me.
Li Fei had a happy smile on his face, and he was more happy for Liu.
It was given to me by a rich woman this time. Liu replied.
Li Fei gave Liu a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Not bad, at such a young age, you have learned to work 20 years less."
If your uncle had your vision, the Li family would have become a first-class family now. Uncle, you still have a chance. Aunt Chu is really good.
As Liu was speaking, Li Fei gave him a bump on the head.
Why don't you say something else? Why do you have to mention Chu Yun? Are you itching for trouble?
Without saying a word, Li Fei put his arm around Liu's shoulders and walked out of the duel arena.
Tell me, how should Uncle reward you this time? I don't want much either, just give me a win soul seed. As soon as Li Yu finished speaking, a bump appeared on his head. You wish. This matter spread quickly in the family. In just a short while, everyone knew that Li Fei had one. This mine is worth at least 500 million yuan, so both the Li family and the Feng family attach great importance to it. Li Fei took over the mine, which can be said to be a contribution to the Li family, and the same is true for Li Yu. However, Li Baichuan and his son, who had plotted all this, were furious. They joined forces with the Feng family and prevented Li Mangxing from participating in the battle, just to make Li Fei lose the mine. Then Li Fei will lose his credibility among the top management in the family, which indirectly means that he is not qualified to be the head of the family. But all this was broken by Li Yu's sudden return, which was something they all did not expect. Dad, what should we do? Li Mangxing asked. He did not agree to fight, and this matter would sooner or later be known to the family leaders. And now that Li Fei has gained power, more people will support him. They can't let things go on like this, otherwise it will be disadvantageous to their fight for the head of the family. What you need to do is to improve your cultivation as quickly as possible, and it would be best if you could break through to a higher level as soon as possible. As long as Li Mangxing breaks through to a higher level quickly, the top management will start to pay attention to Li Mangxing. Because the family will try its best to cultivate only those who are useful to the family. With high talent, one will naturally get more resources in the family. Good. Li Mangxing nodded. He was looking forward to the day when he would duel with Li Yu. Mangxing, don't worry, I will also find a way to help you get a soul seed. Although Li Baichuan felt very painful, in order to give Li Mangxing motivation, he tried his best to get him a soul seed. Thank you, Dad. Until the evening, Li Yu finished his dinner and returned to his room to practice. The soul-level nebula magic weapon can increase the speed of cultivation by 60%, and over time, it can also enhance a lot of strength. There was a knock on the door, and Li Yu suddenly woke up from his practice and his eyes fell on the door. Xiao Yu, are you asleep? No. After Li Yu responded, the door opened and Li Fei walked in. Uncle Fei, what do you want to talk to me about so late? Li Fei sat on the bed and said, regarding the reward for you, I have applied to the higher-ups to give you a wind-type spirit seed. Thank you, Uncle Fei. Although the wind element already has spirit seeds, he can exchange them for fragments of thunder element spirit seeds, and the little thunder dragon will have a source of food. Li Fei carefully moved to Li Yu's side and whispered. There is one more thing. Tell me honestly, are you from the 3rd department? Uncle Fei, actually I am in 4 departments. Li Yu said sincerely. Li Fei smiled and said, I believe you if you say 3 systems, but 4 systems? If you have 4 systems, Uncle will give you another spiritual seed. A deep smile appeared on Li Yu's lips, and then a force of lightning element wrapped around his hands. P.S. There will be another update today, but it will be very late, so you should go to bed early. Rehearsal tomorrow, graduation ceremony on the 19th, prepare to be beaten by society. Chapter 45 New Students Registration 3rd Update. It's getting late, go to bed early. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fei rushed out of the door without giving Li Yu any chance to react. Li Yu couldn't help laughing as he watched Li Fei rushing out. At this moment, his mobile phone screen lit up, showing an unread message. Li Yu clicked it and found it was a message from Tang Yu. Tang Yu, don't go out recently. Stay at home. The people from the Black Church are looking for you. Li Yu, because of the Wind City incident? Tang Yu, yes, these people seem to want to avenge those 2 deacons, you should be careful. Li Yu, sister, do you know their strength? Tang Yu, I don't know, but the Black Church will definitely send someone stronger than you to kill you. Sudden. The system voice also sounded. Trigger the God-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, ignore the advice, act alone, and be rewarded with a high-quality earn. Option 2, stay in the Li family to practice for a month, and you will be rewarded with a general level spirit. Li Yu looked at the 2 choices and naturally knew which one he should choose. Now that things have come to this, he can only stay in the Li family and continue practicing. You can take advantage of this month to practice better matching your 4 systems and strive to achieve the best results. After chatting with Tang Yu for a few more words, Li Yu began to practice again. Cultivation is always boring, but there is no way, his mission is to practice. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and obtaining a warrior level spirit. Li Yu didn't even think about it and directly improved the Sword King's strength. Although I haven't been able to break through to the next level after practicing for a month, I have made a lot of progress overall. However, it is time for the Imperial Capital Academy to start school, and this period is when new students enroll. The next day, early in the morning, Li Yu looked at the changes in the Sword King. After digesting the general level spirit essence, the Sword King's strength increased a lot. Nothing to do. His 1-month confinement period has passed, and he can just report to the Imperial Capital Academy. Just last night, Feng Zihao tried his best to make his presence felt here. Just as Li Yu arrived at the school gate, he saw Feng Zihao waiting for him outside. "Brother Yu. Over here." Feng Zihao waved at him, but Li Yu pretended not to see it. "Brother Yu. Don't walk so fast." Feng Zihao didn't care and quickly caught up with Li Yu's pace. Li Yu didn't know why this guy was so enthusiastic about him. Could it be because he asked the Nebula magical artifact to help him practice? Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. "Brother Yu, to thank you for letting me practice with the Nebula magical artifact, I've made up my mind. I want to be your little brother." As soon as Feng Zihao finished speaking, Li Yu felt that this guy was really good at licking, and he must know something. Before the Windy City accident, there were reports about Li Yu, and even videos, but they were quickly deleted and blocked by the authorities. But at that time, Feng Zihao had already seen it and saved it. It must be said that even when he was facing such a dangerous situation, he did not have the courage to face so many monsters. In addition, courage is part, but strength is also part. Li Yu's strength is unmatched among the freshmen. As the saying goes, a real man can bend and stretch. He directly put himself in the shoes of a licker? No, this is called pattern. I had no choice but to obtain resources in the freshman resource competition, so I wouldn't have to worry about training resources this semester. Therefore, following Li Yu is definitely the best choice. The battle for freshman resources is conducted in a team format, with each department being able to send 2 teams of 5 people to participate. At the same time, in addition to people from the department, each team can also invite one person from another department. However, once that person accepts the invitation, he will not receive any other rewards from his department. But he can get rewards from the department that invited him. That is to say, if Li Yu's department takes first place, the invited person can also enjoy the resources and treatment of the first place. "What are you planning?" Li Yu asked directly without beating around the bush. Feng Zihao said with a smile on his face, "Brother Yu, can you add me to your team? After all, we were classmates before, we know each other well, and I will definitely not hold you back." "Let me think about it." Li Yu answered slowly. He was now considering which department to choose. Let us not even consider the summoning department. Not only are there few people, but there are definitely not many beautiful women. If there are not enough beauties, it will affect the efficiency of cultivation and will only delay your future. Therefore, you should be cautious when choosing a department, otherwise if you are surrounded by a bunch of grown men, there is a high possibility that one day you will become gay. Feng Zihao, which department has more beautiful girls? It turns out that Brother Yu likes departments with lots of beautiful girls. Feng Zihao touched his chin and thought carefully. I just think that at their age when they are as beautiful as flowers, they should need a considerate person to protect them. Li Yu said seriously. Brother Yu, what you said makes sense. I thank you on behalf of the girls. Li Yu felt that Feng Zihao was a real bootlicker. Brother Yu, if you want more beauties, I think you should go to the wind department. This year, the proportion of girls in the wind department is relatively large, accounting for 70%. Feng Zihao made the number 7 gesture. He also hated himself for not majoring in wind. Then I'll choose the wind type. Li Yu said this and strode forward. There are a lot of new students registering today, and basically you have to queue up to do anything. After Li Yu and Feng Zihao processed the process, they found a shady spot in the school and admired the big white, poplar trees that came and went in the summer. Although Li Yu knew about the battle for freshman resources, he knew very little about it, so he asked Feng Zihao to explain it in detail. The battle for new resources is usually conducted in the form of a points competition. 1 point is awarded for each game won. If you lose a game, you get no points. The last ranked player will share the resource prize pool. The department ranked first can get 50% of the resources in the prize pool first, and the remaining 50% will be divided in half with the second place, and so on. Therefore, the departments ranked at the bottom get no resources at all. It's cruel and unfair, but also realistic.
Li Yu and the other person were chatting nearby when Su Ling just happened to walk over from that side.
Li Yu, which department did you apply for?
Brother, you signed up for the wind department. Feng Zihao interrupted Li Yu before he could answer.
Wind system? That's not bad either.
Su Ling actually thought it would be better for Li Yu to apply for the summoning system, so that he could get more resources in the battle for resources.
Because they have to deal with 5 students of the summoning department.
If 1 or 2 of the 5 people's summoned beasts are at the general level, then the opposing team will have no chance of winning.
There is no way.
The summoning system is too strong in the early stage, and the freshmen are not that strong either.
P.S. I was too tired last night. I fell asleep while writing. This chapter makes up for yesterday's.
Chapter 46, The Birth of 2 Captains. Li Yu, I have formed a team of 5 and I'm short of 1.
Do you want to come?
Su Ling approached Li Yu for this matter, so she invited him.
With Li Yu joining us, we are still able to fight even against students from the summoning department.
However, Feng Zihao on the side became alert.
If Li Yu was invited over, then his plan would be useless.
No, I don't have the habit of going into other departments.
Li Yu shook his head.
He is very clear about his own strengths, so he basically doesn't need to rely on his teammates.
Moreover, if he helped another department win first place, wouldn't the people from the wind department eat him up? Not cost effective. I still have to stay in the wind department.
He is not as shameless as Feng Zihao.
Su Ling did not force it. Even without Li Yu, their ranking would not be low.
After Su Ling left, the two of them continued to talk about the nutrition issues of freshmen.
For example, that one is C? What on earth did she eat to grow up? Li Yu didn't like living back at the Li family's house, so he always lived in school. When they registered, their counselors arranged dormitories for them.
In the evening, Li Yu separated from Feng Zihao and he came to the men's dormitory.
This building is full of freshmen. His dormitory is 318, which is on the 3rd floor and is ranked 18th among the dormitories.
After opening the dormitory door, Li Yu looked around and saw 3 people already sitting inside.
The boy wearing black glasses asked, "Are you from our dormitory?"
"Yes." Li Yu nodded, walked in, and put his luggage aside. The flat-headed boy sleeping on the bed opposite Li Yu smiled and said, "The one sleeping next to you is Brother Meng, a mid-level wind mage.
He will be our boss from now on."
"Boss?"
Li Yu looked at him puzzledly and asked, "What boss?" "In our dormitory, status is determined by strength. Brother Meng is a mid-level wind mage, so he is our big brother."
The boy with the flat head licked hard, comparable to Feng Zihao.
Li Yu looked at the boy named Brother Meng.
He was wearing all branded clothes and it was obvious that he was from a wealthy family. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to enter the ranks of mid-level mages so quickly, but it cannot be ruled out that he has strong talent.
"Oh." Li Yu responded and packed his luggage without any concern.
But Sikong Meng, who was sitting next to him, was unhappy.
"What does O mean? I am a mid-level wind mage. Although there are many outstanding people in this academy, I am at least the tail of the dragon." Li Yu has been recorded in Sikong Meng's little notebook. If there is a chance, he will definitely let him know what a mid-level magician is.
After dinner, Li Yu came to the teaching building alone and entered the wind department classroom. The Imperial Capital Academy could be said to be the top academy in the country. It was home to many talented people, and the number of people who reached the level of intermediate mages upon admission was definitely greater than that of other schools. It's just that some rely on talent to cultivate to the intermediate level, while others rely on the accumulation of resources to reach the intermediate level. Their wind department counselor is a charming woman, who is comparable to Tangyu, but each has her own flavor. After Lu Qingzi made a brief introduction, she continued, "I asked everyone to sit together tonight mainly to let everyone get to know each other, and at the same time, I will tell you about the battle for new resources. This is an event held for every freshman class, so they have all heard about the battle for freshman resources."
As soon as the topic came up, everyone started talking about it.
Lu Qingzi knocked on the podium to quiet everyone down, and then slowly said, "Those who have reached the intermediate level of the wind system, please stand up." As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom of more than 400 people fell silent. Then, other voices were heard in the classroom and the students looked over. The person who stood up was Sikong Meng. He enjoyed the looks from others. Soon after, many mid-level mages also stood up, more than 100 in total, including Li Yu. Sikong Meng also saw Li Yu stand up, but didn't take it too seriously.
Those who cannot release intermediate magic at 100% level should sit down. Lu Qingzi finished speaking. Dozens of students sat down immediately.
Si Kongmeng looked in the direction of Liu again, but the other party had not sat down yet.
You can't release intermediate level 1 magic 100%, so sit down.
Lu Qingzi's voice rang out again, and in a blink of an eye, dozens of students sat down again.
Si Kongmeng looked in Liu's direction again, but the other party still didn't sit down. Brother Meng, that person is actually the same as you.
The boy with the flat head noticed Liu and couldn't help but exclaimed. Si Kongmeng had a cold face and did not respond to him. At this time, there were only 10 students still standing, and they were already the best among the freshmen.
The second department has not yet reached the intermediate level of sitting down.
When the whole class heard this, their eyes were fixed on these people.
Both zodiac signs have reached the intermediate level? How can these people with wind zodiac signs who have not reached the intermediate level play? Comparing yourself with others is really infuriating. Although Si Kongmeng's wind system had reached the intermediate level, the other system had not, so he sat down immediately.
However, when he saw Liu still standing, he gradually clenched his fists.
How is that possible?
It is impossible for him to have reached the intermediate level in both departments.
The guy with a crew cut next to him said, Brother Meng, is it true that he is at the intermediate level in both departments? You ask me, how should I know?
Si Kongmeng said in a bad tone.
He really hoped that none of this was true.
There are only 3 students in the class who have reached the intermediate level in both departments, 2 girls and 1 boy.
It seems that our class is also very strong. Lu Qingzi was very satisfied with the students in her class, especially the 3 people standing. Those who cannot release intermediate second level magic 100% should sit down. They didn't expect Lu Qingzi to continue, and immediately looked at the 3 of them.
One of the girls sat down reluctantly, leaving 2 people on the field.
One is a girl with waist-length hair, and the other is Liu.
For a moment, there was a commotion in the classroom, and they all felt it was a little unreal.
Brother Meng, he is actually stronger than you, said the boy with the flat head excitedly.
Shut up! Si Kongmeng angrily scolded the boy with a flat head.
He was really angry. Boom boom boom.
The voice from the podium was heard again, and the students fell silent again.
Very nice.
Lu Qingzi cast an approving look at the 2 of them and continued, You will be the 2 captains of our wind department.
Strength comes first.
And since it was a question of resources for the wind department, they naturally agreed with these 2 people being the captains of the wind department. I'll give you 1 day to choose your own members from among these people.
5 permanent members and 1 alternate member.
Lu Qingzi could actually arrange 2 teams herself, but she felt it would be better to let them choose their own members, because a forced melon is not sweet. What a team needs is team spirit and tacit cooperation, which they need to work out slowly.
P.S. Too busy. Chapter 47 Breaking News. The next day.
The morning sun shone, and the originally fresh air suddenly became warm.
Since last night, some people have wanted to join Liu's team.
After his careful selection, he finally picked out 5 people and reserved a place for Feng Zihao. At this time, Si Kongmeng came over with his 2 little followers.
Liu, Brother Meng said he wants to join your team, said the boy with the flat head.
Last night Si Kongmeng discovered that Liu had specially reserved a seat for him. Although he had a bad impression of Liu before, they were in the same dormitory and he definitely couldn't take sides with outsiders. Therefore, he felt that this position might be reserved for him.
Too wasteful, no.
As soon as Liu finished speaking, Si Kongmeng immediately gave up the idea in his mind.
What the hell? Too arrogant. You say I'm a waste?
If he hadn't known that Liu was at the intermediate level in both departments, he would have rushed forward.
But he couldn't swallow this. Si Kongmeng grabbed the hand of the guy with the flat head next to him and said excitedly, Don't stop me, I have to teach him a lesson today. However, the next second, the boy with the flat head brought Si Kongmeng directly to Liu.
Brother Meng, Liu is right here, hurry up and cut him.
Si Kongmeng was completely confused. This guy actually used the wind track to bring him in front of Liu. You want to cut me?
Liu looked at Si Kongmeng, who was in tears, with a smile on her face.
Si Kongmeng wished she could make a hole in the flat-headed boy's head.
The scene was very awkward, but the boy with a crew cut next to him had an expectant look on his face.
Si Kongmeng, what a sin!
Suddenly, a voice broke the stalemate.
Is Si Kongmeng here?
The person who came was the captain of another team, the girl with waist-length hair.
Captain Emoshi, I'm here.
Sikong Meng seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw.
He raised his hand and ran towards Emoshi. Liu looked at Sikong Meng with an embarrassed look and had no interest in teasing him anymore.
We are still short of a controller.
I heard you are a plant type? Yes, my second major is plants. Sikong Meng said immediately.
Just then, a man and a woman came towards them.
Mu Ningxue? Feng Zihao?
Emoshi stared at the two of them and read out their names at the same time. Feng Zihao was from a first-rate family, just like her, so she naturally knew him. She had also heard that Mu Ningxue was born with a soul seed. However, looking at the appearance of these two people, it seems that they are here to find Liu.
Ningxue, why are you here too? Liu asked in surprise when he saw Mu Ningxue following Feng Zihao here.
Brother Yu, your Shue has been wronged. Feng Zihao said directly.
Unfair? Who bullied my Ningxue?
As a dog among dogs, Feng Zihao told the whole story. The instructor of the Ice Academy is from another family, and this person happens to have a grudge against the Mu family, so Mu Ningxue was not arranged to play.
Liu was puzzled and asked, is this guy mentally ill? How dare he joke about students' resources? Brother Yu, you don't know this, right? The family that the counselor belongs to is not simple. There are two geniuses from their family in the class. Feng Zihao told everything he knew without reservation. Liu asked, so, he thinks he can get a higher ranking by relying on them?
Yes. With these two people as captains, the Ice Academy can at least rank in the top 5. But there is a prerequisite, that is, you one team meet him.
Very good. I'm looking forward to fighting with them. Liu showed a meaningful smile.
Feng Zihao curled his lips, knowing that the ice system might be doomed.
Liu, can I join your win team?
Mu Ningxue hesitated for a while, but still expressed her thoughts.
Sudden. The system voice sounded. Trigger the god-level choice.
Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, reject Mu Ningxue's joining and reward her with a 4th level upgrade to the basic win system. Option 2, let Mu Ningxue join your team and reward her with an upgrade from the primary fire element to the 4th level. Option 3, let Mu Ningxue join another team and be rewarded with a slave level spirit. To be honest, Liu originally wanted Feng Zihao to play control, but if Mu Ningxue joined, it seemed that the effect would be better than Feng Zihao. Moreover, the initial stage of fire was upgraded to the 4th level, and with the blessing of soul seeds, its power was beyond words.
Definitely kill the slave level in seconds.
Our team is short of one person, and it would be perfect if you joined. As soon as Liu finished speaking, Feng Zihao, who was standing next to him, was stunned.
What's going on?
It seemed like he just realized at this moment that bringing Mu Ningxue here was not a wise choice. Feng Zihao originally wanted to lick Liu, so he brought Mu Ningxue here.
But, he suddenly understood something. Licking a dog, in the end, nothing is left. Brother Yu, you promised me that you would let me join the Athing team.
Liu did not answer Feng Zihao because the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is to upgrade the elementary fire system to the 4th level.
Sikong Meng, who was standing by, watched the scene and said gloatingly, brother, you could be with anyone else, but you chose him. You got dumped, didn't you? This is too miserable. Liu looked at the pitiful Feng Zihao, then looked at Moshi and recommended, aren't you guys lacking a control? This guy is a mid-level ice type. Moshi heard, intermediate ice system? That's much better than the primary plant system.
Sikong Meng on the side looked at Moshi with glowing eyes, then turned around and stared at Liu fiercely.
He was gloating just now, and now it has fallen on his head? Okay, we can let him join our team. Sikong Meng looked as pale as death.
It all happened too fast. As for Feng Zihao, it didn't matter which team he joined, as long as he was in the Wind Academy. At this time, he walked up to Sikong Meng, patted his shoulder earnestly and said,
I think our captain hasn't agreed to let you join the team yet? In the end, I took your spot away. You are so miserable.
When Sikong Meng heard these words, his face turned green with anger. He shook off Feng Zihao's hand on his shoulder and left in anger.
God has his own way. No one can escape from it.
Feng Zihao said with a proud look on his face. After the personnel were confirmed, Liu and Moshi brought their people to find Lu Qingzi. After she felt that both teams had no problems, she asked them to start practicing cooperation and tacit understanding. 3 days later, the battle for freshman resources will begin, and teams from every department are training hard. This is not only a battle for resources, but also an opportunity to show your strength. Magicians with both strong talent and strength will be valued by the school and given more resources for training. At the same time, the school also released a big news. Chapter 48 Drawing Lots. The team ranked first in the standings will be rewarded with a spirit seed for all its members. As soon as the news came out, all the participants were excited, while those who did not participate instantly became jealous. This is a spiritual seed. And one for each person. The minimum cost for a spirit seed is 20 million. For a team of 6 people, the minimum cost is 120 million. The Imperial Capital University is indeed the top university in the country, and its resources are truly amazing. Just one word, awesome. With this news, other teams have started practicing day and night, because everyone wants to be first at this time. 3 days passed quickly, and everyone finally waited for this day. At this time, the fighting hall of the Imperial Capital Academy was packed with people. Both freshmen and old students were already sitting in the audience seats of their own departments. The 2 teams of Liu and Mo sat at the front of the audience seats of their own department. They will represent the Wind department in the competition. The same is true for contestants from other departments and academies. The student sitting on the left of the Wind department is a student from the Fire department. Through the crowd, Liu could still see Su Ling's chubby face. At this moment, the voice he was expecting came quietly. Trigger the God-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, collect pretense points and get an upgradable treasure chest as a reward. Option 2, collect shock points and get an advanced treasure chest as a reward. Option 3, collect rage points and get an upgradable treasure chest as a reward. Please note that the treasure chests that can be upgraded are bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and glory from low to high. The treasure chests will automatically upgrade according to the accumulated values of the host, and this is only limited to this resource battle. Liu stared at the 3 options in front of him, wavering between pretending to be cool and being shocked. If you choose the shock value, you need to do something that can subvert their cognition in order to earn shock value from these people. Finally, Liu chose to collect the pretentiousness points. It was easy for him to collect the pretentiousness points. After all, who doesn't know how to pretend? Soon. The auditorium was already full of students, all of whom were discussing the competition noisily. Feng Zihao was sitting next to Liu. When he found out that the first place winner would get a spiritual seed, he felt terrible, as if he had missed out on 100 million. There are 19 freshman departments and each department has 2 teams, which means there are 38 teams in total. It is impossible for so many teams to compete one by one, so they adopted the method of drawing lots. Each team has 3 chances to draw lots, which means 3 teams can be randomly selected to compete. You will compete with the group you are drawn to. The winner will get 1 point and the loser will lose 1 point. Finally, the 8 teams with the highest points will be selected to compete in the semi-finals, and the 2 teams that will enter the finals will also be decided. All captains come to the stage and draw lots, said a teacher on the duel stage holding a microphone. As soon as he finished speaking, an eagle cry suddenly sounded from the summoning department, immediately attracting everyone's attention. A gigantic eagle swooped down, and the 2 captains of the summoning department jumped on it and headed straight for the duel arena. Fuck! Isn't this too good of a pretense? This eagle demon looks very strong. This appearance caused an uproar. It was too high profile. The other captains originally wanted to go on, but this made it seem a bit embarrassing for them to go on like this. Sudden. There was movement over at the Ice Academy, and all of them began to condense into an ice bridge, allowing the 2 captains to walk on it. This scene amazed the students from other departments. Is this possible? The plant type followed suit and did something similar to the ice type, weaving vines into a vine bridge. You're so damned cool. It's just a walk on stage, right? Is there any need to act so pretentiously? Yeah, damn it, all of us in the light department should just blind their eyes and then run onto the stage. The 2 light department captains were furious. This was just bullying of their light department. The next moment, the 2 earth-type people stepped on the boulders and walked onto the stage step by step. The water system is even more outrageous, they actually openly surf in the fighting hall. Other departments couldn't afford all these fancy things, so they had no choice but to walk onto the stage obediently. The same was true for Su Ling and another captain next to him. She looked at Li Yu and saw that he had not moved yet, so he asked, Li Yu, shall we use the wind track to go to the duel arena? Forget about the wind track. I'll show you something new. After Li Yu finished speaking, the Sword King appeared under his feet. Come up. He said this and stood up. She looked at the flying sword under Li Yu. She was a little surprised, but she did not hesitate and stepped forward. Let us go. Whoosh. The Sword King rushed out instantly, and she fell on Li Yu's back due to inertia. Li Yu felt something soft hitting him from behind, and it was very close to him. Is this flying with a sword? That's too pretentious. It's already outrageous enough, can it be a little more outrageous? It can only be said that Li Yu's sword flying completely beats all the previous departments. Beast control and flying? Build a bridge? What a rubbish! He can fly with a sword. At this moment, the actions of other departments just now seemed like passing clouds and were not worth mentioning at all. Li Yu and she landed on the duel stage, and all the jealous, envious, and hateful glances were cast upon them at once. Bite. Congratulations to the host for accumulating a certain amount of pretense points and upgrading from a bronze treasure chest to a silver treasure chest. Li Yu ignored the system's voice, but walked to the teacher, reached into a box, and pulled out the opponent for the first match. At this moment, the other captains present have already drawn their numbers, so they are all paying attention to who their opponents are. Then, Li Yu took his hand out of the box. At the same time, the captains who didn't know their opponents yet all cast strange looks at them. Especially the two captains of the summoning department, they feel that the summoning department is the protagonist of this battle. But the appearance of Li Yu immediately overwhelmed them, making them very unhappy. However, when they saw the blue ball in Li Yu's hand, they all looked disappointed. The two of them drew the yellow ball and the black ball, so they are not in the same group. Li Yu, which number did you draw? She's face slightly flushed as he walked over and asked. Number 2. Li Yu replied without changing his expression. After she took a look at the ball in his hand, she also went to draw lots and drew the black ball number 1. Li Yu flew on his sword faster than the captains who came up, so those who came late drew lots at this time. At this time, Su Ling came over with a blue ball and asked, What's your number? I'm number 2. Fortunately, I'm number 1. Su Ling said thankfully. She didn't want to meet Li Yu in the first game. Li Yu did not respond because he seemed to see someone got a blue number 2 ball. P.S. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony, I am a little excited. I will resume posting 3 updates a day after I am busy in the next few days. Chapter 49 Summoning System Crushing. As long as 2 teams get numbered balls of the same color, they will become opponents. Su Ling, which department is that person over there from? Li Yu didn't know the people from other departments, so he could only get the answer from Su Ling. Su Ling looked over and his eyes fell on a man and a woman. Over there are the 2 captains of the Ice Academy. Ice Academy? What a narrow road for enemies. As soon as Li Yu finished speaking, Su Ling asked, Do you have a grudge against the people from the Ice Academy? It's a little personal vendetta. Su Ling asked in confusion, What personal grudge? They are targeting my future wife. I want to teach them a profound lesson, Li Yu said frankly. Your wife? Su Ling was puzzled, but when she saw Mu Ningxue sitting in front of the Wind Department students, she couldn't help but reveal a somewhat envious look. Then, she warned, the 2 captains of the ice system are very strong. Both of their systems must have reached the intermediate level. You must be extra careful. It's okay. Even if they have full cultivation in both systems, I won't be afraid. Li Yuyun looked calm and composed, as if he didn't take it to heart. Su Ling opened his mouth and stopped talking. Now everyone is in a competitive relationship. It would be best if Li Yu could deal with this strong opponent. At this moment, the boy with short light blue hair holding the blue number 2 ball walked towards Li Yu. Mu Ningxue is in your team, right? The boy with short light blue hair said in a condescending tone with a cold look in his brows. However, Li Yuli ignored him and said to Emoshi, Let's go. The boy with short light blue hair clenched his fists tightly, and they made a rattling sound. A girl in a short skirt patted the boy with short light blue hair on the shoulder, then looked at Su Ling and asked, Su Ling, do you know this person? We are classmates. Su Ling replied. The boy with short light blue hair said with a sinister look in his eyes, No wonder he is so arrogant, it turns out he is from the elite class of the Imperial Capital Academy. Although they are not in the elite class of the Imperial Capital Academy, they are the younger generation specially trained by their own family. In terms of resources, the Imperial Capital Academy, which has to train so many students, naturally cannot compare to a family that devotes all its efforts to training just one. That's why there are so many mid-level mages among the freshmen. How strong is he? Asked the girl in the short skirt.
You will know soon.
Su Ling had received help from Liu, so how could he reveal his strength? The girl in the short skirt looked at Su Ling's back as she left and fell into a brief contemplation.
Ling Jiangli, are you worrying too much?
I can pin this guy to the ground and beat him by myself. The boy with short light blue hair said confidently.
Ling Jiangli rolled her eyes at him.
If the two teams weren't tied together, she wouldn't have wanted to pay any attention to him.
Ling Wu, you'd better not hold me back.
As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Jiangli left.
Ling Wu punched the air at Ling Jiangli and didn't take the matter to heart at all.
The captains of each department have finished drawing lots, and most of them already know their opponents, so they are discussing countermeasures. When they returned to their seats, the teacher's voice sounded again. In the first match, the two teams with yellow ball number 1, please come to the duel field. As the voice fell, there was movement from the summoning department.
The summoning team jumped onto the giant eagle and landed on the duel arena the next second.
When the people from the summoning department appeared, the students who were watching took a deep breath.
Who is so unlucky to encounter the summoning department at the very beginning? That's right. This big villain is the light system. The captain of the light element is on the verge of going berserk. Not only can he not show off as well as the other elements, he can even draw the summoning element when he draws lots. What a complete injustice.
Now that things have come to this, there is no way they can escape. Even if we lose, we must blind their summoned beasts. After the summoners were in place, the light team also arrived at the duel arena.
Why don't you just surrender? I won't feel any sense of accomplishment from torturing you.
The more muscular boy sneered.
Who are you looking down on?
Do you believe that I can exhaust you to death? The captain of the light department said arrogantly. He couldn't stand this kind of shit. The burly man was not angry and waited for the game to begin.
The game begins.
As soon as the teacher finished speaking, everyone's eyes were focused on the duel stage. The captain of the light department said directly, "Brothers, blind them for me."
Sudden.
The players behind him unleashed glorious blindness one after another, not giving the other team any chance to open their eyes. However, at the same time as they were casting their magic, someone over there also drew a star map. A bull-like demon with red skin and red flames on its body suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. I saw that the red flame demon bull rushed forward regardless of what was in front of it, as if it was crazy. Seeing this, the light team members quickly dodged. This is a summoned beast at the level of a general, and they dare not joke with their lives. The rhythm of the light department was disrupted, and the members of the summoning department seized the opportunity and summoned their own summoned beasts one after another.
All of a sudden, 5 summoned beasts appeared on the duel stage, emitting the pressure from the strong.
Show them some color, the burly boy commanded the summoned beasts. The next moment, the giant eagle hovering overhead suddenly swooped down, its target being the captain of the light element.
Well done.
A star map appeared under the feet of the light captain, and it was obvious that he had been prepared. Light blessing, holy shield. In a moment, the captain of the light element was covered with a light shield, instantly blocking the giant eagle's attack. But the other team members were not so lucky. Although they had all reached the intermediate level, it was difficult for them to release intermediate level magic in this situation.
Fierce fist, earthly evil.
The voice came from behind the light captain. It was a fire student he invited. The flames poured into the cracked ground and then burst out along the cracked ground. The raging flames immediately forced the slave-level summoned beasts to retreat, and some were seriously injured. So you guys found a fire-type helper? The burly boy still said disdainfully. At this moment, when there were already 2 general-level summoned beasts on the field, another one suddenly appeared. This summoned beast is a giant python more than 7 meters long, with patterns of various shapes on its body.
Looking at it for a long time makes you feel dizzy.
As soon as it appeared, it twisted its body and rushed towards the fire mage. The captain of the light department skillfully drew the star map again, light blessing painted wall. A wall made of light instantly blocked the attack of the giant python. But just when the light system breathed a sigh of relief, a premonition of danger came from above his head. However, when he found out, it was already too late. The speed of the war general level monster is too fast, and it is also an eagle-type monster. The others were also restricted by the red flame demon bull and could not take care of others at all. If 3 generals join forces, it will be difficult for them to win even if they are all mid-level mages.
Chapter 50 Wind Element vs Ice Element. This summoning system is too bullying.
It summoned 3 war generals at once.
Some students just couldn't stand it anymore.
Although strength was supreme, the 3-headed general-level demon was really bullying. After the captain of the light department was saved by the teacher in charge of safety, he was also eliminated and left the duel arena. At this time, there was still another mid-level light mage and the mid-level fire mage left on the stage. However, even if these 2 joined forces, they were still defeated by the continuous attacks of the 3-headed general level. In the first match, the summoning department completely crushed the light department.
Moreover, everyone knows that this is definitely not the full strength of the summoning department. Emoshi, who was sitting next to him, looked at Liu and asked, "Liu, if you were to face them, how confident would you be?"
10 points.
Liu said without any modesty.
10 points? You brag without thinking. Suddenly, a voice came from the other side. Liu, Emoshi and others looked over and their eyes fell on the boy with wolf tail hair next to Su Ling. The boy looked at Liu with contempt. He didn't believe what Liu said at all. He just thought that this person was good at bragging. Su Ling pulled the boy with the wolf tail, signaling him not to say such things. However, the boy with the wolf tail didn't listen at all and continued to do as he pleased. Su Ling, you fire-type people are really hot-tempered. Liu did not get angry but laughed instead, and took note of this boy with a little interest. Su Ling immediately held her forehead with her hand. She knew that if their fire team met Liu, they would probably not be able to escape. Liu has 2 mid-level, general-level summoned beasts, plus Mooning Xue. This wolf tail was completely defeated, okay? Seeing that there was no way to save him, Su Ling gave up completely and could only pray that this unranked boy could get a few more points. The first game is over, and the second and third games are coming. Emoshi was in front of Liu, and their team was fighting against a team of water-related students. The 2 sides were evenly matched, but in the end Emoshi disrupted the opponent's rhythm with the help of Fengpan Tianluo, won the victory, and accumulated a point for the wind department. Behind Emoshi was the team led by the Firewolf Tail. This team was very brave and only advanced and never retreated.
The opponent is the plant type, so they are in a restrained relationship in the magic type.
The plant-based team was also unlucky, just as unlucky as the light-based team. When the boy from Wolf Tail won the game, he gave Liu a provocative look on the stage. However, Liu gave him a thumbs-down gesture. When the boy with the wolf tail saw this, he became angry, but was quickly suppressed. Several teams passed by, and finally it was Liu's team's turn. This time, Liu did not use the Sword King to show off. Instead, he walked to the duel stage facing the envious gazes of all the boys.
Fuck! How can this be a competition? Are we here to have fun?
I have to say, this captain is really good at choosing. They all suit my taste. That white silk, I love it. There was chaos in the audience for a while, which was caused by Liu's team coming on stage. Because except for him, everyone else in his team is a girl. And they are all kinds of girls. There is no need to talk about Mu Ningxue, an iceberg beauty. Even if she doesn't say a word, she can make those boys drool. The other 3 girls, one had her breasts shaking wildly with every step she took, another was a typical little loli with white stockings, and the last one had a pure first love face. The boys on the stage couldn't help but cheer. How could this captain be here to compete? Are you here to enjoy yourself? The boys in the audience went from envy to jealousy. If he could be surrounded by so many beauties, he would trade it for his roommate being single for 10 years. After Liu came on stage, the Ice Academy team also came to the duel stage. The 2 teams were looking at each other from a distance, with a strong desire to fight in their eyes. Are you bringing them here to participate in the talent show? Ling Wu looked at Liu sarcastically. As soon as these words were spoken, the team members behind Ling Wu burst into laughter. Xue, don't hold back when the fight starts. The happier you laugh, the deeper the pain. As the teacher finished speaking, the competition between the wind and ice types officially began. Ice Vine's cover. The opponent was very fast and completed the ice star track almost as the teacher's voice fell. However, Mu Ningxue was faster. The ice vine cover containing the spirit seed immediately spread forward, occupying most of the area. Thunderbolt, Top Blast.
In an instant, a low shout was heard.
Lightning above Liyu's head suddenly struck, and purple lightning lashed towards them fiercely.
Feeling the threat above her head, Mu Ningxue's eyes narrowed. Ice lock.
The ice chain instantly rose from the ground and rushed towards the lightning bolts. The lightning shattered the ice lock, and the ice lock also blocked the lightning.
Wind disc, tornado.
In an instant, the three girls also drew a star map, and three magic tornadoes instantly swept across the entire duel arena.
The ice team was disturbed by the strong wind and couldn't draw any intermediate magic.
During this period, two ice team members were almost eliminated, but were rescued by Ling Wu.
What a pity. The girl, whose chest was heaving, sighed. If they can eliminate the two ice-type players, their chances of winning will increase. Damn it, it's our turn. The boys who were almost eliminated just now were very angry. After the tornado dissipated, it was finally their turn to fight back. Ice lock, bone crushing. Ice lock.
They controlled ice chains as big as bowls and suddenly attacked Liu and his group. The three women's expressions changed and they hurriedly connected the star tracks.
Thunderbolt, top blast. The next second, dozens of lightning bolts struck around Liu, and the ice chains that were approaching shattered instantly. Fuck. Is this even possible? This is fake, right? Why doesn't my thunderbolt have this effect? Isn't he a wind element? Why is he using intermediate level lightning element magic? The students in the audience were talking about it. An intermediate level 1 magic could break so many ice locks. This was definitely not an ordinary thunder. You still have some strength.
As Ling Wu finished speaking, his ice star map was completed.
Ice lock Pongmong.
The ice locks continued to emerge and turned into a long ice lock dragon, which suddenly shot towards Liyu's position.
At this time, Mu Ningxue also completed Ice Lock Pongmong and immediately rushed towards Ling Wu's Pongmong. Mu Ningxue.
Ling Wu glared at Mu Ningxue angrily, hatred flashing in his eyes. For a moment, the entire duel field fell into chaos. In comparison, the wind system did not have much advantage. Basic magic can only be used to dodge, and intermediate magic will be disconnected if attacked, and it is impossible to draw a star map. So they all rely on the second system to deal with the ice team. Every time Ling Wu attacked Liu, Mu Ningxue would interfere, which made him furious. You go and hold Mu Ningxue back, I'll deal with this guy first. Ling Wu said to the lightning mage behind him.
Chapter 51, Beginner vs Intermediate. Liu looked nonchalant the whole time, which made Ling Wu a little annoyed. Ice lock. Without Mu Ningxue's restrictions, he could finally show his talents.
After drawing the ice star map, several ice chains suddenly appeared and immediately ran towards Liu.
Liu was calm and said, Thunder Seal Minefield.
A huge lightning minefield suddenly formed, and lightning kept striking, instantly shattering the ice chains.
Shit. Am I seeing things? That's not an intermediate level magic, right?
In the audience, a student from the Thunder Academy exclaimed.
That's the 4th level of elementary lightning magic.
The bald teacher sitting next to him said.
Beginner 4th level magic?
For a moment, the students who were listening cast surprised looks.
A 4th level wizard who can enhance elementary magic must either be rich or mentally ill.
They had all received magical education before and knew a lot about this.
However, if it is only the 4th level of basic magic, it seems that it is not enough to destroy the ice lock, right? This is where the doubts arise in their minds. Observe the color of his thunder and see if you can see any difference.
As soon as the bald teacher finished speaking, the students sitting around him all looked towards the duel arena. If they didn't look carefully, they really wouldn't be able to find any difference in Liyu's thunder.
One student said, the color of this thunder seems to be different from ordinary thunder.
Yes, the thunder in his hand may be the thunder of the spiritual seed.
The bald teacher nodded. I see.
After listening to this, the doubts in the minds of others were finally resolved.
Spirit seeds often appear at auctions, so they are not rare. Moreover, soul seeds can be synthesized, not to mention spirit seeds.
On the dueling stage, everyone was fighting on their own, and everything was disrupted.
At this time, Ling Wu said disdainfully, Do you think you are the only one who knows the 4th level of the beginner level?
As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Wu's eyes flickered, and he shouted in a cold voice, Ice Fine Spike. The covering ice layer suddenly protruded with ice spikes, the sharp ice tips were enough to pierce the body. Liyu's feet moved suddenly, his 5 fingers slightly bent, and he calmly slammed the ice on the ground with his palm.
Thunder Seal release thunder.
In an instant, dense lightning from the distance of his palm instantly shattered the surrounding ice. The ice spikes that had come quietly turned into scattered ice cubes at this moment, splashing all around. How is that possible? Ling Wu looked at the lightning magic that Li Yu had just used in disbelief. The same was true for those in the audience. They were stunned and could hardly believe what they saw. The student sitting next to the bald teacher asked in astonishment, "Teacher, is this elementary 5th level magic?" The bald teacher didn't react either, he just nodded slightly slowly. Honestly, if you use 7 warrior level spirits to strengthen basic magic to the 5th level, you are crazy.
However, now, Li Yu's primary thunder system completely crushed Ling Wu's ice system.
Therefore, it is beneficial to practice from the beginner level to the 5th level, but it is a bit expensive. At this moment, all the students of the Thunder Department couldn't help but admire Li Yu. If it were them, they would definitely not do this. Shit, he's so strong in thunder, why doesn't he join the Thunder Academy? A student raised a question that puzzled many people. That's right. He is so strong in thunder, why did he go to wind? They all knew that Mu Ningxue was an ice-type student, so Li Yu was definitely not a thunder-type student, and they had never seen Li Yu in the thunder type. If the Thunder Department had this general, it might be able to get a pretty good ranking. The bald teacher also felt it was a pity, but unless the student agreed to transfer, he couldn't say anything. After all, it was their own choice. Damn it! Ling Wu was so angry that he released another Icevine spikes, but it was smashed to pieces by Li Yu again. I don't want to play with you anymore. I want to give you something fun. Li Yu looked at the members of his team. Since they could not draw a star map, the other members could only use the second system. Because the basic wind magic is not offensive, it is obviously no match for the ice magic. Thunder Seal, Thunder Arrow. Li Yu raised his arm, and a bolt of lightning like an arrow suddenly blasted towards Ling Wu. Light Blessing Holy Shield. Ling Wu secretly described the intermediate level light magic when Li Yu was speaking just now. Although he is arrogant, he is sometimes able to clearly judge the danger, not to mention that his second system is the light system. However, what he didn't expect was that the magic released by Li Yu almost defeated him. Even though the lightning arrow did not shatter his holy shield, it made him feel like he was being squeezed by a force field. Not broken yet? Then try again. Li Yu did not hesitate and released Thunder Seal Thunder Arrow again in a moment. Another thunder roared, and Ling Wu's expression changed drastically. Boom! The holy shield was bombarded again, and the ice star map he was drawing shattered, and he lost the ability to fight back. The elementary magic released by Li Yu was extremely fast and had extremely strong destructive power. After only 2 hits, cracks appeared on his holy shield. If he was hit a third time, the holy shield would definitely collapse. But Li Yu gave him too little time, not enough for him to launch a counterattack. Too outrageous. That's elementary magic, right? It actually caused cracks in the holy shield. After all, Light Blessing Holy Shield is a first-level intermediate light magic. How could the primary magic break its defense? Even if they don't believe it, the facts are right in front of them and they have seen it with their own eyes. Teacher, I think a student like this must be allowed to join our Thunder Department. A Thunder Department student suggested. The bald teacher was indeed tempted. Li Yu's ability to release intermediate-level lightning magic showed that he had a high talent for cultivation. If he could be transferred to the Thunder Academy, then when there are competitions or something, it would definitely bring honor to the Thunder Academy. When he thought of this, he absolutely could not let a genius in the Thunder Department be buried in the Wind Department Academy. Suddenly, a lightning arrow struck again, and Ling Wu's holy shield turned into shattered light spots and dissipated into the air. Shit! They actually shattered the holy shield. Primary magic shattered intermediate defense magic. What did this thunder eat to grow? Can it be a little more outrageous? Why do I feel like my thunder belongs to Lao Wang next door? It has to be said that Li Yu's action shocked the students present. Who would have thought? Basic level magic can also shake up intermediate level magic. Damn it, let's fight. Ling Wu didn't care about anything else, he absolutely couldn't lose this game. It is much easier to cast elementary magic than intermediate magic. However, his current elementary magic was like an egg hitting a stone in front of Li Yu, and had no effect at all. Only intermediate level magic is the key to reversing the situation. Therefore, he decided to give it a try. Chapter 52, Scene 2. Just when Ling Wu was about to give it a try, Li Yu's voice suddenly rang in his ears.
If you can take on the magic I'm about to unleash, I'll count you as the winner.
As soon as Liu finished speaking, the people in the audience suddenly became excited. Even the other players who were in the melee cast surprised glances.
Is this guy crazy? He was about to win, but he was still pretending? Can you please consider team spirit when pretending to be awesome? Teammates are fighting to the death, but his words determine the outcome? Too pretentious, wait for a slap in the face.
Liu's previous performance did amaze everyone, but that didn't mean they all approved of his arrogance. Ling Wu originally wanted to die together with Liu, so that he could at least take away one of the opponent's team members. But since the other party is so arrogant, he also wants to see what this person is capable of.
I'm not afraid of you.
Ling Wu dared to agree, so he must have his own trump card, but the other party seemed to have forgotten something. For someone like him who suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder, saying half of the words can be fatal.
Ling Wu immediately added, "What if I lose?"
"If you lose, the teacher over there will save you." Liu raised his chin towards the teacher who was watching over there.
Wow!
The students in the audience were instantly shocked. This was the most pretentious person they had ever seen.
Ice type hit him hard in the face. A student in the audience shouted towards the duel stage.
The same was true for others. They had seen arrogant people, but had never seen anyone so arrogant. At the same time, what they wanted to see most was naturally the moment when Liu was slapped in the face. All of a sudden, all the students in the audience came to Ling Wu's side. Ling Wu listened to the constant shouts and felt extremely happy.
Suddenly he felt full of energy. "Are you ready?"
Liu's voice suddenly sounded. Ling Wu's face was solemn as he drew the light star map. This was the trump card he had been hiding. His intermediate light magic had already been cultivated to the second level. Even the second level intermediate lightning magic could not break his Guanyu painted wall. But if it is the third level of the intermediate thunder system, it is possible, but can Liu release it? Looking around the Imperial Capital Academy, anyone who can cultivate to the second intermediate level is already a genius among geniuses.
Level 3?
He. Therefore, he was 100% sure that he could take it without any effort. At this moment, Ling Wu's light star map had been drawn. At this moment, Liu also drew a thunder star map. The two of them said in a low voice at the same time,
"Guanyu Huabi. Thunderbolt Dance." A painting on the wall glowing white suddenly appeared diagonally above Ling Wu.
Dense electric arcs swooped down like racers chasing each other on a racetrack, neither giving way to the other. When Ling Wu saw the scene, his confident eyes suddenly trembled. He stared at the lightning above, unable to come back to his senses for a long time.
"Guanyu Guardian." Just when Ling Wu's painting wall was about to collapse, a pale voice sounded, instantly blocking the remaining electric arcs.
"Fuck! Is this the third level of the intermediate lightning system? Damn, I don't know until I compare myself with you. I'm so useless. How can I still get into the factory in time?" The third level of the intermediate thunder system has come out, and those geniuses who were originally arrogant and extraordinary can't help but frown.
Will there be anyone among them who can cultivate to the third level?
Ling Wu's mood at this moment was like riding a roller coaster. The situation in which he was sure of victory turned into nothing. Bite. Congratulations to the host for accumulating a certain amount of pretense points and upgrading the treasure chest level from a silver treasure chest to a gold treasure chest. Liu listened to the system voice fade away and felt that the effect of pretending to be cool was quite good. He already had a plan for the future. Ling Wu was eliminated, and other members of the ice department were also eliminated one after another with the help of Liu. The situation is already very clear. In the battle between the ice and wind types, the wind type won this battle. As a result, the Wind Academy got 2 consecutive wins at the start and obtained 2 points. At the end of the first round, there were not many departments and colleges that had won 2 consecutive games, and they could be counted on one hand. Soon, they drew lots again to choose their opponents. The defeated teams were filled with anger. They wanted to win very much, but their luck was not good. Especially the captain of the light system who met the summoning system, his luck was really bad. But he didn't believe it. If he drew the summoning element again this time, he decided to permanently deflate his girlfriend. When he appeared, he seemed to become the focus of everyone. The captains of the 2 summoning teams were right in front of him, and after they finished drawing, the light captain walked up. He reached into the box, praying in his heart and picking things with his hands.
"Are you okay?" The teacher who was holding the box couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Immediately,
The captain of the light department did not hesitate any longer. He suddenly pulled out his hand and looked at the color of the ball stealthily.
Yellow.
He wanted to curse, but he still wanted to look at the number.
Number 2. I'm CNM. Li Yu was right next to him.
He accidentally saw the number on the yellow ball and couldn't help but shook his head.
This luck is amazing. This light captain is too good to be true. He actually drew the summoning element again.
Everyone, join me in mourning for the light element. I am dying of laughter. The students in the audience had already guessed the ending when they saw the expression on the light captain's face.
It's really tragic. Li Yu walked over, reached into the box, and randomly selected a ball. When I spread it out, I saw a black ball marked with the number 3.
At this moment, Li Yu seemed to feel that someone was watching him, and suddenly turned around to look. It was the boy with the wolf tail who was sitting next to Su Ling at that time. He also had a black ball in his hand, and it was not difficult to see that the look in his eyes now indicated that he was most likely competing with them.
Li Yu didn't care and left after getting the ball. Then, the captain of the plant department walked towards the box with laughter.
He was amused by the actions of the captain of the light department.
How can there be such unlucky people in the world?
He took a few steps forward and pulled out a numbered ball from the box without hesitation.
Blue, size 2.
The captain of the plant department looked around and finally stopped his gaze on another captain of the summoning department who was holding the blue ball number 2.
See?
When the national quintessence rang out, he wished he could swallow back what he had just said. He looked at his blue ball number 2 and silently walked to the side of the light captain. The light captain looked over and almost burst into tears when he saw him holding the blue ball number 2 in his hand.
A friend in need is a friend indeed.
The two hugged each other and cried, becoming the unluckiest guys on the field. Thanks for staying with me, brother.
I don't want to either. My luck won't allow it. Chapter 53 Recruiting. The game will start soon.
Although Moshi's team won, the victory came at a great cost. If they want to win the last game, they may have to rely on luck. The two teams of Light and Plant were defeated by the two teams of Summoning just as everyone expected. As if it was God's will, Li Yu and his team were ranked last again.
However, after Li Yu demonstrated his strength in thunder, other teams began to take him seriously.
Because the third-level intermediate thunder magic is enough to destroy many teams instantly, they have to pay attention to Li Yu.
At this time, Mu Ningxue also glanced at Li Yu. When he was training in Zuamulan, he should not have been so strong, right?
Now, he has surpassed many of his peers in terms of strength. At this moment, Li Yu also noticed that Mu Ningxue was secretly looking at him. He pretended to be unaware of it, stretched his hands to both sides, and placed one hand on the back of Mu Ningxue's hand. Mu Ningxue was startled and wanted to pull her hand out, but when she saw that Li Yu looked like he knew nothing, she did not rush. Li Yu took advantage of the situation and suddenly grabbed Mu Ningxue's hand and held it in his palm. Mu Ningxue struggled for a bit, but when she found she couldn't get free, she just watched the two teams competing on the duel stage as if nothing had happened. The students behind saw clearly what the two men did, especially Feng Zihao, who was sitting behind Li Yu.
Damn, this is even possible. Feng Zihao couldn't help but complain in his heart.
There are many girls in the Wind Department Academy, and there are two good-looking girls sitting next to him. Then he also imitated Li Yu and pressed the backs of his hands to his sides.
But the next second, Feng Zihao was greeted with two loud slaps. Suddenly,
a figure walked towards the side and suddenly came in front of Li Yu. Li Yu looked up and saw a bald male teacher. He had seen this man before. When he first reported for duty, he sat opposite Lu Qingzi.
Teacher, what do you want to talk to me about?
Li Yu was originally holding Mu Ningxue's soft little hand, but when the teacher appeared, Mu Ningxue suddenly broke free, which made him a little unhappy. The bald male teacher asked curiously, Student Li Yu, you have cultivated the thunder element to the third intermediate level, why don't you go to the Thunder Element Academy? I majored in wind before, so I applied to the Wind College. Li Yu made up a perfect excuse on the spot.
He didn't sign up for it just because there were so many wind-type beauties, absolutely not. I see.
The bald male teacher nodded slightly and continued, but I didn't see you cast wind magic on the field.
Do you like lightning magic more than wind magic? Hearing this, Li Yu was confused. Could this be used to figure out which department he prefers?
He looked at the bald teacher in front of him and felt that this man must have ulterior motives.
Teacher, if you have anything to say, just say it.
The bald male teacher said sincerely, Student Liu, I think you should transfer to the Thunder Department College.
Our Thunder Department is more suitable for you.
As soon as the words fell, those students who originally had no idea what the teacher was doing here suddenly realized.
This counselor from the Thunder Academy actually came specially to invite Liu to join the Thunder Academy. But when they thought about it, it made sense.
Liu had cultivated the intermediate Thunder system to the 3rd level.
If it was the Ice system, the counselor from the Ice System Academy would probably come too.
For a moment, everyone who was watching around cast envious glances. Student Liu, if you are willing to come to our Thunder Academy, we will allocate the best resources of the Thunder Academy to you. After the bald male teacher finished speaking, the students around him became even more envious. It can be understood that if Liu went to the Thunder Academy, he would become the darling of the Thunder Academy.
This condition is indeed very tempting, and even they would agree without hesitation.
When Liu was about to answer, Lu Qingzi, who was sitting at the edge of the wind system, stood up.
Old bald man, you think I don't exist, right? Lu Qingzi looked at the bald male teacher with a slightly angry expression. I want to get Liu on the right track. If he stays in the wind department, he will only ruin his future.
The bald male teacher was not afraid of Lu Qingzi at all, and everything he said seemed to be for Liu's benefit.
It's not your place to tell my students what to do.
Lu Qingzi walked towards Liu, her slender waist twisted slowly, and those LSPs stared at her.
We will also allocate the best resources of our Wind Academy to you.
Liu's Wind Department is not bad in the Wind Department Academy, and other students will definitely have no objection to the allocation of resources. Because all students in the Imperial Capital Academy know that students with strong strength and talent are eligible to obtain more training resources. Lu Qingzi walked in front of Liu. She suddenly bent down, looked into Liu's eyes with a gentle smile and said, What's more, since Liu chose the Wind School, he must like our Wind School very much, am I right?
Liu looked as if he hadn't seen anything, and answered seriously, That's right, when alive, he is a person of the wind element, and when dead, he is a soul of the wind element.
Did you hear that?
Why don't you just go back to your Thunder Department?
Lu Qingzi said with her hands on her hips. Seeing this, the bald male teacher sighed and left reluctantly.
Lu Qingzi turned around and said gently, Liu, it's your team's turn now.
Just fight the fire type to the death. Using a gentle tone, saying the most hateful words. It is not difficult to guess that the counselor of this fire academy must have a grudge against Lu Qingzi.
No problem.
Liu made an okay gesture in front of all the fire department students. A teacher said in front of all the fire-type people nearby that if he saw a fire-type person, he would beat him to death. A student said it was no problem in front of all the fire department people around him.
Do you really think that their fire-type students are easy to bully? You don't take fire elements as human beings, right? Sun Lin, if you lose this game, we will deflate your girlfriend. Too arrogant.
The fire-type students nearby were talking about this and were extremely angry, wishing they could rush up and fight with the wind-type students. The guy named Sun Lin was the last-placed boy who was drawn to compete with Liu. However, he is now somewhat overwhelmed, as Liu's performance in the last game is still lingering in his mind. After another game ended, it finally came down to the competition between the Wind Academy and the Fire Academy. The students of the Fire Academy were like chicken blood, and they kept cheering for Sun Lin. Sun Lin reluctantly brought his team to the duel arena, and his previous arrogance was gone instantly. At this time, Liu appeared again, and the students from other departments looked at him differently.
Liu stood at the front of the team.
He glanced at the 5 fire-type members with a scornful look and said arrogantly, Our counselor said that if the opponent is from the fire school, we must fight him to the death, so I'll let you guys take on the lightning school.
Chapter 54 My fire element is fake. Let a thunder type?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became agitated.
Let a thunder type? Could it be that he has also cultivated the wind type to the 3rd level? Damn! This guy is too pretentious. Can someone take care of him?
It would be really shameful if we can't win even if we let the lightning and fire types win. His words immediately caused dissatisfaction among many people, but this was exactly the effect Liu wanted. Sun Lin, who was standing opposite, was delighted when he heard Liu use the thunder element.
Don't you like pretending? Let me see if you can still pretend later.
Sun Lin sneered in his heart.
You let a Thunder Master defeat you, and you still lose? Absolutely not.
The same goes for the other team members. Before this, their hopes of winning were slim.
But if Liu doesn't use the thunder element, they still have hope. The fire element is all output magic.
Compared to the wind element, their basic magic can make it impossible for people from the Wind Element Academy to dodge. What's more, they are all people who have awakened the second system, and are obviously stronger than the wind system. You will soon pay the price for your arrogance. In response to Sun Lin's words, Liu did not respond, but looked at the teacher who announced the start of the competition.
The game begins.
As soon as the teacher finished speaking, everyone stared at the two teams on the stage. They really wanted to know how Liu had the confidence to give up a thunder element and still win the game. At this moment, Liu connected the fire system's star track in an instant.
Fire spray double explosion.
2 balls of blazing fire flew out from Liu's hands in an instant and suddenly exploded without any warning. When Sun Lin and others saw this, their hearts skipped a beat and they were then pulled behind them. Light blessing, holy shield. In an instant, a shield glowing white appeared in front of them. This is the defensive mage they found to make up for the lack of them in the team. However, just when they thought they could block it, the holy shield in front of them suddenly shattered. At this moment, a white light enveloped the light mage. All this happened so suddenly. Suddenly, before they could react, one person was eliminated from the team. The students in the audience felt the same way, thinking that it was just elementary magic and would not pose any threat. But who would have thought that a basic level of magic could actually eliminate a mid-level light mage?
This is even more outrageous than the last one. However, many people also discovered that Liu's flame was not an ordinary fire.
This is most likely the flame of the spirit seed. All of a sudden, there were many more people who were jealous of the rich.
A dark blue flame exploded, and a heat wave rushed towards them.
Sun Lin and others dodged in a hurry and had no time to draw a star map.
Damn it! Do you think you're the only one with a spirit seed?
Sun Lin completed the primary fire star track, and then shouted, "Fire burst!" The red flames swept past Sun Lin's front and headed straight towards Liu.
Fire burst!
At the same time, Liu also skillfully completed the basic fire star track. The crimson flame collided with the dark blue flame. The former was suddenly engulfed, and the dark blue flame suddenly grew stronger.
Fiery fist, blast the sky.
The fire mage, whose strength was second only to Sun Lin and the fire team, released intermediate magic, and the flames from his fist suddenly shot towards the dark blue flame.
Ice lock Pongmong. Mu Ningxue's voice sounded behind him.
In the time Liu bought, she drew the ice star map in the first possible moment. The ice lock emerged like a dragon and instantly blocked the oncoming flames. Soon after, other members of the team also completed the wind disc tornado. A violent tornado was approaching, the wind whistling in their ears, and the fire team was in the center of the tornado.
The fire element won't be eliminated just like that, right? Isn't this too much? 5 people were held hostage by just one person. It's so embarrassing.
At this point, the situation on the stage was one-sided, and everyone believed that the fire department would definitely lose. However, at this moment, Sun Lin mobilized his second system.
Ironclad turtle.
As soon as he finished speaking, a turtle-like demon about the size of a small house fell from the sky and protected Sun Lin and the others under it. This demon is not aggressive, so it has always been used as a trump card. 3 mid-level magics attacked him and he had to expose them.
This fire captain is amazing. He's actually a warlord-level ironclad turtle. The ironclad turtle has amazing defense. It looks like the fire-type people won't be eliminated so quickly. Look, it looks like the fire type is about to fight back.
After the people in the audience finished discussing, everyone looked at Sun Lin and the others under the iron-shelled turtle. At this moment, they have completed the fire star map and are ready to counterattack Liu and his men. When the tornado dissipated, the iron-shelled turtle suddenly retreated behind them, and Sun Lin and the others immediately released intermediate-level fire magic.
Fiery fist, blast the sky.
Fierce fist, earthshaker.
Fiery fist, blast the sky.
4 intermediate-level fire spells suddenly attacked, which was something the other wind-type spells had not expected. Originally, they could deal with Sun Lin and his men with just 3 tornadoes, but who could have thought that the other party actually had such a trump card?
Receive. Facing the flames coming towards him, the dark blue flames gushing out from Liu's palm swallowed it up in an instant.
Sun Lin and the others were all shocked.
How could this be possible? This is a mid-level magic, and it was sucked away just like that?
The 4 mid-level demons they released were enough to catch Liu and his men off guard, but they were easily resolved by the other side. This was a little difficult for them to accept, as were the students in the audience. Fiery Fist, blast the sky. Before Sun Lin and the others could react, Liu completed the Firestar map at lightning speed. The power of this Fiery Fist, Blast of Heaven, is no less powerful than their 4 mid-level magics combined.
Guangyo Guardian.
A white light enveloped Sun Lin and the others, and a surging blue flame exploded on the white light shield, splashing in all directions.
Everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but take a deep breath.
The students of the Fire Academy were dumbfounded.
They were all questioning whether the Fire Academy that Liu awakened was really the Fire Academy that they were practicing now.
It's totally different, isn't it? Their fiery fists are not even on the same level. I remember, I've seen flames of this color, exclaimed a student from the Fire Academy. As soon as these words were spoken, the students of the Fire Academy looked over, and they were all very curious about what would be said next. The man continued, "This is not spiritual fire, because spiritual fire does not have this kind of power."
When he finished saying this, some people had already guessed what he would say next. This is soul fire. His fire element has soul seeds. Wow!
Those who were jealous of the rich were instantly defeated.
It seems that someone is telling them all the time that he is a poor. Chapter 55, Stunning Everyone.
Seeing this scene, when everyone was discussing Liu's fire department, the counselor sitting at the front of the fire department academy stood up and said to the duel stage, "This person is clearly a fire and lightning type. Why is he in the wind type team?" Mu Ningxue was born with a natural talent for spiritual seed, and she was well known in the Imperial Capital Academy. Furthermore, Mu Ningxue applied to the Ice Academy, so logically speaking, it was impossible for her to become a student of the Wind Academy. Therefore, Mu Ningxue would be in the Wind Academy team, and that was the one who was invited.
What about Liu?
He is clearly a fire and lightning type, and I have never seen him use wind magic. The rules of the competition are that each team is only allowed to invite one student from other departments. The Wind Academy clearly broke the rules of the competition. The words of the fire counselor made the students who were still immersed in the fire soul seeds react immediately.
That's right.
Liu uses the fire and thunder elements, and is clearly not a student of the Wind Academy. The Wind Academy cheated by allowing 2 students from other departments to participate.
The Wind Academy is so shameless.
I suggest that the Wind Academy's qualifications be revoked.
For a moment, there were constant curses from the audience. They were all protesting and demanding that Liu's team be disqualified from the competition.
At this time, Liu was at the center of public opinion. He glanced at those who said they would disqualify them from the competition, with a smirk in his heart.
Mu Ningxue was standing behind him.
She listened to the sounds coming from all around her and felt that they were a bit noisy. Because she knew that Liu not only had the wind element, but also the summoning element. Sun Lin escaped the disaster. Although he lost, he saw that everyone was standing against Liu, and his confidence suddenly increased.
We are still in the same department. We got exposed accidentally, right? Ha ha ha.
Sun Lin felt that it felt great to counterattack.
The instructor of the Fire Academy looked at Lu Qingzi with a little pride and asked, "Lu Qingzi, shouldn't you give all of us an explanation?"
Lu Qingzi just sat there calmly, her beautiful eyes looking at Liu on the duel stage. She knew nothing about the fire and thunder elements that Liu used. But Liu is from the Wind Department, and it is clearly written in his student file, so this is a very obvious thing. Now there is only one possibility, that is, Liu has not only 2 departments, but 3 departments.
Suddenly,
just as everyone was looking at Lu Qingzi, Liu's voice rang out on the duel stage.
"Don't you want our counselor to explain it to you? I can give it to you right now." As soon as the words fell, the fire counselors and the students all looked at Liu. The next second, Liu actually stepped on the whirlwind and arrived in front of the fire counselor in a moment. After seeing this scene, the students who were still aggressive widened their eyes and the meeting place suddenly became quiet. "Are you satisfied with my explanation?"
Liu's voice rang out in front of the fire counselor, and also echoed throughout the silent meeting room. The fire counselor said incredulously, "You are 3 departments." Liu did not answer and went straight back to the Wind Academy audience seats nearby.
Fuck. He's actually in 3 departments. Isn't he at the intermediate level in all 3 systems? How did this guy cultivate? If all 3 systems are mid-level and so strong, how can we play?
Except for the students from the summoning department, the students from other departments all looked helpless.
The gap between them was too big. Liyu's thunder and fire elements were enough to annihilate them. Facing Liyu's team, there is no chance of winning at all.
As Su Ling was in the same class with Liu before, she couldn't help but sigh when she saw these people complaining.
If they knew that Liu also had a summoning system, it would probably subvert their three views.
Su Ling looked at Liyu's back and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Although Liu is the same age as them, his strength is no longer at the same level.
You're really good, kid.
Lu Qingzi raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Liu who was walking over. Just now, when she saw the fire counselor being humiliated, she felt very happy.
But you hid it from me so well, you didn't even tell me about the three departments.
Lu Qingzi gave Liu a reproachful look, but she was very happy in her heart.
I would feel proud if I could tell others that I have such a student.
Liu said, this is just the beginning. I'll show you something more exciting later.
Exciting? How exciting?
Lu Qingzi asked curiously. It's more exciting than those action movies. Hearing this, Lu Qingzi seemed to have thought of something, her face flushed and she said, you are so young and don't learn well.
You just think about all kinds of messes.
Teacher, what are you thinking about?
I'm talking about a gunfight.
Liu said innocently.
He really didn't think about that.
Gun? Lu Qingzi's face became even redder, and there was a hint of anger in her eyes.
This. It's not what you think.
Bite. Congratulations to the host for accumulating a certain amount of pretense value, and upgrading the treasure chest level from a gold treasure chest to a diamond treasure chest. Liu felt that the system prompt was reasonable. After all, he really acted like a big shot this time.
At this time,
all teams have finished competing, and only 2 departments on the leaderboard have scored 4 points. In other words, both teams in this department won 2 games.
The 2 teams are the Summoning Department and the Wind Department.
The third draw was in progress, with the Wind Academy stealing the show in the duel arena. Both teams from the Summoning Academy wanted to meet Liu, but when they looked at their yellow balls, they sighed and gritted their teeth again. Their summoning system is so strong, but everyone seems to only focus on the wind system, which makes them feel frustrated.
When drawing lots, teams from other departments didn't want to meet Liu.
It's just because this person is so strong that people feel that he can destroy a small team by himself.
The lightning element beats up the ice element.
Use the fire system to directly slap the Fire System Academy in the face. If they meet, their fate may be even worse than the previous 2 departments. Fortunately, no one has drawn the same color ball number as Liu and his friends so far.
Damn it! I don't believe I can get the summoning element this time.
The captain of the light team looked determined to win and came to the lottery box full of fighting spirit. When they saw this light captain, they seemed to be able to see the title of Big Enemy above his head. He just observed the balls of the 2 summoning teams, prayed in his heart, and reached into the box. After taking it out, I saw that the color was black, and I felt relieved.
Finally, it's not a battle summoning system.
However, there were loud laughter coming from all around him. The captain of the light department glanced at them in confusion, and finally his eyes fixed on the black number 2 ball in Liu's hand.
Chapter 56, Battle of the Top 4.
The captain of the Light Academy walked back to his seat in the Light Academy with a look of despair. He thought that after closing a door, God opened a window for him, but he didn't expect that this window was blocked.
The following game was quite intense.
Because this is the last game, if we can win 3 games in a row, the possibility of entering the quarterfinals will be greater.
Mo Shi and her team were quite lucky.
In the end, they drew the team from the Healing Academy and won the game relatively easily. Liu and his team fought against the light system and won the game without any suspense. As a result, the wind element's score has now reached 6 points, and the only one who can compete with them is the summoning element. At the same time, as the competition continued, the teams that entered the quarterfinals also appeared in front of everyone. The most popular ones are the Wind Department and the Summoning Department, because both teams from these 2 departments entered the quarterfinals. After the halftime break, the quarterfinals continued until around 3 in the afternoon. Now everyone feels that except for the summoning system, Liu's team is basically invincible against anyone they meet. All teams come on stage to draw lots. A low shout was heard, and the captains of the 8 teams came to the duel stage one after another.
Everyone is currently looking forward to it, hoping that Liu can draw the summoning element.
After the quarterfinals, you can use magic tools. As soon as the news came out, some people immediately became excited. Especially those children from aristocratic families, they all have more or less magical tools on them. However, since they were not allowed to use the magic tools during the preliminaries, they could only let them gather dust. But now it's different. They can use magic tools, which means they have a lot more cards up their sleeves. People of the summoning department are not afraid at all. What can they do even if they give you magic tools? There are at least 3 generals in their team, and they can be easily defeated. The burly boy walked towards Liu and said in a cold tone, "You are so lucky that you didn't run into us, otherwise you wouldn't have had a chance to make it to the quarterfinals. That's all thanks to the light system." Liu replied indifferently. The captain of the light department in the audience seats of the light college sneezed suddenly, thinking that it must be Tsuehua from the neighboring department who missed him. The burly boy continued, "I hope you'll be so lucky this time." Liu ignored him, walked straight to the teacher and drew out the ball. When the students in the audience saw the yellow number 1 ball in Liu's hand, they were indeed disappointed. Liu didn't draw the summoning system again. Although Liu did not draw the summoning system, Emoshi did. Facing the summoning system, Emoshi was not very confident and could only say to Liu, "I'll try to make them bleed a little, and then it's up to you." "No problem." Liu made an okay gesture, looking like he had everything under control. The game will start soon. Liu was fighting against the Thunder team. With the cooperation of the team members, he successfully eliminated all the Thunder team members. But something unexpected happened and one team member was eliminated and lost the qualification to compete. The male students on the field burst into tears, their white hair was gone. Emoshi's team was fighting against the team of the burly summoner man. At the last moment, Emoshi and his teammates tried their best to injure one of the general-level monsters, and finally his own team was eliminated. The most surprising thing was that the ice team actually won against the other summoning team. This was something that everyone thought was impossible, but the team from the Ice Academy did it. It is conceivable how strong this ice team is. Ling Jiangli stood on the dueling stage and turned his head to look in the direction of the Wind Academy. "Brother Yu, this girl is declaring war on you." Feng Zihao enjoyed watching the fun. Liu did not respond to Feng Zihao, but was thinking about how to defeat this rich girl without using the summoning system. He watched the match between the ice and summoning teams just now. The magic tools on the ice team were as cheap as can be. The summoning team had no way to deal with them. Especially the demon slaying tools used by ice-type students are ridiculously powerful and can be equivalent to an intermediate 3rd-level magic. In this way, with the help of magic tools, Liu's current advantage was gradually narrowed by them. At this time, there were only 4 teams left on the stage, namely Liu's team, Ling Jiangli's team, Su Ling's team and the summoning team. Liu was also surprised that Su Ling was able to advance, but he also realized that the other parties seemed to have invited an extraordinary wizard. At this moment, Liu and the other 3 became the focus of attention on the duel stage. The burly boy standing next to Liu sneered, "I've taken down one of you wind-type guys, and you're next." However, this time Liu did not draw the summoning team, but drew Ling Jiangli's team, which defeated the summoning team. "Wow! These 2 teams are so exciting," someone in the audience exclaimed. Although the summoning team defeated by the ice team was not as good as Wu Dahai's team, it was at least the only team that defeated the summoning team. Therefore, they guessed that the ice team had a very good chance of defeating Liu's team. "Goddess Jiangli, you must destroy the wind team. Come on. Come on, goddess. We support you. Quickly put an end to the wind system." After a while, responses and shouts from the audience were heard. Liu listened to the sounds coming from around him with great satisfaction, because the louder they shouted, the more pretentiousness points he would get. "It seems like you are quite hated," Mu Ningxue said. The first match was between the ice and wind elements, so Mu Ningxue and the others walked onto the duel stage. "They are just jealous of me," Liu said shamelessly. Mu Ningxue didn't care. She looked at Ling Jiangli and asked in a heavy tone, "How confident are you that you can deal with her?" "To be honest, we will win." Liu spoke in a much louder voice, as if he wanted others to hear him. When the ice-type students on the opposite side heard this, they wanted to rush over and teach Liu a lesson. "That's fine. I'll help you." Mu Ningxue didn't ask anything else. After saying this, she returned to her seat. The members of the ice team were not afraid of Liu like the other teams. Instead, they seemed excited. Just like a wolf seeing a sheep, they have already regarded Liu as their prey. At this moment, Liu is shining in the battle.
If they can defeat Liu, it will definitely surprise everyone. By then, those big tits in the ice department. Cough cough. I will definitely look upon them with admiration. Until then, all the necessary postures are included. Thinking of this, the male students of the ice department suddenly became excited and glared at Liu. Liu looked confused. Could it be that they were jealous that he was more handsome than them? If Shui is wrong, let him be wrong forever. Chapter 57, Being Targeted. The game begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Ling Jiangli and Mu Ningxue turned the duel arena into a luxurious ice skating rink. Both of them released magic very quickly, and the two teams occupied half each. Ice Lock, Bone Crushing. The Ice-type students completed the intermediate magic first, instantly disrupting the formation of Liu and his team. Others used wind tracks to avoid the impact of ice locks, but Liu chose to fight hard. Fiery Fist, Blast the Sky. A dark blue flame burst out along with the fist, and the ice chains that were rushing towards him shattered and melted in an instant. The dark blue flames were still rolling towards the ice team with unstoppable force. Rock Barrier, Mountain Screen. In an instant, just when the fire was about to engulf them all, a huge stone barrier rose up in front of them, blocking the flames. But soon the huge stone barrier was shattered, and debris and flames flew everywhere. Come out. Two-horned Flying Bat. A student from the ice department completed the summoning department star chart. He had a pair of long horns that were as sharp as spikes and was about the size of a bat. However, the two-horned flying bat is as big as a cow and is very agile in the air. Come down. Liu's eyes were fixed on the two-horned flying bat that swooped down. Thunderbolt Dance. He also completed the lightning star map, and violent lightning suddenly swarmed down. Zin. The two-horned flying bat was suddenly struck by lightning one after another and fell from mid-air. Hateful. The ice-type student whose second department was the summoning department gnashed his teeth. He didn't expect that his summoned beast, which had been hidden for so long, could be defeated like this. Ordinary general-level warriors are useless to him. Seal him and don't give him the chance to release magic. After Ling Jiangli gave them a warning, he continued to compete with Mu Ningxue. Spatial Rhythm Compression. The summoned beast just now won an opportunity for the students whose second department is the space department. Next moment. Liu felt the changes in the surrounding space and said without hesitation, "Speedy boots." In a moment, he narrowly avoided the compression of the space just now. If he were restricted by space, he would be besieged by all the opponents. The space department is pretty scary, so I'll eliminate you first. Liu's gaze fell on the space-type mage. The latter felt a chill on his back and quickly hid behind the earth-type mage. What Liu didn't expect was that the ice department was so well hidden that there were so many students who had reached the intermediate level in the second department. Wind Disc, Tornado. The three girls at the back were always looking for the right moment, and at this moment, their tornado was complete. Defense. This was the Wind team's combined ultimate move, and they almost forgot about it in their efforts to target Liu. Rock Barrier, Mountain Screen. The mid-level Earth Mage has been observing the overall situation the entire time, and will react immediately whenever he is needed. However, the tornado did not come from the same direction, but swept in from 3 different directions. Hurry up and use the defensive magic tools, one of them exclaimed. An Ice-type member took out something and suddenly threw it into the sky. Golden Light Royal Net. The next second, a net-like magic tool glowing with golden light enveloped them. No matter how powerful the tornado was, it couldn't hurt them at all. Magic Bow. Suddenly, a longbow glowing with blood appeared in the hand of the girl with a throbbing chest behind Liu. In front of everyone, she pulled the bowstring towards the ice students. The boys who had been paying attention to this girl couldn't help but wipe the blood from their noses. It was very exciting. Blood Arrow. The girl let out a low cry, blood surged in the bowstring, and suddenly a blood arrow appeared. Swoosh. At this moment, the girl let go of the bowstring. The blood arrow shot vertically to the ground, carrying with it endless blood energy, and broke through the air. The Earth Mage didn't know yet that a murderous intent was coming towards him. Use the magic tools quickly, the Ice-type students in the network shouted. However, due to the extremely fast speed of the tornado, the Earth Mage couldn't hear clearly what he was saying. Bang! The mountain screen was shattered in an instant, and the student finally understood what the man was talking about, but it was too late. The teacher next to him seemed to have guessed the ending and saved the Earth Mage at the last moment. Li Yu looked at the girl behind him and gave her a thumbs up. It is not difficult to guess that this girl must be a rich woman. This power is no less than that of intermediate third-level magic. It can almost be compared to the intermediate third-level magic with spiritual seeds. The tornado dissipated. There were only 3 ice-type students left besides Ling Jiangli. Space rhythm compression. The student from the space department targeted Li Yu again. They must not let him cast magic. Li Yu was about to complete the Firestar map, but had to stop and chose to dodge. Ice Lock Pongmong. Ice Lock Crush. The other 2 ice-type students immediately attacked the 3 girls. The 3 girls used magic tools to resist without exception, but the 2-horned flying bat with an injured wing swooped down on them. 2 of the girls were thrown out of the duel arena, and another girl was knocked into Li Yu's arms. Li Yu naturally caught the attractive girl, which made the boys in the audience very angry. Let go of my goddess. Could you guys stop being so close? I'm envious. Li Yu ignored the angry scolding on the stage and looked at the Big Mac in his arms and asked, "Are you okay?" "It's okay." The girl shook her head and left Li Yu's arms. Those ice-type students clenched their fists and trembled all over. They didn't expect that Li Yu would take advantage of them. Demon-slaying tool. One of the ice students couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and a cold ice sword appeared in his hand. Ice Slash. The ice-type student was quick and didn't want to give Li Yu a chance to react. However, Li Yu did not relax because of the free stuff just now, and his Firestar map was also completed at this time. Fiery Fist, blast the sky. The ice swept across the ground like a whirlwind, and all the ground it touched was covered with ice. The momentum of the dark blue flame was not weak at all. The raging fire turned into a long dragon of fire and rushed towards the ice vortex. Although the fiery fist blocked some of the power, it still failed to block all of the ice. Crazy Thunder Shield. Li Yu instantly used his shield magic tool. If it was a second-level fiery fist, the result would not be like this, or it is because the level of the fire system is too low. When the 3 ice-type students saw that the ice slash failed to kill Li Yu, they were all disappointed. Thunder. However, at this moment, a sudden bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the thunder shield. P.S. If the browser score reaches 9 or above, I will give you 5 more updates. So, if you think the book is good, please give it a 5-star praise. Chapter 58 Ice and Fire. What? The 3 ice-type students couldn't react at all because the thunder was too fast. Li Yu not only used the thunder in the Crazy Thunder Shield, but also mixed in his own thunder. Therefore, the effect of catching the enemy by surprise and attacking them when they are unprepared is achieved. Ice Shield. In an instant, a transparent shield made of ice crystals suddenly appeared in the hand of the ice student standing in the front. After blocking the incoming lightning strike, he was flung out of the duel arena. The other 2 breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily one of them had a shield magic tool. However, just as they were rejoicing, a heat wave hit them. They both looked over immediately. That was Fiery Fist, blast the sky. The 2 looked ashen and no longer wanted to struggle. When they fought against the summoning system before, they consumed a lot of magic tools. If they hadn't used it too much before, they would have had a good chance of getting rid of Li Yu. The 2 were rescued by the teacher and lost their qualifications for the competition. Sure enough, the following competitions are all for rich people. I'm so jealous of you, please beg the rich lady to take a fancy to me. There is no way for the poor to survive. After watching the duel between Li Yu and his team, the students in the audience couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Shield magic tool, slashing magic tool, shoe magic tool. The number ranges from a few million to tens of millions. These are things that many people dare not imagine. Not only is it practical, but it's also great for showing off. After the battle ended, Li Yu looked towards Mu Ningxue and Ling Jiangli. Ling Jiangli's second system is Thunder, which he has also cultivated to the 2nd level. Mu Ningxue's second wind element had only been cultivated to the 1st level, so her strength was still a little lacking. Therefore, in the battle between the 2, Ling Jiangli had a greater advantage than Mu Ningxue. Ling Jiangli was filled with resentment. She didn't expect these 4 people to be so useless. Originally, he had thought of letting them hold Li Yu back first, and then he could deal with Mu Ningxue himself. But she seemed to have underestimated Mu Ningxue and Li Yu. The fighting power of these 2 people was even stronger than what they had shown before. Captain, should we go and help? Asked the Big Mac next to him. Li Yu shook his head and said, this is a duel between them. Let's just watch from the sidelines.
Mu Ningxue and Ling Jiangli's ice attributes were almost the same, the only difference was the latter's thunder attribute. The overbearing power of the thunder element forced Mu Ningxue to become cautious. Everyone in the audience was watching the duel between the two of them, and they all hoped that their goddess would win the game.
Mu Ningxue, you want the Mu family to value you, but I won't let you succeed.
Ling Jiangli completed the lightning star map, and immediately shouted, Thunderbolt Yaksha. Mu Ningxue kept using the wind track to dodge, but Yasha still used up her only shield magic tool. She steadied her feet and took a few steps back.
The Mu family in Wuching is just a branch.
Now that the Mu family is gone, she needs more resources to practice. Therefore, she must show more strength in order to let the main family, the Mu family, see it. This battle for resources was a good choice, but she was targeted by the counselor. Fortunately, with the help of Liu, she had the opportunity to participate in this battle. This is her chance to prove herself to the Mu family and also her chance to show her true strength.
Ice Crystal. Breaking Bow. Mu Ningxue uttered 4 words, opening the mark in her soul.
The ice crystal dust turned into a longbow and suddenly appeared in her hand.
Trigger the God-level branch quest selection.
Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, allow Mu Ningxue to use the ice crystal breaking bow, and be rewarded with an upgrade from the basic wind system to the 4th level. Option 2, stop Mu Ningxue from using the ice crystal breaking bow, and you will be rewarded with an intermediate fire element upgrade to the 2nd level. After hearing these 2 options, Liu didn't have to think too much, he already had the answer in his mind. Mu Ningxue raised her longbow and was about to pull the bowstring when a hand suddenly grabbed her hand. She turned her head and saw that the person holding her hand was Liu.
Let me do it. Liu looked at Mu Ningxue's clear eyes and said gently.
Mu Ningxue did not put down her hand. She was struggling internally at the moment, not knowing whether she should listen to Liu. If she wants to prove herself, she must shoot this arrow. Liu knew the power of the ice crystal bow, and also knew what consequences this would bring to Mu Ningxue.
If you insist on shooting it, then promise to be my girlfriend, otherwise put away your bow. Liu's authority as captain suddenly emerged at this moment. Mu Ningxue glared at Liu and cursed, childish. She reluctantly retracted the ice crystal bow, and at the same time wondered why Liu wanted to stop her. That's right. Liu breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Mu Ningxue would shoot the arrow regardless of the consequences. Fortunately.
Congratulations to the host for completing the branch quest selection and upgrading the intermediate fire system to the 2nd level. After hearing the system's prompt sound, Liu's sharp eyes fell on Ling Jiangli. I thought you had some abilities, but it turns out you can only rely on men. Ling Jiangli said sarcastically.
Liu directly confronted him. What are you barking about, you single dog? You.
Ling Jiangli clenched his fists and stomped his feet in anger.
You want to stand out, right?
Then I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be the first to stand out. As soon as Ling Jiangli finished speaking, a gourd-shaped magic tool appeared in his hand.
Ice Breath Gourd. Immediately afterwards, Ling Jiangli threw the gourd into the air. Suddenly,
gusts of extremely cold ice and snow spewed out of the gourd, and the duel arena seemed to be hit by a blizzard. For a moment, everyone in the audience could only see the wind and snow on the duel stage and could not see their figures at all.
What's going on? Fuck, I didn't expect my goddess has such awesome magic tools.
There's no need to look at it.
Liu and his team will definitely lose.
The students in the audience expressed their opinions one after another, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Finally someone can punish this pretentious guy. It feels so good. However, when they thought it was almost over, they seemed to see a faint blue flame burning in the wind and snow. Moreover, the flame became more and more intense, slowly forming a small area. Just at this moment,
the dark blue flame seemed to be absorbed by something, and then transformed into a fire blade that slashed out diagonally in an instant. They saw it clearly from outside.
The flaming blade was so powerful that even the solid ice turned into ice water in an instant.
The same was true of the snow and wind blowing in the face, which turned into icy water and fell onto the stage. The moment the fire blade slashed out, the raging snow and wind seemed to be cut off, forming a world of ice and fire. When everyone saw this scene, they all made an O-shaped mouth with an expression of shock on their faces.
P.S. If the browser score reaches 9 or above, I will give you 5 more updates. So, if you think the book is good, please give it a 5-star praise. Chapter 59, finally against the summoning department.
Ling Jiangli was still confused at first, but when he saw a dark blue flame coming towards him, he immediately used the shield magic tool.
Tianyu's shield.
A shield made of white feathers suddenly appeared in Ling Jiangli's hand. The dark blue fire blade instantly slashed the Tianyu shield, and Ling Jiangli flew backwards. Most of the white feathers on the Tianyu shield were burnt.
Fortunately, Ling Jiangli blocked the attack with the Tianyu shield.
However, when she looked at her sky feather shield, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Even if this sky feather shield encounters the third level fiery fist magic, the feathers will not be burnt. But that slash just now had destroyed half of her sky feather shield.
Is the sword in your hand a demon slaying tool?
Ling Jiangli looked at the long sword in Li Yu's hand that was glowing with fire. She noticed Li Yu's flying sword at that time, but she didn't think much of it at that time. But now that he had felt this terrifying power, he was extremely surprised. Because the power of the sword is no less powerful than the gourd she just used.
Yes, that's right, it's the demon slaying tool,
Li Yu said perfunctorily. For this sword, he borrowed his own soul fire, which allowed the Sword King to exert such great power. A great general level Sword King, coupled with the 6 times power of his own soul fire, without any defensive magic tools, I'm afraid no mid-level wizard can take his sword. Although Ling Jiangli used the shield magic tool to block his sword, she was now exhausted because the use of the gourd magic tool consumed too much magic energy. Originally, I thought the Ice Breath gourd could end the game, but who would have thought that Li Yu had such a trump card? The students who saw that scene all felt that there are gaps between people, and the gaps are not just a little bit.
Xue, I'll leave the rest to you. Li Yu looked at Mu Ningxue behind him and said.
After hearing this, Ling Jiangli was so angry that his teeth were about to break. This man was truly too shameless.
Li Yu, just wait for me,
Ling Jiangli threatened, and in order to avoid being humiliated, he jumped off the duel stage.
Wind system wins again.
Those who thought that Li Yu's team would lose to the Ice Academy found it difficult to express their current feelings. In their world, being able to cast intermediate level magic is already impressive enough. It really seems shocking to see a battle that can reach this level.
Have you noticed a very crucial problem? Someone in the crowd said.
For a moment, many people leaned over to find out what this person wanted to say.
What's the problem?
Tell me quickly, why are you keeping me in suspense? The student next to him urged.
Isn't Li Yu a student of the wind system? It seems that he has never released wind magic so far.
After these words were spoken, the others changed their minds and realized that they had never seen Li Yu use wind magic.
Oh shit. It's true, someone exclaimed. Someone nearby speculated, could it be that he has only cultivated the wind element to the initial stage? Beginner level?
My friend is his classmate, and he told me that he has already reached the intermediate level of wind type. When the others heard this, they all looked extremely surprised.
Damn, I feel like we've been humiliated.
They chose the wind type, but it's useless against us.
Others thought the same thing, and it seemed to be true. It's too bullying. Although they have many opinions, they are just opinions. Li Yu's current strength is definitely the strongest among the newcomers in the Imperial Capital Academy.
At present, Li Yu's team has passed 5 levels, defeated 6 opponents, and directly entered the finals. Next it was Su Ling's turn to compete against the summoning team. Even though Su Ling's team was very strong, they were exhausted after the previous match.
After about a few minutes, Su Ling's team was defeated by the summoning team. The next game is the final between Li Yu team and the summoning team.
At the same time, this final will determine who will be the first in the battle for resources. In the quarter-finals, She lost, so he didn't get any points. Li Yu's team won, and the team that won the quarter-finals received 2 points. The summoning team was the same as them, one entered the semi-finals and the other was eliminated in the quarter-finals. The same thing happened in the top 4 to the top 2, with both Li Yu's team and the summoning team making it to the finals. The points gained by advancing from the top 4 to the top 2 are 4 points, so their current points are the same. The Wind Academy received a total of 10 points, and the Summoning Academy team also received 10 points. Therefore, their 2 teams will decide who will be the first place in the finals.
At this moment, everyone has finally waited for the showdown between the Summoning Department and Li Yu's team. This time their team will definitely lose, right? Let us congratulate the Summoning Department for winning the first place in the competition. People from the Summoning Department, please help me.
Those students who were cheering for the Summoning Department were the ones who couldn't stand Li Yu's pretense. They were all very angry and had been yelling since Li Yu finished his first match.
Until now, Li Yu's team has not been eliminated. But now, they can finally see Li Yu's team being eliminated. Please invite the win team and the summoning team to the stage. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Li Yu's team and Wu Dahai's summoning team walked onto the stage. You can't get away this time, Wu Dahai said to Li Yu disapprovingly. Li Yu stretched out a finger, waggled it back and forth, and said, "You are the ones who can't leave. You are so arrogant. I will show you how powerful our summoning department is later," said the boy with side bangs behind Wu Dahai. Li Yu raised his eyebrows and looked at the boy with side bangs and said, "Really? I'll take good care of your summoned beast later." Hearing this, the boy with side bangs took a step back and dared not say anything. He had just watched the duel between Li Yu and Ling Jiangli. If he was targeting him, then he would be really finished. Wu Dahai said impatiently, "Teacher, please start quickly. I can't wait any longer." Li Yu is now recognized as the strongest freshman in the school. As long as he defeats Li Yu, this position will belong to him. The referee looked at the time and said to them, "The game begins." Everyone was attracted by this voice, and their eyes immediately fell on the duel stage. At this moment, the summoning system has summoned its own summoned beast. There are 4 War General level monsters, one is a Great War General level monster, and the other 3 are ordinary War General level monsters. The other members of the team looked at the sudden appearance of 4 General level warriors, and their faces were heavy. Superior. At Wu Dahai's command, those General level demons rushed out like wild horses. Fierce Fist Earth Shatter. Without saying a word, Li Yu punched the ground hard, restraining the fighting demon. But there were 3 ordinary General level beasts behind them, all running from different directions. P.S. Thanks to all the readers of the browser, the score has been raised to 8.6. Chapter 60, You Come and I Go. Blazing flames burst out of the red flame demon bull's eyes, and in an instant, 2 rays of fire shot out from his eyes. The 3 girls hurriedly released wind tracks to avoid it. At the critical moment, Mu Ningxue finally completed the Ice Star map. Ice Lock Pongmong. The cold ice locked the giant python's route and trapped it in the ice cage. Just as she was about to take the next step, the ice-beaked giant eagle overhead swooped down. In an instant, countless ice spikes spewed out of its mouth, forcing Mu Ningxue to stop thinking about it. Thunderbolt Boom. After Li Yu restrained the stone-moving giant at the level of a Great War General, he quickly joined the battlefield behind him. He must quickly eliminate the hidden dangers in the sky. Fierce lightning fell from the sky, but the ice-billed eagle was so fast that the lightning could not touch it at all. Spatial Rhythm Compression. Just when Li Yu wanted to ask the Sword King and the Violent Thunder Dragon to come out, a low shout suddenly came from the opposite side. Almost in an instant, the space for the 3 girls changed. They became unable to move and their bodies were squeezed. The male students who were still paying attention to the Big Mac suddenly started bleeding from their noses. The sudden squeeze was so fucking exciting. On the dueling stage, the red flame demon bull suddenly rushed over and knocked the 3 of them off the dueling stage in an instant. What? Are you still reluctant to use your wind system? Do you really think that 2 systems can deal with us? After Wu Dahai saw the red flame demon bull deal with the 3 girls, he looked at Li Yu Dao with a teasing look. Let me use the wind system? You are not qualified enough. In order to earn more pretentious points, Li Yu would not use wind magic unless something unexpected happened. Too arrogant. Hurry up and kill him, let's see if he still needs the wind system. There are only 2 of them left, they are bound to lose. The students in the audience finally saw the light, and Li Yu was ready to be beaten. However, when they were all looking forward to it, Li Yu suddenly said, "And, sorry, I also happen to have the summoning system that you are so proud of." As soon as Li Yu finished speaking, the Sword King and the Violent Thunder Dragon appeared in everyone's sight. Summon a beast? Is he really a wind type? This is the summoning system? Doesn't that mean he has 4 systems? Everyone in the audience was shouting. They looked at the aura emanating from the summoned beast next to Li Yu, and it turned out to be a demon at the level of a general. In the audience seats of the Ice Academy, Ling Jiangli originally thought that Li Yu's long sword was a magic tool, but from what he saw just now, this long sword was actually a summoned beast. But what is even more infuriating is that Li Yu had actually lied to her before. Shui, take care of yourself first. As Li Yu spoke, he stepped on the Sword King and ran towards the red flame demon bull. Stop him now. Seeing this, Wu Dahai looked up and gave an order to the ice-beaked giant eagle in the sky. But the red flame demon bull was too far away from them. It went deep into Li Yu's territory,
and what was waiting for it was only Liyu's raging fire. Fierce Fist Earth Shatter. When Liyu was still several meters away from the red flame demon bull, the dark blue flame on his hand instantly blasted towards the ground. The dark blue flames followed the cracks in the ground and suddenly spread towards the red flame demon bull. The red flame demon bull was about to escape, but the spreading molten flames suddenly gushed out from the cracked ground beneath him. No! The student from the summoning department standing next to Wu Dahai shouted angrily. Although the fiery fist of earth shattering could not kill this ordinary warrior, injuries were inevitable. However, the ice-beaked giant eagle that rushed overhead was stopped by the little thunder dragon. Ha ha ha! Silly bird, come and bite me! For a moment, the ice-beaked giant eagle and the little thunder dragon started to wrestle. It seems that I still underestimated you. Wu Dahai had just finished speaking when he completed another summoning star map. Come out, Shadow Wolf. At this moment, a wolf-like demon appeared in front of Wu Dahai. The Shadow Wolf is more than 3 meters tall, with dark skin and some dark elements surging in its body. At this moment, it was glaring at Liyu with its teeth bared, ready to show its wolfish nature. Fire! Liyu pointed the sword downwards, and a raging flame suddenly ignited on the sword body, and then it stabbed fiercely towards his body. The flames suddenly spread out in all directions with Liyu as the center. Rock barrier, jagged stone. A huge rock protruded from the ground and immediately blocked Wu Dahai's way. Others hid behind the rocks to avoid the sweeping flames. Burning Slash. Liyu can use Burning Slash with just a thought, so there is no restriction on drawing a star map. Sensing danger, one of the summoning students immediately used the shield magic tool again. Damn it, the boy with side bangs said, gritting his teeth. Liyu's flames were too overbearing, making it impossible for them to fight back for a while. At this moment, the stage was spread with the remaining flames of Liyu, and they felt like they were in a fire. Run! The boy with side bangs seemed to have discovered something. He raised his head and pointed in a direction and said. Liyu was flying with his sword, and when the little thunder dragon was fighting with the ice-beaked giant eagle, his fist was already covered with a ball of dark blue flame. Fiery Fist, blast the sky. At this distance, the fiery punch is released to blast the sky, and no matter how capable the ice-built eagle is, it cannot dodge it. The dark blue flames instantly engulfed the ice-built giant eagle, and the lightning of the little thunder dragon also swooped down. With these two methods working together, the ice-built giant eagle was covered with a faint blue flame, and its entire body fell from mid-air. Everyone, come together, don't hold back. Wu Dahai said with a heavy face. In just a few minutes, Liyu actually eliminated 2 general-level warriors, which made him feel a sense of crisis. Shadow Wolf, go and deal with that ice mage first. Wu Dahai said to Shadow Wolf behind him. The Shadow Wolf nodded and stared viciously at Mu Ningxue, who was restraining the stone giant and the spotted python. In an instant, the Shadow Wolf disappeared into his own shadow. The next moment, it suddenly jumped out from the shadow of the stone giant. Mu Ningxue was originally still struggling with the other 2 demons, but was suddenly thrown off balance by the Shadow Wolf in front of her. Ice Lock. At the critical moment, Mu Ningxue manipulated the ice chains and instantly blocked the Shadow Wolf. However, the Shadow Wolf still stretched out its sharp claws in a short time, leaving a bloody mark on Mu Ningxue's shoulder. Thunderbolt Dance. Liyu completed the lightning star map and went to support Mu Ningxue. Violent lightning poured down, and only the Shadow Wolf escaped from the 3 demons. The stone giant is a Great War general level monster, and is an earth-attributed monster. Since it has a low tier point, the damage to it is not that great. But the giant python is different. Under the bombardment of thunder and lightning, it can only howl in pain. Kuan's Forest, Prison. Suddenly, vines grew wildly around Mu Ningxue, forming a huge vine cage. P.S. If the browser score reaches 9 or above, I will give you 5 more updates. So, if you think the book is good, please give it a 5-star praise. Chapter 61, Advance to General Level. The student from the summoning department whose second department was the plant department said happily, "It's done." He was just drawing the plant star map, and just at that moment, he seized the opportunity and trapped Mu Ningxue in the vine cage. After trapping Mu Ningxue, they can now focus on dealing with Liyu. At this moment, even though Mu Ningxue was gone, Liyu still stood on the flying sword, looking down at Wu Dahai and the others calmly. Fuck! This sword flying is so cool. Wind wings and the like are just that. If I could get excited on a flying sword, would that be called sword shock? The students who were watching Liyu flying with a sword were almost jealous. However,
What's the point of showing off by flying a sword? You will still lose in the end.
Mu Ningxue had been trapped by the vines, and now Li Yu was the only one left on the field. Faced with the siege of 5 summoners, the only thing waiting for him was elimination. Li Yu raised his hand and punched down again, and the giant python lost the ability to continue fighting. At this moment, the summoning team is 5 against 1, and there are 2 great general-level monsters.
The balance of victory is already tilting towards Wu Dahai and his team. I wonder what other waves you can make. Wu Dahai looked up at Li Yu and said.
Suddenly, the boy with side bangs shook his head and felt a little dizzy.
What's wrong with you? Wu Dahai asked.
I don't know, I just feel a little dizzy. The boy with side bangs replied. The same was true for others, who really wanted to close their eyes and have a good sleep.
The enemy is right in front of them.
If they fall asleep, they will have no chance of winning first place. At this time, Wu Dahai also discovered that the others were the same, and like the boy with side bangs, they all looked like they were about to fall asleep.
Sudden. Wu Dahai looked up at Li Yu and asked, Did you do all this?
Li Yu asked back, Didn't you secretly drug them, and then wanted to defeat me alone and become the strongest rookie king? As soon as he finished speaking, the boy with side bangs next to him suddenly realized. Captain, no wonder you gave each of us a bottle of water before going on stage, you have such a vicious heart. The boy with side bangs pointed at Wu Dahai and said. Wu Dahai was so angry that he slapped this idiot in the face.
The dog ate my brain.
After a while, the other 4 team members fell to the ground one after another. It was obvious that they had lost their ability to fight.
Damn it!
After losing 4 teammates, the situation changed again and Wu Dahai was almost going crazy. He seemed to feel a flash of white light on his neck, and when he looked down, he saw a green necklace he was wearing.
This cyan necklace can dispel any gas that is dangerous to oneself.
It emitted a white light, indicating that it could no longer bear the pressure, so he had to end the battle quickly.
It's you!
I was wondering why they felt dizzy for no reason. Wu Dahai looked at the flames still burning around him and suddenly understood something.
You all come together.
After hearing the order, the stone giant and shadow wolf attacked Li Yu in the air. The shadow wolf suddenly jumped onto the body of the stone giant and, with its amazing jumping ability, pounced on Li Yu in an instant. However, at this time, Li Yu had been waiting for a long time and punched the shadow wolf again. The latter fell to the ground with 4 claws, leaving 4 scratches on the duel stage. The stone giant carried the sharp conical boulder and threw it out in an instant.
The lightning on the little thunder dragon suddenly became violent, crackling.
At this moment, a ball of lightning spit out of the little thunder dragon's mouth, which instantly collided with the conical boulder. The conical boulder was shattered by lightning, and the broken stones were scattered all over the ground.
Burning slash.
The moment the conical boulder cracked, Li Yu raised his sword and slashed down suddenly. A wildly growing flame suddenly gushed out from the sword, and a fire blade carrying a raging fire immediately pounced on the stone giant. The stone giant was enveloped in flames, and at this time it had become a fire giant.
Li Yu steadied his footing and landed steadily on the duel stage. Ice lock. However, at this moment, Wu Dahai's voice sounded quietly. This was the moment he was waiting for. Shadow Wolf. He immediately gave orders to the Shadow Wolf.
The ice locks instantly wrapped around Li Yu's limbs, making him unable to move.
So the second system is ice, no wonder it has never been used. Li Yu said.
When the summoning system was fighting with other teams before, he had never seen Wu Dahai use the second system, so his second system has always been a mystery. But this sudden ice lock did achieve the effect of unexpectedness. Then, the shadow wolf suddenly pounced at him, raising its sharp front claws and approaching him.
Giant rhino armor.
At this moment, Li Yu used his own magic armor. The shadow wolf's front claws scraped against the giant rhino armor, and a harsh sound rang on Li Yu's chest. The little thunder dragon in the air swooped down, slid out a graceful arc, and at the same time used lightning to break the ice chain on Li Yu's body. The moment he was rescued, Li Yu stepped on the sword and rushed towards the shadow wolf.
Fiery fist, blast the sky.
When Wu Dahai thought that this punch was aimed at the shadow wolf, Li Yu changed direction in a moment. The frenzied flames rushed towards him, forcing him to take it seriously. In the next second, an object similar to a turtle shell suddenly appeared in Wu Dahai's hand.
Cold armored black turtle.
As soon as he finished speaking, a turtle-like monster with a body covered in ice appeared right in front of Wu Dahai. The cold armored black tortoise is very huge, as big as a big truck. When it touched the ground, the surrounding area with it as the center was briefly covered with a layer of solid ice. As the flames came, the cold armored black turtle's mouth squirmed and a mouthful of ice instantly spurted out of its mouth. The raging flames were extinguished in an instant, and the spurting ice turned into a spike, sweeping towards Liu from the ground. Liu controlled the sword and quickly dodged to the side. This demon was able to extinguish his flames, which was something that a great general could not do. The only thing that makes sense is that it might be a general-level warrior in the advancement stage. A war general in the advanced stage is much stronger than a great battle general, because this is a demon that is about to advance to the commander level. At the same time, this demon obviously also restrained Liu's flames. You actually forced me to use the vessel. I wonder if you can still jump around now. This is Wu Dahai's strongest trump card, but he has never used it because he feels it is unnecessary. But the current situation is not optimistic and he must end this battle as soon as possible. The cold armored black turtle was responsible for the attack, the shadow wolf was responsible for the containment, and Wu Dahai was observing the situation from the side. Utensils? This guy actually has such a good thing. Liu was also surprised. This kind of vessel is extremely precious and can bind a demon at the same time, similar to Zhao Menyan's Ba Xia vessel. For a moment, Liu fell into a very passive situation. Little Thunder Dragon, capture the leader first, Liu said to the Violent Thunder Dragon. The latter seemed to understand Liu's meaning. After flying to a higher altitude, the Little Thunder Dragon locked onto Wu Dahai and suddenly fell down. Chapter 62, Ice Crystal Bao. Ice Lock Pongmong. Wu Dahai had been observing the battle situation. When he saw the Violent Thunder Dragon rushing towards him, the ice star map had already been drawn in advance. Ice chains rose from the ground, constantly blocking the path ahead of the Violent Thunder Dragon. But even so, the Violent Thunder Dragon dodged easily and appeared above Wu Dahai. Violent lightning spewed out from the mouth of the Violent Thunder Dragon, and purple lightning arcs seemed to be embedded in the air, bombarding Wu Dahai at a rapid speed. Red Bone Shield. Facing the attack of the Violent Thunder Dragon, Wu Dahai had to use the shield magic tool. A shield made of red demon skeletons suddenly appeared in Wu Dahai's hand. He looked up as crackling lightning rushed down upon him, unable to break through his defensive magic gear. Roar, roar, roar. The Little Thunder Dragon roared, but this thing was too hard and could not be broken at all. The other side. The cold armored black turtle and the shadow wolf were constantly putting pressure on Liu, leaving him with very little chance to fight back. Although the cold armored black turtle moves slowly, the ice it sprays out has the exact opposite effect. It's so fast. If it weren't for the Sword King's unusual speed, Liu would probably have to use wind magic. Sword King, fly higher. Since there was no chance to fight back at a low place, he chose to look for an opportunity at a high place first. After flying to a high altitude, the attack speed of the cold armored black turtle slowed down due to the distance. Therefore, Liu had time to draw the star map. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Liu said as his eyes fell on the shadow wolf. Suddenly, Liu stepped on the flying sword, dodged the ice attack of the cold armored black turtle, and ran towards the shadow wolf. Fiery Fist, blast the sky. Liu, standing on the flying sword, drew a graceful arc above the shadow wolf's head. A ball of violent blue flames suddenly hit the shadow wolf. The shadow wolf was suddenly blown away, and the dark blue flames flew all over the duel arena. Liu's soul fire has another characteristic, which is that it is very difficult to extinguish. Even water magic may not be able to extinguish it. The stone giant that was moving just now was killed by Liu's fire. After dealing with the shadow wolf, Liu turned his gaze towards the direction of Little Thunder Dragon and Wu Dahai. However, at this time, the cold armored black turtle seemed to no longer attack Liu, but turned to look at the Violent Thunder Dragon. The ice, as fast as lightning, suddenly shot out from the building within the cold armored black turtle's building. The Violent Thunder Dragon was avoiding Wu Dahai's ice lock and didn't notice the ice attack of the cold armored black turtle at all. The sharp ice broke through the air and suddenly pierced through the wings of the Violent Thunder Dragon, and a splash of blood splashed in the air. Seeing this, Liu controlled his flying sword and immediately went over to catch the falling Violent Thunder Dragon. Roar, 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 said the Little Thunder Dragon angrily. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Liu comforted the Little Thunder Dragon and then took it back. The cold armored black turtle also returned to Wu Dahai's side, looking up at Liu with a lazy gaze. Sudden. Another stream of ice spurted out of its mouth. Liu reacted quickly and returned to the duel stage. At this moment, he held the Sword King tightly, continuously transferring the dark blue flame to the sword body.
Burn and cut.
As the two words fell, Liu raised his hand and slashed with a sword. The dark blue flame suddenly formed a dark blue fire blade as the tip of the sword passed through. The fire blade swept across the ground, leaving behind a fanatical blue flame wherever it passed. The long and narrow fire blade slashed towards him, but there was no panic in Wu Dahai's eyes. The cold-armored black turtle suddenly jumped up, and in less than a second, the limbs exposed to the air suddenly retracted into its shell. Then, it turned its shell sideways and headed towards the fire blade. Everyone who saw this funny scene couldn't help but find it a little funny. But at this moment, the dark blue fire blade slashed on the turtle shell, flames shot up into the sky, and flames flew all over the duel arena. Everyone has seen Liu use this move, and Ling Jiangli was defeated by this move at that time. However, when the turtle shell came into everyone's sight, they were all filled with surprise. The tortoise shell was intact and the flames did not cling to it. Just blocked it like that, someone said in disbelief. Especially Ling Jiangli, who was sitting in the audience, was very reluctant to face this ending. It's really hard. As soon as Liu finished speaking, the cold-armored black turtle suddenly fell to the ground with all four legs. At this moment, Wu Dahai was holding a spear wrapped with lightning elements in his hand, and instantly threw it towards Liu. When the spear attacked, the violent thunder element was like a pot exploding, constantly lashing out at the surroundings. In less than half a second, he was less than 10 meters away from Liu. Just as Liu was about to connect to the wind track, a cold breath suddenly rose behind him. A cold ice arrow immediately brushed past his shoulder. Wherever the arrow passed, a layer of ice covered it, and the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. When the spear and the ice arrow were about to collide, the former was suddenly covered with a layer of ice and was knocked out of the duel arena. Wu Dahai gritted his teeth, and seeing that he had failed, he said, "Cold armor black turtle." The cold-armored black turtle naturally knew what Wu Dahai wanted to express, and it immediately started making the same funny movements as before. The ice arrow instantly hit the turtle shell, and a terrifying cold air rushed out from behind the ice arrow. In the blink of an eye, the cold-armored black turtle and Wu Dahai suddenly turned into two ice sculptures. Those who saw the scene were dumbfounded. What kind of magic was this? They were very doubtful whether they were from the same class as the people on the duel stage. The gap is too big. Liu looked behind him and saw that the person who shot the arrow was Mu Ningxue, who had broken free from the vine cage. He smiled and said to Mu Ningxue, "Since you have shot this arrow, do you agree to be my girlfriend?" Mu Ningxue pursed her lips, not wanting to pay any attention to this shameless guy. If she hadn't seen that he was in danger and she wanted to prove herself, she wouldn't have shot the arrow. Seeing that Mu Ningxue didn't respond, Liu took it as her consent. Then he walked towards Wu Dahai, who had turned into an ice sculpture, and knocked on the outer layer of ice with a smile on his face. Wu Dahai looked at Liu with a smile on his face. Even though anger was burning in his eyes, he couldn't break the ice at all. The cold-armored black turtle is also a demon with ice attributes. Even it cannot break free from the ice layer, let alone him. Suddenly, Wu Dahai's pupils contracted suddenly, and he saw Liu kicking him onto the flying sword. "Let's go." After Liu finished speaking, he stepped on the long sword and flew up suddenly, arriving above the edge of the duel arena. "Go away." Without any extra words, Liu kicked Wu Dahai down. Wu Dahai was extremely angry and cursed Liu countless times in his mind. Losing the game in this way is so fucking humiliating. Chapter 63 Glory Chest. The wind system wins again. Aren't these two too amazing? The arrow Mu Ningxue shot just now was so powerful. Even the turtle shell couldn't stop it. Damn it, I should have chosen the wind type earlier. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and Liu and Mu Ningxue became the focus of the whole audience. The Wind College was cheering and celebrating the resources they had for this semester. Especially Feng Zihao, he was so happy as if he was really from the Wind Academy. The Ice Academy next door looked at them with contempt, and they felt very uncomfortable. If Mu Ningxue was in their team, there would be no wind element. However, they are just students and can only follow the arrangements of the counselors. You guys can't win against any department. This year's freshmen are not that good. Liu was flying on a sword above the duel arena. He spoke in a very loud voice, as if he was speaking specifically to all the students around him. When everyone heard Liu's words, they clenched their fists in anger. They were very angry and wanted to refute, but they did not have the confidence to say such righteous words. It's so fucking frustrating. Liu kept waiting, but the system prompt sound never came.
It seems like it can only be the diamond treasure chest, Li Yu said with a little disappointment.
He looked at Mu Ningxue below the duel stage, and with a graceful arc, he gave her a princess hug without her noticing.
What are you doing?
Mu Ningxue felt a little uncomfortable being hugged like this all of a sudden.
Of course, I'll take you back to the Wind Academy,
Li Yu said with a smile while looking at Mu Ningxue in his arms. When the male students from other departments saw this, they pointed at Li Yu and started cursing at him.
Let go of my goddess. Damn it! My goddess has been defiled. I'm so envious.
Just as Li Yu faced everyone's gaze and landed in front of the Ice Academy's viewing seats, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for accumulating a certain amount of pretense points. The treasure chest level has been upgraded from a diamond treasure chest to a glory treasure chest.
When this voice sounded, Li Yu happily kissed Mu Ningxue's delicate little face in front of everyone in the Ice Academy. You. Before Mu Ningxue could react, Li Yu left. Brother Yu, wait for me.
Feng Zihao glanced at Mu Ningxue's reaction and hurriedly caught up with Li Yu. To be honest, he admired Li Yu's courage a little.
Is he really not afraid that Mu Ningxue will shoot him with an arrow? Oh, that's not right. It seems that only Li Yu can shoot. As for what will happen after he gets the first place, Li Yu is not looking forward to it at all.
He just wants to know what will come out of this glory treasure chest. With an extremely excited look on his face, he flew out of the venue on his sword. After finding a shady place, Li Yu sat down and began to study the glory treasure chest he had obtained.
There is actually an introduction. Li Yu looked at the text introduction next to the honor chest.
Glory chest, depending on the level, 5 random items can be opened, such as demon materials, soul seeds.
Can you get 5 items? So if it's a diamond treasure chest, then it can only give out 4 items, right? Li Yu was just confused for a moment, then couldn't wait to open the glory chest.
The glory chest turned twice, and then suddenly a golden light jumped out of the chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 12 Thunder Soul Seed fragments.
I have to post. What a bad start. If the little thunder dragon hadn't been injured, Li Yu would have wanted to call it out and give it a beating.
Suddenly, a golden light flew out from the glory chest again. Li Yu stared at him, his eyes full of anticipation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a full-level high-level lightning experience card.
Max-level high-level lightning system? Not bad, it can be considered a trump card. Then, another golden light flew out from the treasure chest.
Congratulations to the host for awakening the 5th system, the space system.
Space system.
Li Yu originally wanted to use the guiding stone to awaken a space system when he awakened at a high level.
But he didn't expect that the space department would come by itself.
Another golden light flew out, and Li Yu immediately looked over. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Thunder-type Great Soul Seed.
Great Soul Species.
Although the Fire Soul Seed obtained before is also a large soul seed, it has no domain, so it is still a little worse overall.
But now this Thunder-type Great Soul may be different, maybe it can obtain the Thunder-type domain.
Thinking of this, Li Yu became extremely excited and wanted to see the effect of this soul seed. The last ray of golden light flew out from the glory chest, and Li Yu stared at it suddenly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sword King upgrade pack.
Li Yu took a look at the Sword King upgrade gift pack.
Overall, it was pretty good and could allow the Sword King to upgrade from a Great Battle General to a Battle General Advanced stage. Overall, the things that come out of the honor chest are pretty good.
In the next few days, Li Yu became a celebrity in the Imperial Capital Academy.
Especially when he kissed Mu Ningxue in the stadium, he immediately became the object of envy of many people. The same was true for Mu Ningxue. She showed amazing talent, and the people in the Mu family began to pay attention to her.
Li Yu is only in the classroom for classes and can hardly be seen at other times.
He hasn't triggered the God level option recently, so he has been practicing the space system. With Li Yu's proficiency in the stars, he quickly connected the 7 stars into a star track and released the basic magic of the space system. After completing these, Li Yu walked out of the training ground and bumped into Mu Ningxue, who was coming towards him. He hadn't run into Mu Ningxue at school since he kissed her last time. But this is also my own fault. I am addicted to practicing the space system and cannot extricate myself.
Shua, what do you want to talk to me about? Li Yu asked with a grin.
I was so excited last time that I couldn't help but kiss her. But we kissed too quickly at that time, and I only felt the elasticity, but didn't experience any other feelings.
My father asked you to come to our house for dinner tonight.
Mu Ningxue said with a cold face.
Tonight? Then let's go over there now. Li Yu looked at the time.
It was already past 5 o'clock. By the time he got to Mu Ningxue's house, it should be past 6 o'clock.
That was just right. Let's go. After Mu Ningxue answered, she walked ahead on her own.
Li Yu guessed that Mu Ningxue might still be angry about what happened last time, so he didn't go and make trouble for himself.
However, Li Yu didn't know what Mu Zhuoyun's intention was in asking him to go for dinner.
Mu Ningxue stopped a taxi on the side of the road. After the two of them got in, the car drove straight ahead.
After a while,
the taxi stopped in front of a villa area. Since the gate did not allow other vehicles to enter, the two of them got out of the car.
Shua, why did Uncle Mu suddenly ask me to have dinner with him?
Li Yu asked curiously. We moved to a new house, and he wanted to thank you specially and invite you to his house for dinner.
Mu Ningxue said. Moving to a new home? Li Yu thought that maybe Mu Ningxue's status in the Mu family had improved. Chapter 64. I can't think of a chapter title.
Mu Ningxue walked in front and soon brought Li Yu to their villa. When Mu Zhuoyun saw Li Yu walk into the living room, a friendly smile appeared on his face, and he enthusiastically asked him to sit on the sofa.
Ningxue, hurry up and pour some water for Xiaoyu. Mu Zhuoyun looked at Mu Ningxue beside him and said.
Mu Ningxue said nothing, picked up a cup and prepared to get some water.
Mu Zhuoyun smiled and said, Xiaoyu, I heard that your Li family has become a first-class family? Hearing this, Li Yu frowned.
He seldom paid attention to the affairs of the Li family, so he didn't know about this. But there must be a reason why Mu Zhuoyun asked this. Mu Zhuoyun also saw that Li Yu really didn't know, so he continued, I also heard it from others, so I asked you out of curiosity.
Li Yu really didn't know, so he would ask Li Fei when he had time.
The reason why each family is divided into second-rate and first-rate is because the comprehensive strength of each family is different. Some families have many strong people, and some of them squeeze into the first-class families with their powerful strength.
Some aristocratic families have a lot of money and use their strong financial resources and connections to squeeze into the first-class aristocratic families. Some aristocratic families are very powerful and use their status and power to squeeze into the first-class aristocratic families.
In short, as long as you are recognized by other families, you have the possibility of becoming a first-class family.
Li Yu did not expect that the Li family could become one of the first-class families. But for Li Fei, this may be something worth being happy about.
Li Yu replied, I hope it's really the same as Uncle Mu said. Mu Zhuoyun was smiling from beginning to end, as if he was looking at his son-in-law. He asked, Xiaoyu, I heard that you were very successful in the battle. I guess so, but in the end, the snow defeated the turtle shell. If it weren't for Mu Ningxue, Li Yu might have used wind magic at that time.
Xiaoyu, what do you think of our Ningxue? Mu Zhuoyun asked with a smile.
At this moment, Mu Ningxue came over with a glass of water and just happened to hear Mu Zhuoyun's question.
Dad, didn't you say we were going to have dinner?
Auntie has already prepared the food, so hurry up and have dinner. Mu Ningxue put down the cup of water and urged Mu Zhuoyun. If Mu Zhuoyun hadn't insisted on inviting Li Yu, she would not have let Li Yu come home.
Okay, I'll take Xiaoyu there right away. Mu Zhuoyun glanced at Li Yu and said. Li Yu understood, stood up and followed Mu Zhuoyun. After a while, Li Yu and the other two were chatting and eating dinner at the dining table. Mu Zhuoyun raised his glass and said to Li Yu, Come, have a drink with Uncle. Good. Li Yu raised the glass and drank it all.
It was not until after 8 o'clock that Li Yu walked out of the villa. Mu Zhuoyun asked Mu Ningxue to escort Li Yu out of the villa area, so she had no choice but to follow him out.
The two were walking on the road. It was very quiet around them and they didn't speak.
It was dark ahead because the two street lights were broken.
After entering the dim environment, Li Yu suddenly asked, Shue, are we boyfriend and girlfriend now?
Hearing this, Mu Ningxue turned her head and was about to say something, but her waist was immediately hugged and her lips became wet. She widened her eyes and placed her hands on Li Yu's chest, trying to break free.
But Li Yu held him tightly and didn't give him any chance.
Feeling the softness beside her lips, Mu Ningxue felt completely softened. This was her first kiss, and it was taken away so suddenly. Mu Ningxue felt that Li Yu was becoming more and more intense, and his hands seemed restless.
Suddenly,
Li Yu seemed to have touched Mu Ningxue's sensitive part and was pushed away by her instantly.
Ahem.
Li Yu failed and pretended nothing had happened.
Fortunately, it was in a dim environment, otherwise Li Yu would have been able to see Mu Ningxue's pretty face that was red and almost ripe. Go out on your own, Mu Ningxue said, then turned around and walked away. Li Yu licked his lips with satisfaction. Maybe next time he would play landlord on the bed. Li Yu hailed a taxi on the road and decided to go back to Li's house to take a look. Li Fei would often send him messages, but the other party never mentioned Li Yu's entry into a first-class family. In his memory, the Li family aspired to become a first-class family. However, it is not easy to become a first-rate family. The Li family has been working hard in recent years, but it seems that the time has not come yet. After returning to the Li family, Li Yu went to find Li Fei, who was busy with other things in the study at that time. Li Fei saw the door opened, and then Li Yu walked in from outside. He immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Xiao Yu, why are you back?" "I haven't been back to the Li family for a long time, so I wanted to come back and see Uncle Fei." Li Yu walked towards Li Fei and said. Li Fei smiled and pushed Li Yu onto the sofa, and finally poured him a glass of water. "Uncle Fei, why are you so attentive today? Usually I'm the one who pours water for you," Li Yu said with a smile. Li Fei waved his hand. "No way, you brought honor to our Li family during the freshman competition at the Imperial Capital Academy. So what reward are you going to give me?" Li Yu stretched out his hand and asked. "There will be rewards, and there will be bread too." Li Fei skillfully rolled Li Yu's hand back and continued, "You came back suddenly. Did you know that the Li family is going to become a first-class family?" "I guess so." Li Yu nodded. In fact, he didn't really care. He didn't care what level of family the Li family was. Because family is not important, what is important is to have your own strength. I was going to tell you later, but if you want to hear it, I can tell you now. The smile on Li Fei's face faded, and he suddenly became serious and said, "The Li family has not squeezed into the first-class family, but it has already been selected to become a first-class family." "Selected tickets?" Li Yu asked puzzledly. "That's right. There are quotas for becoming a first-class family, and there is only one every 4 years. The family that gets the ticket will have the opportunity to become a first-class family," Li Fei explained. Li Yu touched his chin. After listening to Li Fei's explanation, he obviously understood something. "And then what?" Li Fei looked at Li Yu and said, "Afterwards, we will assess each selected family, such as their social contribution and overall strength." Li Yu just saw a hint of hesitation in Li Fei's eyes, as if the other party wanted to say something but didn't say it. "Uncle Fei, we are all family, just tell me what you want to say," Li Yu said with a smile. Li Fei pondered for a while, and then said, "Hasn't there been a demon disturbance in Taihang Mountain recently? The people above said that all the major families should contribute. Many people are paying attention to this matter. Whether it is the families in the imperial capital or the major families in the demon capital, they will send people to wipe out the demons." "Will the major families in the demon city also send people?" Li Yu pondered. It seemed that this large-scale crackdown was done for the people above to see. Maybe they will send their own juniors. After all, they all need to gain fame before the national government competition, Li Fei said. Li Yu nodded, but didn't think about that. All he needed was the opportunity to trigger the God-level option. Li Yu looked at Li Fei and asked, "So?" Chapter 65 Departure to Taihang Mountain. "So of course I want you to go and gain some experience with the younger generation in the clan. Since other families have sent their juniors, the Li family must naturally send someone as well. What's more, with Li Yu's current strength, he can definitely beat many geniuses from big families. If Li Yu can make a contribution in this turmoil, perhaps the Li family will have a greater chance of getting a spot. But this is just a later story. The most important thing is that Li Fei wants Li Yu to gain some fame through this experience. At the same time, it can also let those big families see the strength of the current younger generation of the Li family. Trigger the God-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, don't go. The reward is to upgrade the beginner win system to the 4th level. Option 2, go, and get the reward of upgrading the elementary fire system to the 5th level. After seeing these two options, Li Yu said to Li Fei, "No problem. That's great. We'll be leaving in 2 days. You can rest at home for 2 days first." Li Fei was very happy when he heard Li Yu's answer, but he still reminded him to be careful. Congratulations to the host for completing the God level selection. The reward is to upgrade the primary fire system to the 5th level. Li Yu and Li Fei chatted about some daily matters before Li Yu could rest quickly. But after Li Yu returned to the room, he started to practice the space system, since he had nothing to do anyway. 2 days passed quietly during daily practice. Li Yu told him yesterday and asked him to gather at the gate the next morning. When he arrived at the gate, he saw several members of the clan who were older than him. "Brother Yu." A voice sounded from the crowd, and a girl with a bun came out. "Li Yaya, why are you here?" Li Yu didn't see Li Yaya in the crowd just now, so he was a little surprised. "Hee, my dad told me to go and broaden my horizons and gain some experience," Li Yaya said with a smile. Li Yaya is a senior high school student with a good talent for cultivation. When she entered the senior year, she had already become a mid-level light mage. This is also the result of intentional cultivation within the family. The Stardust magical instrument is used every day, so how can the cultivation speed not be fast? In stronger families, basically everyone has a Stardust magic weapon or a Nebula magic weapon, so they can enter the intermediate level earlier than others. As for the bottleneck, there is none. Because each family has a dedicated teacher to guide you, when you encounter problems you don't know how to solve, the answers may be clearer than those given by the teachers at school. These are the family resources of every family. The resources are enjoyed on a one-to-one basis, and the services are also one-to-one. Li Yu was like this before, but after having the system, he no longer paid too much attention to the resources provided by the family. "Taihang Mountains is so dangerous, would your family let you go?" Li Yu said. "I have already cultivated to the level of a mid-level mage, and I have Uncle Li Neng to protect me." Li Yaya looked at Li Neng, who was leading the team next to her, and smiled sweetly. "Intermediate level magic can also be released?" Li Yu asked curiously. "Of course, I spent a lot of star marks, and finally drew the star map." What Li Yaya said seemed difficult, but for Li Yu, it was easy. Because he didn't have to control it himself, he could easily draw a star map. However, this depends on the rewards given by the system. Otherwise, just like the current space system, he still needs to master it himself. "Okay," Li Yu said perfunctorily, then looked at Li Yaya. Li Yaya's father is a superclass light wizard. After practicing light magic for a long time, its power is no less than that of thunder and fire magic. That time in Wind City, he had seen the power of superclass light magic, which was truly breathtaking. The reason why this little girl is valued by the family is because of her father. After a while, the family's special car arrived and everyone got on the bus. Li Yaya sat next to Li Yu and asked with her big, bright eyes, "Brother Yu, is college fun?" "It's fun, especially the poplar trees in the school. They are white and tall, and very beautiful," Li Yu said without blushing or beating his heart. "What's so good about poplar trees?" "I just want to know if I can fall in love in college." Li Yaya looked at Li Yu expectantly and asked. "What? Do you want to fall in love?" Li Yu turned his head and asked. "Not really. My best friend already has 4 boyfriends. I also want to have one, but my dad won't let me," Li Yaya said somewhat disappointedly. "4 boyfriends?" Li Yu was amazed. The demand was quite huge, for at once. To go to Taihang Mountains from the imperial capital, one needs to take a plane, so after arriving at the airport, they boarded a specially prepared transport plane. At the same time, there are not only the Li family here, but also children from other aristocratic families. Li Yu looked around and saw many old acquaintances. He glanced at the crowd opposite him, but did not see Mu Ningxue and the Mu family. It seemed that she did not participate in the Taihang mountain trip. It's a bit of a pity. Doing it deep in the mountains and forests may be more exciting and give you better feelings. Su Ling walked over from a distance and said to Li Yu with a smile, "I knew you would definitely participate." "Just going out for fun," Li Yu said casually. "Brother Yu." Suddenly, Feng Zihao squeezed out from the crowd, quickly came to Li Yu, and hugged him up. Li Yu pushed him away. This guy really didn't know that men shouldn't be intimate with each other. "Brother Yu, I'll go with you this time," Feng Zihao said with a grin. Li Yu frowned slightly and said disapprovingly, "What are you messing around with? Isn't it just a simple extermination of demons?" "Brother Yu, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Feng Zihao looked at Li Yu with narrowed eyes. Li Yu affirmed, "If you have to fart, do it now." "Okay." Feng Zihao immediately continued in a low voice, "This time, the major families want to divide up the mineral resources in Taihang Mountain under the pretext of eliminating demons.
Hearing this, Liu felt that Li Fei did not tell him because he probably did not want to put pressure on him. Mineral resources are a huge fortune for every family, so they value minerals so much.
The people above don't care? Su Ling obviously didn't know either, and then expressed his doubts. Feng Zihao shook his head and said, "It's not that they don't care, it's that they can't care." "Why?"
Feng Zihao lowered his voice again and said, "Because there are too many demons in Taihang Mountain, the people above simply can't spare any military force, so in exchange for the minerals, we, the noble families, are asked to help encircle and suppress the demons."
Li Yu was in deep thought. He knew that not every family would have the resources of the mine.
Therefore, those families who did not pray to get the mine were just doing it to show their loyalty to their superiors. But it's different for those noble families who want to compete for mining resources.
All they need to do is compete. As for how to fight for it, Li Yu was indeed a little curious. Chapter 66 caught my attention. Feng Zihao didn't know much, and he had already told everything he knew. After a while, all the families arrived at the airport at the agreed time.
At a sudden order, all the family members present began to board the plane and prepare to fly to Taihang Mountains. Among these people, there was an officer who was directing the people from the aristocratic families to board the plane. After Li Yu and others lined up, they followed the team in front and boarded the plane.
"Feng Zihao, why don't you come here quickly?"
Suddenly, a scolding voice came from behind Feng Zihao.
Feng Zihao ignored him and continued to follow Li Yu. "Didn't someone just ask you to go back? Why don't you go back quickly?" Li Yu followed Li Yaha and the others and found a seat and sat down. "Why go back? There's no future following them."
Feng Zihao immediately sat down next to Li Yu. The people over there seemed to have heard what Feng Zihao said, and they gritted their teeth in anger.
"Uncle Chen, Feng Zihao is too careless. He actually ran to the Li family."
A boy with a high nose, thick eyebrows, and big eyes pointed at Feng Zihao and said. Feng Chen looked at Feng Yehua, then at Feng Zihao, and said softly, "Let him be. He can't afford to offend either of these two people, so let them do whatever they want.
As long as nothing happens, they can do whatever they want."
Li Yu also noticed the middle-aged man's reaction and couldn't help but ask curiously, "The leader doesn't seem to want to pay attention to you."
"Of course."
Feng Zihao then continued, "My brother and Feng Yahua's brother are both geniuses in the family, so he naturally doesn't dare to meddle in our affairs."
"Is your brother a genius? Then why do you only have this much ability?"
Li Yu said with a smile. "I have been using magic tools to practice since my awakening.
I am dozens of blocks ahead of others, okay? Who would have thought that you were so perverted?"
Feng Zihao complained.
"You really don't know until you compare.
Once you compare, you'll be shocked to see what kind of people there are in this world.
Especially Mu Ningxue's arrow, which he still remembers vividly."
Feng Zihao was also a chatterbox. Not long after they sat down, he started asking about his relationship with Mu Ningxue. Li Ya, who was standing next to them, was quite curious when she heard this, and the two of them hit it off and started chatting immediately. After about an hour, the plane followed a safe route and finally arrived at an open space. This airport was built after the military was stationed here, so they took a plane to Taihang Mountains. After the plane landed, people from various families came down one after another and gathered in an open space. Shortly after the plane they were on took off, another plane came from the distance. A few minutes later, the plane stopped, the steps slowly lowered, and the people in the plane walked out. Li Yu looked at the family getting off the plane, as if looking for something.
"Brother Yu, look, it's so big over there," Feng Zihao said to Li Yu.
Even if Feng Zihao didn't remind him, Li Yu could still see the two girls walking out of the plane. Mu Nugio and Ai Tutu's looks were extremely eye-catching among these people, especially the latter, who attracted a lot of LSPs. Because girls who are good-looking are more likely to attract attention. Not only the Mu family came, but also big families such as the Bai family and the Zhao family also sent a lot of people.
Feng Zihao acted as if he had never seen a girl before. When he saw a pretty one, he asked Li Yu to see it.
Li Yu looked at Feng Zihao with contempt and watched these competitors very seriously. After everyone was present, a dignified middle-aged military commander came over.
"The unrest caused by demons in Taihang Mountain will threaten the safety of surrounding cities.
I hope everyone can do their best to wipe out the demons during this encirclement and suppression," the Military Control Commission said as it glanced resolutely at these aristocratic families.
"No problem, our Mu family will do our best. As for us in the Bai family, we will never let a demon wreak havoc on other cities." As long as our Zuja is here, this encirclement and suppression will be a complete success. The team leaders all echoed this. Solving the unrest caused by demons in Taihang Mountain has nothing to do with Li Yu and his team. The mission they received was only to clear out the demons outside Taihang Mountain, so those powerful demons had to be cleared out by the major families working together. Suddenly, an officer handed each of them a map, and also showed the areas that each major family was responsible for. The military divided Taihang Mountains into 8 areas, and Li Yu and his team were located directly north of Taihang Mountains. Li Yu looked at the description on the map. There were many woods in the north, and there were a lot of monsters. It was the most difficult area to clear out among the 8 areas. Why is it north? The square-faced boy behind Li Yu suddenly said. Their Li family is just a second-rate family, yet they were assigned to the north. The north is full of dangers, and he really doesn't want to go there. Don't we have Uncle Nung following us? And I'm not afraid of a girl like me, so what are you afraid of? Li Yaya looked at the boy and said to him directly. The square-faced boy curled his lips immediately but didn't say anything more, complaining. Are you sure you don't want to go back? Li Yu looked at Feng Zihao and asked. To be honest, he felt that the middle-aged man from the Feng family was a little better in terms of skills. What's more, Feng Zihao is a member of the Feng family, and Li Nang may not give him special care. Brother Yu, I wish you peace. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Zihao ran towards the Feng family's group. What a dog! Li Yu cursed with a smile. At this moment, an officer stood in the middle of the crowd and said, all the families in the north, come over here. After hearing this, Li Nang said to Li Yu and the others, follow me, and then took the lead to walk towards the officer who spoke. After a while, the 8 families gathered together, including the Mu family. Mu Ziyuan, long time no see. Li Nang looked at the leader of the Mu family, and the two quickly hugged each other. Mu Ziyuan laughed happily and said, we haven't seen each other for almost a year or two, right? Let's drink together some other day. No problem. Once I get these little bastards back safely, I'll come find you. Li Nang and Mu Ziyuan were friends for life and death, and their friendship was born out of desperation. Me too. We won't go home until we are drunk. Mu Ziyuan said. However, the eyes of the Li family and others were not on the two of them, but were secretly looking at Mu Nugio and Ai Tutu. What is so good about the friendship of an old man? It's better to cherish the scenery in front of you. Li Yaya looked at the sneaky appearance of these boys, then looked down at her body, which was nothing special. Finally, she asked Li Yu. Brother Yu, do you guys really care about a girl's figure? Not necessarily. Li Yu replied quickly. Li Yaya smiled sweetly and continued to ask, what does Brother Yu care about girls? Li Yu said without hesitation, I care whether she has caught my attention. Did those 2 girls catch your attention? Li Yaya asked. Guess. Li Yu said, smiling without saying anything else. Chapter 67 Standing Side. Li Yaya thought to herself that her brother Yu was definitely not such a person. The officer said with a serious face, my name is Gui He, and I'm the recorder for your campaign against the demons. Recorder? Li Yu was a little curious. What was this recorder here for? Gui He immediately answered Li Yu's doubts and said, I will record your performance in the north. I hope you can work together to encircle and suppress the demons. Record performance? Is this the standard for judging mineral resources? Li Fei didn't say anything to him, and he was completely confused at this time. He originally wanted to ask Li Yaya next to him, but the other parties seemed to have the same opinion as him. So did everyone else, and it seemed that only Li Nang knew why performances needed to be recorded. However, Li Yu didn't care much about it. He just took it easy. The most important thing was to trigger the God level option. Gui He once again reminded everyone to follow the team closely after entering Taihang Mountains, and then he took the lead in leading everyone to board the helicopter. The Taihang Mountains stretch over 400 kilometers and are composed of a variety of rock structures, presenting different landforms. There are widespread swamps here, the climate is warm and humid, and dense forests grow. The north where Li Yu and his team were going was the area with the most forests. They took helicopters one after another and arrived at the north of Taihang Mountains. At this time, there were also troops stationed in the north, and their main purpose was to encircle and suppress the escaped demons. Li Yu and his team's mission is to enter Taihang Mountains and encircle and suppress the demons outside. Commander Gua, what level of monsters are there outside? Mu Nugio asked.
Guihe replied, there are servant level and general level, and there may also be commander level.
Commander level. Hearing this answer, many young people frowned. This commander level person was not someone they could deal with.
The adults will take action at the command level, you just need to be responsible for your own safety.
Guihe said.
There are a total of 8 family leaders here, and they all have high-level cultivation. Including him, there are 9 high-level ones in total, which is more than enough for them to deal with ordinary commanders. Guihe looked at the time and thought it was about time, so he said to everyone, get ready and go in right away. He was the recorder, so naturally he walked behind everyone. When encountering danger, he will take action immediately, and at the same time he can prevent other monsters from making sneak attacks from behind. The same goes for other persons in charge. This is an experience for the younger generation, and they will not take action unless they are in danger. This time we were just here for show, there was no need to put the geniuses in the family in danger. They represent the future of their family, and the family will still depend on them. A short-haired boy in the crowd saw that the leaders did not get involved, then looked at the people around him and said,
with so many of us, shouldn't we choose someone to be the leader?
After these words were spoken, the others looked at each other and discussed.
With so many people, someone must be the leader.
That's right. I think our Lu family should be the leader.
Our brother Feng has cultivated both systems to level 3.
I think he has the ability to be a team leader.
Several people from the Lu family strongly recommended Lu Feng.
It was obvious that these people were Lu Feng's lackeys.
It's nothing to cultivate 2 systems to level 3. We won't accept it. Suddenly, Wu Dahai walked out of the crowd and spoke in an extremely arrogant manner.
You, a brat, want to compete with our brother Feng, said someone from the Lu family. Among these people, Li Yu, Mu Nujio and others are obviously younger than them. A young man with a rectangular face came out from behind Wu Dahai and said, Hey, how can you talk like that?
Do you think there is no one in our Wu family?
I'll just pretend that you're alone.
What can you do to me?
The young man from the Lu family sneered. Li Yu had no interest in being a team leader, so he just stood aside and watched. The same goes for Mu Nujio. Although she is also from one of the 4 major families in Magic City, she seems to know that being a leader is not easy.
It's okay if you are a good team leader, but if you are not, you may ruin yourself. How about we fight together?
The square-faced young man was not afraid of the Lu family and immediately suggested.
We are all here to encircle and suppress the demons. No one has entered yet.
There is no need to fight here, right? Someone said.
Those responsible did not do anything about it, they all took a laissez-faire attitude. The same goes for Guihe. As long as it does not affect the final result, they can make as much noise as they want. I suggest that everyone vote. Someone else said.
Okay, let's vote. Lu Feng seemed very confident in himself.
I'm afraid of you.
Wu Dahai said with a fearless look.
Thunderbolt dance.
Violent waves, flood. In order to demonstrate his strength, Lu Feng also released 2 intermediate level 3 magics.
Is that Soul Thunder?
It's so powerful, it must be the Soul Thunder.
Soul Thunder. The minimum cost is 300 million.
Those who saw the scene showed expressions of envy and jealousy.
Shadow Wolf. The Giant Python.
After a while, Wu Dahai was unwilling to be outdone and summoned his own summoned beast at the same time. Others were also shocked when they saw it.
One can tell from their aura that the levels of these 2 summoned beasts are definitely not low.
Afterwards, Wu Dahai took out a vessel and tossed it in his hand, saying, I also have a demon at the advanced stage of the warrior general.
Warrior advanced stage?
Those who just found out about it were a little afraid.
Even if several of them worked together, they might not be able to kill one. Everyone has an idea in mind now, right? Let's start choosing. Wu Dahai said to everyone.
Everyone looked at each other, wondering who they should support as the team leader.
Those who support me, stand on my side.
Wu Dahai looked at Lu Feng arrogantly. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd that was originally scattered immediately walked behind Wu Dahai. What they value is not Wu Dahai, but the people in the Wu family. Because the Wu family's disciples majored in summoning, their summoned beasts are so powerful. If there were other summoning mages of the same age, they would not be able to reach Wu Dahai's level of strength.
This is the result of decades of research by the Wu family.
Only the Wu family knows how to make the summoned beast grow faster. Just a summoned beast at the level of a great general can be equivalent to several mid-level mages. Such combat power is far superior to other systems.
Soon, many people lined up, but except Wu Dahai, many people actually chose Lu Feng. Sister Mu, this Lu Feng is so abominable. He even threatened other families. AI Tutu said angrily.
She and Mu Nugio both stood behind Wu Dahai, and knew that most of the family members standing behind Lu Feng were from the Demon City. It's just the survival of the fittest.
Mu Nugio didn't pay any attention to it, but instead set her eyes on Liu. Others have already made their choices, and now only Liu has not chosen a side.
Just when Liu was about to choose a team, a system notification sounded in his mind.
Chapter 68 Reward Magical Tool. Trigger the God-level choice.
Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, choose Lu Feng, and you will be rewarded with an upgrade from the primary space system to the second level. Option 2, choose Wu Dahai, and you will be rewarded with an upgrade from the primary space system to the third level.
Anyone who is smart knows that they will definitely choose the one who has more advantages.
However, at this time, Lu Feng noticed that he and Wu Dahai had the same number of people. Therefore, as long as Liu chooses one of them, that person can lead the team. Lu Feng said to Liu, "Brother, if you choose me, I will treat you to a big meal in the Magic City."
That's it?
Wu Dahai was completely disdainful, and then continued, "Liu, if you choose me, our family can tell you how to advance Little Thunder Dragon to the commander level for free."
Advanced method?
Liu originally wanted to choose Wu Dahai, but he didn't expect to get an advancement method for free.
Wu Dahai's family is a summoning family and he has a deep understanding of the summoning system.
He didn't know whether there would be any system rewards at that time, but with the help of the Wu family, the Little Thunder Dragon would take fewer detours in his advancement. Take it first, and use it later if it doesn't work.
Liu walked straight towards Wu Dahai without hesitation. But Lu Feng frowned.
This guy was too ignorant.
Didn't he know that he was one of the 4 major families in the Magic City?
Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is to upgrade the elementary space system to the third level. If he had not cultivated the space system to the first level, the system's reward might only be the second level. Fortunately, I didn't slack off at that time, because the difference between the second and third levels of the elementary space system is quite large.
Okay, from now on I will be the leader of this team.
Wu Dahai patted his chest and spoke to everyone. At the same time, he raised the corners of his mouth and gave Lu Feng and the others a smug smile.
"You little brat, you still want to fight me?"
Wu Dahai walked up to Liu, patted him on the shoulder and said, "No fight, no acquaintance. I'll give you the position of deputy team leader." Among these people, except for the people from the Wu family, he knew that Liu was the strongest. If I choose someone from my own family as deputy captain, it might be disadvantageous to my family. So he chose Liu.
The 2 families would be more powerful if they united. Let's go in together."
As soon as Wu Dahai finished speaking, he took the brunt of the team and walked in front. There are innumerable monsters in Taihang Mountains, and it is impossible to completely eliminate them. Therefore, they only played a deterrent role on the outskirts of Taihang Mountains to prevent them from causing trouble to the cities around Taihang Mountains. Just like Wind City, if these monsters walked out of Taihang Mountain, it would be a disaster for the surrounding cities. Now, everyone will be divided into teams of 7 and move forward to clear out the demons. Wu Dahai said as he looked at the dense woods ahead. They have now entered the outskirts of Taihang Mountains, and before them is a dense forest. As for what dangers lie ahead, you will only know once you enter. There are so many of them, if something unexpected happens, they will simply scatter. Therefore, forming a team of 7 people is the best option. Wu Dahai pointed at Mu Nugio and Ai Tutu and said, "Come here, we are a team." Liu stood aside. He didn't expect that this guy would use his official position for personal gain. "Liu, you are also a member of our team," Wu Dahai said to Liu beside him. Suddenly, Liu felt that Wu Dahai was still a leader who understood the bigger picture. Wu Dahai said to everyone, "Okay, everyone else start forming teams freely." When the others saw that Wu Dahai picked the only 2 pretty girls in the team, they gritted their teeth in anger. Wu Dahai said to the other members of the team, "Can you introduce yourself? There are 7 people in this team. Wu Dahai and the other 3 are all members of the Wu family." After they finished their introductions, it was Mu Nugio and Ai Tutu's turn to introduce themselves. Mu Nugio said coldly, "Mu Nugio, major in plant system, minor in wind system."
AI Tutu said obediently, "My name is AI Tutu, and I am also a plant major." Sure enough, these two people were Moon Nugio and AI Tutu. "My name is Li Yu. I major in wind, but it seems a bit weak at the moment. I major in summoning, and I also major in thunder and fire." Li Yu introduced himself. When others heard it, "What the hell? 4 departments? Isn't that something only superclass mages have? Is he a superclass wizard?" But when I think about Li Yu's age, if he is really a superclass magician, he would not appear here. "Brother, are you kidding me?" AI Tutu asked with blinking eyes. "I've been discovered." Li Yu didn't explain, but just chuckled. AI Tutu curled his lips. This man seemed very unreliable. Wu Dahai didn't say anything because he knew that Li Yu really had 4 departments. "I just think it's really fucked up." Wu Dahai glanced at the teams around him. They had already formed their teams. "Now that everyone has formed a team, let's start clearing out the demons." As soon as the words fell, the others could only walk forward. They all hoped that they could return safely. Each team was separated by several meters and also had a person in charge who was responsible for their safety. Waihizi has an overall view of the situation and is responsible for watching the performance of each team from behind. At the same time, his wind system has reached the super level. If there is an emergency, he will be the fastest to provide support among all of them. Lu Feng was not far from Wu Dahai. He said to him, "Boy, do you dare to compete to see who has killed more generals? I'm not afraid of you." Wu Dahai didn't take Lu Feng seriously at all. "Very good. To be fair, let's let Chief Guo be the notary public." "Can." Lu Feng and Wu Dahai both looked at Guihe. They felt that Guihe should be the most trustworthy person here. "No problem," Guihe said coldly. After they acted like this, the other teams couldn't sit still anymore. Did they look down on them? "Let's compete too," said people from other teams. Someone else continued, "Let's come too." All of a sudden, other teams joined in, and their fighting spirit was immediately ignited. "Since so many people have joined, how can we not have some incentives?" Wu Dahai said with a smile as he looked at the persons in charge. The person in charge of the Wu family laughed and cursed, "You little rascal." He understood what Wu Dahai was thinking, and immediately suggested to the others, "How about we old guys pool some money together to prepare a mid-level magic tool for the winning team?" "One magic tool is not enough, one for each person," said the wealthy Lu family leader. The other responsible persons were not happy about this. A mid-level magic tool costs several million, and a better one might cost tens of millions. Although they are all high-level wizards, they cannot squander their savings like this. "My Mu family is willing to provide 2 magic tools," said the person in charge of the Mu family. When the other responsible persons heard this, they all looked at the Mu family with gratitude. "My Wu family will also offer 2 items," said the person in charge of the Wu family. At this time, the other responsible persons looked at the Lu family leader who proposed that each person should have a magic tool. "Isn't that just talk? Now you." Chapter 69, Sitting on the Mountain and Watching the Tigers Fight. Second update. The person in charge of the Lu family looked at the gazes cast at him, gritted his teeth and said, "Our Lu family will also offer 2 pieces." When the other responsible persons saw him like this, they couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. The person in charge of the Lu family is simply shooting himself in the foot. You can only count when you see the bodies. Let's start. As soon as Guihe finished speaking, the other teams began to hunt monsters in high spirits. Magic tool. Who doesn't want it? All their teams split up in a fan shape and surrounded the demons inward. Wu Dahai was walking in front, but the other teams had already started, and they were the only ones who didn't encounter a single general-level warrior. Damn it, where have all these general-level monsters gone? Wu Dahai roared. He originally wanted to show off his strength, impress these 2 beauties, and maybe even hook up with 1 or 2 of them. But these are all slave-level monsters, and there is no room for them to display their abilities. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance, and the next moment 2 roars came towards them. "There's a demon." Wu Dahai said something, and after determining a direction, he led them to look for it. The outskirts of Taihang Mountain had already been surrounded and suppressed once, so there were not many demons left. But every day there are demons running out from the depths of Taihang Mountains, so they must be cleared out every once in a while. After Li Yu and his companions passed through some bushes, they saw 2 demons fighting each other. 2-eared fire python, 1-horned demon pig. Mu Nugio looked at the two demons and immediately said their names.
The two-eared fire python has two strange ears on its head, is more than 7 meters long, and is very huge. The one-horned demon pig is as big as 2 adult elephants, with a sharp horn on its head that is extremely black and extremely poisonous. If its sharp horns pierce your skin and the poison is not removed in time, death will be near. It seems that the strength of these two monsters is close to the advanced stage of generals, said the young man standing next to Wu Dahai.
What's wrong with him being an advanced general? We will kill him anyway.
Wu Dahai said, but he was just saying that. The two generals here are in the advanced stage, they are really not that good. If he were to use a summoning vessel, it wouldn't be worth it just for the advancement of two generals. Since his summoning vessel can only be used once a day, it can be said to be a means of preserving his life. He would not use it easily unless it was a critical moment.
Wu Dahai looked at Li Yu and asked, Li Yu, what do you think?
Don't worry, maybe we can still find a bargain.
Li Yu replied. Li Yu had just been observing the fight between the two demons.
Each attack they made on the other was extremely deadly, but they were also cautious enough. So, this will be a fight to the death, and it will be the kind that will not end until one dies. At the same time, he also discovered that the eyes of the unicorn pig seemed a little different. Li Yu felt that Mu Nugio should know the answer, and when he was about to ask, the system's voice rang out.
Trigger the God-level choice.
Please make a choice based on the current situation.
Option 1, ask as Mu Nugio, and you will be rewarded with a maid outfit.
Option 2, ask as Jiao Jiao, and the reward is to upgrade the beginner win system to the 4th level. Option 3, ask as Little Sister, and you will be rewarded with a random beginner level magic tool. Option 4, ask as Wife, and you will be rewarded with a spirit seed of random attribute. To be honest, when Li Yu heard the 4th option, he wanted to try it, but it seemed a little. For the reward, there is no need.
He finally chose the 2nd option.
Li Yu asked the slave girl on the left, Jiao Jiao, are the eyes of this unicorn demon pig always blood red?
Jiao Jiao.
The others turned their heads suddenly and looked at Li Yu.
The same went for AI Tutu. She looked at Li Yu and then at Mu Nugio.
Suddenly he realized, Sister Mu, so you two know each other.
Mu Nugio's face was full of question marks. What the hell did she know?
We don't know each other.
So he called you Jiao Jiao?
Sister Mu, tell me honestly, is this guy your secretly hidden boyfriend? AI Tutu immediately used her imagination and thought that only a boyfriend could call someone so intimate.
Li Yu also admires AI Tutu's imagination.
She has big breasts. Mu Nugio said unhappily, you have always been by my side.
Don't you know whether I have a boyfriend or not?
That's right. AI Tutu touched his chin and nodded repeatedly. Mu Nugio rolled her eyes at her, looked at Li Yu coldly and said, I'm not familiar with you, please call me by my name.
My sister Mu is the campus belle in high school.
There are so many people who like her. Your looks are still a little lacking. AI Tutu said from the side.
High school? Could it be that Mu Nugio is still in her senior year of high school? Under 18?
That bothers you.
You're right, my looks are indeed a little off.
Li Yu looked up and felt that the weather was a bit hot, so he lifted up his shirt to fan himself. The dazzling 8-pack abdominal muscles suddenly appeared in AI Tutu's field of vision. She swallowed and pretended she saw nothing. Mu Nugio held her forehead with her hand in embarrassment, but still answered Li Yu's question. The eyes of the unicorn demon pig are indeed not blood red. After hearing this, others also began to pay attention to the eyes of the unicorn demon pig. The eyes of ordinary unicorn demon pigs are mostly white and less black, and their eyes are cloudy. Blood red eyes like these made them all feel a little strange.
Why are we studying its eyes? Shouldn't we be discussing how to deal with them? Wu Dahai said.
At one moment, the others also came to their senses and were almost taken in by Li Yu. Li Yu gave a dry laugh and discussed with them how to deal with the two demons. Soon, the two demons began to feel tired, and both seemed to want to kill the other with one blow. At this moment, Li Yu discovered that the eyes of the one-horned demon pig became even redder. It was like it was dyed with a layer of blood red, and it looked quite scary. Suddenly, the two-eared fire python was about to launch a new round of attack, but its wounds were constantly festering, and the blood flowing out turned black. The two-eared fire python clearly felt the severe pain in its body, and then it roared at the one-horned demon pig and rushed out like an arrow. The unicorn demon pig had already made preparations. It suddenly dodged to the side, and the sharp horn on its head suddenly stabbed towards the two-eared fire python. The two-eared fire python screamed heart-wrenchingly, but the one-horned demon pig showed no sign of letting go. Taking advantage of the situation, the unicorn demon pig pushed the two-eared fire python under a big tree that required 3 or 4 people to hug it. Its front paws suddenly stepped on the 7 inches of the two-eared fire python, and the sharp horns on its head stabbed out again. The two-eared fire python couldn't bear it any longer and suddenly spewed out a large amount of flames from its mouth. But even so, the flames failed to make the unicorn demon pig retreat, and the latter continued to pierce the body of the two-eared fire python with its sharp horns. The two-eared fire python lost. Mu Nugio said. P.S. There may be another update tonight, but it will be quite late. Chapter 70 still can't think of a chapter title. This is a result that everyone can guess, because the two-eared fire python has no chance of turning the tables. Moreover, its skin is now festering and it cannot survive at all. After a moment, the unicorn demon pig immediately bit the body of the two-eared fire python, as if it was looking for something, and gradually became crazy. What's wrong with it? AI Tutu asked with horror in his heart as he looked at the one-horned demon pig that was madly biting the body of the two-eared fire python. The others shook their heads at the same time. They didn't understand what the unicorn pig was looking for. Sudden. A slave-level wolf demon rushed over from an unknown direction. The one-horned demon pig's blood-red eyes suddenly looked towards the wolf demon that suddenly appeared. The unicorn demon pig's 4 hooves suddenly flew out and pounced on the wolf demon in an instant. The wolf demon had no time to react at all. By the time it came to its senses, it had already been stepped on by the unicorn demon pig. The one-horned demon pig roared at the wolf demon, but no matter how the latter struggled, it could not break free. Next second, the one-horned demon pig suddenly bit the wolf demon and tore off a nimble wolf leg. The scene was extremely bloody. After seeing the bright red blood, the unicorn demon pig became even crazier and bit the wolf demon's body even more violently. AI Tutu retched when she saw this. She really didn't expect this scene to happen. Although Mu Nugio looked a little nauseous, she was not like AI Tutu. The same goes for others. Li Yu had seen a zombie movie before, and the scenes in it were similar to the current ones. But only when you see it in person will you know how bloody and shocking the scene is. Jiao Jiao, is the one-horned demon pig a bloodthirsty monster? Li Yu looked at Mu Nugio and asked. When the others heard this, they all looked at her. Mu Nugio didn't want to answer Li Yu's question, but seeing so many people looking at her with doubt, she said, the unicorn demon pig is not a bloodthirsty demon. Wu Dahai was about to say something, but Li Yu beat him around the bush again. We are here to kill monsters, not to study them, said Wu Dahai. Others suddenly realized it. Yes. They are here to kill the demons. Li Yu has tricked me again. Wu Dahai smiled and said, I'll go first. Having finally encountered a demon, he had to show off his skills in front of the two girls. Shadow Wolf, Giant Python. Wu Dahai did not hold back and directly summoned his 2 general-level demons. The Shadow Wolf and the Giant Python moved in an instant, shooting out in 2 different directions. At this moment, the one-horned demon pig seemed to sense the danger, and its blood-red eyes immediately looked in the direction of the Shadow Wolf. It grinned, and after seeing the Shadow Wolf, its eyes became even crazier. Next second, the one-horned demon pig suddenly ran towards the Shadow Wolf, and its sharp horn suddenly stabbed out. Fortunately, the Shadow Wolf reacted quickly and narrowly avoided the attack of the one-horned demon pig. On the other side, the Giant Python came behind the unicorn demon pig and coiled towards it. However, the unicorn demon pig did not give any chance at all. In an instant, it stepped on the body of the Giant Python with its front paw. Ice Lock Pongmong. In the moment of crisis, Wu Dahai finally drew out the Ice Star map. An ice chain was madly set off around the unicorn demon pig. The unicorn demon pig looked around, but failed to avoid the sudden ice chains. The cold ice slowly wrapped around the unicorn demon pig, as if trying to crush it. But at this moment, the unicorn demon pig suddenly shattered the ice chain with strength from nowhere. Damn, the generals in the advanced stage are really powerful. Wu Dahai couldn't help but curse. If he hadn't taken action, the giant python would probably have fallen into the hands of the one-horned demon pig. What are you standing there for? Come here quickly. Wu Dahai said to Li Yu and others behind him. Koan's Forest Wild Growth. One of the Wu family members completed the plant star map. Countless vines suddenly emerged from the ground. They were as flexible as snakes, and the wildly growing vines immediately wrapped around the unicorn demon pig.
Thunderbolt Wild Dance.
Another member of the Wu family also took action. The unicorn demon pig was bound by vines, leaving it with little space to hide.
So many lightning bolts struck down like a downpour, all hitting the unicorn demon pig.
"Brother Chang, good job," Wu Dahai said to the young man behind him. They thought that even if the unicorn pig was a demon that had advanced to the level of a warrior, it should at least be injured when faced with so many lightning strikes, right? To their surprise, there was no scar on the unicorn pig's body.
The lightning just now was just like tickling him.
Oh my god!
The third level intermediate lightning magic is useless?
Wu Dahai said in astonishment.
Suddenly,
the unicorn demon pig broke free from the vines, stomped on the ground, and rushed towards Wu Dahai.
Light blessing and protection.
Another member of the Wu family took action, and a layer of white light enveloped them. The unicorn demon pig crashed violently into the light layer, but did not immediately break Guan You's defense.
It seems to have become stronger.
Do you feel that? A young man from the Wu family suddenly said. Just now, when the unicorn demon pig and the two-eared giant python were fighting, they were all watching from the side.
The strength of this unicorn demon pig is obviously stronger than before.
Li Yu, why don't you try it? Wu Dahai knew that Li Yu was a little stronger than them, especially when Li Yu used the fire element and the sword. Li Yu was just observing and was not in a hurry to take action, but in the current environment, he might have no choice but to take action. In an instant, the unicorn demon pig smashed the light shield, and its sharp horn was within reach.
Ice Lock. Kuwan's Forest.
The ice chains and vines rushed towards the unicorn demon pig again frantically. The unicorn demon pig became more and more irritable and restless. When the ice chains and vines touched its body, they were broken in an instant. The Sword King emerged, and Li Yu's sharp eyes fell on the unicorn demon pig. Li Yu raised the flaming long sword above his head, and violent flames suddenly surged out of the sword.
Sunset.
As the two words fell, a huge fireball condensed on the tip of the sword. The fireball was spinning rapidly, and seemed to be absorbing the flames from the sword.
The surrounding temperature also felt extremely hot as the fireball grew.
Everyone around Li Yu was sweating profusely, and their bodies were soaked with sweat. In an instant, a fireball larger than the unicorn demon pig was formed.
Cut.
Li Yu did not hesitate and slashed down with his sword. At this moment, the huge fireball, like a madly running wheel, rolled towards the unicorn demon pig. The unicorn demon pig was still tearing apart the surrounding ice chains and vines when a huge fireball suddenly appeared in front of him. The originally deep red outer layer of the flame was immediately covered with a layer of dark blue flame after the fireball exploded. The moment the fireball exploded, a heat wave surged and swept in all directions. The unicorn demon pig was swallowed by the dark blue flames, as if it was submerged in the sea, and no one could see clearly what was happening in the flames.
Chapter 71. I can't think of this chapter either.
Wu Dahai, Mu Nujio and others retreated several meters because Li Yu's skill was too threatening. Even though they were standing not far away and watching, they felt very unsafe.
Li Yu, your strength has improved again?
Wu Dahai recalled the scene of the fireball exploding just now, and he was not sure that even his own cold-armored black turtle would be able to catch it. After the battle, the Sword King had been promoted to the advanced stage of general.
Coupled with Li Yu's Fire Soul Fire, the power of this slash is much stronger than the third level of the intermediate fire element.
The unicorn demon pig that was engulfed by the flames did not react at all, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Mu Nujio also looked at Li Yu and frowned slightly.
This man's strength was too outrageous. She asked curiously, "Is this sword your summoned beast?"
"Yes,"
Li Yu replied. The reason why Mu Nujio knows so much about monsters is because she regards studying monsters as a kind of pleasure.
But the long sword summoned beast in Li Yu's hand was a type he had never seen before.
AI Tutu also asked curiously, "Li Yu, is this your dimensional beast or your contracted beast?"
Dimensional beasts are summoned beasts that are summoned through the dimension for the first time at the beginner level.
Contract summoning is the summoning system that has reached the intermediate level.
It then signs a contract with an existing monster to make it your own summoned beast. Wu Dahai's Shadow Wolf is his contracted beast, otherwise his summoned beast would not be able to upgrade so quickly. However, in the battle for resources, he was still defeated by the two perverts Li Yu and Mu Ningxue.
Dimensional beast. Li Yu answered casually. Dimensional beast. AI Tutu's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Li Yu with a new respect.
This strength is stronger than his brother. She thought her brother was strong enough, but she didn't expect to meet someone stronger than her brother. AI Tutu approached Liu and said, Liu, Sister Mu likes strong people the most. You have a great chance. Liu looked down inadvertently and saw that AI Tutu's white t-shirt was already soaked with sweat, and that seductive outline appeared in his eyes at this time. It's really big. Liu looked up immediately, pretending he saw nothing. AI Tutu looked down with some confusion, and his face instantly flushed. The sweat-soaked white t-shirt not only revealed her outline, but also Sister Mu. AI Tutu felt a little regretful. She really shouldn't have come here wearing this white t-shirt today. Mu Nugio also noticed AI Tutu's embarrassing look, and a whirlwind surrounded her body, gradually drying her shirt. Wu Dahai didn't know what AI Tutu was shouting, and at this moment he looked over at her. What's wrong? Wu Dahai asked. It's okay. The whirlwind on AI Tutu's body dissipated, and he said hesitantly. Wu Dahai curled his lips, walked up to Liu and said, Liu, is the unicorn demon pig dead? Is there only ashes left? She was very worried about the corpse of the unicorn demon pig. If only ashes were left, it would not be considered that they had killed a general-level demon. I don't know. Liu shook his head. This was also the first time he tried the Sword King's new skill, and even he himself didn't know how powerful it was. There were no screams of the unicorn demon pig in the Sea of Fire, but it was surprisingly quiet, which made them all very eager to know the result. Look! Suddenly, someone pointed at the Sea of Fire in the distance and exclaimed. Liu and others looked over immediately and saw the one-horned demon pig walking out of the Sea of Fire. However, the unicorn demon pig's body was covered with burn wounds and it emitted a burnt smell. After the unicorn demon pig came out, blood began to flow from the wound again. Looking at it now, the unicorn demon pig is even more terrifying. Because now its whole body is bleeding, and blood is constantly dripping from its body. Get ready for battle. Wu Dahai said with increased vigilance. Although Liu's sword just now was quite powerful, it might not be so easy to knock down a general and advance to the next level. Next second, the unicorn demon pig raised its sharp fangs and charged towards Mu Nugio. Wind. Before Mu Nugio finished her words, Liu, who was beside her, stepped on the wind track and hugged her in an instant. The unicorn demon pig missed its target and turned to the other people. Ice vines, cover. Vines, entanglement. The others immediately joined in a fight with the unicorn demon pig. Is it comfortable to be hugged? Mu Nugio looked up and asked angrily. It's okay, but there's a little fat on the legs. Liu said lightly. Hearing this, Mu Nugio really wanted to leave her 5-finger print on Liu's face. Mu Nugio broke free from Liu's hands and landed on the ground with both feet. AI Tutu also ran to their side at this time and said with a click of the tongue, there really is something wrong with you too. Mu Nugio rolled her eyes at AI Tutu and didn't want to answer her at all. It seems to have become weaker. Mu Nugio said, looking in the direction of the unicorn demon pig. Liu looked and found that both the speed and strength of the unicorn demon pig seemed to have decreased significantly. What's going on? Could it be the credit of my sword? But this unicorn demon pig obviously only suffered minor injuries and it was impossible for it to collapse so quickly. The unicorn demon pig seems to have become weaker, let your summoned beasts attack together. Wu Dahai said to the 3 people behind him. As soon as the words fell, the 3 young men from the Wu family immediately drew a star map. Both sides fight at the general level. One that is extremely close to becoming a general. Birds, monitor lizards, lions. The 3-headed demon suddenly pounced on the one-horned demon pig. All of a sudden, the 4 demons started fighting each other, but the one-horned demon pig still did not fall into a disadvantage. Ice lock, bone crushing. While they were fighting, Wu Dahai completed the ice magic star map. The ice chains wrapped around the unicorn pig and then suddenly squeezed towards it. Koan's forest crazy growth. In order to prevent the unicorn demon pig from breaking free, the person with plant-type magic also completed the plant-type star map when Wu Dahai released the ice magic. The body of the unicorn demon pig was constantly squeezed by the double shackles, and blood kept flowing out of the outer layer of its skin. The unicorn demon pig roared, but it could not break free from the ice and vines. Superior. Wu Dahai gave orders to the summoned beasts. Claws, bite. Another horrifying wound was left on the body of the unicorn demon pig. Wu Dahai looked at the unicorn demon pig that had been struggling fiercely just now, and gradually became motionless, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the strength of the unicorn demon pig has been greatly reduced, otherwise it would be a big trouble.
We killed a demon at the advanced warrior stage?
AI Tuta looked at the fallen unicorn pig and waved her little fist excitedly, as if she had really participated in it.
Suddenly, a foul odor filled the air and everyone smelled it. Fuck, what's that smell? Wu Dahai cursed. Chapter 72 Demonic Tide.
Not only Wu Dahai smelled the stench, but everyone present smelled it. Everyone immediately covered their mouths and noses and ran quickly in other directions.
The smell is so bad that no one can stand it.
Just when Liu was about to leave, he saw a small, spider-like creature crawling out of the body of the unicorn demon pig.
If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to detect the existence of this creature at all.
After the little blood-red spider crawled out, it immediately burrowed into the dense woods.
It was no longer possible for Liu to catch it.
Wu Dahai had just hidden far away, and only came out when the stench had almost dissipated.
We got 2 general-level warriors. Wu Dahai laughed.
I have to say they were lucky, they killed one and picked up another. Other teams may only be able to kill great generals, but they killed 2 advanced generals.
The gap is extremely large.
After Guo he remembered the 2 demons, Liu and the others continued to move forward.
During this period, they encountered hundreds of slave-level monsters. The slave-level monsters posed no threat to them and were easily dealt with.
At the same time, 3 small generals and 2 large generals were also killed. With everyone working together, all these general-level demons were killed.
Roar! Suddenly,
a huge roar came from the depths of Taihang Mountains.
The entire ground seemed to be shaking with the roar. What's going on?
Wu Dahai looked around and said in horror. At this time, the head of the Mu family looked up into the depths of Taihang Mountains.
Uncle Lei, have they started to take action?
Mu Nujio asked with a frown.
Mu Lei shook his head.
Logically speaking, these people are still in Taihang Mountains, and those people cannot act like this. Liu didn't understand what they were communicating about, but he knew that this roar could not be made by a general-level demon.
It is very likely to be at the commander level.
Just as they were all exclaiming and roaring, a figure suddenly flew out in a hurry in the distance.
They all looked over.
The man was wearing a dark green military uniform and was obviously a soldier stationed in Taihang Mountains. At this time, the soldier came in front of Liu and his friends, and they could see the wounds on the soldier's body clearly. His wounds were still bleeding, and his body was covered in blood that had not yet dried.
Leave here quickly. The soldier came to Liu and said urgently. The slave chief asked, what happened? Demon tide.
The soldier gasped and finally said 3 words. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the others were shocked and their hearts skipped a beat. Leave immediately, the head of the Mu family said hurriedly.
The others nodded and ran out of Taihang Mountain without looking back. Liu naturally knew what the demon tide was.
He took the injured officer with him and immediately left with them.
Demon tide. It only appears when powerful demons are fighting for territory. Generally, it is a fight between 2 demon tribes. The scene is extremely bloody and basically a fight to the death.
However, those lurking demons do not want to be affected, so they will move on a large scale.
As soon as Liu and others left, they felt the vibration from the ground. Quick!
The head of the Mu family was quite responsible and did not abandon those who had no relationship with him just because he was a high-level wizard. Then he took out a signal torch from somewhere.
Aiming at the sky, the head of the herdsman pressed the button on the signal tube.
A flash of red broke through the sky from the signal tube, and after a loud bang, a red firework bloomed. When the other teams and leaders saw the news, they all looked at each other in bewilderment. Captain Guo, are they encountering any difficult problems over there? Asked one of the responsible persons.
Evacuate. Guo he did not hesitate.
The signal conveyed the message of evacuation, and he would never take any chances with this kind of information.
The person in charge didn't say anything and asked the team to evacuate immediately. Deep in Taihang Mountains, countless demons poured out from the depths frantically. Wherever they passed by, it was like a large army approaching.
The scene was extremely spectacular.
Liu and his team surrounded the enemy all the way and were the team closest to the deepest part of all the teams. They could tell from the vibrations on the ground that the demonic tide was not far from them. Maybe it's south still close.
Wu Dahai and his friends were running desperately, and they originally wanted the Wu family member to summon a flying summoned beast. But after seeing the demon flying overhead, he immediately gave up the idea. A black mass of demons flew over their heads, and the sky was more dangerous than the ground.
They are coming, one of them said very fearfully. What nonsense are you talking about? Run away. Wu Dahai couldn't help but curse him. AI Tutu looked back and saw several wolf-like monsters appearing not far from them. They are coming. AI Tutu screamed. Ice lock.
The head of the Mu family stopped and released a mid-level magic. Dense chains of ice suddenly wrapped around the big trees in the forest, forming a huge ice net.
The demons rushing in the front suddenly crashed into the ice net. The same was true for the demons rushing over from behind.
In just a moment, the pile was filled with the corpses of demons that were trampled to death.
Wind track.
Suddenly, the head of the Mu family, who had left the team, caught up with the team in a whirlwind.
The woods ahead are not so dense. We can fly low in the woods. Clear.
The summoning mage with the flying bird responded. The demon is coming again, someone in the crowd exclaimed.
Hurry up and summon them.
I will hold them back, said the head of the Mu family. Facing the demons that were about to rush over, he stomped his feet hard, and a layer of ice spread from the soles of his feet towards the demons. In an instant, countless spikes appeared in the ice, and the ice was dyed red with blood. Wu Dahai first completed the summoning star map and summoned his own shadow wolf.
Dahai, take me with you, said the young man next to Wu Dahai.
Wu Dahai originally wanted to bring Mu Nugio or AI Tutu, but this guy was so shameless that he actually sat on his summoned beast.
Damn it! Wu Dahai cursed in his heart and didn't want to think about anything else.
Another summoning mage also summoned his own bird. The bird is not very big and can only accommodate 3 people sitting on it. The people from the Wu family occupied 2 seats, so there is still room for 1 more person.
Liu put the injured soldier on without thinking much. At the moment, there are only 3 people left, Liu, Mu Nugio, and AI Tutu. How could they do this? Don't they know that ladies come first? AI Tutu said angrily. Mu Nugio didn't say anything.
After all, when facing life and death, everyone is selfish. Liu summoned the Sword King, and the system prompt sounded in his mind.
Chapter 73. My hand is not very obedient. Trigger the God-level selection system.
Please make a choice based on the current environment.
Option 1, leave Mu Nugio and AI Tutu behind and leave. Reward them with 999 favorability points.
Option 2, take AI Tutu away with your sword, and you will be rewarded with an intermediate wind system upgrade to the 3rd level. Option 3, take Mu Nugio away with your sword, and you will be rewarded with the space system upgraded to the intermediate level. Option 4, take Mu Nugio and AI Tutu away with your sword, and you will be rewarded with an intermediate lightning system upgrade to the 4th level.
Liu didn't have time to think about it.
It was not impossible to bring 2 people, and the reward was also considerable. He immediately stepped on the sword and said to AI Tutu, "Come up." Suddenly, Mu Nugio and AI Tutu both looked at Liu and noticed the long sword at his feet.
Flying a sword. This is so cool. AI Tutu looked surprised.
She is always interested in new things. The long sword can only hold 2 people.
AI Tutu looked at Mu Nugio and asked, "What should we do, Sister Mu?" "I have a way. Just hold on to me first." Liu turned his head and said. AI Tutu grabbed Liu's shoulders, leaving a big gap between the 2 of them. "Take off."
As soon as Liu finished speaking, his sword flew out. He squatted slightly and suddenly picked up Mu Nugio. Due to inertia, AI Tutu suddenly leaned forward, with his whole body pressed against Liu's back. Liu picked up Mu Nugio and stood up again, as if he had scratched something soft.
AI Tutu hummed softly from behind. "Well."
Liu suddenly thought of something, and looked straight ahead without changing his expression. At this moment, the long sword suddenly flew out. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Liu's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is that the lightning system has been upgraded to the 4th level.
Marvelous.
A strong wind blew in her face, and AI Tutu immediately forgot the embarrassment just now, and it was not her fault that she had big breasts. However, Mu Nugio was always looking elsewhere and didn't dare to look up at Liu.
"Sister Mu, how does it feel to be carried like a princess?" AI Tutu hooked his hands on Liu's shoulders and no longer treated Liu as an outsider. "Rabbit." Munu looked at AI Tutu angrily.
AI Tutu stuck out his tongue at Mu Nugio, completely forgetting that there was a demon chasing them.
Go!
AI Tutu was shouting excitedly behind Liu, which was really a bit overwhelming for him.
Whose computer doesn't have hundreds of GB of high-definition learning materials?
Liu, along with Mu Nugio and AI Tutu, quickly caught up with Wu Dahai and the flying bird. When Wu Dahai saw AI Tutu being so close to Liu, he wanted to kick the idiot behind him away. They were moving very fast, and the head of the Mu family behind them also caught up. During this period, Liu and his team also met people from other teams. When those people saw Liu holding a beauty in his arms and a huge guy behind him, they all looked at him with envy. What makes most people feel helpless is that others have summoned beasts, but they can only rely on their own legs.
Liu looked at those people, but did not see Liya and the others.
I hope they are okay. After all, they are all the younger generation of the Li family. If they died, it would be a big blow to the Li family. Especially Liya, her status in the family is no less than his, and she absolutely cannot die here because of this matter. The Li family still needs Liya's father to support them, so nothing can happen to Liya.
Liu, look up there. Suddenly, AI Tutu's panicked voice sounded.
Liu looked up in confusion and saw a number of eagles swooping down from above his head. Among them there is also a flying eagle at the level of a great general.
But now he has no energy to fight back. The eagle swooped down on all of them in an instant. Fiery fist, blast the sky.
The head of the Mu family, who was originally restraining the demons behind, freed his hands and released a mid-level fire magic.
Next second,
a tornado of fire instantly engulfed the swooping eagle in flames.
It's okay, it's okay.
AI Tutu breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the eagle engulfed in flames behind him.
Mu Nugio frowned and said, "Aren't you happy too early?"
Hearing this, AI Tutu looked upwards again and saw another group of eagles swooping towards them.
AI Tutu asked, "What should we do?" Jiajiao, hug my neck. Liu lowered his head and said to Mu Nugio.
Mu Nugio hesitated at first, but she still stretched out her arms and hugged Liu's neck. At this time, Liu freed up one hand, and a ball of fire ignited on his fist. The Firestar map was also completed at this time, fierce fist blasting sky. Those slave-level flying eagles with blood-red eyes were suddenly engulfed by the dark blue flames.
Liu, it's flying over there again.
AI Tutu rubbed his hands nervously and pointed in a direction.
Liu swallowed and felt a little thirsty. Next moment, the little thunder dragon appeared beside Liu. Roar, roar, roar. Wow! This little guy is so cute.
AI Tutu wanted to touch the little thunder dragon's head from behind, but was scared away by the sudden lightning that came out of its body.
Deal with them and follow us,
Liu said to Xiao Leilong.
Ha ha. No problem.
The little thunder dragon burst out with terrifyingly dense lightning, and suddenly shot towards the group of flying eagles. There are more and more demons around them now, and they must leave quickly. However, I don't know if the troops stationed outside can hold out.
Whisper.
Shortly after Liu took off, a crisp sound suddenly came from the sky above them.
What's that sound?
AI Tutu asked curiously. Liu didn't want to pay attention to it at all, he just wanted to leave here quickly. Why do you care about his voice? As soon as the voice fell, Mu Nugio in Liu's arms suddenly said, "Be careful." Liu didn't know what to be careful of, and when he looked up, it was too late.
Green scale shield.
In an instant, a magic shield made of green fish scales appeared in Mu Nugio's hand. A powerful ball of fire suddenly hit the Qinglin's shield, and Liu and the other two fell from the flying swords to the ground. Liu landed first, and the two people in front of him pounced on him.
You rascal, where are you grabbing Sister Mu?
AI Tutu was the first to stand up and saw the scene in front of him.
I said this was an accident, do you believe it?
This was really an accident, he didn't even know how he ended up there.
Mu Nugio shook off Liu's dirty hands and stood up expressionlessly. What was that just now?
Liu changed the subject. That was high-level magic, the Skyflame funeral.
AI Tutu answered quickly.
Liu looked around and saw that the woods in the distance had become a sea of fire. If someone uses high-level magic, it means they may have encountered a commander-level person.
Mu Nugio said. High-level magic consumes a lot of magic energy. If it is only at the general level, then it is not necessary.
Only the commander level is worthy of the high-level magician to release high-level magic. Liu looked around and said, "Let's worry about ourselves first.
Our situation doesn't seem to be very optimistic." Chapter 74 Thunderbolt Electric Field.
Mu Nugio and AI Tutu withdrew their gaze and looked at the surrounding environment.
Demons. AI Tutu took a step back.
At this time, they were surrounded by demons.
Vine binding.
Mu Nugio was not frightened by the scene before her. She completed the plant star track after a moment.
Those speed-type wolf monsters were immediately entangled by vines. Fire spray double explosion. In an instant, Liyu's fire magic followed. Those entangled slave-level demons suddenly turned into charred corpses. So powerful. AI Tutu looked at the elementary magic that Liyu had just released in surprise and couldn't help but exclaimed. Even Mu Nugio was the same.
The aura of those demons was at least at the advanced slave level, which was even more powerful than ordinary slaves. But after being attacked by Liyu's fire magic, he turned into a charred corpse in an instant.
Is this the 4th level elementary magic of the fire element? Mu Nugio asked. That's right. As soon as Liyu finished speaking, he released a fire double explosion to the other side again. AI Tutu finally traced out the star track and released a primary plant magic. He then said, Liyu, your flame is different from others. Is it a spiritual fire? It's soul fire. Liyu replied. AI Tutu said, soul fire. I'm so envious. I want to get a soul seed when the time comes. Liyu did not respond.
Their current situation was still acceptable, but they had to escape from the encirclement as soon as possible.
Wind disc, tornado.
When Liyu took action just now, he bought time for Mu Nugio to draw the star map.
A huge tornado roared out, opening a gap in the encirclement. Liyu, over there.
Mu Nugio pointed at the open gap and said,
Come up.
Liyu picked up Mu Nugio, and AI Tutu immediately jumped onto the sword and flew towards the gap torn by the wind disc.
Those demons ran away in an instant, chasing after them without stopping. Liyu, hurry up. They are chasing us. AI Tutu hugged Liyu tightly and said nervously.
Of course Liyu knew that they were going to catch up, but the problem was, there were 3 of them now. AI Tutu looked behind him and said, their eyes are so scary. Liyu thought carefully and the eyes of the demons that surrounded them just now seemed to be blood red. Exactly the same as that one-horned demon pig. But now is not the time to think about these things, all they need to do is escape.
There were simply too many demons behind him.
Although he was a mid-level wizard, it would be extremely dangerous if he was attacked by a group of people. At this time, the little thunder dragon flew over from the sky, with 2 great general-level flying eagles behind it.
The little thunder dragon called out to Liyu.
You're a jerk. Liyu cursed at the little thunder dragon, then looked up at the 2 fighting generals, the flying eagles. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. If these 2 flying eagles were not dealt with, there would be trouble later.
Come down. Liyu stopped the flying sword, and Mu Nugio and AI Tutu jumped down.
Take good care of yourself. As the voice fell, Liyu rushed straight towards the 2 flying eagles.
AI Tutu worriedly asked, those are 2 flying eagles. Will Liyu be okay? No.
Mu Nugio said as she followed the little thunder dragon to deal with the servant-level monsters that were chasing them.
Above the sky.
Liyu flew on his sword, and the 2 eagles swooped towards him.
Fiery fist, blast the sky. A flame like a long dragon suddenly shot out from Liyu's fist. The 2 eagles were very fast and dodged Liyu's attack by turning sideways.
The 2 eagles attacked Liyu from different directions, and their claws as sharp as swords suddenly scratched his chest. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and no harm was done to him.
That was a close call.
Liyu steadied his body, and at this moment it seemed as if something was brewing above his head. The 2 great generals failed in their attack and turned in a graceful arc in mid-air, rushing towards Liyu again.
Thunderbolt electric disaster.
Liyu took advantage of the 2 demons approaching to complete the drawing of the Thunderstar map.
This is the 4th level intermediate magic. Moreover, it has been fused with a thunder-type soul, so its power is self-evident.
After the 2 flying eagles approached Liyu, countless lightning bolts swarmed down.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
No matter how fast they are, they can't be faster than such dense lightning bombardment. The 2 great generals were knocked to the ground the next moment.
Fierce fist earth shatter. Liyu did not give them any chance to fight back. He jumped off the flying sword and the Firestar map was already drawn. Already injured by lightning, they were engulfed in flames once again.
Liyu didn't know whether they were dead or not, but if they weren't dead, they would at least have their skin shed.
Next second,
he stepped on the flying sword and flew towards Mu Nugio and the others. At this time, Mu Nugio, AI Tutu, and others were in a tough battle.
Why hasn't Liu come back yet? We can't hold on any longer.
Facing such a large group of demons, AI Tutu, a beginner wizard, is completely useless.
Vine binding. Mu Nugio looked calm.
She was observing the demons around her and controlling them unexpectedly at the critical moment.
Bunny, be careful.
Suddenly, a demon hiding in the dark took advantage of the time when AI Tutu was intersecting the star tracks and suddenly rushed out from the group of demons.
The bloody mouth was biting towards AI Tutu.
Before AI Tutu turned around and could use the shield magic tool, she saw the demon approaching her.
Telekinesis air shield.
The demon originally wanted to bite off AI Tutu's head, but was blocked by something.
AI Tutu looked panicked, but still retreated to Mu Nugio's side.
Liu landed in front of the two of them, raised his hands, and his fists burst into blue flames, fire spray double explosion.
Those demons that wanted to rush over were swallowed by the flames in an instant. Are you okay?
Mu Nugio asked softly.
It's okay. AI Tutu was still in shock.
If it weren't for Liu, she would have really died here. Liu looked at the demons that were gathering around him and said to the little thunder dragon, "Stop them."
Yin yin yin.
The little thunder dragon responded, and the thunder and lightning became violent again, making crackling sounds. Suddenly, the little thunder dragon flapped its wings violently, and countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, crushing the rushing demons.
Vine binding. On the side, Mu Nugio and AI Tutu were also buying time for Liu. Thunderbolt electric disaster.
At this moment, Liu completed the Thunderstar map, and countless lightning bolts lashed down like a downpour. At this moment, those demons with blood-red eyes turned into corpses emitting a burnt stench. Mu Nugio looked at the magic that Liu released again, her eyes full of surprise.
Because this is not the third-level lightning magic. Chapter 75 Intermediate Space System.
Liu, you are not from 4 departments, but from 5 departments. AI Tutu seemed to have discovered something and pointed at Liu and said in surprise. At that time, she saw it clearly when Liu stepped on the wind track to save Mu Nugio. Then the summoning system, fire system, lightning system, and the space system just now were exposed.
This person possesses 5 magic systems at the intermediate level? This is incredible.
Mu Nugio had also discovered this before, but what she cared about was not Liu's magic system, but the fact that the latter was still so powerful despite possessing so many systems.
It's so perverted. How on earth did this guy practice? Since you have discovered my secret, how should I deal with you?
Liu said with a sly grin as he looked at the surprised AI Tutu.
AI Tutu immediately hid behind Mu Nugio and said, "Sister Mu, stop messing around, let's go quickly." Mu Nugio sighed and said seriously. Liu nodded and stopped playing with AI Tutu.
However, at this moment, 2 white eagles suddenly flew towards them in front of them. It's the military magician.
We are saved,
AI Tutu said excitedly. The 2 military magicians came to Liu and his group, and saw the charred body at the same time.
They asked in surprise, "Did you do this?" Liu killed them all. AI Tutu looked at Liu and said.
The 2 military mages nodded to Liu, and then one of them said,
"It's no longer safe here. We are here to take you away under orders." "Then let's go." AI Tutu didn't want to stay here for a moment. "But our flying eagle can only carry 2 people away,"
the military magician said embarrassedly.
Liu said, "You take them with you, I have a flying summoned beast."
"That's good," the military magician said, and asked Mu Nugio and AI Tutu to board the white eagle.
Sudden.
The eagles flying overhead were covering the sky and everyone frowned at this moment.
"Go!"
As soon as the military magician finished speaking, he immediately took them away.
Liu followed them on the flying sword.
It took a long time for them to break away from the dark flock of flying eagles.
"Sir, are we almost outside?" AI Tutu asked.
"Soon." The military wizard flew through the forest on his white eagle and then answered. At the same time, the military wizard next to him exclaimed, "Captain, a group of flamingos are flying towards us." As soon as that person finished speaking, Liu and the others all looked in the direction he was looking. There are at least 30 firebirds in this flock, and there seems to be a leader among them.
Full speed ahead.
The captain gritted his teeth and no longer cared about anything else. If they were attacked by this group of flamingos, none of them would be able to escape today. The white eagle next to Liu was where Munugio was sitting, and they were walking side by side. Munugio said, Liu, have you noticed that the eyes of those flamingos are also blood red? Also blood red? Liu hadn't noticed the eyes of the flamingo just now. When he turned around and saw it, he said, it's really blood red. The same thing happened to the demons that chased us before. Their eyes were all blood red. Munugio said again. Liu asked, so, you also think they are strange? Yes. Munugio has a very thorough understanding of demons, so it is impossible for those demons' eyes to be blood red. Liu then asked, do you have any guesses? I think their attack on us might have something to do with their eyes. Munugio spoke out her guess, and then continued, because only the monster with blood-red eyes attacked us. Liu recalled that those monsters seemed to have blood-red eyes, and the same was true for the molters at the moment. Just as they were about to say something, the molten bird in the sky attacked them. Football-sized fireballs suddenly shot towards them. The fireball exploded on the ground, and raging flames immediately splashed everywhere. The leader of the firebird flock stared at Liu and the others. When it raised its noble head, a huge fireball suddenly rose from its mouth. Base. A huge fireball suddenly shot out and in a moment, hit the woods ahead of them. The fire was spreading, and Liu and his companions' way was blocked by the flames. Hateful. The military mage captain looked at the flaming bird above his head and said to Liu, take her away and I'll hold them back. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Liu's mind. Trigger the god-level selection system. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, take AI-22 away with you, and you will be rewarded with an upgrade from the elementary space system to the 4th level. Option 2, stay behind to cover the retreat, and you will be rewarded with an intermediate level space system upgrade. Faced with these two choices, Liu decisively chose option 2. He has a full-level high-level lightning experience card, so he has a trump card to use even if he encounters danger. But it is not certain that the officer in front of him will stay behind to cover our retreat. Perhaps he will stay here forever. Let me do it, you take them away. Liu said to the military magician. The military mage wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Liu. Don't worry, they can't kill me. I will go find you when the time comes. The military magician hesitated. The order they received was to bring these family members back at all costs. Fiery fist, blast the sky. Liu punched the sky, and the firebirds were immediately engulfed by flames. Take them away quickly. Liu said to the military magician. I'll come back to find you after I take them back, said the military magician solemnly. Liu didn't say anything. At this time, AI-22 waved to Liu and said, Liu, come here. Liu drove his flying sword to AI-22 with doubt and asked, what's wrong? Suddenly, AI-22 leaned forward, rubbed his soft lips and kissed Liu's cheek. Then he said, this is to repay you for saving my life. You must come back. We will wait for you. As soon as the words fell, the two white eagles flew in another direction. Liu looked at the direction they left and said, a sneak attack is not a martial ethics thing. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and obtaining the intermediate level of space system. After going around in circles, I didn't expect that my space system had also been upgraded to the intermediate level. Shockingly, countless fireballs flew over Liu's head and instantly exploded on the ground, forming a sea of hot fire. After dodging with his sword, Liu looked sharply at the flock of flamingos above his head. The leader was a demon at the advanced level of a general, and was not easy to deal with. However, it would be quite easy if we just wanted to stop them from continuing their pursuit. Fire spray double explosion. Two balls of flame like long dragons suddenly burst out from Liu's fists and swept towards the firebird above his head. PS, 8.8 points. Chapter 76. Just give it a random chapter title. At this moment, the leader of the molters also shot out a ball of hot flame from its mouth, which collided with Liu's double explosion. The flames fell like rain, the forest was ignited by the flames, and a sea of fire suddenly formed around it. The scorching heat wave hit Liu in the face, and his clothes were already wet. Wind tracks soaring to the sky. In an instant, Liu connected the wind-type stars into star tracks. Wind track, soaring to the sky is a 4th level magic of the elementary wind system. At this time, Liu stepped on the whirlwind and rushed up into the sky as fast as lightning. Burning slash. He raised the sword above his head, and flames gushed out of the sword wildly, dyeing the sky red for a moment.
Molter's is very fast, and attacking it from the ground will not achieve the desired effect. Now!
The burning slash suddenly slashed out, and a large number of slave-level molten birds had no time to react and were chopped to the ground one after another.
The leader's sharp gaze instantly fixed on Liu. Its body was suddenly covered with burning flames and it immediately attacked Liu.
Liu fell from the air, threw the sword away, and suddenly stepped on the sword with both feet. At this moment, the Molter's leader suddenly attacked, grabbing Liu's chest with its sharp front claws.
Rhythm of space. In an instant, Liu completed the space star map. This was the moment he had been waiting for.
Molter's attack slowed down, as if it was frozen in this space. Suddenly, the group of slave-level firebirds saw this and immediately spewed out raging flames from their mouths.
Receive.
Liu stepped back suddenly, and the dark blue flames devoured all the ordinary fires. The space-time limit ended, and the Molter's leader glared at Liu again with a fierce look.
Why are you staring at me?
Liu cursed.
The Molter's leader let out a long roar, raised his head and gathered a huge fireball. Base.
The fireball was several times bigger than Liu's, but at this moment he was not afraid at all.
Swallow it.
Liu growled. In an instant, dark blue flames larger than the fireball suddenly surged out of his palms, and the two flames collided again. The huge fireball was still rushing towards Liu, but the dark blue flame seemed to be blocking the fireball from moving forward. At the last meter, the fireball did not move forward even a single inch.
Fiery fist, blast the sky.
Liu's fist was covered with blue flames, and he punched the huge fireball hard.
Suddenly, the fireball followed the dark blue flame and rushed towards the molten bird leader.
The fire was so huge, as if a huge wave was rolling in the air.
After a while, the Molter's leader fell from mid-air accompanied by flames.
Liu was just about to see if the flame bird leader was dead, but another group of birds flew towards him from the other side.
Again!
At this moment, another fierce roar came from the depths of Taihang Mountains.
Can't stay long.
As soon as he finished speaking, Liu flew on his sword, flying low towards Munugio and the others.
Ice lock bone crushing. Several ice chains rushed over from different directions and crushed the slave-level demons fiercely. Yaha, are you okay?
A young man from the Li family came to Li Yaha.
It's okay, thank you.
Li Yaha nodded in thanks and observed the situation around her.
Ground demon's eyes petrification.
A cold light flashed in Li Nang's eyes, and after a moment he combined the 7 star maps into a constellation. Those warrior-level demons that rushed over were petrified in an instant and turned into stone sculptures.
Wind Disk Tier.
Li Nang did not hesitate and completed the wind star map in a very short time. A tornado rose from the ground and instantly tore the stone sculptures of demons into pieces. These general-level beasts pose too great a threat to the younger generation, so they cannot be kept. Over there come 2 more general-level beasts, someone in the crowd exclaimed. They had bad luck and encountered powerful monsters during their retreat. Because of this, their rhythm was disrupted and they fell into this predicament. The military mages who came to support them were also killed by the demons, and now they can only rely on themselves.
Uncle Non, what should we do? Li Yaya looked at the demons approaching and began to feel scared.
After Li Nang raised his hand to kill several slave-level monsters, he said to everyone, "I'll make a gap for you.
As for whether you can escape alive, it depends on your luck."
The others looked at each other in bewilderment.
Their current situation was extremely passive.
If they continued to waste time like this, everyone would have to die here.
Okay, those people said in unison.
There were more and more demons around, and at this time there were not only general-level demons, but also a commander-level demon.
Frozen coffin.
Li Nang blurted out, and an ice coffin suddenly appeared above his head in front of him. The ice coffin emitted a terrifying cold air, and the bottom of the ice coffin was not sealed. In an instant, it suddenly smashed down from the sky towards the demon below. After the ice coffin fell, the extremely cold air spread in all directions and all the demons were suddenly frozen into ice sculptures.
In less than a second, a large number of slave-level and general-level warriors were all frozen in ice. Broken. Li Nang shouted coldly, and the ice sculptures shattered instantly. He said to everyone, "Go." Those people reacted very quickly and looked at the gap in front of them without any hesitation. "Uncle Non, let's go together," Li Yaha said. Li Nang pushed Li Yaya and said, "You go first, Li Wenfeng, take her away quickly."
Li Wenfeng grabbed Li Yaya's arm and pulled her towards the gap. Watching the two of them leave, Li Ning turned around and looked up at the commander-level demon crawling on a pile of rocks.
Winged Thunder Tiger. Li Yu said the name of this commander-level demon.
This tiger-like demon has purple fur, a pair of nimble wings, and a white pointed horn on its head.
Its huge body makes it the most conspicuous among all the monsters.
It raised its blood-red eyes, and mad murderous intent enveloped Li Ning.
Sudden.
A ray of lightning shot out from the mouth of the Winged Thunder Tiger and attacked Li Ning directly.
The light is too fast.
Li Ning was forced to use his shield magic tool, and only then was he able to block the attack of the Winged Thunder Tiger. At this time, the surrounding demons also rushed towards Li Ning frantically.
Rock barrier.
All of a sudden, a circle of huge rocks several meters high suddenly rose up around Li Ning, surrounding him. The Winged Thunder Tiger suddenly stood up, flapped its wings, and flew into the air. An energy ball of thunder element gradually formed and immediately shot out from the mouth of the Winged Thunder Tiger.
The thunder element exploded with a crackling sound in the air and immediately crushed towards Li Ning. Petrifying shield. Ground demon's eyes petrification.
Li Ning suddenly raised his head, and at this moment, the energy ball pressed down towards him.
Chapter 77 Promotion.
Suddenly, something appeared diagonally above Li Ning, blocking the huge energy ball.
At the same time, the lightning element energy ball immediately turned into sand and lost its color.
This is one of his trump cards, which can turn any element into sand. Petrification shield is in effect.
The energy ball turned into sand and suddenly fell from mid-air. The demon's eyes. He immediately looked at the commander-level demon. In an instant, the body of the Winged Thunder Tiger was gradually petrified.
At this time, Li Ning hurriedly escaped from the group of demons around him. The ice chain swept straight towards the demon in front. Li Ning used the wind track, stepped on the ice chain, and rushed towards the breakthrough point he had torn open. The Winged Thunder Tiger above violently shattered the stone layer on its body, and its fierce eyes fell on Li Ning, who was fleeing.
Whoosh! The Winged Thunder Tiger flapped its wings covered with lightning and swooped down towards Li Ning.
Li Yu flew on the sword for a long time and finally got rid of the troublesome guy above his head. However, at this moment, a familiar voice came to his ears. Li Yu looked towards the source of the sound and saw two staggering figures running towards him.
"Ya, you go first,"
Li Wenfeng said to Li Yaya.
Then, he quickly turned around and shouted to the demons, "Ice vines, cover."
The ground was covered with a layer of ice, and those slave-level monsters were instantly frozen into ice sculptures.
Fiery fist, blast the sky. At this moment, a ball of raging flame suddenly fell into these ice sculptures.
The fire burned so fiercely that the monsters in the ice sculptures were instantly engulfed by the flames.
Li Yata and Li Wenfeng both looked up at the sky and saw Li Yu coming with a sword. "Li Yu! Brother Yu!"
they both said at the same time.
Li Wenfeng looked at Li Yu and said, "Take Yaya away." "Brother Feng, I want to leave too, but I really can't leave,"
Li Yu said with a wry smile.
Behind them, several general-level warriors appeared out at some point.
In fact, Li Yu had noticed it when he was about to pass by, so he was not in a hurry to fly past there. They came out of the shadows, apparently having spotted their prey. Li Yu saw that the eyes of these general-level demons were all blood-red.
"Red eyes again,"
Li Yu muttered in his heart. These monsters are so strange. Why do those who attack them have these characteristics? However, now is not the time to think about these things.
"Li Yu, I'll attract them, you take Yaya away from here."
Li Yaya's father had done him a favor, so he didn't want her to get into danger here.
"Brother Feng."
Li Yaya looked at Li Wenfeng, tears slowly flowing from the corners of her eyes.
"Aren't they just a few general-level beasts? Help me, I will take care of them."
Those were just small warriors, and with help, it was easy for them. The three dark demon wolves stared at them with bared teeth, and as Li Yu moved, they also rushed out.
Ice Lock Siege.
Although Li Wenfeng suffered a lot of injuries, he still released the third level of intermediate ice magic.
A huge number of ice chains entangled them and isolated other demons outside.
In addition, the two general-level warriors chasing Li Yaya and the others were also trapped inside. Each of them is a long python of the level of a small general, huge in size but not very long. The other one was a giant red-haired bear of the general level, more than 2 meters tall, with two fists that were most noticeable and very heavy.
Extra ice chains also flew towards them, isolating them on the other side. "Li Yu, it's up to you." This was the last thing Li Ning could do. "No problem." As Liu answered, the dark demon wolves from his three directions came quietly.
The sharp claws containing dark attributes, emitting a faint black glow, suddenly attacked his chest, back, and head.
Speedy boots. Liu did not hesitate.
He stepped on the sword, put on the speed boots on his feet, and rushed out of the encirclement of three people.
At this time,
he whispered, "Rhythm of space." The space within which the three dark demon wolves were trapped changed, causing them to lose their ability to move. Liu slipped on the ground and made a shallow pit, and finally he stabilized his heels.
Thunderbolt electric disaster.
The Thunderstar map was completed in a hurry, and the space also changed at this moment.
Fall. Countless thunderbolts fell from the sky, thunder resounded throughout the entire forest, and those violent lightning lashed the ground below without any emotion.
The three dark demon wolves became the targets of lightning whips and instantly turned into charred corpses.
Brother Yu is so strong. Li Yaha watched from the side, ready to cast defensive magic for Liu at any time.
All of a sudden, the two fighting generals on the other side broke the ice chains and rushed out. The long python locked onto Li Wenfeng and suddenly ran towards him. It opened its bloody mouth, and its two sharp fangs seemed able to bite everything into pieces. Li Wenfeng had used up the last bit of his magic power and his physical strength was almost depleted.
He was completely unable to dodge this fierce attack. Light blessing holy shield.
At the same time, Li Yaya hurriedly drew a light star map, and a shield made of light blocked Li Wenfeng in front of him.
Brother Feng, come here quickly. Li Yaha shouted to Li Wenfeng.
However, at this moment, a giant red-haired bear fell from the sky and punched Li Yaya with both fists.
Be careful.
Li Wenfeng shouted to Li Yaya.
Li Yaya looked upwards at once, and the necklace on her chest suddenly fluttered, and a cold green light suddenly flew out from the necklace.
Swoosh! The giant red-haired bear had its body pierced by the cold green light and fell from the sky dejectedly.
Li Wenfeng breathed a sigh of relief and just came to Li Yaya's side. Liu took a look at the necklace on Li Yaya's chest.
He knew without guessing that this thing must have been given by Li Yaya's father.
Fierce fist earth shatter.
The raging flames spread towards the python, and a large amount of dark blue flames suddenly erupted from the cracked ground. The python retreated in panic, escaping from the flames gushing out from the ground, but the burning smell emanating from it could still be smelled. The long python spit out its tongue and looked at Liu with a hint of fear in its eyes. It looked around and its eyes fell on the giant red-haired bear.
Suddenly,
the long python ran straight towards the giant red-haired bear, opened its bloody mouth and bit the latter's body. Liu guessed what it was going to do and immediately completed the lightning star map, Thunderbolt Lightning Disaster. The crazy thunderbolt suddenly struck Chang Mang, but it did not let go. Liu frowned and clenched the Sword King. In the blink of an eye, the long python seemed to have completed a transformation, and the parts of its body that were burnt by the thunderbolt were now completely new.
It advanced?
Li Wenfeng said in surprise as he looked at the scene in front of him.
Liu didn't say anything, he seemed to understand something from it. These demons with blood-red eyes must be extraordinary.
The long python has completed his transformation. He is no longer a great war general, but an advanced war general. The aura on its body was even more terrifying than before, and its vicious eyes suddenly stared at Liu.
Chapter 78, Fighting the Commander Level. Sunset.
Just now, Liu had condensed into a huge fireball.
This is the moment he has been waiting for. Cut.
The huge fireball suddenly flew towards the python and exploded violently on it. The flames splashed in all directions with its location as the center, sweeping away at the same time. The long python shot out from the fire and bit towards Liu with its bloody mouth.
Crazy thunder shield.
The long python was too fast, so Liu could only use his own shield magic. At the same time, the lightning in the thunder shield suddenly spread to the python, crackling on its body's surface. But even so, Liu was still knocked several meters away, and his hand still hurt. Liu looked and saw that the wounds on the python's body had increased a lot, but they were still not enough. The long python spit out its tongue and fixed its fierce gaze on Liu again.
Sudden.
At the same time as the long python rushed out, Liu also completed the space star map. He released the rhythm of space in front of the long python, slowing down the opponent for a while. At this moment, Liu shouted in a low voice, "Wind track soaring to the sky." He took advantage of the wind track under his feet, held the Sword King in his hand, and flew towards the long python in an instant. As the rhythm of space dissipated, Liu's sword slashed through the body of the python, and a splash of blood splashed into the air. The Sword King was also at the advanced warrior stage, so it was easy for him to break through the long python's defense. The long python suddenly raised its strong tail and slapped towards Li Yu. At this time, Li Yaya had completed the light star map. Light blessing holy shield. Li Yu felt that it was not enough, and at this moment, he completed the space star track. Telekinesis air shield. The long python's tail attacked, shattering the light layer, and then shattering the air shield. However, in this short period of time, Li Yu had already dodged by stepping on the wind track.
Yaya, well done. Li Yu came back to Li Yaya's side and gave her a thumbs up.
I thought Li Yaya was a spoiled child, but I didn't expect she had such ability.
Li Yu did not relax his vigilance.
He looked at the long python with suspicion. The sword wound on the python continued to ooze blood, and more would ooze out if it moved.
It stinks. Li Yaya immediately covered her nose and was almost sickened by the smell.
Thunderbolt electric disaster. Li Yu did not hesitate and took advantage of the fact that the python was injured to give it another big gift. The long python endured the severe pain and tried to leave the range of the lightning attack. If it was placed before, it would definitely be able to dodge it. But now, its speed has obviously dropped a lot, and Li Yu, who was standing by, also noticed it.
Li Yu thought to himself, it seems to be true.
When they encountered the one-horned demon pig before, its strength decreased due to excessive blood loss. Therefore, he speculated that this long python and the previous one-horned demon pig both had blood-red eyes.
Would their strength suddenly decrease due to blood loss?
Thus, the current situation has confirmed his speculation.
While escaping, the python was struck by lightning on its wound, and the severe pain made it roar angrily.
Fierce fist earth shatter.
Li Yu seized the opportunity and punched the ground.
The raging flames burst through the cracks in the ground and suddenly rushed towards the python. The long python roared again, and at this moment Li Yu flew out with a sword, leaving another shocking wound on it.
Just when Li Yu stood firm on his footing, the long python seemed to want to fight to the death and suddenly ran towards Li Yu. Fiery fist, blast the sky.
Suddenly, a voice came from Li Yu's side, accompanied by a sweeping flame. The long python was blown away by the flames.
Li Yu looked at the man, who was the two who took Mu Nugio and the others away. Let's go quickly.
The military magician captain said to Li Yu.
Yeah, you guys hurry up. Li Yu said to Li Yaha and Li Wenfeng.
As soon as the words fell and everyone was about to leave, a powerful lightning elemental energy suddenly crushed in from the forest. Li Yu and the others turned around and were stunned by the scene before them. The huge ball of lightning elemental energy tore apart the surrounding trees and emitted an extremely terrifying aura of destruction.
That's Uncle Li Nang. Li Yaha saw Li Nang running wildly. Li Nang also saw them.
He turned around suddenly and said coldly to the lightning energy ball in front of him, Rattan shield. Countless vines suddenly rushed towards Li Nang, and in a moment, they had formed a super large vine net. The vine net suddenly emitted a bright green light and was constantly fighting against the energy ball. At the last moment, Li Nang retreated in a hurry, and a huge ball of lightning energy exploded in the vine net. The surging energy swept around, and Li Yu and others were knocked away and rolled to the ground. The surrounding trees were uprooted in an instant, turning into an empty wasteland. Li Yu stood up first and saw Li Nang standing in front of them, looking up at the sky. With a puzzled look, he also looked up and saw a winged tiger stepping towards them.
Eyes of the rock demon petrification.
Li Nang once again cast high-level earth magic, instantly freezing the petrified winged thunder tiger in mid-air. At this time, Li Yu and Li Nang sent the other people who fainted to a safe place.
The winged thunder tiger shattered the rock layer on its body and stared at Li Nang fiercely. Why don't you go first? Whoever can go is a better choice. Li Nang said to Li Yu.
At this moment, the system's voice sounded quietly.
Trigger the god-level choice.
Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, leave, and be rewarded with a slave-level spirit.
Option 2, take Li Yata away and get a defensive magic tool suitable for mid-level combat as a reward. Option 3, kill the winged thunder tiger and you will be rewarded with an intermediate-level thunder element upgrade to a high-level one. The reward for killing the winged thunder tiger was very tempting, but Li Yu still asked, what about you? Li Nang replied, I have sent a signal to the army. As long as I can hold on, they will come to support me.
Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Li Yu was originally worried that after defeating this commander-level demon, he would be at the mercy of other demons. But after hearing Li Nang's answer, he already had a plan in mind. Li Yu said, Uncle Li Nang, I'll go with you.
Then you protect them.
Li Nang said, and then he distanced himself from Li Yu and the others.
Ice Lock Siege.
Li Nang stepped on the ice chains rising under his feet and headed in another direction. There were also countless ice chains attacking the Winged Thunder Tiger from all around, as if trying to trap it in a huge ice cage. A powerful bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from the body of the Winged Thunder Tiger, shattering all the ice around it. The lightning that burst out from all directions lashed the ground and headed straight for Li Nang's position. Rock Barrier Stone Shield. Li Nang completed the star map in an instant, and a tall stone shield blocked the whip of thunder and lightning. Chapter 79 Killing. The Winged Thunder Tiger was condensing a ball of thunder element energy, while Li Nan was also combining 7 star maps into a constellation. They completed their attack methods at the same time in an instant. A huge ball of thunder element energy attacked again, and Li Nang used his last trump card without hesitation, the magic shoe. And now, above the Winged Thunder Tiger, an ice coffin suddenly fell down. The ice coffin emitted a terrifying cold air, which was also constantly condensing into solid ice. The ice coffin slammed heavily on the back of the Winged Thunder Tiger. The former's body was immediately filled with cold air and was frozen in ice in an instant. However, at this moment, the ice was filled with dense lightning and thunder, as if trying to break through the icy shackles. The ice gradually cracked, and the Winged Thunder Tiger suddenly shattered the ice that froze itself in a very short time. Hateful. Li Nang was a little shocked when he saw the Winged Thunder Tiger come out of the ice so quickly. The strength of this Winged Thunder Tiger is already very close to that of a legitimate commander. Above the minor commander is the Orthodox commander, who is much stronger than the demons who have just been promoted to commander. This is a true commander-level demon. Just when Li Nang was at a loss, his eyes caught sight of Li Yu not far away. This is a high-level lightning system. Li Nang saw the power of thunder element in Li Yu's arm at a glance. His eyes were full of shock. During the fight between Li Nang and Winged Thunder Tiger, Li Yu had already completed the constellation. It was the first time that he combined 7 star maps into a constellation. Therefore, Li Yu had already completed high-level magic at this time. Silent Thunder Death Light Thunder Punishment. The high-level 3rd level magic came out of Li Yu's mouth, and then there was no gorgeous explosion, and it was very quiet, as if waiting quietly for death to come. An arc of lightning hovered in Li Yu's hand. In a moment, the arc shot up into the sky and violently raged towards the Winged Thunder Tiger. At this moment, arcs of lightning filled the area within a radius of more than 100 meters. A ray of lightning flew out from Li Yu's hand and landed straight on the position of the Winged Thunder Tiger. The Winged Thunder Tiger was immediately swallowed by the lightning, and the breath of destruction swept around. A burning smell filled the air, and Li Yu and Li Nang both looked towards the Winged Thunder Tiger. The 3rd level of high-level thunder is more than enough to deal with the little commander. Even if it is close to the Orthodox commander, it doesn't matter, because Li Yu's thunder system has a soul seed, and the 6-fold bonus is enough to make this Winged Thunder Tiger lose a layer of skin. Suddenly, the Winged Thunder Tiger trembled, endured the severe pain of the wounds on its body opening, and slowly stood up. Demon's Eyes Petrification. Li Nang would never give Winged Thunder Tiger another chance and released high-level earth magic again. The Winged Thunder Tiger was covered in wounds, even its wings were broken, and its condition was extremely miserable. At this moment, the Winged Thunder Tiger had no time to react and its entire body was petrified. Li Yu! Li Nang shouted at Li Yu. Although I don't know why Li Yu can release high-level magic, and it is 3rd level high-level magic, but now is not the time to think about these things. Li Yu once again combined the star map into constellations and released high-level magic again. At this time, the Winged Thunder Tiger broke free from the petrification restraints. Silent Thunder Death Light Thunderstorm. Li Yu's arm suddenly blasted out 2 beams of deathlight. The 2 beams of deathlight converged at one point, and the destructive lightning suddenly pounced on the Winged Thunder Tiger. The huge lightning energy shot up into the sky, sweeping around with the Winged Thunder Tiger as the center. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection and upgrading the intermediate level lightning system to the advanced level. After Li Yu heard the system's answer, there was no doubt that the Winged Thunder Tiger had been killed. Advanced. Although the experience card can allow him to possess high-level strength, only the strength that truly belongs to him can make people happiest. At this moment, his thunder system has reached a high level, making him the youngest high-level mage in history. Spiritual Spirit. Li Nang looked at the corpse of the Winged Thunder Tiger and immediately took out an undead vessel. Uncle Li Nang, you actually have a vessel for collecting commander-level spirits? Li Yu asked. Li Nang smiled and said, I borrowed it from a friend. I just wanted to try my luck, but I didn't expect to actually find it. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Nang immediately handed the undead vessel to Li Yu.
Here. Li Yu and Li Nang looked into each other's eyes.
After seeing the other's determined look, he accepted this commander-level spirit.
The previous winged wolf spirit was still in the system warehouse. With this spirit, he already had 2 commander-level spirits. Uncle Li Nang, brother Yu.
Li Yada sat up from the ground, her head still feeling dizzy.
Li Nang walked up to Li Yaha and asked, "Are you okay?"
"Yeah.
It's okay, I just feel a little dizzy." Li Yaha replied.
The others also stood up at this time, not knowing what had just happened.
That is.
The captain of the military magicians looked at the corpse of the winged thunder tiger and took a deep breath.
This is the commander level.
Killed just like that.
But there seems to be only one high-level wizard here?
The captain of the military magician didn't think anymore and said to Li Yu and the others, "Let's leave now."
Soon.
Led by 2 military mages, Li Yu and his men walked out of Taihang Mountains. At this time, the military mages on the north side of Taihang Mountain have already lined up and assembled, as if they want to stop this wave of demons. The moment Li Yu came out, AI Tutor rushed out from the crowd and hugged Li Yu fiercely.
Li Yu, are you okay?
AI Tutor looked left and right, but did not see any injuries on Li Yu's body. It was nothing serious, but I was almost injured by the weapon, Li Yu said.
AI Tutu pointed his finger at his chin and said, "Murder weapon? What murder weapon?"
Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and looked down.
Li Yu, you.
AI Tutu pointed at Li Yu and wanted to say something but didn't say it. Mu Nugio also came over at this time, and seeing that Li Yu was in good condition, she didn't say anything. Suddenly, several figures appeared in the distance.
Dad.
Li Yaya looked at the people approaching and immediately rushed over to hug a tall, middle-aged man. The middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes suddenly revealed a gentle look.
He stroked Li Yaya's head and asked, "What's wrong?"
"Dad, I almost couldn't see you,"
Li Yaha said, crying.
It's okay. Li Changtian continued to comfort Li Yaya. Li Yu didn't pay much attention to them, but looked at the people around him who came to train together. Of the more than 40 people who started out, only more than 20 returned. The strong men from other families all walked towards their own family members and asked about some situations.
After a while, a dignified officer came over from the other side. Chapter 80 Evacuation.
The officer looked at the crowd around him and said coldly, "Take them down to rest."
Yes.
The soldier beside him responded, and then called on the family members around him to walk behind him.
Go back with your uncle Li Nung.
When Dad is done with his work, he will come back to find you.
Li Changtian touched Li Yaya's head and said. Li Yaha nodded, followed Li Nung, and followed the large group of people.
Apart from the military officers, the strong men from other families also did not leave.
Li Changtian looked in the direction of Li Yu and said, "You should follow them and leave."
After thinking for half a second, when Li Yu was about to say something, a voice suddenly sounded.
"Why are you here, kid?"
Li Yu looked up and saw that the person who spoke was Zhang Kong, who was guarding Bo City.
"It's a family experience, I just came here for fun," Li Yu replied with a smile.
Zhang Kong came over and patted Li Yu on the shoulder and said, "Leave quickly, this is not a place for you to participate."
Li Yu nodded heavily. "That's true. This is Taihang Mountains, and the monsters they encountered are just the tip of the iceberg.
Not only is there a commander level, but also a monarch level, and even." Li Yu took a deep breath and said to Zhang Kong, "Commander Zhang Kong, I found something in there."
Hearing this, everyone else looked at Li Yu. "What did you find?"
Zhang Kong asked with a raised eyebrow. Afterwards, Li Yu shared his discovery.
The demon with blood-red eyes likes to attack people? And sucking other people's blood can enhance their strength? Will these demons lose their strength if they lose too much blood?
The officers around were murmuring to themselves, they had no idea what Li Yu was talking about. "Commander Zhang Kong, I think if you investigate the soldiers who have seen the blood-red-eyed demon, you will know if what I said is true."
Li Yu didn't want to say more because it was just a discovery and didn't mean anything.
He told everyone what he had seen and heard, and as for what these people should do, it was no longer his concern.
"I'm leaving," Li Yu said, and followed the people.
Zhang Kong looked at Li Yu's departing figure, stroking his chin and thinking. "Zhang Kong, go investigate this matter, and leave the rest to us." After the dignified officer finished speaking to Zhang Kong, he looked towards Taihang Mountain.
The officer said to everyone, "We must not allow these demons to come out and wreak havoc on nearby cities."
The demon tide was caused by the unrest deep in Taihang Mountains. As long as they solve the source of the demon tide, everything in front of them can be saved. And now, so many powerful family members are here for this encirclement and suppression. The military already knew about the war between the two demon tribes before this, but it was still a step too late and did not resolve the source before the demon tide arrived.
No way.
It takes time to gather strong men. Otherwise, relying solely on military power may not be enough to shake the leaders of the two demon tribes.
Li Yu caught up with the team and they came to an open area. "You can rest here first. A special plane will come to pick you up later," Gua He said to them.
Li Yu looked around and saw Wu Dahai, who was frowning, and said, "Luckily you are still alive, otherwise what you promised me would be ruined."
"I almost died, luckily I ran fast,"
Wu Dahai said, but there was no joy of surviving the disaster in his eyes. Because his summoned beast was killed by a demon in the advanced warrior stage in order to save him.
Li Yu saw Wu Dahai's mood and didn't say anything else.
After finding Li Yaya and the others, Li Yu walked over and sat beside them.
Mu Nugio and Ai Tutu were also beside him.
Neither of them spoke a word, but just looked quietly in the direction of Taihang Mountains. Li Yu knew what they were expecting in their eyes, and at the same time he also hoped that the man was really okay. After a while, the plane that came to pick them up slowly landed. Wei He said, "Everyone, get ready to board the plane.
We will take you to Boot City, and then you can return to your family on your own." There was unrest in Taihang Mountains and transportation was tight, so they could only dispatch planes from nearby Xuecheng. "Let's go."
The head of one of the families spoke to his family members. They lined up in an orderly manner to board the plane, but Mu Nugio and Ai Tutu still looked towards the direction of Taihang Mountains. Li Yu was sitting next to them and was not in a hurry to board the plane.
"Brother Yu, let's go up together?" Li Yaha said to Li Yu beside her. "You go up first, I'll be there soon," Li Yu said. "Okay." Li Yaha nodded, stood up from the stone she was sitting on, and walked over. After everyone got on the plane, Wei He came over and said, "Let's go." Ai Tutu looked at Mu Nugio and said, "Sister Mu." "Yeah."
Mu Nugio responded, withdrew her gaze, and just as she took a step, she heard hurried footsteps coming. She looked up and saw the man who was in charge of the Mu family.
"Uncle Yuan." Mu Nugio ran over quickly and hugged Mu Ziyuan.
Mu Ziyuan watched Mu Nugio grow up, and the relationship between them is better than that of family, so she is so worried about him.
Mu Nugio was very happy to see that Mu Ziyuan was able to walk out of Taihang Mountains alive. After everyone was on board, they began to fly towards Boot City.
Although Mu Ziyuan had a lot of burns on his body, they were not very serious.
He said to Li Yu, "You rescued Jiajiu and Tutu, right? I just got them out of danger."
It was the military magician from Taihang Mountain who rescued them,
Li Yu said truthfully. Mu Ziyuan nodded at Li Yu without dwelling on it. Ai Tutu turned around curiously and asked, "Li Yu, did you encounter any danger when you were the last one to leave?"
"You may not believe it, but I killed a commander-level demon,"
Li Yu said with a smile. "Commander level?" Ai Tutu widened his eyes and covered his mouth. A disdainful voice came from the people sitting in the row in front of them, "Killing a commander-level demon? Can you please have some common sense when bragging?" Li Yu ignored him, and the same went for Ai Tutu. "Li Yu, tell me quickly, how did you kill the commander level?" Ai Tutu said.
Although she didn't believe it, she couldn't let Li Yu lose face. The one who spoke with disdain was Lu Feng.
He looked at Mu Nugio and said, "Mu Nugio, you don't believe that he can kill a commander-level demon, do you?"
Mu Nugiotai didn't even look up at him. She turned to Li Yu and said, "Li Yu, I want to listen too." Li Yu saved both of their lives in Taihang Mountains, so of course they would stand on his side. Lu Feng was so angry that he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists and sat down to avoid getting himself into trouble.
At this time, Mu Ziyuan leaned close to Li Yu's ear and said, "You are so lucky, Jiajiu and Tutu are not both interested in you, right?" Chapter 81 Catching a Thief Part 2.
I changed it a bit. Mu Feng was changed to Mu Ziyuan. I thought the person in charge of the Mu family didn't have a name.
Li Yu said calmly, "Maybe. After all, I'm so good. Kid, I'm not as thick-skinned as you." Mu Ziyuan laughed heartily.
"But I think you are much more pleasing to the eye than the others.
At least you are a responsible person." Mu Ziyuan was speaking from his heart.
After all, in such a dangerous situation, many people would choose to save their own lives.
Who cares about Mu Nugio and AI Tutu? But Li Yu is different, so from this incident, Mu Ziyuan has a better impression of Li Yu. Li Yu just smiled in response to Mu Ziyuan and didn't say anything. However, Mu Ziyuan secretly approached Li Yu and said, "Actually, I don't think marrying Tu is a big deal." Li Yu looked at Mu Ziyuan with surprise. The other party looked like a seasoned man at this moment. "Why are you looking at me? Is it weird?" Mu Ziyuan asked puzzledly. Li Yu shook his head. "It's not strange, I just suddenly understand why you are so thin." Speaking of this, Mu Ziyuan sighed. The two people in the family are really like wolves and tigers. It's better not to say it. After Ai Tutu and Mu Nu Jiaoqi left Lu Feng, the former looked at them and asked, "Uncle Yuan, what are you talking about?" "We didn't talk about anything, just discussing our post-war experience," Mu Ziyuan said. "We want to listen too." Ai Tutu was curious about everything and looked at them with wide eyes. Li Yu and Mu Ziyuan looked at each other and quickly closed their eyes. The plane arrived in Boot City very quickly, and they didn't get off the plane until it landed at the airport. "You guy, I thought you were dead." Li Nong walked over and punched Mu Ziyuan. Mu Ziyuan smiled and said, "I almost died. Since we're already in Boot City, why don't we have a drink here?" Li Nong suggested. Mu Ziyuan said, "That's exactly what I meant." The children of the Mu family and the Li family had no objections. They were all very tired and needed a place to rest. After leaving the airport, they took a car to a luxury hotel. After resting for a while, they all went downstairs to have a big meal to reward themselves. Mu Ziyuan and Li Nang were still drinking, while the others were busy with their own things after finishing their meal. It was getting dark and it was pitch black outside. Ai Tutu knocked on Li Yu's door, and then the door opened. Li Yu stood shirtless in front of Mu Nugio and Ai Tutu. Mu Nugio just took a look and turned her head away shyly. Ai Tutu stared at Li Yu's 8-pack abs with a smile on his face, without any sense of shame at all. "What's the matter?" Li Yu looked at the two of them and asked. Ai Tutu said, "We want to go shopping with you, do you want to go?" "Wait for me." Li Yu was bored and thought it was a good opportunity to go out for a walk and relax. "At the same time, there are two beautiful women accompanying me. Although I can't do anything, it's at least pleasing to the eyes." After a while, Li Yu and the other two walked out of the hotel, hailed a taxi, and drove towards the commercial street. When the three of them got off the bus, they attracted the attention of many LSPs. It's because these two beauties didn't dress properly, revealing their long legs early in the morning. Ai Tutu, in particular, immediately became the focus among the three people. "Let's go. We haven't had delicious food for a long time," Ai Tutu said excitedly without caring about the eyes of the people around him. Mu Nugio said, "Look how anxious you are. I remember someone mentioned losing weight. If you don't eat enough, how can you have the energy to lose weight?" Ai Tutu said, and then pulled Li Yu and Mu Nugio forward. Ai Tutu looked here and there in front, looking very curious about everything. Li Yu and Mu Nugio were strolling behind, like a young couple out shopping. "Thank you." Mu Nugio had never expressed her gratitude to Li Yu, so she said it at this moment. Li Yu smiled and said, "Verbal expression is too perfunctory, why don't you take actual action?" "What practical actions?" Mu Nugio asked with a frown. Li Yu stared at Mu Nugio's face and said, "For example, pledge your love to me, I think that would be great." "What are you whispering about behind my back?" Ai Tutu suddenly came over and asked. "No." Mu Nugio shook her head and said with evasive eyes. Ai Tutu looked at Mu Nugio with suspicion, then put his hands into her armpits and said, "Sister Mu, will you tell me?" Mu Nugio was very ticklish and started moving, laughing all the time. She said angrily, "Bunny, if you are naughty again, I will fight back." Ai Tutu withdrew his hands and stuck out his tongue at Mu Nugio. At about 10 o'clock, Li Yu and the other two were ready to return to the hotel. But just as they turned a corner, they heard a woman's voice in the distance, "Catch the thief." There are not many people on this commercial street, and it is a not very prosperous area. As the woman ran, she said, "The man in front is a thief, catch him." Seeing this, Li Yu and the other two ran towards the woman at the same time. Wind tracks soaring to the sky. In a moment, Li Yu passed the woman and immediately came behind the thief. However, at this moment, the man in black suddenly came to his senses and said, "Fire explosion." When the raging fire came, Li Yu's eyes flashed and he dodged his attack.
At this time, Mu Nugio followed up on the wind track and shouted, "Vine pursuit." As soon as the words fell, Vine surged out wildly and chased in the direction of the man in black. Upon seeing this, the man in black completed the shadow magic in an instant. Shadow escape, shuttle. However, just when he was about to escape, Liu had already completed the space magic. Rhythm of space. The man felt the changes in the space around him, but there was nothing he could do as he was only one step away. The vines instantly wrapped around the man in black, and he fell to the ground, tied up. We got him. AI Tutu ran over first, followed closely by the woman. Liu picked up a bag, handed it to the woman and asked, "Is this your bag?" "Yes." The woman took the bag, opened it and looked to see if anything was missing. "Liu, do you find it strange that as a mage, you would do such sneaky things?" Mu Nugio thought about it and spoke. "Yes. And there can't be much money in this bag, right?" AI Tutu also found something wrong. Liu had just thought of it, but didn't say it out loud. "If you want to know, why not just ask him?" After that, Liu and the other two immediately walked towards the man in black and asked at the same time, "You?" When Liu was still speaking, a sharp claw suddenly attacked him from the side. Wind track powing. Liu immediately floated away and avoided the fatal blow. "I thought you were just a petty thief, but I didn't expect you to be a member of the Black Church," Liu said in a cold tone. "That's right. The thing that attacked him just now was the Black Beast." Chapter 82 Tracking and Positioning Third Update. Fire Element Explosion. A raging fire gushed out and instantly engulfed the Black Beast, and then there was no movement. Liu dealt with the Black Beast and turned to look at the member of the Black Church. However, the opponent found himself no match for his opponent and swallowed something, causing him to fall to the ground dead. "What's wrong with him?" asked AI Tutu. Mu Nugio frowned and said, "They must have hidden poison in their mouths." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman next to him suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "My daughter is still over there." Then she said thank you to Liu and the others and immediately returned the same way. "Liu, let's go over and take a look. We have to get out from that side anyway," AI Tutu said. Liu said, "You guys go over there first, I'll wait for the people from the tribunal to arrive, and then I'll meet up with you." "No problem." AI Tutu nodded and pulled Mu Nugio in the direction the woman was going. About a few minutes later, two people from the trial committee came to Liu. As luck would have it, Tang Yu was also performing tasks at the trial council. "Liu, long time no see." Tang Yu greeted Liu with a smile. "Sister, long time no see." The two exchanged a few pleasantries and then looked at the bodies of the Black Vatican personnel nearby. "You handle it," Tang Yu said to the judge beside her. The man nodded and started looking for someone to deal with it. Liu felt that wherever Tang Yu was, there might be the Black Church, and the corpse in front of him proved it. He guessed, "Sister, you are not here for the Black Church this time, are you?" "You found out." Tang Yu did not hide it from Liu. "What happened?" Liu knew that this matter might not be simple, but it might trigger a god-level choice. After Tang Yu organized her words, she said, "Do you still remember that you and Lingling investigated the case of the missing child?" "Remember. I came to Boot City because of the missing children case," Tang Yu said. Liu asked in confusion, "A child is missing in Boot City?" "Yes, and it's not just one case, it's reached hundreds. The higher-ups take it very seriously, so they sent us to investigate," Tang Yu said. "When I was in Wind City before, I got some information from Fong Lin, the deacon of the Black Church. Maybe she was a participant, or the mastermind. But now she is dead, and children continue to go missing, which means the mastermind is still at large." Liu asked again, "Have you found out anything?" Tang Yu shook her head and said, "No, the people of the Black Church are very cunning. They will not commit crimes in the same place. Moreover, most of the Black Church members who commit crimes are shadow type, and they will choose to commit crimes at night. Even if they are caught, they will be like the man just now." Tang Yu had a worried look on her face at this moment, because if the Black Church group was not caught sooner, more children would be killed. At this moment, Liu's cell phone rang. He opened it and saw that it was AI Tutu calling him. They added each other's phone numbers on the plane, so they knew each other's phone numbers. "Hey, which little girl is calling you?" Tang Yu glanced at the note on the phone. Liu smiled and said, "Isn't it normal for a man as outstanding as me to be called by a little girl?" Tang Yu rolled her eyes and ignored him.
As soon as Li Yu answered the phone, AI Tutu's anxious voice came from the other end. Li Yu, come here quickly. Hearing AI Tutu's anxious voice, Li Yu glanced at Tang Yu and said, do you want to go together? Let's go. Tang Yu originally wanted to come to this commercial street for a stroll and also wanted to see what was going on over there. After a while, Li Yu and Tang Yu came to Mu Nugio and AI Tutu. What's wrong? Li Yu asked. AI Tutu said, this aunt's daughter is missing. Hearing this, Tang Yu immediately walked up to ask about the woman's condition. Just now, when the woman's wallet was robbed, she asked her daughter to stay here and not move, and then she chased after the robber. However, when she came back, her daughter was gone. Therefore, these two people are in the same group and are using the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain. But even if she found out, it was too late, her daughter was gone. Mu Nugio said, we have called the police, and someone will come to deal with it later. Li Yu didn't say anything. If it was a wizard who kidnapped her daughter, the police might. Sister, I think this might have been done by the Black Church. Li Yu expressed his thoughts. It's not possible, it's 100% certain. Tang Yu has been here for a week, and the people from the Black Church have used many methods, including this one. Suddenly, the woman seemed to have thought of something. She immediately unzipped her bag and frantically searched for something inside. After a moment, the woman took out a mobile phone and hurriedly opened an app called Tracking. Li Yu and the others gathered together, eager to know what the woman was doing. My daughter has a GPS tracking system on her body, and I can use this software to see her location. The woman said as she stared at the phone screen in panic. Then, a map appeared in front of Li Yu and his friends. The blue dots are their current locations, and the red dots are the location of the little girl. I beg you, please help me. The woman had just seen Li Yu and the others using magic, so she knew that they were both magicians. Trigger the God-level selection system. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, promise the woman and reward her with an upgrade to the first level of the intermediate space system. Option 2, reject women and be rewarded with an intermediate wind system upgrade to the third level. The woman looked at the two dots getting farther and farther away, and immediately knelt down and said, please. If this location gets farther and farther, we won't be able to track my daughter's location. I beg you. Tang Yu immediately helped the woman up and said, give me your phone, we'll help you. Thank you, thank you. The woman handed the phone to Tang Yu without hesitation. At this moment, they had become her only lifeline. Tang Yu took the phone, looked at Li Yu and said, let's go. Li Yu nodded and said to Mu Nugio and AI Tutu, when you go back, tell my family members. Okay. AI Tutu replied. I'll take you. Tang Yu wanted to chase after him with the shadow element, but before she could finish her words, Li Yu raised his hand and interrupted her, saying, come up, I'll take you to chase after him. She looked at the long sword under Li Yu's feet, was surprised for a moment, and then stepped onto the flying sword. I'm leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yu flew towards the red dot on the map. When she reached mid-air, Tang Yu looked up at the sky below. It was her first time. She said unnaturally, Li Yu, can you hold my waist? P.S. Make up for the chapter that was not updated before. The browser's 9 points are still valid 5 updates. Chapter 83 Undercover. Li Yu felt that Tang Yu's tone was not very good, so he reached out and grabbed her waist. It's too high. Tang Yu noticed something was wrong and said angrily. Because Li Yu was taller than Tang Yu, he was not able to grasp the waist very accurately. It's like I caught something incredible. Li Yu quickly reached down a little and finally caught the seductive slender waist. Feeling safe, Tang Yu looked at the red dot on the phone screen again, pointed in a direction and said, go that way. Li Yu nodded and flew in the direction indicated by his sword. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Li Yu's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is that the intermediate space system is upgraded to the first level. Soon. They were getting closer and closer to the man. At this time, they had left the commercial street and came to a relatively quiet neighborhood. The people from the Black Church should be just ahead. Tang Yu looked at the location of the red dot. The person was not far away from them. Li Yu was about to answer when he saw 2 figures on the rooftop of the building opposite. Sister, what are they doing? Bumping into each other. Li Yu asked innocently. Tang Yu suddenly felt her face getting hot. She glanced at Li Yu and said nothing. They did not act in a hurry because this member of the Black Church might have accomplices. It would be great if we could find the Black Church's base in Boot City. However, the people on the opposite rooftop seemed to have seen them but did not retreat. Instead, it became louder and louder, as if declaring war on Liu and Tangyu. Sister, otherwise. Liu looked at Tangyu and said. Tangyu said calmly, what are you talking about? Just pretend you didn't see anything. Sister, I want to say, why don't we change seats? Liu suggested. Okay. Tangyu was very decisive and immediately used the shadow escape to take Liu to another rooftop. Liu looked at the residential area opposite, where most of the buildings were small buildings with less than 4 floors. The members of the Black Church lived in a 4-story building, and the stairs in the middle could be seen clearly from the outside. Just now, when they passed through the stairwell, Liu and Tangyu both saw the member of the Black Church enter the room on the left side of the 3rd floor. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Trigger the God-level selection system. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, wait outside for 1 night and get a quilt as a reward. Option 2, enter and rescue the little girl, and you will be rewarded with a 5th level upgrade to the basic win system. Option 3, transform the Black Church members into mute accomplices, and reward them with an intermediate win system upgrade to the 3rd level. Without hesitation, Liu looked at Tangyu and said, Sister, I have a plan. This small building is not big, and each room can only accommodate 2 people, so it does not look like the base of the Black Church. What plan? Tangyu asked. I can transform into that person's appearance and then sneak in. Liu said. He had a disguise mask, and the man's body shape matched his very well, so the possibility of being discovered was low. Tangyu knew that Liu could change his appearance, so she replied, you can try. They didn't know if the girl would be in danger, so they had to make sure she was safe first. If the little girl is not in danger, Liu can continue to be undercover. If the little girl was in danger, Liu would be more than capable of dealing with this member of the Black Church. Liu put on a disguise mask and said to Tangyu, Sister, I'm going. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu prepared to fly down from the rooftop on his sword. At this time, he still said, Sister, your face is really red. Because of what happened just now, Tangyu's red cheeks did not fade, so under the light here, they looked extremely red. However, Tangyu looked at Liu's back and suddenly thought of something. Liu can change his appearance, but it seems that the person's voice cannot be changed? Thinking of this, Tangyu immediately used the shadow escape technique and escaped towards the building. In a somewhat shabby 1-bedroom apartment, a man wearing a black baseball cap placed a sleeping child on the sofa. Why haven't you come back for so long? The man looked out the window and didn't see anyone. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the door knocked 3 times and the man approached the door cautiously. Liu had watched a movie before, the plot of which was about a mute. Therefore, he followed suit and treated himself as a mute. The man frowned, but opened the door anyway. After he saw Liu's face clearly, he pulled him into the room and at the same time cautiously stuck his head out to look outside. The man closed the door gently after he found that no one was following him. Why did you come back so late? The man asked Liu. Liu spoke with gestures, but the man didn't care because he didn't understand. Okay, you look after this little girl. I'm going to take a rest. As the man was about to enter the room, he suddenly turned to Liu and said, You are new here. If you want to climb up, you have to follow the right person. When I become a Grey Priest, I will take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. You know what I mean, right? Liu nodded in response. The man did not doubt this and opened the bedroom door and then closed it again. Liu walked towards the little girl lying on the sofa. She was not in danger and seemed to have taken something and fell asleep. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is the upgrade of the intermediate win system to the 3rd level. After the system voice fell, Liu sat next to the little girl. Hearing the snoring coming from inside, it was obvious that the Black Vatican member had fallen asleep. Liu couldn't help but glance at the door and complained, What a big heart. At this moment, a dark shadow sneaked in through the crack in the door below. Liu knew that Tangyu was here, so he asked in a low voice, Sister, why are you here? Tangyu followed Liu after he left, but she was not in a hurry to enter the house. How do you know his accomplice is a mute? Tangyu asked. Didn't we catch him? And he was making all these noises, so I guessed that he was a mute. Liu started making up a story. Tangyu did not doubt it, but looked at the little girl on the sofa. It's okay, I will protect her. Liu said to Tangyu. Tang Yu nodded. I'll be guarding outside. Remember, if you encounter danger, you must protect yourself first. After Tang Yu reminded him again and again, he turned into a shadow and left the room. Li Yu felt bored, so he simply sat cross-legged on the sofa and started practicing. As for what will happen next, he has no idea and can only take things one step at a time. Chapter 84 Grey Priest. At present, Li Yu analyzed his own strength. The wind system has reached the third intermediate level. The fire system is only at the second intermediate level, while the space system and summoning system are at the bottom. At the same time, his thunder system has reached a high level. Unless the opponent is a master among the high levels, Li Yu does not have to worry. After all, a soul seed with a six-fold increase in power, even if it has just broken through to a high level, can still be stronger than those mages who have entered a high level in advance. What's more, he has not tried to start a domain battle until now. If a field battle is initiated, the power of thunder will be even stronger. Time flies. The dim environment outside the window receded, and the bright morning light came in. Crack! The bedroom door opened and the man walked out. Get up! The man said to Li Yu, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Li Yu opened his eyes and looked at the man who called him. He was wearing a baseball cap yesterday morning, so I couldn't see the other person's face clearly. It was not until now that he finally saw what the other person's face looked like. The man's entire face was ruined, with scars of varying sizes all over it, making it look extremely rough. He held 2 bottles of breakfast milk in his hand, threw one of them to Li Yu and said, "Hold this, little girl, let's leave here immediately." Li Yu took the breakfast milk, nodded, and picked up the little girl on the sofa. After a while, the two of them walked downstairs, and Li Yu followed the man all the way. There are very few people in the morning, especially in this area. Few people will get up at this time. Li Yu didn't say a word along the way, just followed the man quietly. They took this little girl with them, they must be going somewhere, and it was most likely the base of the Black Church. Is this the direction out of Shui City? Li Yu thought to himself. Out of Boots City? Does this man want to take the little girl away? Li Yu suppressed the thoughts in his mind and continued to follow the man's steps. Suddenly, at a corner, a black car stopped in front of them. Get in. The man in the driver's seat said to them. The man nodded, gave Li Yu a look, and the two got into the car immediately. After getting in the car, the middle-aged man in the driver's seat looked in the rearview mirror and said, "Xiansu, is this person new?" Yes. Xiansu nodded in agreement, and then said to Li Yu, "Call Brother Bin quickly." Li Yu continued to pretend to be mute. Xiansu smiled and said, "Brother Bin, my companion is a mute, please don't mind." Wang Changbin did not answer, but continued driving forward. After about half an hour, they arrived at an abandoned factory. Li Yu just noticed the sign next to it, which seemed to be the direction of Taihang Mountains. The car stopped, Li Yu and Xiansu got out and walked forward with Wang Changbin. "Brother Bin, although we only have one this time, we will definitely have more in the future." Xiansu smiled. Wang Changbin said, "Someone caught 3 in a week this time, and the lowest is 2. You only have 1, which is worse than others." Yes, we will try harder next time." Xiansu nodded and bowed. The 3 of them walked along and slowly came to a spacious factory. In addition to the 3 of them, there were several other people waiting inside. At the same time, there were several black sacks containing children under their feet. Li Yu glanced at these crazy people and couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, what on earth do these people want to do by taking so many children? Suddenly, a young man taunted Xiansu, "Xiansu, you only have 1 this week? It seems that the priest is going to change hands." Xiansu glanced at the young man indifferently and said nothing. Previously, he and his partner were the largest group of these people, but they were targeted by the Inquisition, so he was the only one who survived. Moreover, the area he is in charge of has been given special attention by the people of the tribunal, so it is really difficult for them to take action. Fortunately, there was a stupid woman last night who actually abandoned her little daughter to chase a bag thief. This allowed them to succeed and trick the little girl over. "Stop talking nonsense, leave the people here and leave quickly," Wang Changbin said to everyone. The young man did not leave, but asked, "Brother Bin, when can we become Grey Priests?" "It's almost there. This time will be the last time. As long as you capture enough children, you all have the chance to become Grey Priests." Wang Changbin made a promise to everyone. Great! The others were all very excited. They are now just black priests, governed only by gray priests. If they become gray priests, they may come into contact with blue deacons. That's the butler. If I become a loyal subject to the butler, I will definitely be valued at that time. The future is bright. At this moment, everyone is looking forward to that time. Let's go. Wang Changbin said sternly again. The others nodded in agreement and walked out of the factory one after another. After everyone walked outside, the young man taunted again, Chen Su, you only caught one person. I think you can only become a cultist. That's right, you won't still call us priest at that time, right? The people next to the young man laughed. The same went for the others, they gathered around, not minding the trouble at all. Chen Su and his men were very powerful before, and they captured twice as many people as them. But in the past half-month, it has dropped sharply and is much worse than before. Li Yu walked up to Chen Su, pointing and gesturing at the two of them. The young man laughed and said, is your partner still a mute? Li Yu couldn't stand it anymore and burst into flames. The others were immediately shocked, as they had not expected that this man would dare to cast magic on them. You're looking for death. The young man had a ferocious look on his face, and at the same time he completed the fire star track and released a fire spray. The two fire bursts collided, but the young man's fire burst was suddenly swallowed by Li Yu's fire burst, making it even bigger. The young man raised his brows and had to use the shield magic tool. Damn it, the young man said to Li Yu with gritted teeth. Damn, let's fight, huh? Who's afraid of who? The young man's companion couldn't care less and shouted at Li Yu in a low voice, Wind Disc Tornado. Li Yu was not panicked at all, and completed the fire star map again, fiery fist blasting the sky. A raging fire gushed out of his fist and slammed into the spinning tornado. In an instant, the tornado suddenly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Immediately afterwards, Li Yu's fierce fist slammed towards the young man's companion. How is this possible? The man's face was full of disbelief, but what greeted him was a dark blue flame. He had neither a shield nor armor, so he could only let the flames explode on his body. Ah! At one point, Wang Changbin came out of the factory and asked, what's going on? Chapter 85, High-Level Wind Element. Brother Bin, he killed my companion, the young man pointed at Li Yu in horror. Wang Changbin frowned and looked at Li Yu who was standing among the crowd. However, the man behind Li Yu did not speak for him, but took a few steps back and distanced himself from Li Yu. Li Yu did this in order to lure out more members of the Black Church and eventually wipe them out in one fell swoop. But now it seems that the only main person here is the manager called Brother Bin. Just one at a time, it's just the right way to take them all down at once. Li Yu thought to himself. At the same time, when Li Yu was about to take action, Wang Changbin walked towards him without saying a word. Wang Changbin came up to Li Yu, and there was no blame in his eyes. Just follow me. Suddenly, everyone else thought Wang Changbin would kill him or blame him. But what others didn't expect was that this would be the outcome. He actually let this mute in front of him follow him? For a moment, everyone looked at Li Yu with envy. Although everyone has the hope of becoming a Grey Priest, if one can follow Wang Changbin, then that is already a reserved spot. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Li Yu's mind. Trigger the God-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, agree to Wang Changbin and get a high-level experience card of your choice. Option 2, reject Wang Changbin and be rewarded with an intermediate space system upgrade to the second level. Option 3, take down Wang Changbin directly, and be rewarded with an upgrade from the elementary space system to the fourth level. After hearing the reward clearly, Li Yu also wanted to know what Wang Changbin was going to do, so he said, Li Yu was gesticulating, but Wang Changbin didn't know what he was talking about. Then he said, let's go. Li Yu looked at the man behind him hesitantly, but still followed Wang Changbin. The man was furious, hating himself for not doing it himself and letting a mute take advantage of him. The others watched the two men enter the factory, then looked at the bodies on the ground, and they all fell silent. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. You will be rewarded with a high-level experience card of any level you choose. Back in the factory, Li Yu looked at the black sack lying on the ground. He originally wanted to get rid of all these people, but he didn't expect that he would infiltrate the Black Vatican again. Those Black Vatican members who got out were handed over to the Inquisition, and he kept a close eye on Wang Changbin. Wang Changbin looked at the black sacks, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, you should feel lucky, because you will be with me to welcome a huge event. Gala. Although Li Yu didn't know what the Black Church wanted to do, what they did was definitely not a good thing. Wang Changbin said to Li Yu, "The space gate will open soon. Then you can take them and follow me in." Ah, Li Yu said again with gestures. "If you understand, nod your head. If you don't understand, shake your head." Wang Changbin's voice rang out. At this time, Li Yu nodded to show that he understood. Wang Changbin didn't look at Li Yu again, as if quietly waiting for something to happen. Li Yu looked at the time. The people from the Inquisition should have captured those from the Black Vatican. Suddenly, just when Li Yu was distracted, a dark door suddenly appeared in front of Wang Changbin. Waves of dark energy surged out crazily, and Li Yu felt the energy of the shadow element. Wang Changbin looked at the dark gate in front of him with joy, and said to Li Yu, "I'll go over first, and then you take them over quickly." Ah. Li Yu said and nodded at Wang Changbin. Wang Changbin withdrew his gaze and walked into the dark door alone. Li Yu didn't say anything, but looked outside, and then Tang Yu walked in. "Little brother, don't be so stubborn. We should do what we can," Tang Yu said. At this moment, the system prompt sound rang in Li Yu's mind again. Trigger the God-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, do not enter the dark gate, and the reward is to upgrade the intermediate fire system to the 3rd level. Option 2, enter the dark gate and get the reward of upgrading the intermediate wind system to the advanced wind system. High-level wind system. If both systems are high-level, and there is also a full-level high-level experience card, you will definitely be able to fight. Li Yu felt extremely melancholy. He didn't know whether he should choose the second option. At the same time, he looked at Tang Yu and asked, "Sister, this man is called Wang Changbin, nicknamed Brother Bin. Do you know who he is following?" "Wang Changbin? Brother Bin?" Tang Yu thought about it carefully and soon came up with an answer. "He is Nian Gui's right-hand man." "What is the strength of this Nian ghost?" Li Yu asked Tang Yu. Tang Yu said, "We don't know much, but there should be 2 systems that have reached a high level. If both systems are high level, then there will be no problem." Li thought to himself. At this time, Li Yu said to Tang Yu, "Sister, bring those members of the Black Church in." "What are you going to do?" Tang Yu asked doubtfully. "Let them replace these children." As Li Yu said this, Tang Yu had already asked the people from the Inquisition to bring in the members of the Black Church. In order to prevent Wang Changbin from becoming suspicious, Li Yu marked a black sack and put it into the dark portal. Then, Li Yu looked at the members of the Black Church. They all looked at Li Yu in surprise. They never thought that he was a member of the Inquisition. "You." However, before he could finish his words, a sharp pain came out of his mouth. The space around them seemed to be distorted, and along with it, their bodies. "Put them in," Li Yu said to others. The judges did not think that Li Yu was cruel and ruthless, because these people deserved it. But they only listened to Tang Yu's words, and when they saw Tang Yu nod, they began to put the dead people into black sacks. "You want to enter this dark door?" Tang Yu guessed Li Yu's thoughts and asked. "Yeah." Li Yu responded and watched them put these people into black sacks. The sacks containing the children were torn open, and they were still in a coma. However, at this moment, one of the little girls woke up. She looked at the strangers around her and started crying loudly. Tang Yu walked over and hugged her, telling her not to be too scared. At the other end of the dark portal, Wang Changbin looked at the dark portal and frowned deeply. Did he get the wrong person? As he was thinking about it, there was movement at the dark portal. A black sack was passed to him. He walked over and untied the sack, revealing a child lying inside. Wang Changbin breathed a sigh of relief and tied the black sack up again. There were a few people standing behind him, and one of them came out and asked, "Just one?" Wang Changbin said, "There must be something wrong, let's wait a moment." Chapter 86 Cardinal. After a while, several more black sacks were passed over one after another. Immediately afterwards, Li Yu also came out from the dark gate. Wang Changbin looked at Li Yu and asked, "Why is it so slow?" Li Yu began to gesture. He first put his hands on his cheeks and closed his eyes, then pretended to cry, and finally covered his ears and shook his head. Finally he reached out and grabbed his neck, twisting it slightly. "You mean, these children woke up and cried, and you killed them?" The middle-aged man with cockfighting eyes standing behind Wang Changbin asked curiously. Li Yu nodded frantically and gave a thumbs up to the cross-eyed guy. "Well, since everyone is dead, let's not waste any more time. Wang Changbin did not pursue Li Yu's actions and spoke. Go ahead and take these sacks away. The middle-aged man with cockfighting eyes said to the people behind him. Afterwards, Wang Changbin and Cross-Eyed left first.
Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is to upgrade the intermediate wind system to the advanced level. Others picked up the sacks, which seemed a bit heavy for a moment.
Fuck, why is it so heavy? Someone said. It's just moving something, why are there so many problems?
As he spoke, the man picked up a black sack and walked towards Wang Changbin.
The others didn't say anything.
They all picked up the sacks and followed the man in front.
Li Yu just glanced at the sacks on the ground and found the marked one.
He picked up the pedal and followed the steps of those people. After about 10 minutes, Li Yu followed these people to a big mountain.
Could this be Taihang Mountains?
Li Yu always felt that the place he passed by just now was a little familiar. Because the vegetation he saw was also what he had seen in Taihang Mountains, and it was almost the same. However, at this time, Wang Changbin walked towards him and said, "Drink this, it can protect you from attacks by demons."
Question mark.
Although Li Yu was confused, he still took the small bottle containing blue liquid.
Trigger the God level choice.
Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, drink the potion, avoid being attacked by the monster with blood-red eyes, and be rewarded with an upgrade to the second level of the intermediate space system. Option 2, if you don't drink the potion, you will be attacked by the demon with blood-red eyes, and the host will be rewarded with a fine coffin. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Li Yu is still worried about the potion. But after listening to it, he drank the blue potion given to him by Wang Changbin without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is the upgrade of the intermediate space system to the second level. After hearing this, Li Yu couldn't help but sigh that he had chosen the right path. If I had not participated before, my strength would not have been improved so quickly. Li Yu followed them to a huge cave and then walked in. This cave is very hidden and also very large. Even if several people walk in a row, it still feels very spacious. Cross-Eyed snapped his fingers in the dark, and suddenly, lights appeared on both sides of the cave. As they continued walking, Li Yu smelled a strong smell of blood. In addition, he also saw the familiar blood-red little spider crawling out from beside his feet. Did this spider crawl out of the cave? Li Yu continued to go deeper into the cave with doubts. After walking for about a few minutes, they finally reached the deepest part of the cave. The smell of blood became stronger and stronger, mixed with a hint of stench. Li Yu held back and looked forward. This is. When he saw a big spider crawling in a pool of blood, he was completely shocked. Blood pool. Could it be that they are all? Li Yu clenched his fists and saw small spiders crawling out of the pool of blood. At this moment, a hunchbacked old man was standing in front of the big blood-red spider. He heard footsteps outside and immediately asked, "How many were delivered this time?" 10. Wang Changbin replied. The hunchbacked old man didn't say anything else, but stared at the huge bloody spider in front of him. The scene was very quiet. They waited until the hunchbacked old man spoke again. "There is still some work to be done, but it will be done soon." When Wang Changbin heard this, he immediately asked, "Master Steward, when I was in Xuecheng, I heard about your great achievements in Taihang Mountain. I wonder if I didn't have the opportunity to witness it with my own eyes? It's almost done. Once this is over, Boot City will be our first target," the hunchbacked old man said casually. Cross-Eyes replied, "That's great. I want to see this event, too. You will all be heroes by then, and you will receive benefits." The hunchbacked old man looked at them and said. Wang Changbin and Cross-Eyed immediately nodded in response, their faces full of respect. Li Yu was listening at the side and seemed to have guessed something. Perhaps this wave of demons was caused by the Black Vatican. The same goes for those monsters with blood-red eyes. It is very likely that these little spiders have entered their bodies, causing them to be so bloodthirsty. However, the aura emitted by the blood-red giant spider in front of him was obviously not of the ordinary commander level. Li Yu was hesitating whether to kill the hunchbacked old man. This man might be a ghost. Suddenly, a figure walked in from outside. At the same time, everyone looked over at this moment. "Your Majesty Bishop." For a moment, everyone who saw that person bowed 90 degrees. "Nian Gui, you did a great job." The man in red clothes and a hood praised the hunchbacked old man. "Thank you for the compliment, Bishop." The hunchbacked old man continued to lower his head and had no intention of raising it. The man in red walked towards the bloody spider, stared at it for a long time, and then slowly said, "I hope this time it will be more grand than Bow City." "Don't worry, Bishop. Our event this time will surely be even more spectacular than the one in Bow. It will surely be famous throughout the country, and even the world," the hunchbacked old man said excitedly. The man in red raised his lips slightly, looking forward to that time coming. "I'll leave the rest to you. I still have a lot to do. Thank you for your hard work over the years." After saying this, the man in red walked out of the cave. "Farewell, Bishop," said the hunchbacked old man to the man in red. They had indeed been preparing for this bloody giant spider for many years. Now we can finally show our ambitions and unleash its true power. The others were also very excited because they actually saw the cardinal. This is a treatment only available to the blue-robed deacons. I didn't expect that they would have this opportunity. Although we can't meet, it's already a great honor. A little more time passed. When the blood in the blood pool became less, the hunchbacked old man said to Wang Changbin, "Go." Wang Changbin nodded and said to Li Yu and the others, "Hurry up and open the sacks and let the children out." Chapter 87 Thunder Purgatory. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the black sack. Bite. Trigger the God-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, escape alone, and the reward is to upgrade the elementary space system to the 4th level. Option 2, take the child and run away, and you will be rewarded with a double magic amplification card. Option 3, kill the blue-robed butler ghost and receive a triple magic amplification card. Option 4, kill the psychic blood spider and receive a quadruple magic amplification card. It should be noted that the magic amplification card can only be used on the magic that has not been amplified. It is ineffective on the magic that has been amplified. At the same time, it has a permanent stacking effect. Magic amplification card? It seems that this thing is similar to spirit seeds and soul seeds, which amplifies the power of magic. But the only difference is that it can be superimposed forever. Li Yu was not in a hurry to make a choice, because he did not have an exact goal at the moment, so he decided to take it one step at a time. When they opened the sack, they were shocked to find that there were no children in the sack. "What's going on?" Wang Changbin suddenly looked at Li Yu and asked. However, it was not Li Yu who answered him, but the silent light of death from thunder and lightning. Silent thunder death light. A muffled sound was heard from the palm of Li Yu's hand, and then a beam of deadly light flew out, flying straight towards Wang Changbin and others. The others were facing a formidable enemy, but they were only beginner and intermediate mages and could not deal with high-level magic at all. What's more, Li Yu's lightning power is 6 times stronger. In an instant, Wang Changbin and others were all killed, and only the hunchbacked old man survived by using defensive magic tools. The hunchbacked old man retracted his defensive magic tools, looked at Li Yu with gloomy eyes and asked, "Are you from the Inquisition?" "You said too much." Li Yu didn't want to waste time talking to this person, lest it cause more trouble. Thunderbolt electric disaster. Crazy lightning swooped down from the sky. The hunchbacked old man's eyes flashed and he said in a cold voice, "Light falls all over the holy wall." In a moment, the dazzling light suddenly condensed into a wall of holy light above the hunchbacked old man's head. The lightning struck the wall of light like an egg hitting a stone, not causing the slightest ripple. High-level light system. Li Yu looked at the hunchbacked old man and finally used the opponent's high-level magic. At this time, Li Yu did not stop and shouted in a low voice, "Wings of wind." He's already high-level in 2 categories at such a young age? It would be a pity if he died. The hunchbacked old man's gaze was like a sharp sword, as if it could kill people at any time. The wind wings on Li Yu's back kept flapping. He held the sword king in his hand and slashed towards the hunchbacked old man. Flames like waves suddenly surged out from the sword, sweeping across the sky and earth. The hunchbacked old man remained calm in the face of danger and completed the summoning star map in an instant. Sudden. A lion with a purple halo all over its body suddenly appeared in front of the hunchbacked old man. At this moment, a ball of purple mist rushed in from both sides and engulfed all the hot flames. Commander level. Li Yu looked down and saw that the purple-haired lion in front of him was a commander-level demon. Moreover, the energy it exudes is not just an ordinary commander-level energy, it is much stronger than that of the winged thunder tiger. If it weren't for the psychic blood spider that had been watching him, he would have wanted to directly max out the space system and kill the hunchbacked old man in an instant. Damn! A single psychic blood spider is already difficult to deal with, but I didn't expect this guy to be a commander-level one. No wonder he was so confident with these people, it turns out he had so many cards up his sleeve.
A moment. Suddenly,
The mind blood spider made a piercing sound, and when Liu heard it, he felt like his head was about to explode.
rough.
In this environment, let alone high-level magic, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to cast even mid-level magic.
Miscalculated.
There are 2 commander-level enemies, and one is a high-level wizard with 2 elements. Even if he is a high-level wizard with 3 elements, he has no chance of winning if he stays here.
Walk.
At this moment, this was the only word in Liu's mind. He picked up the black sack next to him and rushed out of the cave. Before he entered the dark portal, he wore a locator, and Tangyu could use it to locate his current location. He only needed to buy himself some time to get rescue from the Inquisition. However, the hunchbacked old man had no intention of letting Liu go, because he already knew the secret here and would not let him leave alive.
Dark Lion, go after him, I'll be right behind you. After hearing this, the Dark Lion's entire huge body suddenly disappeared.
The hunchbacked old man looked up at the psychic blood spider in front of him and said, "Since we have been discovered, let's start early." Although he did not achieve his ideal goal, he had no choice but to make this choice in order to avoid any accidents.
Boot City, I can't wait to brand you with my devilish name.
As soon as he finished speaking, blood suddenly gushed out of the 8 eyes of the psychic blood spider, and at the same time, an indescribable sound was heard. After flying out of the cave, Liu had no idea where he was. The situation is critical now and he has no time to judge his own position.
Let's go to the lower terrain first,
Liu said, and flew away without looking back. Just as he left for a while, the Dark Lion also flashed out from the cave. Without any hesitation, he ran directly in the direction where Liu disappeared. It had just left dark matter on Liu's body, so it could detect his location as long as it was not far away. At the same time, if it is dark, the Dark Lion can catch up with Liu in a short time.
It's a pity that it's daytime now, not night.
Liu ran at full speed, and in front of him, 2 commander-level demons with blood-red eyes suddenly appeared.
Damn it!
After cursing, Liu wondered whether the blue potion he drank before was useful.
Try it.
Liu was on high alert and flew past the 2 commanders, but they didn't even look at him.
Really useful.
If it had happened before, he would probably have become the target of attack. Perhaps this thing can conceal the aura on my body and prevent me from being targeted by those monsters with blood-red eyes. Without stopping, Liu continued to fly forward. However, he felt that something was following him, and it was most likely the purple-haired lion. Kill it first. If there were no interference from the mind blood spider, it would have been no problem dealing with this lion. Liu found a safe place, untied the unsealed sack, and then covered it with branches.
After settling him, Liu randomly chose a direction and flew.
He looked up at the sun that was about to set above his head.
He didn't have much time left.
The Dark Lion knocked down all the trees in front of it, flew out of the forest, and pounced on him. Liu had been waiting for a long time and prepared a grand feast of thunder and lightning for him.
Thunder, purgatory.
Liu shouted in a low voice, and the air around him seemed to be shaking.
Chapter 88 High-Level Spatial Power.
This is Liu's Thunder Soul Seed Field, and it is also the first time he uses it. At this moment, countless thunder and lightning forces bombarded madly, and their target was the Lion of Darkness. The Dark Lion felt the threat above his head, and was suddenly covered by a layer of darkness. The thunder and lightning struck down with all their might, and the black shadow was immediately blown away by the thunder and shot in all directions.
Next second,
all the dark shadows gathered together again. The Dark Lion appeared again 100 meters away from Liu.
So weird. Liu looked at the Dark Lion in front of him in disbelief. Thunderbolt electric disaster.
Liu did not hesitate and released the 4th-level intermediate thunder magic again. With the 6-fold increase in soul power, this magic can already be considered a high-level magic.
Not only is it completed quickly, but it also does not consume any magic energy.
But it is still a bit difficult to deal with a commander of this level.
Because when the thunderbolt struck, the Lion of Darkness was no longer there. Next moment, several huge black shadows rushed over from different directions. Liu looked around and reacted immediately.
The wings of wind suddenly rose up, and several black shadows collided with each other, forming a black shadow that looked like a lion. At this moment, the black shadow formed into a lion and suddenly rushed upwards. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth, determined to swallow Liu. The opponent was very fast, and even though Liu used the wings of wind, he was still unable to get rid of him. This demon is definitely the strongest among the Orthodox leaders, otherwise it would never have been able to catch up with him so easily. Moreover, the opponent's skill was very strange, and his magic posed no threat to it at all.
Sunset.
The sword in Liyu's hand suddenly burst into flames, and a huge fireball was spinning wildly above the tip of the sword.
Cut.
The bloody mouth was already several meters away from his feet.
Liyu slashed it with his sword without any hesitation. The huge fireball instantly sank into the black lion's mouth and exploded in an instant.
Liyu was affected by the power of the explosion and retreated more than 10 meters. Looking around, there were only flames falling, and the figure of the dark lion could not be seen at all.
Dead? It shouldn't be that easy. Liyu was puzzled and looked around alertly.
However, in a moment, a huge black shadow appeared above his head and suddenly pressed down on him.
Grass is a plant.
Liyu suddenly rushed downwards and it was too late for him to fly to the side.
This guy has become stronger.
Because it was getting dark, if it wasn't dealt with quickly, it would definitely be a troublesome thing.
Sister, why are you so slow? Liyu couldn't help but lament in his heart.
Pulling away from him, Liyu looked up and saw that the lightning star map was combining into constellations.
In an instant. After the constellation was completed, a beam of deadly lightning shot out from Liyu's palm. Thunder and lightning shot up into the sky, suddenly lashing the huge black shadow pressing down on overhead. Break it for me.
Liyu input the power of thunder element again, and huge lightning suddenly gushed out.
In an instant.
The huge mass of black shadows suddenly shattered, but a black footprint made up of black shadows stepped down. Liyu frowned, then used the wings of wind to dodge. The huge footprint stirred up a layer of dust on the ground, which suddenly swept away in all directions. Liyu looked at the huge half-leg and fell into deep thought for a moment.
Damn! What a trouble!
Then I'll deal with you first. Liyu had the answer in his mind, and without saying anything, he chose the second option. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. You will be rewarded with a double magic amplification card. Without thinking twice, Liyu gave this double magic amplification card to the space department. This guy is so annoying, and he appears and disappears at will. Only by restraining him can we have a chance to kill him.
The space system is a good choice.
All of a sudden, Liyu's eyes, as sharp as swords, looked in the direction of the dark lion.
All the black shadows suddenly condensed into a dark lion, which roared at Liyu and shot out in an instant.
At the same time, countless dark forces also rushed towards Liyu frantically, like a flood in a dam. It is not difficult to see that the dark lion does not want to play with Liyu anymore.
Silent thunder deathlight. There was no way to hide, so Liyu decided to give it a try.
A beam of lightning suddenly flew out from Liyu's palm and instantly shot straight and diagonally towards the dark lion. As the lightning beam shot out, violent electric arcs spread on both sides of the beam, forming an arc area 50 meters away. At this moment, the dark aura that was surging towards them gradually dissipated like smoke. The dark lion seemed not to be afraid of lightning and allowed the lightning beams to pierce its body.
It's a little bit outrageous.
As soon as Liyu finished speaking, the dark lion appeared a few meters away from him.
Sunset, cut.
As a last resort, Liyu slashed out with his sword again, but a black shadow suddenly attacked him from the side when he was not paying attention.
Crazy thunder shield.
The mad thunder shield suddenly appeared and immediately blocked the attack in front of him, but the mad thunder shield in his hand also shattered quietly at this moment. With some strength left, Liyu was knocked away by the recoil and fell heavily to the ground.
How insidious. Liyu spat and suddenly looked up at the sky. Very good. It's coming.
The black shadow transformed into a lion's paw containing dark power and stepped towards Liyu. Liyu had no expression on his face, just looking up at the lion's paw that was stepping down. When he was about to get close, he immediately put on the giant rhino armor. The power of darkness was like waves hitting the shore, and a burst of pressure shook the place in an instant. Liyu was knocked to the ground by the power of darkness, and a giant foot had already stepped down on his tiny body.
Space confinement.
At the last moment, he released space magic. At this moment, the giant foot stopped, as if it was frozen. The same was true of the power of darkness, which seemed to be fixed by something, hanging motionlessly in the air. The reason why Liyu did not rush to take action was to let all the dark forces rush towards him. Only by controlling all the dark forces will the dark lion have no chance of escape.
Compression. The most powerful thing about the space system is its control over space.
Just now, Liu has used the maximum level advanced experience card for the space system. At this moment, the space around the Dark Lion slowly changed. All the dark forces gathered together in an instant, and the giant black foot began to twist. Pressure. Liu compressed the space again, and the majestic dark force just now suddenly turned into a small black shadow.
You can't escape now,
Liu said.
Thunder lightning disaster.
Liu immediately completed the lightning star map, and the violent thunderbolt lashed towards the black shadow with all his might.
Suddenly,
the small black shadow wailed as if it felt pain, and the sound suddenly resounded through the sky. Pressure. Liu did not stop and once again manipulated the space around the Dark Lion, constantly shrinking its range. There are also countless thunderbolts waiting above your head, striking down one after another and mercilessly.
Chapter 89, Night Rule.
After the space system received a double increase, not only did its range become wider, but the space force also became extremely turbulent.
The howling of the Dark Lion continued to sound. Liu's eyes flashed and he shouted coldly, "Thunder Purgatory!"
Liu once again used the thunder field, and at this moment, thunderclouds surged above the sky.
Suddenly,
a loud thunder roared, shaking the sky.
Countless lightning bolts suddenly rushed down from the sky like a baptism.
At this moment, the object of baptism also let out its most painful wail, but its voice was soon covered by the thunder.
In an instant, the black shadow compressed by the Dark Lion quilt suddenly disappeared into the sky, as if it had never been there, without a trace. What bad luck! There's not even any spirit left,
Liu complained, then quickly flew over to pick up the child and left. When Liu was about to pick up the child woke up.
Wow, wow, wow.
The child started crying as soon as he saw Liu.
Mom, I want Mom.
Liu just looked at him quietly because he had no idea how to coax a child. The child looked about 4 or 5 years old.
Liu said gently, "Don't cry. I will take you to find your mother." Wow, 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 you are a bad guy. I want my mommy. I want my mommy.
The little boy still cried. Liu noticed the little boy's shirt.
It looked like a peripheral product of PUBG. Don't cry, brother will take you to the god of war. The little boy immediately held back his tears, stared at Liu with big eyes and asked, "Really? I never cheat anyone."
Liu replied with a smile.
However, at this moment, the hunchbacked old man also rushed over and stood right opposite Liu.
"You killed my summoned beast." The hunchbacked old man was very angry, and his eyes seemed to be flashing with anger. At this time, Liu also saw the commander-level demon behind the hunchbacked old man.
This is...
Liu looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief and was unable to speak for a long time.
That's right.
There were actually 5 commander-level creatures following the hunchbacked old man, and some of them were even more powerful than the Dark Lion just now.
How could he? Could it be that big bloody spider?
Liu suddenly remembered that the big blood-red spider seemed to be a spiritual demon.
That way, it all makes sense.
The little spider sneaked into the body of the demon, and the mind-blood spider gave orders to the demons through the little spider.
What surprised Liu even more was that they could actually control even the commander level. Well, even the monarch class. Liu didn't dare to think any further because there were too many monsters in Taihang Mountains. There are quite a few commander-level demons.
If the Black Church really controls all the commander-level demons, I am afraid that the military magicians outside will be of no use. This was no longer something he could interfere with, so Liu flew in one direction without even looking back.
"Still want to leave," said the hunchbacked old man, gritting his teeth.
He looked up suddenly, and the eagle circling above his head suddenly cried out and swooped down.
There's actually a commander-level beast above him.
If there are only 1 or 2 commander-level creatures, Liu can still fight with his high-level space system. But among the 5 commander-level ones, there are actually 2 whose strength exceeds that of the Dark Lion.
The huge eagle was still chasing Liu, and it seemed that it didn't want Liu to leave.
Liu used the wings of wind and kept running wildly, not giving the eagle behind him any chance to attack him.
"Brother, is that big eagle a demon?"
The little boy pointed at the eagle flying in the sky.
"Yes," Liu replied, and continued to try to distance himself from Feiying.
"Brother, be careful." Following the little boy's reminder, Liu felt a chill on his back and immediately rolled to the side. Several ice arrows as thick as fists suddenly brushed past Liu's body.
"Shame on you."
If the little boy hadn't reminded him just now, Liu might have been injured.
Liu deliberately slowed down, already having a plan in mind.
Above his head, the commander-level creature was still spitting ice at Li Yu.
Li Yu continued to dodge, waiting for an opportunity to strike. However, this eagle was not stupid. It knew that Li Yu had slowed down and seemed to have discovered something. He did not choose to get close to Li Yu, but kept a certain distance from him. "Little Thunder Dragon, take good care of him." After Li Yu said that, he put the little boy on the violent Thunder Dragon. Move in an instant.
In an instant, Li Yu's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, and it was impossible to find where he went. The eagle flying overhead lost its target and circled in the air in confusion.
"Are you looking for me?"
While the eagle was still looking down, a cold voice came quietly. The eagle's eyes flickered, and it was about to flap its wings and fly away, but how could Li Yu give it this opportunity?
Space confinement. It was just an ordinary commander-level demon. Li Yu raised his hand and clenched his fist, shouting, "Thunder Purgatory!"
The field was formed again, and Li Yu immediately led the lightning down without giving the eagle any chance to struggle.
Boom! Boom boom! Countless lightning bolts suddenly came down from the sky like a waterfall.
Li Yu didn't care about the life or death of this commander-level creature, and moved to the side of the little boy in an instant.
Walk!
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yu immediately hugged the little boy and flew forward without looking back.
Nyx rules, darkness is coming. At this moment, Li Yu's surroundings suddenly fell into darkness. High-level shadow.
Li Yu said in surprise. He is not a high-level 2 series player, but a high-level 3 series player. It seems that the situation of the Inquisition is not accurate. Trapped in this dark world, their current situation is very dangerous. The space-time just passed, and his space system has recovered to the intermediate level. However, as he possesses the space system, he can still control the changes in the surrounding space.
Dark night, huh? Then I'll cover it with light.
Just when Li Yu was about to release fire magic, a strong light suddenly refracted in from outside.
Has the rescue arrived? Li Yu murmured. The hunchbacked old man looked over there, narrowed his eyes and said, "Holy word?" Sayas Rule was completely illuminated by light, just like the darkness ushering in the brightness of the rising sun.
Li Yu looked up and saw that the person who released the holy word was Li Yaya's father Li Changtian. At the same time, Zhen Kong also came along.
The two of them were suspended in mid-air, staring intently at the hunchbacked old man below.
The hunchbacked old man also stared at the two people in the sky, especially Li Changtian, and couldn't help but show a look of fear.
"Old man, long time no see."
Zhen Kong seemed to know the hunchbacked old man and spoke. The hunchbacked old man said calmly, "I didn't kill you at the beginning, so why are you here to die again this time?"
"It's still uncertain who will die."
Zhen Kong raised the corner of his mouth, a fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Li Changtian lowered his head and said to Li Yu, "Take him first, and keep going forward and you will be out of Taihang Mountain. P.S. If the daily recommendation votes reach 100, one more chapter will be added the next day. If the recommendation votes reach 200, one more chapter will be added the next day.
July only. Chapter 90 Return to the Imperial Capital.
Li Changtian and Zhen Kong are here. One is a super-class mage and the other is a strong man in the high level, so he is of no use at all."
Li Yu nodded without any hesitation and flew forward. Soon,
different noises were heard behind him, but Li Yu paid no attention to them. At this moment, Taihang Mountains were in turmoil again, and all the demons were running around like crazy. Li Changtian and Zhen Kong restrained the Nian Gui, and he had to tell the military what he knew. After a long time, Li Yu accelerated his progress and finally got out of Taihang Mountains. "There's someone over there," a military magician said to the officer beside him.
Alert!
It was already dark, and the unrest in Taihang Mountains had caused them to step up their vigilance. When he saw the person coming out, the officer frowned and said, "Stop." Li Yu stopped and looked at the officer with thick eyebrows and big eyes.
"I want to see your superior. I have something important to say," Li Yu said anxiously.
The officer said, "You can tell me anything first.
Every second of delay may lead to missing the opportunity."
"I hope to meet the Supreme Commander,"
Li Yu said solemnly.
The officer was about to say something when a deep voice sounded behind him.
"Tell me, what is the important matter?"
Suddenly, a middle-aged man who looked very familiar walked over.
Li Yu remembered him.
He was the officer he met after coming out of Taihang Mountains that day.
This is what happened. Li Yu told the story and also revealed all his speculations.
He just hopes that the other party will believe him and take action.
I understand, thank you.
After the commander saluted Li Yu, he immediately asked the officer next to him to notify others.
Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this commander was quite reasonable.
He speculated that the culprit behind all this was the Black Church, and the root cause of destroying all this was the Mind Blood Spider. If the Mind Blood Spider is killed, then all this may end.
But this is just a guess. As for what the results will be, we can only take it one step at a time.
Li Yu and the little boy were placed in a safe place. After a long time, Tang Yu also found Li Yu.
Are you okay? Tang Yu asked with concern.
When Li Yu saw Tang Yu hurriedly entering the tent, he immediately stood up and suddenly staggered.
Seeing this, Tang Yu quickly stepped forward and supported Li Yu. What's wrong? Tang Yu asked Li Yu in her arms.
Li Yu felt the softness coming from his head and suddenly didn't want to leave.
Go sit down first. I'll call a healing wizard for you later.
Tang Yu helped Li Yu sit back in his original seat. Li Yu smiled and said, I just tripped a little bit, nothing happened. As he spoke, Li Yu jumped twice vigorously to prove himself.
Tang Yu glared at Li Yu angrily.
She was really worried that something might happen to him.
In a sense, Li Yu didn't have to take the risk, but he did it anyway.
However, Tang Yu felt that there was no need for Li Yu to sacrifice himself in this way, as this matter had little to do with him. If something really happened to Li Yu, she would definitely feel guilty for the rest of her life.
Please find relatives for this little boy,
Li Yu said, looking at the sleeping little boy.
Tang Yu said, I'll have someone do it right away.
She gently picked up the little boy, then said to Li Yu, let's go, the military will handle this.
Li Yu nodded and followed Tang Yu out of the tent.
He accidentally fell asleep on the way, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in Boot City. Tang Yu had already informed the Li family before returning to Xuecheng, so as soon as he got out of the airport, he saw Li Nang and others waiting for him.
Brother Yu. Li Yaya stepped forward quickly and checked if he was injured. I'm fine.
Li Yu smiled, turned to look at Li Nang and said, I'm sorry to have made everyone worried. At the same time, Li Yu also saw Mu Nujio and Ai Tutu standing next to them. I'm glad you're okay, otherwise I don't know how to explain to Brother Fei.
Li Nang said. Let's go back together.
Li Yu said,
glancing at everyone. Soon. Li Yu returned to the hotel.
As soon as he saw the soft, white bed, he lay down on it without thinking.
I slept until noon.
Li Yu woke up in a daze, looked at the time, and sat up. Li Nang and the others didn't disturb him from resting, so they didn't wake him up until now.
Opening his phone, Li Yu saw the message sent to him by Ai Tutu. 9:58. Ai Tutu, Li Yu, we will return to Shanghai this morning. 10:38.
Ai Tutu, come to Shanghai to play with us when you have time.
Sister Mu and I will treat you.
Li Yu looked at the two messages and replied with a good word.
Suddenly, his door opened and Li Nang and Li Yaha walked in. Awake?
Li Nang said as he walked to the bedside.
Yeah. Li Yu responded.
Li Nang spoke again, we will return to the capital in the afternoon, you should get ready.
Brother Yu, this is lunch for you. Li Yaha placed the food on a desk.
Li Yu shook his head and said to Li Nang, Uncle Li Nang, take them back to the capital first.
What about you?
Li Yu said, I will stay in Xuecheng for a few days, and then go back by myself.
Okay. Li Nang didn't ask anything, but nodded.
In the following days, Li Yu had been following Tang Yu, but he did not trigger the god-level choice. However, in the past few days, his relationship with Tang Yu has become closer and closer. In addition, he also received news about Taihang Mountain that the psychic blood spider had been dealt with. But the military and major families suffered heavy losses, including the loss of a super-class wizard and dozens of high-level wizards. Although the price is high, it is worth it if it can prevent the demons from Taihang Mountains from invading the city. Because they saved tens of millions of people. They are heroes. After Li Yu said goodbye to Tang Yu, he boarded the plane back to the capital. Around noon, Li Yu walked out of the Imperial Capital Airport. He hailed a taxi on the road and prepared to go back to report his safety to Li Fei.
Half an hour.
The taxi stopped in front of Li's house. As soon as he got off the car, Li Fei walked out. Li Fei hugged Li Yu tightly, then pinched his arm and verbally blamed him. You kid, you even dared to provoke the Black Church, are you going to die? Li Yu could only use laughter to cover up Li Fei's problem, because he had no choice. The reward given by the system was too tempting.
I'm glad you're okay. Don't stand outside. Let's go back. Li Fei said, and then followed Li Yu into the Li family shoulder to shoulder. However, along the way, Li Yu could see that Li Fei was very happy, as if he had encountered something good. Uncle Fei, you are smiling so happily, is there something good you haven't told me? Li Yu asked. You'll know soon. Li Fei said, leaving the audience in suspense. Chapter 91 Exchange Students. Li Yu followed Li Fei to the family meeting room, where several other important members of the family were. Li Baichuan and Li Mangxing were also among them. Xiao Yu is here, please come and sit down. One of the elders said to Li Yu. Li Yu nodded and sat down in the two seats specially reserved for them. He just noticed the looks that other people gave him. Their eyes were full of smiles and their tone was polite. However, Li Baichuan and Li Mangxing did not look very good. Now that everyone is here, let's begin our meeting, said one of the elders with the highest status. As soon as the words fell, everyone else looked at the old man with wrinkles on his face. The old man slowly said, thanks to Xiao Yu this time, otherwise our Li family would not have been able to get involved in the mines in Taihang Mountain. My loss? Li Yu didn't understand and could only continue listening. Last time at the Feng family, Li Yu won the mineral for the Li family, and now he has obtained an excellent mine for the Li family. When the old man said this, he suddenly stopped, looked at Li Fei and continued, therefore, we decided to let Li Fei serve as the acting head of the family. When this was said, no one was surprised. The mine that Li Yu obtained for the Li family is much larger than the one that the Feng family fought for last time. At the same time, it also contributed to the Li family's advancement into a first-class family. Among them is Li Yu's magical talent. Li Yu had already made a name for himself in the battle before. At such a young age, he had already reached the intermediate level in 4 departments, and his strength far exceeded that of his peers. As long as Li Yu was not blind, he would naturally treat such a talented magician as a treasure. The senior executives also saw this, so they were willing to let Li Fei be the acting head of the family. From this aspect, it can be seen that these senior executives support Li Fei as the head of the family. However, Li Baichuan didn't think so. He stood up and said, don't be too happy too soon. Dad has said that the winner will be decided by the higher level. After Li Baichuan finished speaking, he took Li Mangxing out of the meeting room. The others looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. The same goes for Li Fei. His original intention was to make the Li family develop better, and he didn't want to compete for the position of head of the family. But after being enlightened by others, he gradually came to terms with it. Although he didn't care, he also had to think about others, especially Li Yu. At night, Li Yu and Li Fei had a big meal and drank some wine. From beginning to end, Li Fei never asked Li Yu what happened in Taihang Mountains. They drank wine, looked at the starry sky, and recalled the interesting things that happened in the past from time to time. It was very late before the two returned to their room. Suddenly, Li Yu's cell phone rang. When he opened it, he saw that it was Tang Yu calling him. Sister, you missed me again after just leaving for a short while? Li Yu asked. You're being targeted by the Black Church. Tang Yu said unhappily. Li Yu asked, did the Nian ghost escape? Before in Xuecheng, Li Yu heard that Nian Gui had escaped. But Taihang Mountain has been surrounded by water, so how could Nian Gui escape? Tang Yu said, we were almost able to find the trace of Nian Gui, but for some reason, Nian Gui disappeared in Taihang Mountain. Could it be that the Black Church still has a space portal? Prior to this, Li Yu had already informed the military about the portal, and if anyone went there with ghosts, they would definitely be caught. In this case, perhaps there really are other space portals. When meeting Zhang Kong and Li Changtian, Li Yu revealed his true face. Although Nian Gui didn't see it clearly, he could guess it. So I'm in a dangerous situation now? Li Yu asked with a raised eyebrow. Tang Yu replied, you have caused the Black Church to fail one after another, and they have already been targeting you. Li Yu sighed. If it wasn't for the purpose of improving his strength, he probably wouldn't have gotten into so much trouble. Don't worry, our Inquisition has sent people to guard you 24 hours a day, and we have also hired hunters to protect you. If they dare to come, they will never return. Tang Yu gave Li Yu a calming pill. Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was given time to improve his strength, the Black Vatican would be his stepping stone to upgrade. Thank you, sister. Li Yu said sincerely. After that, the two chatted for a few more minutes before hanging up the phone. In the following semester, Li Yu lived between the Li family and the Imperial Capital College. Life is very boring.
However, by following Li Fei, he learned a lot of social skills and improved his ability to manage the family. Li Yu could see that everything Li Fei was doing now seemed to be paving the way for him. However, Li Yu did not like being the head of the family very much, because after becoming the head of the family, he would be restricted by the family, which was not the life he wanted. What's more, he has a system, and his life is destined to be extraordinary. The Li family alone cannot stop him. In addition, Li Yu also underwent a high-level third awakening. He originally wanted to awaken the black magic, but luck didn't seem to be on his side. Winter is gradually approaching. The temperature started to get cooler and many people started to put on more clothes. As soon as Li Yu entered the school gate, Feng Zihao ran over with a smile and said, "Brother Yu, long time no see. Where have you been?" Ever since returning from Taihang Mountains last time, Feng Zihao has rarely appeared in the academy. The same goes for Muning Xue. They have already mastered the knowledge of magic and are in greater need of resources for cultivation. After returning from Taihang Mountain, Li Yu had only met Mu Ningxue twice, so the god-level option had not been triggered during this period. Without any reward, he could only practice hard on his own. Feng Zihao said, "My family is busy, so I went back to help." Li Yu just asked casually, and then the two of them walked into the academy. Along the way, Feng Zihao began to chatter and mention something that interested Li Yu. "Brother Yu, there are exchange students from other colleges coming to our Imperial Capital Academy today. Do you want to join in the fun?" Feng Zihao said. Every year, colleges send exchange students to study between each other, and they also participate in competitions. Why didn't TI receive any notification? Li Yu's strength has been demonstrated in the battle, and the school should not be unaware of it, but he did not receive any notification. Is it because of the Black Vatican? Feng Zihao shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Anyway, I was selected to join the welcoming team." Li Yu looked at Feng Zihao's smug expression and asked, "Is Mu Ningxue going to be an exchange student? Or is she staying in the Imperial Capital Academy to join the welcoming team?" Feng Zihao shook his head again and said, "Mu Ningxue did not participate." Not attending? Li Yu didn't care much about it. If he didn't want to participate, then he didn't participate. Suddenly, the system prompt sound appeared in his mind. Trigger the god-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Chapter 92 Talent Ranking Second Update. Trigger the god-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, do not join the welcoming team, and you will be rewarded with a lightning spirit seed fragment. Option 2, request to join the welcoming team and be rewarded with 5 lightning spirit seed fragments. Li Yu listened to the options in his mind and knew what to choose without even thinking. "Haozi, take me to find the teacher who is welcoming the team," Li Yu said to Feng Zihao. Feng Zihao asked, "Brother Yu, do you want to join the welcoming team?" If Li Yu joined the welcoming team, then they would really have nothing to do. "I just want to go out and have some fun," Li Yu said with a smile. Feng Zihao was helpless. After a while, they arrived at a venue that could accommodate 1,000 people. Right now, a teacher and 7 students were standing in the center of the field. When they saw Li Yu and Feng Zihao coming over, they all looked surprised. "Oh shit. Why is Li Yu here?" "Teacher Lu, can you please add one more person?" Feng Zihao said. Lu Yiming naturally knew who Feng Zihao was talking about, so he asked, "Student Li Yu, do you want to join the welcoming team?" In fact, Lu Yiming had mentioned Li Yu before, but the people above didn't seem to want him to join the welcoming team this time, so he didn't force it. "Yes," Li Yu answered simply. "Then please wait a moment, I will ask my leader for instructions." After saying this, Lu Yiming left. Li Yu found it strange. It was just joining a team, so there was no need to ask for permission, right? After a while, Lu Yiming came back. Because Wu Dahai suddenly withdrew from the welcoming team, the current team is missing a key core member. If Li Yu could join, it would indeed fill this gap. And it just so happened that the leader did not reject Li Yu. "Student Li Yu, you can join the welcoming team this time." "Thanks." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yiming said, "But the school requires you not to show your true strength unless necessary." At the same time, the students who heard this all showed puzzled expressions. Not allowing Li Yu to show his true strength? What is this operation? Shouldn't the competition between the two academies be to demonstrate the strength of each academy? However, Lu Yiming did not explain too much, But said again, the dean will tell you in person when the time comes.
Li Yu just nodded and didn't ask any more questions.
With the current strength of these people, he can win the competition without any help from them.
You have to be careful of one person during this competition. Huazhong Academy has a new student whose talent is on the talent ranking list.
Lu Yiming said solemnly to everyone.
On the talent rankings? Upon hearing the news, everyone else showed some surprise. Talent is an additional attribute for a magician. However, up to now, they still don't know what that person's talent is. After a moment, students from Huazhong University have already arrived at the venue.
Lu Yiming smiled at the leading teacher and said, "How was your rest last night, Teacher Lu?"
"Very good."
Lu Sam also had a smile on his face, but it seemed that he was hiding a dagger behind his smile. After the two chatted for a while, the competition officially began. Feng Zihao was standing next to Li Yu. He looked at those people and said, "Brother Yu, the one over there should be the one on the talent ranking list.
His name seems to be Chen Tao."
Li Yu looked around and saw a thin boy wearing glasses. The boy with glasses happened to look over and met Li Yu's gaze.
"Brother Yu, that man is declaring war on you.
When the time comes, teach him a lesson."
Feng Zihao added fuel to the fire.
Li Yu ignored him, but he really wanted to know what this man's talent was. Lu Yiming asked everyone to gather together and prepare to discuss who to send to compete. Because the Imperial Capital Academy also had to send exchange students to study at the Chinese Academy, only half of the elites stayed at the Imperial Capital Academy. For example, Su Ling, Emoshi, and the students who performed outstandingly in the battle. "Teacher Feng, let me play. I will make sure they lose the first game. I'll do it, I'll win in 10 rounds.
I can blast them with my thunder element, so let me go."
Several people standing in the crowd spoke immediately. Feng Yiming looked at them and then said, "Be quiet and follow my instructions. Su Ling, Emoshi, Zheng Qinwen, Wu Lei, Han Shuangquan, you 5 will be the first group to go up."
Feng Yiming said to the 5 of them one after another.
The 5 of them nodded and looked at each other, their eyes flashing with confidence. "Isn't it a waste of talent to let Su Ling and Emoshi go together?" someone said.
In that battle, Su Ling and Emoshi both demonstrated amazing leadership abilities and strong strength.
In this regard, these people also recognized these two people. But they sent 2 strong men up there at once, and they both felt it wasn't worth it.
Feng Yiming didn't say anything because he knew that the other side had a talented player, so he couldn't treat it normally.
What he didn't expect was that Chen Tao was not among the 5 people sent by the other party.
"They didn't even let Chen Tao go up," a student suddenly said.
"Yes.
Chen Tao didn't go up."
The other party seemed to have guessed that the Imperial Capital Academy would send its main force. Huazhong is the best university in Seoul, and the Imperial Capital is the best university in the country.
Although Huazhong is not as good as the Imperial Capital University, there are always a few outstanding students among each class of freshmen.
They may not be much worse than the students in the Imperial Capital Academy, but overall they are far inferior. Wu Lei said, "Teacher Feng, it will only take a few minutes to deal with them.
Don't be careless," Feng Yiming said to Wu Lei.
Wu Lei didn't care and followed Su Ling and the others onto the stage. The 5 people from Huazhong Academy also came to the stage one after another and stood opposite Su Ling and the others. "I heard that all the students in the Imperial Capital's Academy are geniuses. I hope you can be more tolerant of others' overestimation of them," said a boy who looked gentle and refined.
Wu Lei said disdainfully, "Whether it is an overestimation or not, you will know when you are beaten down later."
"Teacher Feng, please announce the start of the competition," Han Shuangquan said to Feng Yiming.
Feng Yiming nodded, looked at the gentle Li Changle and said, "Are you ready?"
"No problem."
Li Changle nodded.
Feng Yiming looked to both sides, then said in a low voice, "The competition officially begins." As soon as the words fell, there was no reservation in either eye, each showing its own magical power. Earth Wave, Fall. Wu Lei took the lead in launching an attack and used earth magic on them all. However, at this moment, the other party responded immediately.
Ice Vines, Cover.
In an instant, the land that was about to collapse was suddenly covered with a layer of ice, and the ground waves were forced to stop. Wu Lei saw this scene and clenched his fists and said, "Damn it." Suddenly, a cold shout sounded behind him, fierce fist booming sky. Chapter 93, The First Group Competition 3 Updates. Fiery Fist, Blast the Sky. Su Ling was the first to complete the intermediate magic, and blazing flames immediately flew out from her fist.
The flames swept away, and Huazhong School responded immediately.
Guanyo Holy Shield, the girl standing next to Li Changel said suddenly. A layer of light enveloped their front, suddenly blocking the fiery attack.
Damn, this light mage is really quick to react.
After Wu Lei finished speaking, he also completed the plant star map, Koan's Forest Prison.
The vines surged out madly, instantly entangling everyone in Huazhong Academy, forming a huge vine cage. It's done.
As soon as Wu Lei finished speaking, the vine cage instantly burned and turned into ashes.
Is this the only strength of the chosen one of the Imperial Capital Academy?
Li Changel sneered. When Wu Lei heard this and was about to say something, Emoshi said, since they want to know our strength so much, there is no need to test us.
Let's attack together.
For a moment, both sides were fighting in a melee, and the scene became tense. Li Yu was watching their fight from the side, but Feng Ziheo's mind was fixed on a pair of long, snow-white legs.
You still have the mind to look at legs here? Li Yu rolled his eyes at him. Don't we have brother Yu here?
No matter how powerful Huazhong School is, it can't beat you.
Feng Ziheo said while staring straight ahead. However, Li Yu did not think so.
Judging from the battle on the field, the 5 people from Huazhong Academy cooperated very well. If they hadn't practiced or fought together frequently, they would never have had such tacit understanding. Although the Imperial Capital Academy is very strong, they lack a lot in coordination. The students from Huazhong University worked together as a team to make up for the gap in strength.
Oh my god, Su Ling and Emoshi won't lose, right? Feng Ziheo exclaimed. Just now, Su Ling was almost hit by the opponent's ice magic.
Fortunately, Zhang Chunwen reacted quickly and put a light shield on her. It's not like we'll lose, but the price we'll pay to win is not small, said Li Yu. Just as Li Yu said, the Imperial Capital Academy and the Chinese Academy had been fighting for a long time and had not yet finished the first game.
Damn it! They cooperated too well. Wu Lei was knocked off the ring, and he was so angry.
The strategy of Huazhong University is very simple: pick one and attack first to find a breakthrough. Wu Lei happened to be the breakthrough point, so they successfully eliminated him and then dealt with others.
Su Ling.
As soon as Emoshi finished speaking, he had completed the Windstar map.
Wind Disc, Tornado.
What they have to do is to break the rhythm of Huazhong University and never let them cooperate so tacitly anymore.
Fiery Fist, Blast the Sky. Su Ling knew what Emoshi was thinking.
After completing the Firestar map, he punched the tornado. The tornado carried a raging fire, forming a huge fire tornado that immediately swept towards the 5 of them. Faced with the aggregation of 2 mid-level magics, Li Changel did not dare to be careless and hurriedly asked the others to separate and hide.
Good opportunity.
Han Xuanquan had been waiting for the opportunity, and finally he seized it.
Ice Lock Pongmong.
The ice chain rushed towards the other 2 people from Huazhong Academy like a giant python.
Just as they gained their footing, ice chains appeared beside them.
The chains kept wrapping around them, binding them tightly in place in circles. Tang Bo, Xian Xiaoying, a member of the Huazhong Academy, shouted. You should take care of yourself first. When Zhang Chen heard the words, his eyes flashed and he shouted in a low voice, Thunderbolt Yeksha. Li Changel looked at the thunderbolt that was about to strike overhead, and then looked at the 2 companions who were trapped opposite. At this moment, he completed the summoning star map, and a silver-white light suddenly appeared.
Thunder Swallowing Frog.
Suddenly, a frog-like monster appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the yaksha above their heads suddenly fell down and hit Li Changel and the others. However, they did not show any panic, but instead launched an attack on Su Ling and his men.
They didn't even defend themselves. Han Xuanquan was stunned.
He had just completed the ice lock and had no time to react when a huge wave hit him head-on.
Come here.
After Emoshi finished speaking, the others immediately came to her side.
Next second, the Guanyo painted wall tightly sealed them together and blocked the impact of the violent waves.
When the violent waves subsided, the 2 people from Huazhong Academy had already escaped from the control of the ice lock.
That frog swallowed my thunder?
Zhang Chunwen said in disbelief. Because lightning appeared on the thunder frog from time to time at this moment, he guessed that this must be the case. Otherwise they wouldn't be so confident in fighting back against them. These 5 people are all hunters from the Hunter Alliance, and they often work together on missions during this semester. This has led to the tacit understanding they have today, which is unmatched by any other team. Thunder Swallowing Frog, show them how powerful you are. As soon as Li Changel finished speaking, the Thunder Swallowing Frog took action. The Thunder Frog's vocal sac suddenly swelled up, and the next moment, a powerful lightning bolt suddenly spit out of its mouth. Seeing this, Su Ling and others dodged to the sides. They thought they could deal with the people from Huazhong University in just a few rounds, but it seems very difficult at the moment.
Isn't it just the summoning system? It makes everyone different.
Han Shuangquan had just finished speaking when he completed the summoning system star map. Han Shuangquan was the other team captain in the previous battle, but he was defeated by Ling Jiangli.
Suddenly, a giant wolf with snow-white fur appeared in front of everyone.
Han Shuangquan said to his summoned beast, "Ice Wolf, don't be polite to them."
Ouch!
After the ice wolf cheered for itself, it immediately breathed out a breath of extremely cold air towards Li Changdal and the others. When the cold air appeared, it flew straight towards everyone in Huazhong Academy. The cold air swept out, instantly covering the ground with beams of sharp ice, which rushed towards them like spikes. The speed of the icy spike was extremely fast. The two men were attacked by the cold air of the ice chain, and the cold air had not yet subsided, so they had no time to react. In an instant, they were knocked off the stage by the icy spikes.
A great general!
Li Changdal said in surprise. His major was also summoning, so he knew that this great war general was definitely not trained from the slave level, otherwise he would not have such strength at all. There is only one possibility, that is, after this person's summoning system reached a high level, he made a contract with this great war general. Hateful. The appearance of this great battle demon completely disrupted their rhythm. What is even more infuriating is that two of their companions were eliminated.
Li Changdal said to the others, "Even if they lose, let them lose some skin."
P.S. This time the recommendation votes exceeded 100 plus 1 update. Yesterday the recommendation votes were only 85.
Chapter 94 Refusing to Fight. A few minutes passed. The first game also ended.
Li Changdal and his men are good at focusing on one person. In order to eliminate Su Ling, they injured Su Ling at the cost of losing 1,000 of their own lives and injuring 800 of the enemy. Then he used up his last breath and almost used up all of Mo Shi's wind magic energy. Feng Zihao saw what they were doing and said with lingering fear, "Fuck, they are fighting like this without regard for their lives, just for a game, is it worth it?
If we can beat the Imperial Capital Academy, then of course it's worth it."
Li Yu had been observing the situation on the field. He had to say that he admired the courage of Li Changdal and the others. The fact that these people were willing to pay such a price for the honor of Huazhong University shows how strong the cohesion of the mages trained at Huazhong is.
That's not necessary.
Feng Zihao was a little scared. If it were him, he would never fight so hard.
Su Ling, come here quickly. Feng Yiming said to Su Ling.
Su Ling was injured, and even though he was being treated by a healing mage, he had already lost the qualification to play.
Are you okay? Mo Shi asked from the side.
She didn't react at that time, otherwise the people from Huazhong Academy would not have had the opportunity to sneak attack Su Ling.
It's okay. It's up to you guys from now on. Su Ling forced a smile. Mo Shi nodded but didn't say anything.
Now she has almost used up all her wind magic. If she relies on herself, it might be a bit difficult for her to face the talented player. But after thinking about it, since Li Yu is here, the Imperial Capital Academy should not lose. One student said, the opponent was really ruthless. They directly consumed two main forces of our team.
Mo Shi just released too much wind magic energy.
I'm afraid he can't hold on for long.
Another student echoed.
Feng Yiming never expected that the people from Huazhong Academy would be so cruel to him.
Wasn't this just an ordinary competition?
And he risked his life. Fortunately, Su Ling was not seriously injured. Fortunately, there is a rule that prohibits the use of magic tools, otherwise, I really don't know what will happen.
Teacher Lu, are you guys working too hard? Lu Yiming said to Lu Song on the other side. How can we not fight? Your Imperial Capital Academy is too strong. We also want to win a game.
Lu Song said with a smile on his face. Lu Yiming said expressionlessly, we at the Imperial Capital Academy have never lost before, and I'm afraid this time will be no exception.
That's hard to say. It seems that the two main players of your team are not doing well?
Lu Song said with narrowed eyes. Lu Yiming did not continue speaking, letting the other party run rampant for a while.
Lu Song was no longer aggressive, as he didn't care about the verbal battle.
This time he promised the leaders of the Chinese school that he would definitely win the exchange student competition.
If this were true, their Chinese school would be famous throughout the country.
Therefore, he also investigated the members of the Imperial Capital Academy who participated in the welcoming team. There are 3 students with good abilities in the Imperial Capital Academy, namely Su Ling, Emoshi, and Wu Dahai. However, it seemed that Wu Dahai did not come, so he felt that their chances of winning had increased again. Lu Song did not try to get to know the young man standing next to Feng Zihao, so he did not know his background. But Su Ling was injured, and only Emoshi was left, so he couldn't make any waves. Lu Song said to Chen Tao earnestly, "Perform well, you will definitely become famous this time." "Got it." Chen Tao nodded and looked casually at the students of the Imperial Capital Academy in front of him. Preparations for the second game are underway. Lu Yiming glanced at the students in front of him, and then said to Liu, "Liu, are you going to fight?" Trigger the God-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, refuse to fight, and you will be rewarded with a magical tool that can resist mental magic, the blue heart chain. Option 2, agree to fight, and you will be rewarded with a defensive magic tool for mid-level wizards to fight the magic breastplate. After looking at the reward, Liu had the answer in his mind. "Teacher Feng, I think we should let the other students go first. If it really doesn't work, I'll go next." As soon as Liu finished speaking, the other students became unhappy. "What do you mean it's really not possible? Who are you looking down on? Do you think they have been slacking off for this half semester? Teacher Feng, please give me another chance. Even if the person who was stronger than the one on the talent list comes to fight this time, I will beat him to a pulp." Wu Lei said aggressively. "Let me. I can do that too." For a moment, Liu's words ignited the fighting spirit of other colleges, as if they were declaring war on him. However, Liu looked indifferent. It would be best if they could win so that he wouldn't have to go up again. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. I will reward you with a magical tool that can resist mental magic, the blue heart chain. After receiving the reward, Liu quietly put the necklace around his neck. "Brother Yu, your taste is so bad that you actually bought this kind of necklace." Feng Zihao inadvertently saw the necklace Liu was wearing and couldn't help but complain. "You know shit." Liu rolled his eyes at him. About a minute later, Feng Yiming had selected 5 people to compete. They are Emoshi, Wu Lei, Feng Zihao, Han Shuangquan, and Hua Xiaoyu. Although the strength of this group is slightly weaker than the previous one, overall, it is better than the previous one. And Huazhong University finally sent Chen Tao, who was at the top of the talent rankings. "I want to see what kind of talent you have." Wu Lei was the first to be eliminated in the last round, and he couldn't stand this humiliation. After a while, both sides came to the ring, waiting for the command to start the game. The game begins. As soon as Lu Song finished speaking, others began to draw star maps and star tracks. Chen Tao immediately said to the girl next to him, "Li Meng, protect me." "No problem." The short-haired girl nodded and looked at the 5 people opposite her. Koan's Forest Crazy Growth. Wu Lei couldn't wait to redeem himself from the shame, and immediately completed the second-level intermediate plant magic. "Do you think you're the only one who's good at plants?" a boy from Huazhong University with a mole above his eyebrow suddenly shouted. Afterwards, vines began to surge out from behind him and fought against Wu Lei. "Let me burn them." Although Hua Xiaoyu's name sounds cute, she is actually a tomboy. Fiery Fist, blast the sky. Hua Xiaoyu threw a punch, and the ruthless anger suddenly turned the attacking vines into ashes. "Well done." Wu Lei gave Hua Xiaoyu a thumbs up and controlled the vines to rush towards them again. "Rock barrier, jagged stones," said a burly boy standing in front of everyone. Suddenly, they were instantly wrapped in the rocks, and the vines from outside entangled them. This is an intermediate level 2 magic. You, an intermediate level 1 earth magician, want to resist it? Wu Lei said disdainfully. However, what he didn't expect was Chapter 95 Mind Control. However, what Wu Lei didn't expect was that his vines couldn't shake the rocky barrier at all. Could it be that his earth element has a spiritual seed? As soon as he finished speaking, the vines wrapped around the rocks broke instantly and flew in all directions. Careful! Just then, the boy with the mole on his eyebrow completed the ice star map. Ice lock, bone crushing. The ice chains immediately rushed towards Wu Lei's sides, determined to crush him. In the moment of crisis, Wu Lei refused to be outdone and completed the intermediate level earth magic at this time. Rock barrier, jagged stone. When they saw Wu Lei use defensive earth magic, Emoshi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If Wu Lei was eliminated again, he might not be able to hold his head up again.
Contract summoning Ice Wolf.
As soon as Han Shuangquan finished speaking, he ordered the Ice Wolf to attack the people from Huazhong Academy. Just when the ice-walking black wolf was about to spit out ice, it suddenly turned its head and spit out ice towards Han Shuangquan and others. But Han Shuangquan was the person closest to the ice wolf, and he was immediately rescued by a teacher.
You bastard! What are you doing? Han Shuangquan roared at the ice wolf. However, the ice-treading black wolf ignored him and stared at Mo Shi and the others fiercely. Everyone be careful, Mo Shi said after dodging the attack of the ice wolf.
Solve it first. Feng Zihao had been slacking off before, but the current situation is not good for them.
It would be embarrassing if they lose. Ice chains rushed towards the ice wolf from all directions, instantly blocking all of its space. Hua Xiaoyu!
Feng Zihao shouted to Hua Xiaoyu. Hua Xiaoyu in the distance nodded and punched the ground, fierce fist earthbreak. A majestic breath of fire rushed towards him, and the ice wolf roared angrily, and could only allow the flames that cracked the ground to burn.
Damn it! Han Shuangquan was very anxious because he couldn't summon the ice wolf back.
Everyone at Huazhong University was waiting for the opportunity, but at this moment, the other party had already taken action. Just as Hua Xiaoyu was attacking the ice wolf, a boy wearing designer clothes shook his bangs and punched Hua Xiaoyu, fierce fist.
Blast the sky!
Mo Shi saw the scene and quickly completed the Lightstar map, Light Blessing, Holy Shield. The raging flames washed over the Holy Shield, and Hua Xiaoyu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If Mo Shi hadn't given her the Holy Shield, she would have really been eliminated.
Mo Shi!
Suddenly a sound was heard. Mo Shi looked up, and happened to meet Chen Tao's eyes. At this moment, Mo Shi's eyes changed, with a hint of strange color. After Wu Lei broke free from the ice chains, he finally breathed the fresh air on the first floor.
Damn it, I want revenge.
Wu Lei had just finished saying this when he felt like he was floating up.
What's going on?
When he looked back, Mo Shi had already completed the Windstar map.
Wind Disk Tornado.
Wu Lei was suddenly forced. Hua Xiaoyu was also next to Wu Lei, and she was also stunned when she saw this scene.
What's going on?
However, the two of them left their backs to their teammates defenselessly and had never thought of this situation. A tornado struck, and Wu Lei and Hua Xiaoyu were suddenly blown up and both were eliminated. The people off the field were also confused.
What happened to them? Why would they kill each other? Feng Zihao was stunned. What on earth was going on?
Without caring about so much, he found that the people from Huazhong Academy seemed to have relaxed their vigilance.
Chance.
Feng Zihao completed the water star map without saying a word. Turbulent waves, shocking tides. The people at Huazhong Academy suddenly reacted, and all eyes were on Feng Zihao.
Feng Zihao was not very conspicuous before, so they couldn't sense each other's presence.
But this one mistake, given the current situation, is enough to eliminate them all. The power of the violent waves is wide-ranging. If they are caught in the waves, they are likely to be defeated one by Feng Zihao. At this moment, the boy with the mole on his eyebrow standing in the front frowned, and suddenly a dazzling light came out from his body. The white light instantly formed a wall of light, which actually blocked the violent waves. The huge waves dispersed to both sides, and everyone in Huazhong Academy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If they lost this game because of this violent wave, all their previous efforts would be wasted.
Teacher Feng, they used magic tools.
Feng Zihao pointed at several people from Huazhong Academy, and then said to Feng Yiming. Feng Yiming naturally knew that the other party had used magic tools.
He looked at Lu Song and frowned and said, Teacher Lu, your students have used magic tools, so there should be no need to compete, right?
The two sides are not allowed to use magic tools during the competition.
This is a rule that was established long ago.
But since the people from Huazhong Academy used magic tools, the Imperial Capital Academy wins this round. However, Lu Song refused to admit it. He said, Teacher Feng, this is a passive magic tool.
It is not actively used by my students.
As soon as these words were spoken, all the students of the Imperial Capital College cursed him as shameless.
It is indeed a rule that magic tools cannot be used, but if they want to exploit this loophole, Feng Yiming can't say anything.
This is a passive magic tool, not an active one, so it doesn't break the rules.
Lu Song said with a smile. Feng Yiming came back, looked at Feng Zihao on the stage with a cold expression and said, We admit defeat.
At this moment, Mo Shi was controlled by Chen Tao, Hua Xiaoyu, and Wu Lei were eliminated, and Feng Zihao was the only one left who was powerless, so it was better for him to conserve his strength. It was also at this time that Han Shuangquan was finally able to take back his summoned beast, the Ice Wolf.
Control a man and a beast at the same time? Li Yu looked at Chen Tao with doubt. Now,
Li Yu could probably guess what Chen Tao's talent was, probably mind control. And it may be possible to control two people at the same time. After two competitions, half of the students at the Imperial Capital Academy were wiped out, making it the worst class.
What happened to me just now? She was right next to Li Yu, so she asked.
Li Yu replied, you were controlled by the opponent and then attacked your teammates.
Ah.
She looked confused, but after a moment, he slowly remembered something. After a while, Feng Yiming checked the injuries of the others, then walked up to Li Yu and said solemnly, Student Li Yu, you must win the last game.
I'll try my best. Li Yu nodded.
Although he could end the battle as long as he completed a high-level magic, Chen Tao's talent was very strange, so he still had to be careful.
Soon. Feng Yiming has already selected 5 people in his mind.
Li Yu, Feng Zihao, Huang Tian, Zheng Chenwen, Han Shuangquan, 5 of you will play in the last game.
Feng Yiming said.
However, just as they were about to go on stage, a system prompt sounded in Li Yu's mind.
Trigger the God-level choice.
Please make a choice based on the current situation.
P.S. There are more than 110 recommendation votes today, and there will be 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 96, Being Controlled Update 1. Trigger the God-level choice.
Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, let one department of Huazhong School reward the light department with a permanent increase of twice its power. Option 2, let the 2 departments of Huazhong Academy reward the light department with a permanent triple increase in power. Option 3, let the 3 departments of Huazhong School reward the light system with a permanent quadruple increase in power. Option 4, let the 4 departments of Huazhong School be rewarded with a permanent 5-fold increase in the power of the light system.
That's right.
Li Yu was extremely lucky and awakened the light element. Although the light system is not very good in the early stage, as long as the light system reaches the middle and late stages, it is also a good magic system for him. What's more, he also has a system that can definitely make the mid-term light system more powerful than the defensive magic tools. After listening to the system's prompt, Li Yu had to say that the rewards given by the system were really generous. This increase is equivalent to the power of a soul seed.
Then choose option 4. Li Yu already had the answer in his mind.
Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The light system amplification bonus will be increased 5-fold. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yu and others walked onto the stage. At the same time, 5 people from Huazhong Academy also came to the stage.
Brother Yu, it all depends on you.
Feng Zihao leaned close to Li Yu and whispered.
Li Yu replied, why rely on me?
The leader said that I can't reveal my strength.
I am just here to make up for the loss.
As soon as he finished speaking, those who were listening were stunned. Everyone had a puzzled look on their faces. They all hoped that Li Yu would lead them to victory, but
Feng Zihao really wanted to curse someone, but he didn't know who to curse.
Han Shuangquan, don't use your summoned beast this time.
We don't want the same thing as last time. Zheng Chunwen reminded.
Han Shuangquan said, don't worry, I know what's going on.
Come on, let's do it.
Huang Tian said excitedly.
Huang Tian is the captain of the worst light team in the battle. Both sides are waiting.
As soon as Feng Yiming finished speaking, their taut strings immediately shot out.
Earth wave fall.
The burly boy immediately released earth magic on them.
Let me do it. Zhang Chunwen stepped forward and said. Suddenly,
he completed the earth magic star track and released the ground wave collapse at this time.
He has a spiritual seed in the earth element. Feng Zihao reminded. When Zhang Chunwen reacted, it was already too late.
Fortunately, Huang Tian reacted quickly and saved Zhang Chunwen with the light system.
Damn it!
Otherwise I could have killed one at the beginning, sighed the burly boy. However, at this time Chen Tao's eyes were fixed on Feng Zihao. They almost fell into trouble because of him last time, and such a mistake must not happen again this time.
Chui Xiangsong, your target is the water mage.
Chen Tao said to the boy dressed in designer clothes.
No problem.
Chui Xiangsong glanced at the 5 people in front of him, and his eyes finally stopped on Feng Zihao.
Chui Xiangsong took the lead in attacking Feng Zihao, Fierce Fist Earthbreak.
A punch hit the ground, and flames spread over.
Feng Zihao immediately said, Huang Tian. Light blessing holy shield.
Huang Tian reacted very quickly and completed a light system star map in a short time. As the flames exploded, Feng Zihao was covered with a layer of light shield. The holy shield was not enough to block the second-level fiery fist of earth, so at the last moment, Feng Zihao released a water defense on himself.
Damn, you think we don't exist? Han Shuangchuan cursed.
Afterwards, he had completed the wind star map, found Chen Tao's direction, and released him. A strong wind swept across the arena, and everyone in Huazhong Academy was unable to open their eyes due to the strong wind. Because at this time everyone in the Imperial Capital Academy knew that Chen Tao could control others, so the first goal was to get rid of Chen Tao.
Guan Yo Huabi. What Li Meng has been doing is to protect Chen Tao.
Before the tornado hit, she had completed the light star map. Guan You's painted wall immediately blocked the tornado outside, and the people from Huazhong Academy also completed their magic at this moment.
Kuan's forest, prison.
In an instant, the boy with the mole on his eyebrow released intermediate plant magic, and the vine cage suddenly wrapped Liu and the others inside.
Fire explosion.
Chui Xiangsong shouted in a low voice.
Fire exploded on the vine cage, instantly igniting the entire vine cage. Mo Shi, will they be okay?
Su Ling said, looking at the arena.
Mo Shi replied uncertainly, it should be fine. Damn, why hasn't Liu made a move yet? What is he waiting for?
Wu Lei cursed.
As soon as Wu Lei finished speaking, everyone else realized that Liu had not made a move so far. This is very abnormal. Could it be that Liu was being controlled by the other party?
When they were all confused, they realized that Liu was indeed controlled by Chen Tao.
As soon as he came on the court, Chen Tao launched a psychological attack on him.
However, at that time, the necklace on his neck was automatically triggered, dispelling Chen Tao's mental attack. It was also at that time that Liu triggered another god-level choice.
Trigger the god-level branch quest selection.
Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, pretend nothing has happened, and be rewarded with an upgrade from the primary light system to the third level.
Option 2, pretend to be manipulated, and be rewarded with an upgrade from the beginner level to the intermediate level. Liu is currently completing the task of option 2.
As long as he completes it, his light system will be able to be upgraded to the intermediate level. Just when everyone thought that Feng Zihao and the others were under control, the vines were burned to ashes by the flames, and a huge ice wall appeared in front of everyone.
Fuck! Is this even possible? Someone exclaimed. Right now.
Feng Zihao and the others were surrounded by a layer of solid ice, completely blocking out the flames and temperature outside.
Great job, Feng Zihao. Zheng Chenwen praised from the side. Feng Zihao waved his hand and said modestly, keep it down, don't be silly. Hey, aren't you guys happy too early?
A voice suddenly sounded from Huazhong Academy.
Suddenly.
There was a sudden loud bang in the sky, and lightning suddenly fell down, splitting in an instant and striking towards Feng Zihao and the others.
Guan Yo Huabi. Huang Tian reacted quickly and completed the light star map almost at the last moment.
The thunderbolt Yeksha slammed fiercely on the painted wall, but even so, it still failed to shake the defense of Guan You's painted wall.
Huang Tian, good job. Zheng Chenwen praised Huang Tian again.
There's nothing slow about Huang Tian, except that when he releases light magic, he is incredibly fast and can seize every opportunity.
Feng Zihao.
When Chen Tao called out Feng Zihao's name, Feng Zihao immediately turned around to look. But when he remembered what happened to Mo Shi before, he immediately dismissed the idea. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a little hot on his back.
What was going on? Chapter 97 Miscalculation Second Update.
Feng Zihao looked back and saw Liu drawing a firestar map.
Brother Yu, are you going to take action?
Feng Zihao said happily.
However, Liu ignored him and unleashed a raging fist on him. Brother Yu. Feng Zihao never expected that Liu would attack him. But the next second, he thought of something terrifying, that is, Liu was most likely manipulated by Chen Tao. This is the same as Mo Shi before. Feng Zihao was too close to Liu, and even the others couldn't react in time.
The raging fist was coming towards him, and Feng Zihao was saved by his teacher and was eliminated.
At this moment, Huang Tian completed the light star map and blocked the bombardment of Li Yulia's fist.
Zheng Chenwen, Huang Tian and Han Shuang all looked at the scene in astonishment.
It was too unexpected for them.
The people from Huazhong University were all smiling, their plan was about to succeed. As long as they defeat the Imperial Capital Academy, they can return to the Chinese Academy in glory and may even make the headlines. By then, they will be great contributors to Huazhong University and will also be able to obtain the resources that the university has promised to give them. At this moment, each of them was extremely excited. As long as they eliminated 4 more people on the stage, they would be the winners. Become the only exchange student who defeated the Imperial Capital Academy. What should we do? Li Yu is now under control, and he is the strongest one among them. Han Shuangquan really wanted to summon his summoned beast, but he didn't dare to do so. Because he always felt that Chen Tao was paying attention to him, and if they really did that, they would have no chance of winning. Damn, control Li Yu first, Han Shuangquan said to Zhang Qianwen and Huang Tian. Afterwards, he completed the ice star map and whispered, "Ice lock." The ice lock suddenly attacked. Li Yu had a blank expression on his face, and at the same time, a fire burst was thrown out. Boom! The ice chains were shattered by the explosion of fire, and dark blue flames were everywhere. Li Yu was pushed back to Chen Tao and his team by Yu Wei. This guy's fire element is so strong, Tang Bo said with lingering fear. If the opponent releases mid-level magic, even a mid-level defense mage may not be able to block it 100%. Li Changle frowned and said, "This guy's fire element must have a spirit seed, or maybe a soul seed." Soul seed. Hearing this, the students standing next to Li Changle all showed surprised expressions. Damn, luckily Chen Tao controlled him, otherwise it would be a big trouble. As soon as this person finished speaking, everyone else nodded. At this time, Chen Tao looked at the others on the stage and said, "Let's go together and take care of these 3 people." When they were drawing the magic star map, Li Yu suddenly turned around and gave them a very kind smile. The others who were drawing star maps were all surprised. Was this Chen Tao's prank? Chen Tao, when did you develop this kind of bad taste? Cui Xiangsong asked Chen Tao. Chen Tao looked confused. He didn't give any orders to Li Yu just now. Suddenly, Chen Tao seemed to know something, and his pupils suddenly changed. Not good. As soon as he finished speaking, it was too late. Li Yu had already completed the Thunder Star map and released it at this moment. Thunderbolt Electric Disaster. This intermediate 4th level destructive magic is enough to eliminate Chen Tao and his men. Lightning came down all at once, and even though Li Nang reacted immediately, he was unable to take on this 4th level lightning. Everyone looked at the ring match in shock, the lightning was too domineering. Just then, a high-level light sensei who had been watching the battle came to their rescue. The teacher did not dare to hold back and directly used the 2nd-level magic of light falling all over the floor. Holy wall! After the lightning disappeared, Chen Tao and others recalled the scene in disbelief. But at this time, Chen Tao questioned Li Yu, "Teacher, I think he used spiritual magic tools?" As soon as Chen Tao finished speaking, everyone looked at him. It seemed like a familiar scene. Do you have evidence? Feng Yiming looked at Chen Tao and asked. Certainly. Chen Tao nodded, and then continued, "When my spiritual talent attacks other people, unless that person has spiritual defense magic tools, it is absolutely impossible for them to remove it by themselves." When everyone heard it, they thought it made sense and made sense. Now everyone's eyes fell on Li Yu again. If it was true as Chen Tao said, Li Yu used spiritual magic tools, then the people from Huazhong University will win this game. The pressure came to Li Yu, but he didn't feel it at all. Li Yu said nonchalantly, "My spiritual magic tool was triggered automatically, not by me actively using it." As soon as these words came out, someone's face felt hot and painful, as if he was imitating someone. If you don't believe me, I'll give it to you for inspection. Li Yu took off the necklace he was wearing and placed it in the palm of his hand. The people from Huazhong Academy were speechless. They found a loophole in the second game. They didn't expect that the people from Imperial Capital Academy could be so shameless. Seeing Li Yu so confident, Feng Yiming also believed him and said, "Teacher Lu, what do you think? How about you take it for testing?" Lu Son's face turned pale. He didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of the Imperial Capital Academy again this time. There is no need for inspection. Li Yu has such a strong soul seed, so a spiritual defense magic tool is nothing. There was no such person in the welcoming team at the beginning, so he was completely unprepared. There is no need for testing. Your Imperial Capital Academy wins. After Lu Song said this, he left with his students.
Feng Yiming looked at the backs of Lu Song and others as they left, and he immediately felt relieved. If it weren't for Li Yu, they would have really been tricked by the other party this time. However, the most terrifying one is Chen Tao. His talent is so weird that he can actually control people with telekinesis.
At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Li Yu's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is to upgrade the elementary light system to the intermediate light system. When Feng Zihao saw Li Yu coming down from the ring, he immediately went up to him and said, "Brother Yu, that's great. You actually used this trick. That's too mean. They must be pissed." Li Yu ignored him and came to Feng Yiming and asked, "Teacher Feng, do we need to go for training later?" Teacher Feng nodded and replied, "Yes, but the specific location has not yet been decided." Li Yu really wanted to go, because that might trigger a god-level choice and improve his strength a lot. However, if he wants to participate in this training, he needs to pass Li Fei. During the time he stayed in the imperial capital, a hunter who had been secretly protecting Li Yu pulled out the members of the Black Church hiding in the dark. Ever since this incident, Li Fei has been more strict in his supervision of Li Yu. Although this is safe for him, it is difficult for him to improve his strength. It seems that I can only go back to the Li family to talk to Uncle Fei. Li Yu sighed in his heart. Chapter 98 Jigu City 3 Recommended Tickets. After returning to the Li family, when Li Yu was about to look for Li Fei, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Trigger the god-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1. Participate in this training and be rewarded with an intermediate light system upgrade to the first level. Option 2. Do not participate in this training, and the reward is to upgrade the beginner light system to the fourth level. Faced with the rewards given by the system, Li Yu naturally knew which option to choose. Therefore, he went directly to Li Fei and explained to him that he wanted to participate in this training. No. Li Fei immediately shook his head and refused. Li Yu took a deep breath and said to Li Fei, "Uncle Fei, I will be fine with that hunter protecting me." Li Fei turned sideways to face the other direction and did not speak. Li Yu spoke again, "Uncle Fei, just this once, please let me go." After a long silence, Li Fei turned around and said to Li Yu, "You can go, but you can't leave the capital for the next 6 months." Li Yu thought about the pros and cons. Li Fei was determined not to let him leave the imperial capital, so his chances of getting out were slim. "Okay," Li Yu said straightforwardly. "As for what will happen next, it's not too late to talk about it later." "Okay, I'll let someone else follow you," Li Fei said, and prepared for Li Yu to leave the imperial capital. Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting this matter done. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is the upgrade of the intermediate light system to the first level. Hearing the system prompt, Li Yu returned to his room without thinking much. And so it goes. By the third day of training, the Imperial Capital Academy had already announced the training location. Jigu City. This city is located in the southeast of the Imperial Capital and is a coastal city. After a while, Li Yu had already arrived in a classroom, and other students also sat down one after another. Feng Yiming and Lu Song were standing on the podium. After they saw that everyone had arrived, Feng Yiming said, "You all know where this training will be held, right?" "It's in Jigu City." "Teacher, what are we going to do there?" a student asked. Feng Yiming replied, "I don't know what happened recently, but there have been many vicious incidents of sea monsters attacking ship merchants or humans along the coast of Jigu City. What you have to do is to resist the sea monsters there and complete the training during this period. Generally speaking, it takes 3 months for exchange students, so they need to stay there for more than 2 months. Defend against the Kraken? It's that simple. But some people don't think so. Those who have dealt with sirens naturally know how powerful and cunning they are. If you are not careful, your life may be in danger." "Teacher, when do we set off?" Wu Lei asked eagerly. "We will send someone to take you there in 3 days," Feng Yiming replied. Everyone else nodded, as some had seen this incident on the news. But it was not very serious at the beginning, but it developed faster and faster later, and there were even incidents of sea monsters attacking humans. Therefore, the top leaders of Jigu City attached great importance to this and hired many hunters to find the cause. But even so, after more than a month, the reason has not been figured out. However, more and more sirens came ashore to attack humans and ship merchants, so they began to build defenses along the coast to prevent the sirens from attacking humans again. 3 days passed quickly. During this period, the violent Thunder Dragon also successfully advanced to the level of a great battle general. Liu felt a little painful when he thought about the fragments of Thunder Spirit seeds that this guy had eaten. But fortunately, he had already obtained the magic tools and spirit seeds from the system, so he didn't care too much. Around the afternoon, Liu and others had arrived in Jigu City. After they arrived in Jigu City, they had to handle all subsequent matters on their own. Brother Yu, there are so many beautiful women here. Feng Zihao didn't seem to be here for training, but rather to experience life. It's not yours. Li Yu complained. There were 18 of them in total, and they were extremely eye-catching walking together, just like a group tour. After a while, a round-faced middle-aged man walked towards them with a smile. Are you students here for training? Asked the round-faced middle-aged man Shi Kangyan. Yes. She replied. Shi Kangyan smiled and said, Hello, I am the person in charge of your training students. You can call me Teacher Shi. Then he led them to a bus. It is very cold in the north at this time of year. Even if you wear a down jacket, you can still feel the biting cold sometimes. After getting on the bus, the heater started blowing and everyone felt warm in their hearts. Teacher Shi, besides us, are there any other schools coming here for training this time? Chen Tao was sitting on the left of Shi Kangyan, so he asked. Yes, there are 2 other academies in Jigu City that are here to gain experience just like you. Shi Kangyan replied. After hearing this, someone asked curiously, Teacher Shi, which 2 schools are they? One is Tanzhin University, and the other is Guannan University. Shi Kangyan replied. Both of these are top-ranked institutions of higher learning in Jigu City, with strength and status similar to that of Huazhong University. The fact that they would take part in this training might be related to the attack of the sea monster on humans. Teacher Shi, what are the strengths of the sirens that came ashore this time? Someone asked the question that everyone was concerned about. Although they are just training, safety is a vital issue in general. If it were just some slaves and generals, they could handle it. But if it is a commander level? Shi Kangyan saw that everyone was very concerned about this issue, so he smiled and said, most of them are at the slave level, with only a few at the general level. As for the commander level, none has appeared so far. Hearing Shi Kangyan's answer, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the bus stopped at a coastline, and Li Yu and others followed Shi Kangyan out of the bus. This is the area you are responsible for. Shi Kangyan said to everyone. What? We are responsible for this area alone, someone exclaimed. This was something they had not expected. They had thought someone would lead the team, but... Don't worry, the camps of our 4 academies are just behind us. You can come to me if you have any questions. After Shi Kangyan told them his office, he led them to familiarize themselves with the environment. Half an hour later, a pair of long white legs came in front of them. The girl was sweet and cute, with a bun on her head, and she walked towards Shi Kangyan with light steps. Teacher Shi, do you have anything to talk to me about? Asked the sweet girl Hukiki. I have something to do. You take them to where they are staying and take them to dinner. After Shi Kangyan explained some things to Hukiki, he left in a hurry. P.S. Brothers, the recommendation ticket activity is temporarily suspended. I am suddenly busy and I am afraid I have to break my promise. But the recommendation tickets sent yesterday still count. Chapter 99, On Duty Update 1. After Shi Kangyan left, Hukiki smiled sweetly at everyone and said, Then come with me. Although Hukiki does not have proud breasts, her pair of long white legs are enough to attract many boys. Especially that first love face, for a time, she became the goddess of many boys. Of course, Feng Zihao was among them. Brother Yu, this girl is absolutely amazing. Feng Zihao praised her without hesitation. Li Yu rolled his eyes at him. He knew Feng Zihao's cowardly character. Even though he said how pretty she was, he didn't dare to approach her in his heart. I'm afraid he wouldn't even dare to ask for her contact information. Stop talking so much bullshit, hurry up and catch up. Come on. Feng Zihao followed Li Yu with a smile. Hukiki brought them to their residence one by one. The first floor was the girls' dormitory, and the second floor was the boys' dormitory. There were 4 people living in one dormitory. Because it was full, Li Yu and Feng Zihao were forced to sleep in the mixed dormitory next door. Brother Yu, the environment here is pretty good. You can see the sea from the window. Feng Zihao opened the window and breathed in the air coming from the sea. Put your luggage away first and get ready to eat. Li Yu said. After walking around for so long, I was a little hungry, and people were still waiting downstairs. Feng Zihao echoed and quickly moved the luggage off the empty bed. After a while, everyone gathered downstairs of the dormitory and followed Hukiki to a large cafeteria. This is the canteen that provides supplies to the soldiers and hunters who stay on the coastline nearby. There were still many people coming to eat at this time. When those people saw them, there was a hint of provocation in their eyes. What are these young guys doing here at the coastline? To provide food for the sirens, said a burly male hunter who was following them. What are you talking about? I want to eat even if you don't want to. A woman wearing a black down jacket, but still unable to hide her seductive figure, kicked the man and told him to stop talking. Li Yu and others heard clearly what the man said just now. They just glanced at them calmly and then went into the cafeteria together. This is the nearby cafeteria. We will eat here from now on, Hukiki said to everyone. Each of them started to line up, and they were indeed a little hungry at this time. When they finished their meal, the three men and women sitting together waved towards Hukiki. Kiki, come and sit here. Hukiki saw that there was no room left, so she looked at Li Yu and Feng Zihao and said, let's go together. Li Yu glanced at the seats in the entire cafeteria. It was time for lunch. With no other choice, they had to follow Hukiki and sit with those girls. Kiki, who are these people? Asked the girl sitting opposite Hukiki. Hukiki said, they are two students who came to the Imperial Capital Academy for training, just like us. Imperial Capital Academy, one of the girls asked in surprise. The Imperial Capital Academy is the best academy in the country. She had thought about getting in before, but she didn't meet the assessment standards. Linlin, why are you always shouting? The girl who asked the question just now glanced at He Linlin. He Linlin replied, aha, I just yearn for the Imperial Capital University. Is that so? When you come to the Imperial Capital, Feng Zihao will take you out to play. Li Yu patted Feng Zihao on the shoulder. Although this girl cannot be said to be pretty, she has a very distinctive look. Feng Zihao nodded, patted his chest and said, come to the capital and I'll take you out to play. Okay. He Linlin nodded in response. Afterwards, Li Yu became friends with the three people from Tanzhin University in front of him. He also found out that the boy with glasses and side bangs was called Dongyu, and the girl next to He Linlin was called Hani. Although these people are not the main team of Tanzhin University, their strength is not bad. They chatted for a long time and didn't leave the cafeteria until they finished their meal. It's almost dark again. He Linlin sighed. Feng Zihao asked, what happened to the dark? After dark, the sirens will come ashore, and then we will need to be on night shift in the watchtower. Hukiki explained. Both Jin University and Guannan University arrived 2 days earlier than Li Yu and his team, so they knew more than them. Is it scary to patrol at night? Feng Zihao asked again. You'll know when the time comes. He Linlin kept it a secret and didn't say it directly. The sky gradually darkened, and now I could no longer see the front clearly with my naked eyes. Members from the 4 academies all appeared on the coastline, waiting for Shi Kangyan. Dear students, I'm sorry, something bad happened today. I'll tell you later. Shi Kangyan hurried over and took a breath. At the same time, 2 people with serious faces followed behind Shi Kangyan. Then, noticing everyone's curious looks, he suddenly said, a commander-level siren has appeared on the coastline. After these words were spoken, everyone present looked at each other in surprise. If a commander-level siren appears, these mid-level mages won't be able to deal with it. But don't worry, we have sent you 2 high-level mages. As soon as Shi Kangyan finished speaking, the 2 people, a man and a woman, who were following behind him stood up. The man's name is Meng Jun, and the woman's name is Nan Feng. If you encounter any problems that cannot be solved, you can go to them. Shi Kangyan said something more and then left the coastline. The students from the 4 academies all looked at the 2 of them, expecting them to say something. What are you still standing there for? Follow your previous plan, patrol, and observe the movements along the coastline. Nan Feng said sternly to everyone. The others dispersed and began to work on their own tasks according to the plan made in the afternoon. There is a watchtower every 100 meters with lights on it. It was built specifically to prevent sirens from sneaking ashore. The Imperial Capital Academy's mission is to guard the 2 watchtowers, and there will be patrols every half an hour. At this time, Li Yu, Feng Zihao, Hua Xiaoyu, and Huang Tian, 4 people are responsible for 1 watchtower.
The watchtower could only hold 2 people, so they all took turns on duty. Brother Yu, the sea is calm, everything will be fine tonight, Feng Zihao said with a smile. Li Yu rolled his eyes at Feng Zihao. He hated people who set up flags the most. At first they rotated every half an hour, and during that time they saw a team of military mages patrolling in their area. It was late at night. The sea breeze blew on Li Yu's face. In the distance, it was dark and only the sound of the sea could be heard. You are such a good boy. I was on duty but you were sleeping. Li Yu glanced at Feng Zihao next to him and kicked him in the butt. Feng Zihao woke up and said, "The siren is coming." Chapter 100, Paintball Demon Fish. Feng Zihao squinted his eyes twice, looked around, and asked, "Brother Yu, where is the siren?" "There's no siren. It's your turn to be on duty," Li Yu said unhappily. Feng Zihao scratched his head and said, Oh, okay, I accidentally fell asleep before." Li Yu ignored Feng Zihao and sat cross-legged on the wooden board, ready to practice. The sea is calm today, so the sirens probably won't come. After Li Yu closed his eyes, he decided to improve his light strength first. The thunder and wind systems have reached high levels, while the fire and space systems are still at the second intermediate level. If you want to upgrade, you need more time to practice them. While his summoning and light systems were currently at the bottom, he still chose to upgrade the light system first. Because the light system has a 5-fold increase, if he cultivates the light system, he will be able to use defensive magic and will not have to rely too much on defensive magic tools. Late night. Suddenly, an alarm sounded on the originally quiet sea horizon. At this moment, everyone looked towards the direction where the alarm came from. What's going on? Feng Zihao asked, looking at the direction where the alarm came from. Li Yu frowned and said, that place should have been invaded by a sea monster. The alarm was very loud, and it was certain that the area invaded by the siren was not far from them. However, at this moment, a serious voice suddenly sounded from their intercom. Area 7 is being invaded by a siren. Areas 6 and 8, please keep an eye on the sea surface. If anything happens, sound the alarm immediately. Then the sound stopped abruptly. Feng Zihao also heard it. He looked at Li Yu and asked, Brother Yu, I think we are in area number 8, right? Li Yu nodded. They were indeed in area 8. No wonder the alarm was so loud. It turned out that the area next door was invaded by a siren. Something blocked their view to the left, so they couldn't see what was happening over there. At this time, Huang Tian and Hua Xiaoyu both appeared under the watchtower. Li Yu, what should we do next? Huang Tian asked. Li Yu replied, protect the area we are responsible for. Area number 7 was invaded by the sirens, so their area number 8 may also face the same problem. All they can do is guard their own area and prevent the sirens from breaking through their defenses. Everyone, stay alert. The sirens may appear at any time. Nanfan's loud voice echoed throughout the dark environment. Feng Zihao was no longer sleepy. He was staring at the sea in front of him and would definitely sound the alarm at the first possible moment. About 10 minutes later, a hurried voice came from the intercom again. Area 7 requests support. Area 7 requests support. Area 7 requests support. The request for support was heard 3 times, and anyone with a walkie-talkie could hear this helpless voice. Receive. Please send 2 people from each watchtower in Area 6 and Area 8 to provide support. You need to hold on for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, reinforcements will arrive immediately. Voices kept coming out of the intercom, and everyone's heart was moved. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Li Yu's mind. Trigger the God-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, go to support, and be rewarded with an intermediate light system upgrade to the 2nd level. Option 2, do not go to support, and the reward is to upgrade the intermediate summoning system to the 1st level. Li Yu thought about it and decided to go to area number 7. Maybe he could trigger another God-level choice. Sister Nanfang, I've applied for it. Li Yu said to Nanfang. I'll go too. Hua Xiaoyu also said at the same time. Nanfang glanced at them, nodded and said, go ahead, be careful. As soon as the words fell. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is the upgrade of the intermediate light system to the 2nd level. Just as Li Yu and Hua Xiaoyu were about to leave, a few people came up behind them. They were all there to support them. Let's go together. Ukiki walked in front and said to Liu and the others. Let's go. After a while, they arrived at Area 7.
The situation at this moment is more serious than they imagined, because these sirens have already come ashore.
That's the paint-skipping fish, Hani said as he looked at the monsters with amazing jumping ability.
The paint skipper is no different from an ordinary fish, but it has amazing jumping ability and can also leave the sea. What is even more terrifying is that paint skippers usually live in groups, and their numbers are extremely terrifying.
Fierce fist earth shatter.
The burly man in front of him punched the ground, and flames instantly engulfed the several paint-throwing demon fish on the opposite side.
Suddenly,
a paint-slinging demon fish attacked him, but he stepped on the wind track and dodged it in an instant.
So fucking difficult, the burly man muttered, then noticed that there were quite a few people following him. What are you little kids doing here? Where are your adults? Who do you look down on? A student from Guangnan Academy stood up and shouted at the nearby paint-throwing demon fish, Thunderseal, Fury Strike. The lightning landed accurately on the head of the paint-skipping demon fish, and the demon suddenly looked half dead. Since you are here, I hope you can go back alive,
the burly man said casually and continued to deal with the paint-skipping fish.
Let's go, Ukiki said to her students from Tanzhin University.
Liu looked at Moshi, Han Shuangchuan and others, and together they dealt with the monsters that came ashore.
Soon, all the support personnel immediately joined the battlefield.
However, what they were greeted by was a huge swarm of paint-skipping fish.
Damn, there are too many paint-bomb fish, someone couldn't help but complain.
Although they were resisting the paint-skipping fish from coming ashore, there were too many of them. Even though they were mid-level mages, they still had a hard time facing so many slave-level mages. What's more, there are hidden generals among them. Just now, a mid-level wizard hunter was accidentally attacked by a warrior-level demon hiding in a school of fish.
Damn, who is that person over there? He's so fierce, someone exclaimed.
Not far from them, bolts of lightning struck down, and all the paint-skipping demon fish that were touched by the lightning were killed instantly. The burly man also looked over and said, "It's the support sent from the nearby area number 8.
What little kid over there? Asked a man about the same age as the burly man. That's them.
Suddenly, everyone fell silent. They had indeed underestimated this group of students before. In their impression, these students are just here to compete for honors. And they all felt that these students would probably panic if they saw monsters. Because they had seen such scenes before, but the current group of students changed their views. "Be careful, there are more and more paint-slinging fish," said the woman in the black down jacket standing in front of them.
Chapter 101 Commander Level Siren.
These jumping guys are too difficult to deal with. One of them began to complain, but he did not stop what he was doing.
Hold on for a few more minutes, reinforcements will be here soon,
Chu Baiwei, who was wearing a black down jacket, said to her men.
Suddenly, a huge wave rolled up on the sea and instantly hit the shore. Right now, everyone looked at the siren that surfaced.
This siren is still a paint skipper, but its size is more than twice that of a servant-level paint skipper.
A paint-skipping demon fish in the advanced stage of War General.
When the burly man looked over there, he immediately showed a surprised expression.
"Captain Chu, they seem to be in trouble over there, should we go over there?"
Chu Baiwei said, "Let them hold on for a while, we will deal with the paint-skimming fish here first, otherwise they will definitely break through our defense line." Liu does not have the most paint-skipping fish, so the pressure they face is relatively much less. But it was still because of Liu.
His destructive power was too strong.
Those slave-level paint-skipping demon fish could not survive a single round in his hands. "Liu, there is a paint-skimming demon fish in the advanced warrior stage over there." She pointed in the direction of the side. Liu looked around and saw that the team fighting against the paint-skipping fish was Ukiki and others from Tanzhin University.
"Moshi, you are responsible for leading them, I will go over."
As soon as Liu finished speaking, he stepped on the wind track and immediately came behind Ukiki and the others.
Suddenly,
the paint-skipping demon fish that had advanced to the general level suddenly jumped up and spit out white and thick mucus from its mouth. "Coco, be careful," a boy shouted, but it was obviously too late. Ukiki was already very careful in dealing with the paint-skipping fish, but the other party still seized the opportunity. These mucus are extremely corrosive and toxic.
If your skin is contaminated by them, it will be immediately corroded and poisoned.
If the toxicity is not controlled within a short period of time, even a high-level magician will be in danger of death. Kiki was totally unprepared. She watched the mucus about to spray on her body and was completely helpless. Even if she used defensive magic tools, it was too late. Guanyo Huabi. The next moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of Kiki, forming a barrier that blocked the gushing mucus. At this moment, Kiki breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and saw Liu, and gave him a grateful look. Liu just nodded. The next second, the system's voice rang in his mind. Trigger the god-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, kill the paint-bouncing demon fish that has reached the advanced level of a general, and you will be rewarded with 10 lightning spirit seed fragments. Option 2, immediately withdraw your defense line and be rewarded with 5 lightning spirit seed fragments. Faced with these two options, any smart person would know what to think. At this time, students from the other 3 Tanzhin universities also came over. Coco, are you okay? Asked a very literary boy. Luckily, Liu is here, otherwise. Kiki shook her head and felt a little scared just thinking about it. The literary man glanced at Liu with a hint of hostility in his eyes. The artistic man said, Kiki, if you were here, I would avenge you right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he completed the plant magic, but this dauber was stronger than the servant level 1, and the literary man's plant magic couldn't touch the dauber at all. However, just as the paint-skipping demon fish fell, Liu completed the Thunderstar map. Thunderbolt Electric Disaster. The electric disaster directly covered a large area with lightning, and the paint-bouncing demon fish had just come down, so no one expected it to be like this. The lightning struck mercilessly, and the paint-splattering demon fish howled non-stop in the lightning swarm. The slave-level demons around them were turned into charred corpses in an instant. After the electric disaster, the paintbolt demon fish, which had been promoted to the general level, was covered in wounds. The 6-fold blessed thunder soul seed was no joke. Others were also stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Liu's thunder element to be so overbearing. It would be fine if it was just basic magic, but I didn't expect that it would be the same for intermediate magic. This intermediate level magic is already comparable to high level magic. So horrible. It's trying to escape, a male student from Tanzhin University suddenly said. Kiki suddenly stood out from the crowd. At this moment, she had completed the Ice Star map. Ice Lock Bone Crushing. The paintball fish was about to dive into the water, but was pulled back by the ice chains. Thunderbolt Yaksha. Liu was very fast, and just as the Tutu demon fish was pulled out of the water, a thunderbolt struck down. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. 10 lightning spirit seed fragments will be awarded. When Liu heard the system prompt, his mind was not on it. After a while, a figure rushed over from the other side. It's great. You can even kill a siren that has reached the level of a general. Shu Baiwei came over and praised. She had wanted to come and help, but it seemed like she was no longer needed. Suddenly, another huge wave appeared on the sea surface, and they looked over there in surprise. Someone said, could it be that some powerful sea monster has appeared again? At this moment, a paint-skipping demon fish that was even larger than the warrior that had just been promoted to the next level surfaced. After beating the younger one, here comes the older one? Hani expressed what everyone was thinking. Shu Baiwei frowned and looked at it. This paint-skimming demon fish was not a general level one, but a commander level one. This commander level paint-skipping demon fish is 5 or 6 meters tall and has a very large body. Its sharp eyes swept over Liu and the others, and its mouth kept making tiny sounds. Damn, this guy is recruiting other paintball fish. Shu Baiwei often deals with sirens, so she naturally understands what this guy wants to do. Then, she shouted to the thin man who was 1.9 meters tall in the distance, Sang Wenjin, there is a big guy here who needs to be dealt with. Seeing this, Sang Wenjin had already seen the commander-level paint-skipping demon fish. Coming right up. Seeing this, Shu Baiwei quickly said to the others, you go to the other side, leave this side to us. The commander-level sirens are not something that mid-level mages like them can deal with. Kiki and others also know their own limitations and will naturally not stay and become a burden. After a while, Sang Wenjin had already come to Chu Baiwei and asked, Captain Chu, what should we do? At this moment, when Chu Baiwei was about to say something, she saw that Liu had not left, and said, why don't you leave? It wasn't that Liu wanted to cause trouble for himself, but when he wanted to leave just now, the system prompt sounded in his mind again.
Trigger the God-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1. Chapter 102 Random Draw Update 1. Trigger the God-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1. Kill this commander-level paint-bouncing demon fish and you will be rewarded with a random draw. Option 2. Leave, and the reward is to upgrade the elementary light system to the 4th level. Random draws are a good thing. Liu naturally didn't want to miss this reward, and this commander-level creature was just a small commander. With the strength of the 3 of them, it would be no problem to deal with it. This is definitely a reward. Liu said to Chu Baiwei, "I'll go with you." Chu Baiwei thought about it and saw Liu's strength when she came here just now. One more person means more strength. Okay, but please be careful. As soon as Chu Baiwei finished speaking, she said to Sang Wenjin, "Let's go together, don't let it continue to call for its companions." Sang Wenjin nodded. At this moment, he had already completed the ice constellation. Then he shouted in a low voice, "Ice the coffin." A huge ice coffin fell from the sky and slammed into the commander-level creature. The cold air emanating from the ice coffin instantly froze the surrounding sea into ice. Frozen? So simple? Just when they thought the paint skipper was frozen, they unexpectedly saw the paint skipper surface again from the other side. Damn it! It didn't freeze. Sang Wenjin gritted his teeth. The commander-class fish was still calling for his companions when more paint-skimming fish appeared on the sea. Among them, there are quite a few general-level warriors, twice as many as the previous general-level warriors. Gradually, these general-class warriors have already come ashore and are swimming towards Liu and his team. Thunderbolt Lightning Disaster. Liu completed the Lightning Star map in an instant without any hesitation. The power of the electric disaster has the power to destroy these ordinary generals, and even the great generals. Countless lightning bolts struck down, and those paint-skipping demon fish that had not yet reacted were immediately blasted into the water. Soon, dozens of paintball fish corpses of different sizes were floating on the sea. Awesome! Sang Wenjin had never seen Liu take action, but now seeing it, he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. He knew that lightning magic was a destructive magic, but he didn't expect Liu's destructive power to be so strong. Compared to the lightning mages he had seen before, he was much stronger. Ghostwood Hand. Liu delayed time for Chu Baiwei, and at this time, she also completed the high-level plant magic. Several huge ghost vines rose from the ground, stretching straight across the sea surface, heading straight for the commander-level paint-skipping demon fish. However, at this time, the commander-level creature naturally knew that these ghost vines were here to deal with it. In a moment, the commander-level paint-skipping demon fish suddenly dived into the water. But the ghost vine was controlled by Chu Baiwei, and at this time, all the ghost vines dived into the water along with the paint-skipping demon fish. Those slave-level paint-skipping demon fish were instantly slapped to the bottom of the water by the ghost vines, splashing water, and there was no movement on the seabed. "Captain Chu, how is it? Did you catch it?" Sang Wenjin asked. Chu Baiwei frowned and shook her head. "Didn't he catch it?" Sang Wenjin was also surprised. When it comes to plants, Chu Baiwei is extremely proficient. There are actually monsters that she can't catch. Chu Baiwei said, "It is very flexible in the sea, and my ghost vine cannot enter too deep." Oh, it would be great if there was a space system, so it wouldn't be able to escape. Sang Wenjin sighed. Next second, the commander-level paint-skipping fish surfaced again, as if to provoke them. But they couldn't stop it even with the high-level magic they cast, and Chu Baiwei and Sang Wenjin were helpless. At this time, Liu said to them, "I will create opportunities for you." As the voice fell, Liu did not hesitate for a moment and immediately completed the intermediate space magic. Space rhythm compression. Liu shouted at the paint-skipping fish in the distance. After hearing this, Chu Baiwei and Sang Wenjin did not hesitate any longer and completed the magic constellation on their own. The paint-skipping fish originally wanted to dodge, but a compression force suddenly came from the surrounding space. It is bearing dozens or hundreds of times the pressure of space. Fortunately, the space system was amplified twice before, otherwise it would have really escaped. Liu thanked in his heart. At this moment, Chu Baiwei and Sang Wenjin had completed their magic constellations. The moment Liu's spatial rhythm disappeared, Chu Baiwei's ghost vine immediately entangled the paint-skipping demon fish. The huge ghost vine suddenly tightened around the bullet demon fish, as if it was going to crush and explode him. Then, the ice coffin above his head suddenly appeared and fell down violently.
In an instant, the paint-skipping devilfish turned into an ice sculpture, and the ghost vine also pulled up this commander-level paint-skipping devilfish. The huge ice sculpture was thrown to the ground, and the paint-skipping fish that were about to attack stopped instantly. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. You will be rewarded with a random draw. Liu looked at the frozen paint-throwing demon fish and found that a bloody hole had been pierced through its body by the ghost vine. No wonder. It turned out that this commander-level paint-skipping demon fish was killed at that moment. You're good, young man. You're actually in the space department. You have quite a talent. Sang Wenjin praised Liu. In an instant, the ice on the body of the paint-throwing demon fish cracked instantly, and its body fell down. When the slave-level and general-level paint-skipping demon fish saw this, they all stopped their actions. Now that their leader is dead, they will naturally not fight to the death to attack the coastline anymore. At this time, military support arrived. Those mudskippers that were originally in a dilemma returned to the sea without any hesitation. But how could the military mages let them go? The magic army of hundreds of people launched a massive magic bombardment on them. The battle ended with the failure of the invasion of the paint-throwing demon fish. However, half of the personnel in Area 7 were killed, which was a heavy loss. You seem to be slow in providing support. Chu Baiwei said coldly to the officer. I'm sorry, after you requested support, other areas were also invaded by sirens, and the situation was even worse than here. The officer said very apologetically and then explained the current situation. Chu Baiwei did not embarrass the officer any further, but remained silent. Jigu City has a coastline of more than 300 kilometers. The city's military strength is simply not enough to cover all of the coastline. Therefore, hunters, families and other mercenaries are used for defense. After Chu Baiwei came to the coastline, she had already guessed what they were facing. Thank you. Chu Baiwei said to Liu. We are neighbors, and it's our duty to come and help. Liu replied. Chu Baiwei nodded. She walked towards the team members who were cleaning up the battlefield, looked at the familiar faces lying on the ground, and took a deep breath. Liu and his companions did not stay any longer as they still had their own responsibilities and soon returned to their area. The sea surface in area number 8 was very calm. After Feng Zihao knew that there was a siren invasion on the opposite side, he observed the sea level more diligently. Liu thought about it and said to himself, let's just start the lottery. Chapter 103 Summoning Vessel Part 2. All of a sudden, a lottery machine appeared in front of Liu. Start the lottery. As a voice sounded in Liu's heart, the lottery machine began to turn continuously. The lottery machine slowed down and soon stopped slowly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a summoning vessel. Summoning vessel? Liu remembered that Wu Dahai had a summoning vessel. This kind of summoning vessel has a contract with a summoned beast, but the summoning vessel that Liu got didn't seem to have a contract with a summoned beast. Then, Liu saw the introduction of this summoning vessel. What the hell? Is this an empty summoning vessel? There is no contracted summoned beast in this summoning vessel, so he can use this summoning vessel to make a contract with a demon. Moreover, the contract is unconditional and the other party cannot resist at all. However, as for the other party's loyalty, he needs to improve it himself. Liu thought that after making a contract with the demon, he could command it at will, but he didn't expect that he would also have to improve its loyalty. With a sigh, Liu placed the summoning vessel into the system space. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Feng Zihao asked when he saw Liu sighing. Nothing. Liu stood up and continued to look at the sea in front of him. Until dawn, there was no Siren's invasion in Area 8, and they spent a relatively peaceful night. The probability of a Siren's invading during the day is very small, perhaps even less than once a week. Therefore, there are a lot of mages coming to have breakfast in the morning. Liu and others took turns on duty to eat, and at this moment they had already prepared their meals. There are so many people. Feng Zihao scanned the seats in the cafeteria but still couldn't find a seat. There's space over there. Mo, she suddenly said. Liu looked over and found that people at a table were getting up and leaving. He said, let's go over there. However, when they walked to the empty table, another group of people came over. A man with a long scar on his face looked at Liu and the others with disdain and said casually. This table is ours, you guys go find another seat. Why? Feng Zihao was not convinced at all. He confronted the scarred man in front of him. Why? Brothers, come and tell them why we do this. the scarred man said to his teammates behind him. The next second, several teammates behind him stood up, with ferocious looks on their faces.
Little monkey, you've been quite arrogant lately?
Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind the scarred man. The scarred man seemed to recognize the owner of the voice, and quickly forced a smile and said, Sister Chu, we are teaching the young people another lesson. The person who spoke was Chu Baiwei. She walked up to the scarred man, raised her eyebrows and said, Do you know how many of my brothers would have died if it weren't for them last night? Hearing this, the scarred man kept silent.
He naturally knew what happened in Area 7 last night.
Although Area number 7 was not the worst, many people died, and he didn't want to bring bad luck to Chu Baiwei because of these little kids.
Let's go now,
the scarred man said in a mean way and took his brothers to other seats. Most of the magicians in this area are hunters, some mercenary mages, and very few military mages. Therefore, many mages in this area look down on these students who come here to gain experience.
Thank you, Li Yu said to Chu Baiwei.
Chu Baiwei said and returned to her seat.
Li Yu said to the others, Please sit down.
After they finished breakfast, they returned to their own dormitories. There is no need for many people to stand guard during the day, so they will have a lot of free time when they take turns.
Li Yu and Feng Zihao were in the same dormitory.
When they opened the door, they saw two other roommates inside. One of them was the artistic guy who went to support with me last night, and the other one was someone I had never seen before.
Did you take my things from the bed? Asked the literary man Wei Chuanbai unhappily. It's me. Feng Zihao stood up and said.
Wei Chuanbai also stood up from his chair at the same time and said in a bad tone, Don't touch my things next time, or you will be in trouble.
Feng Zihao did not choose to confront the other party. He was really too tired and just wanted to have a good sleep in the dormitory. Li Yu didn't care, but he always felt that Wei Chuanbai seemed to be looking at him out of the corner of his eye.
Afterwards, Wei Chuanbai took out the things in his suitcase and threw it into the trash can.
What bad luck! Wei Chuanbai said suddenly. After these words came out, Feng Zihao, who was about to go to bed, stopped and said to Wei Chuanbai, What? Don't you agree? Let's go out and fight.
When Wei Chuanbai thought about what happened last night, he felt furious.
After returning to the watchtower, Hani kept mentioning that Li Yu had saved Hukiki, which made him very angry.
I'm not afraid of you,
Wei Chuanbai said immediately.
At this time, the boy sitting opposite Wei Chuanbai walked up to him and reminded him, Brother Wei, this guy is a student of the Imperial Capital Academy, You
don't need to meddle in what I do.
Wei Chuanbai scolded the boy in front of him. The man with acne on his face immediately shut up.
It wasn't him who was going to be fighting anyway. Wei Chuanbai spoke again, 1 against 1 is boring, do you dare to play 5 against 5? Are you sure you want to fight 5 against 5?
Feng Zihao said with a smile.
What? Doesn't the Imperial Capital Academy even dare to fight 5 against 5?
Wei Chuanbai said with a smile on his face.
Feng Zihao rolled his eyes at him, then turned to look at Li Yu and said, Brother Yu, how about you go alone? We have to give others some face. Li Yu seemed indifferent, but his words were extremely arrogant.
If it was just a fight between Feng Zihao and Wei Chuanbai, it would be nothing, but if it involves the academy, then the severity of the problem would increase. If they were defeated by the people from Tanzhin University, they would not be able to hold their heads up when they return. Because the image of the Imperial Capital Academy always ranking first has long been engraved in everyone's mind. I hope you can still say this when the time comes.
Wei Chuanbai snorted coldly and walked out of the dormitory.
Seeing Wei Chuanbai and another person leaving, Feng Zihao said to Li Yu, Brother Yu, they went to get some help, should we also get some help?
Go ahead and call Su Ling, Emoshi, and Han Shuangquan. Li Yu replied. Okay.
Feng Zihao is very happy. These people are the luxurious lineup of the Imperial Capital Academy, and are more than enough to deal with those from Tanzhin University. After more than 10 minutes, Wei Chuanbai had selected the other 4 people, and then came to an open space. Brother Yu, they are already waiting for us over there, Feng Zihao said, looking in one direction through the window.
Chapter 104 Two-Headed Demon Dog 3 Updates.
After a while, many people wanted to know what these people from the academy were doing standing here. Out of curiosity, they followed Wei Chuanbai and the others and continued to wait here. It was not until a few minutes later that another group of people came towards Wei Chuanbai and his group.
Oh my, is there going to be something interesting to watch? Someone in the crowd said.
Some hunters and mercenary mages had nothing to do, so they gathered around to watch the show. In this area, the most conspicuous are the students from the academy who come here for training. Also coming to watch the game were students from Huazhong Academy and Guannan Academy, and they also had a look of excitement on their faces.
I thought you didn't dare to come, Wei Chuanbai said to Li Yu and the others. Feng Zihao rolled his eyes at him and said, "What are you talking about? If you want to fight, just do it quickly. It's actually a fight, shouldn't there be some prize?" Wei Chuanbai suddenly said. "What's the prize?" Feng Zihao asked.
Wei Chuanbai said with a smile, "If you lose, you will have to call us dad 3 times. Hearing this, Feng Zihao immediately agreed, "If you lose, you must kneel down and call us grandpa."
With a cold snort, Wei Chuanbai didn't take Feng Zihao seriously at all. How childish.
Su Ling sighed helplessly.
Li Yu smiled and said, "It's indeed quite childish, but the other party seems very confident.
Please be gentle later.
Tanzhin University has a good relationship with our imperial capital university. Don't let this make things awkward," Su Ling reminded.
Li Yu replied, "It depends on the situation, because I'm afraid I can't control myself." Su Ling and Mo she looked at Li Yu at the same time, not knowing what to say for a moment. Just as this childish boys' game was about to begin, Shi Kangyan walked out from the crowd. His appearance caught them off guard as they were about to start. "Teacher Shi." Students from the Imperial Capital Academy and Tanzhin University all greeted Shi Kangyan.
"What are you doing?"
Shi Kangyan asked puzzledly as he looked at the scene. "We are just competing with each other to enhance our team's combat capability,"
Feng Zihao said immediately. "Wei Chuanbai, is what he said true?" Shi Kangyan looked at Wei Chuanbai and said. Wei Chuanbai replied, "Yes, we are just having a normal sparring match."
"Okay then, this is a good opportunity to show your strength to the people around you." Shi Kangyan did not stop them. He has trained many classes of students, and each class was looked down upon by some people, just like now. Although they don't have to prove anything, the students will feel a little unhappy. If this competition can let everyone present know the strength of the school, perhaps this is also a result. Seeing that Shi Kangyan did not stop them, Feng Zihao and Wei Chuanbai looked at each other with disdain, just like 2 children giving each other the middle finger in contempt. Wei Chuanbai walked up to Du Qingzhou, a boy with a middle-parted hair, and said, "Later, use your mind magic to interfere with that person's drawing of star tracks and star maps." The man with the middle-parted hair nodded and stared in the direction of Li Yu. Wei Chuanbai is not afraid of Li Yu because there is a mid-level psychic magician in their team. With this guy around, Li Yu can forget about drawing the thunder star map. So what if you are strong in thunder? If you can't draw a star map, then it's all useless. When he thought of this, he seemed to see the ending of Feng Zihao and others. "Prepare," Wei Chuanbai said to the 4 people behind him. They are considered the 5 players with the best cooperation in the team, so they are all very confident.
Especially after knowing Wei Chuanbai's trump card, they became even more confident. "Brother Yu, don't take any action for now. Let's play with them first," Feng Zihao said to Li Yu. Li Yu nodded. But others didn't think so. The other party looked calm and composed, which made Mo Shi and Su Ling feel a little strange. "Teacher Shi, please help me shout start," Feng Zihao said to Shi Kangyan. "No problem." Shi Kangyan nodded. The others immediately cleared an open space for the 2 teams to create an environment for them to compete with each other. "Captain Chu, it's quite hot over there." Sang Wenjin pointed in a direction. "Let's go and take a look. It's been a while since it's been so lively here." As soon as Chu Baiwei finished speaking, she took the lead and walked forward. Right now, the 2 teams were looking at each other, waiting for Shi Kangyan's command to start. The competition begins. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 sides immediately started a duel. Su Ling immediately completed the star track and blasted towards the formation of Tanzhin University. The raging flames swept over, and Bai Shi's, who had a face full of acne, immediately completed the water star track. In an instant, the flames that were coming towards him were blocked. "Watch me." A round-faced boy completed the ice star map, and several ice chains suddenly flew out, heading straight for Feng Zihao and the others. "Do you think you are the only one who has the ice chain?" As soon as Feng Zihao finished speaking, he controlled the ice chain to confront the round-faced boy. "Come out." Han Shuangquan seized the opportunity, completed the intermediate star map, and summoned the Ice Wolf. "Great War General." "Oh my god, he's actually a great general, a rich man."
These students are still quite capable.
For a moment, all the surrounding mages showed expressions of amazement. Summoners are magicians who burn a lot of money. If you don't have money, you really can't afford to support a summoner. However, that was not the only thing that surprised them. At this moment, Wei Chuanbai used some unknown means to summon a demon. When everyone looked over, they couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. A demon that is infinitely close to the commander level.
You know, those students present are only mid-level mages. It will be extremely difficult to deal with this demon that is infinitely close to the commander level.
Not to mention that they have 5 opponents of similar level.
A two-headed demon dog, about the size of a normal adult, was staring at Li Yu and others with its teeth bared.
As long as Wei Chuanbai gave the order, it would pounce on the person opposite without hesitation. Two-headed demon dog, show them how powerful you are.
Wei Chuanbai said to the two-headed demon dog. This demon is his trump card, and others are full of confidence after seeing it. With this demon that is infinitely close to the commander level, plus the people from Tanzhin University, the Imperial Capital Academy has no hope of winning unless they have high-level magicians.
The mages who were watching thought so too.
Feng Zihao saw that things were not going well, and immediately said to Li Yu, "Brother Yu, it's your turn to take action."
Han Xuanquan's battle summoner is not good enough in front of others, so he can only look to Li Yu. Better rely on others than protect yourself first. Wei Chuanbai said. Then, a punch slammed into the ground, and flames rushed towards Feng Zihao and others.
Seeing this, Su Ling's eyes flashed, and at this moment he completed the fiery fist earthbreaking.
Boom! Flames splashed around and heat waves rolled in the air.
Just as the two-headed demon dog was about to pounce on Feng Zihao, Li Yu was drawing the star map when an accident happened. P.S. I will update again to make up for the previous update when the number of recommendation votes reached 100. At the same time, I also hope that all of you who have been keeping a close eye on the book will read the latest chapter by the end of the month 28, 29, 30, 31, because this is related to the performance of the book. It's okay to keep a close eye on the book before, but don't keep a close eye on the book at the end of the month, or you will kill it.
Thank you all. Chapter 105 Target, Two-Headed Demon Dog. Psychic Shock. Li Yu was suddenly interrupted when he was drawing the star map.
So he concluded that the other party must have a psychic magician.
Li Yu glanced across and his eyes fixed on Du Qingzhou. It turns out to be you,
Li Yu said in his heart. At the same time, Du Qingzhou smiled contemptuously, with a look on his face that showed he had him in his grasp.
Trigger the God-level choice.
Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, defeat the two-headed demon dog and be rewarded with an intermediate fire element upgrade to the 3rd level. Option 2, defeat Du Qingzhou and be rewarded with an intermediate light system upgrade to the 3rd level. Li Yu was just about to make a choice when Feng Zihao's voice suddenly came from the side.
Brother Yu, what are you doing?
I'm going to be bitten to death by this wolf. Feng Zihao is dealing with the two-headed demon dog, and the situation is very bad.
Li Yu glanced at Feng Zihao.
The blue heart chain wanted to trigger automatically just now, but was suppressed by Li Yu.
The blue heart chain can only resist one mental attack and cannot be used like this. Two-headed demon dog, get rid of him first. Wei Chuanbai ordered the two-headed demon dog.
Everyone else was confronting each other, only Feng Zihao, the big villain, was being chased and beaten by a beast and a man.
Bullying me, aren't you?
Feng Zihao stopped immediately. At this moment, he had completed the ice star track.
Ice vines, cover.
As soon as the words fell, a layer of ice covered the front of the two-headed demon dog. The two-headed demon dog also stopped and did not step on the ice in front of it.
Hateful.
Wei Chuanbai gritted his teeth and let this guy know the weakness of the two-headed demon dog by accident.
What are you afraid of? Go ahead and tear him apart. Wei Chuanbai gave the order to the two-headed demon dog again.
As the voice fell, the two-headed demon dog, which was originally a little frightened, suddenly became violent.
Brother Yu, come and save me quickly.
Feng Zihao was a little scared when he saw the appearance of the two-headed demon dog. If it was a big battle, he would have nothing to fear, but the opponent was a demon that was infinitely close to the commander level.
What are you making a fuss about? Don't you know someone is targeting me?
Li Yu said to Feng Zihao.
Feng Zihao looked at Du Qingzhou and immediately knew what Li Yu was talking about. Brother Yu, I will create an opportunity for you.
Feng Zihao seized the time and completed the water star map at the last moment. Turbulent waves and shocking tides. A huge wave swept out, but at this time the two-headed demon dog also pounced on Feng Zihao. At the critical moment, Feng Zihao didn't care about so much and immediately used the shield magic tool.
Bang!
The sharp claws scratched the shield magic tool, and a piercing sound suddenly fell into everyone's ears. At this moment, Feng Zihao was knocked flying and rolled several times before stopping. When a violent wave hit, everyone began to respond. If they were caught in the wave, they would be in danger of being defeated. Not only the people from Tanzhin University, but also Su Ling and others were affected. Shadow escape, flying shadow. Facing the huge waves, Wei Chuanbai did not hesitate at all and released shadow magic to escape. The same goes for others. If you have magic tools, use them. If you don't have magic tools, you can only rely on your own magic. Violent Wave is a large-scale damage magic, and it is rarely used because of the fear of hurting teammates. But Feng Zihao didn't care about all that. He was now outnumbered by 2 and couldn't even protect himself. What's more, Li Yu was restricted by the opponent. If he didn't do something, he would probably really lose. Feng Zihao, are you trying to murder your teammates? Han Shuangquan said from the side. On the other side, Wei Chuanbai and others were also repelled, and the 5 people gathered together.
The two-headed demon dog is fine. Even if the storm is strong, it can't be shaken at all. Oh no, Li Yu is missing.
Du Qingzhou exclaimed behind him. After hearing this, Wei Chuanbai immediately said to Bailey Feng, who was smaller than him, use defensive magic quickly.
Boom!
Thunder exploded above their heads and several bolts of lightning suddenly struck down. Bailey Feng originally wanted to use light magic, but gave up the idea the next second.
Use the magic tools quickly,
Bailey Feng said to others.
His Guanyu painting wall cannot block this power. Next second.
Everyone in Jin University used defensive magic tools, as they didn't want to be eliminated by the lightning.
Damn, this kid's thunder is too overbearing, isn't it? Is this still the lightning system? Why do I feel like my lightning is just like tickling? With this kind of power, even the third-level intermediate defense magic can't stop it, right?
The people around were talking about it. All of them were surprised by Li Yu's thunder system. However, Li Yu's target was not them, but the two-headed demon dog. The two-headed demon dog lost Wei Chuanbai's command and was now standing still.
Li Yu immediately said, space rhythm compression. Next moment.
The two-headed demon dog wanted to struggle, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break out of the compressed space.
Two-headed demon dog.
Wei Chuanbai shouted at the two-headed demon dog, but the two-headed demon dog had no intention of paying attention to him at this moment.
Thunderbolt electric disaster.
Li Yu completed the Thunder Star map again with lightning speed. The few people from Tianjin University had just escaped from the lightning disaster and were unable to react at all. The lightning struck mercilessly, and the two-headed demon dog could only allow the lightning to strike it.
Light blessing painted wall.
Bailey Feng released light magic towards the two-headed demon dog's head.
After holding on for a moment, Wang You's painted wall was immediately shattered by lightning. Li Yu looked at everything happening in front of him.
If he didn't have the space system, it would take him some time to deal with this two-headed demon dog.
But dealing with an immobile demon is very simple. All you need to do is deal enough damage to threaten it. Right now.
This two-headed demon dog, which is very close to the commander level, is already covered with wounds.
If it is forced to join the battle, the wounds will leave sequelae.
Wei Chuanbai looked at the two-headed demon dog helplessly, and then put it back into the summoning vessel.
No more cards.
Their chances of winning dropped significantly again. Originally, he wanted Hukiki to see him defeat the Imperial Capital Academy and then defeat Li Yu. However, everything happened too quickly, and the balance of victory instantly tilted towards the Imperial Capital Academy.
Kiki, have you noticed that Li Yu seems to be in 3 departments? Han Yi next to her suddenly said.
As soon as these words were spoken, Hukiki and others also reacted and realized that Li Yu really had 3 departments. Thunder system, space system, and the light system that was used when saving Hukiki.
Although others didn't know that Li Yu had 3 departments, those who went to support him knew it.
At this moment, Wei Chuanbai obviously also knew that Li Yu had 3 departments.
Wei Chuanbai, what should we do? Asked the round-faced boy Ji Zihao.
They lost their advantage and were at a disadvantage in a one-on-one situation just now.
Under the current circumstances, they could not be a match for the Imperial Capital Academy. Damn, even if we lose, we have to eliminate that person. Wei Chuanbai's fierce eyes suddenly fell on Li Yu. Chapter 106 The Siren is coming? Let's release magic on him together. Wei Chuanbai immediately shouted at Li Yu. Others had no choice but to obey Wei Chuanbai. In a short time, they quickly completed the star map and released it to Li Yu instantly. Don't worry about me, you guys deal with them. As soon as Li Yu finished speaking, he had already completed the space magic, and then he shouted, Space rhythm time delay. Suddenly, the incoming magic slowed down, like a slowed down slideshow. Li Yu also completed the light star map at the last moment, light blessing painted wall. Guanyou's painted wall appeared and instantly blocked all magical attacks. Those who were watching the fun were shocked again. Is this definitely mid-level light magic? There was disbelief in everyone's eyes. Especially those mid-level light system mages, they almost doubted whether they were learning pirated light system? One Guanyou painting wall can block so much magic and has not yet collapsed. That's fucked up. But what's even more fucked up is that this guy actually has 3 departments. Is he a high-level wizard? But if it is high level, then he only needs to release high-level magic to resolve the battle? There's no need to hide. Therefore, everyone has the same doubts in their hearts at this moment. In fact, Li Yu had no choice. Before coming to Jigu City, Dean Sungha had looked for him. The reason for looking for him was very simple, which was to ask him not to reveal his strength. Unless you are in a dangerous situation, try not to expose your strength. He was helpless and had to do as he was told. After all, the other person was the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy and he had to give him some face. As to why, Dean Sungha still retains the mystery. After receiving feedback from the light system, Li Yu was extremely satisfied with his light system, which had been amplified 5 times. Perhaps only high-level magic can break his defense, but you won't know until you try. Damn, why is this guy's light system so hard to break? Ji Zihao said. At this time, Wei Chuanbai looked at Du Qingzhou and asked, What's going on? Where's your mind magic? I don't know either. I did release him just now. Du Qingzhou answered innocently. Get ready to kneel down and call me Grandpa. Feng Zihao and others had completed the magic star map, and in an instant, they released it towards Wei Chuanbai and others. When those magic attacks came, the ending was already determined. Next second, a high-level water defense magic suddenly blocked Wei Chuanbai and the others. Let's stop here, Shi Kangnian said to the 2 teams. Everyone present could see that if it weren't for the 2-headed demon dog, the people from Tanzhin University might not have survived until this day. In a one-on-one fight, the students from the Imperial Capital Academy are stronger than those from the Tanzhin University. What's more, there is Li Yu's explosive output. Even if the people from Tanzhin University have powerful defensive magic tools, they can't always block Li Yu's magic attacks. Come on, kneel down and call me Grandpa. Feng Zihao said triumphantly to the people from Tanzhin University. Wei Chuanbai clenched his teeth at this time. This was the request he made, but he seemed to understand a truth: if he didn't do it, he wouldn't die. At this moment, Tanzhin University was in a dilemma, and all their eyes turned to Shi Kangnian. If we really ask them to kneel down and call me Grandpa, how can they continue to gain experience here in the future? It's just a competition, there's no need to take it too seriously. How about this, I'll give you all of their training resources for a month, just consider it a favor to me. Shi Kangnian was also a teacher at Tanzhin University before, but because he was promoted, he did not continue to stay in Tanzhin University to teach and educate. Since Teacher Shi has spoken, just call me Grandpa. Feng Zihao waved his hand. Li Yu walked over and kicked Feng Zihao. This guy was getting more and more pretentious. Feng Zihao smiled and said nothing more. These resources are of little use to Li Yu, but for Su Ling, Emoshi and others, they are indeed a considerable amount of cultivation resources. This may be the best outcome. Wei Chuanbai looked at Hu Qiki, and at this moment he saw that Hu Qiki was looking at Li Yu. He clenched his fists in anger, and his hatred for Li Yu increased even more. At the same time, everyone present began to have a different opinion of these students, especially Li Yu. This guy was really too strong. At such a young age, he has such strength. He has a bright future. Those families who were also waiting and watching were all excited, and they all wanted to know Li Yu's information. In a short period of time, this competition allowed many people to understand the strength of the students who came to train. Although there are still many shortcomings in combat, in terms of strength, they can indeed compete with them. After a while, Li Yu and Feng Zihao returned to the dormitory, and then only Bai Shi's returned to the dormitory. Where did that guy go? He didn't hide and cry secretly, did he? Feng Zihao said to Bai Shi's. Bai Shi's did not answer Feng Zihao. He knew that this was a mockery of Wei Chuan Bai, but he did not have the courage. You'd better not mess with Wei Chuan Bai. His family members are also here, and he has a hunter brother who is very powerful. Bai Shi's kindly reminded. Hearing this, Feng Zihao curled his lips and immediately shut up. There is no way, they are in someone else's territory and can only keep a low profile. Li Yu sat cross-legged on the bed indifferently. He took out the soul-level nebula magic weapon and prepared to practice. In the next few days, the coastline was calm and there were no more sirens' invasions. They thought Wei Chuan Bai would bring his family members or his brother to cause trouble, but there was no movement in the past few days. It would be great if I could have this leisure time in the future, Feng Zihao said while standing on the watchtower. Li Yu rolled his eyes at him and said, "Shut up your crow mouth." Since the siren invasion, other cities have sent many military mages to provide support. Although it is daytime now, Li Yu and Feng Zihao did not relax their vigilance. Brother Yu, do you feel that the sea level seems to have become a little higher? Feng Zihao said uncertainly. The sea level has become higher? Li Yu wondered, and then looked at the sea level again. He compared it to the reefs lying along the coastline, and the sea level had indeed risen a little. If Feng Zihao hadn't said it, he really wouldn't have noticed that the sea level had risen. It has indeed risen, but not significantly. Is it high tide? Feng Zihao asked. Li Yu frowned. High tide? Impossible. He has been here for so long that he naturally knows the pattern of high tides here. At this point in time, it is not high tide yet. Seeing Li Yu frowning, Feng Zihao swallowed and said, "Brother Yu, could it be that the sea monster is coming?" Ever since Feng Zihao set the flag last time, Li Yu has been very repulsive to what he said. Li Yu said unhappily, "Can't you think of something better?" Chapter 107 Tsunami Strikes. Sudden. The intercom beside them began to buzz, and a voice came from inside. "Everyone, evacuate the coastline immediately. Everyone, evacuate the coastline immediately. Everyone, evacuate the coastline immediately." There was a sense of urgency in each repeated sound, as if something big was about to happen. Suddenly, just as Li Yu and Feng Zihao were about to evacuate, a faint voice was heard. The sound was like a horn blowing, followed by a charge. Li Yu and Feng Zihao immediately went down from the watchtower, while Mo Shi and Su Ling also came over. "What's going on?" Mo Shi asked. "I don't know. Let's leave here first," Li Yu said to them. However, not long after they left, they heard the sound of a red alarm. "Red alert!" Feng Zihao said in surprise. Su Ling frowned and asked, "Is the siren going to invade?" "Let's go and gather first," Li Yu said. Just now, Shi Kangyan's voice was heard on the intercom again. He asked all the trainees to gather immediately at a park not far from the coastline. In about 2 minutes, Li Yu and others arrived at the park. Right now. Except for Shi Kangyan, students from other academies have already arrived. Su Lingqing counted all the students of the Imperial Capital Academy, and all of them came without exception. "Teacher Shi, are the sirens about to invade?" Chen Tao asked. Shi Kangyan looked at everyone, with a hint of fatigue in his eyes, and said, "Yes." As soon as these words came out, everyone present showed a look of surprise. They looked at each other and felt inexplicably nervous. Shi Kangyan spoke again, "Your mission is to evacuate the residents in this area and then leave with them." Hearing this, their tense mood relaxed, as they were still a little short of strength to deal with the siren. What's more, they don't know much about sirens, and there is a high possibility of death if they stay here. Shi Kangyan said, "You should evacuate the residents immediately based on the school." Afterwards, he gave each college student a map of the area to help them familiarize themselves with the current situation in the area. "You follow these 4 commanders," Shi Kangyan said, and then asked them to start the action. As soon as the words fell, the 4 officers standing behind Shi Kangyan came out and led them in 4 different directions. At the same time, the area has begun to fall into a tense moment, and everyone is very nervous. The residents were already waiting, and Li Yu and his team's mission was to escort them to a safe area. Looking at the hundreds of residents in front of them, Li Yu and others felt the pressure doubled, and they all hoped that the siren would not come too quickly. Follow us and leave here in an orderly manner.
The officer, who was about 30 years old, said to the team of more than 100 people in front of him. The residents were very cooperative. They lined up in two teams and followed their commander in an orderly manner. The officer had already explained the mission of Liu and others clearly to them. It is to protect the safety of these residents and try to send them to a safe place as quickly as possible.
Coastline.
Not long after Liu and others left, a strong wind blew on the sea, and rows of waves hit the shore. For a moment, the sound of the horn became louder and louder, as if it was approaching the coastline. An officer with thick eyebrows and big eyes was standing on the roof of a 5-story building, looking into the distance at everything happening before his eyes. "President's son, why are you here too?" said Xiao Ziqiu, the officer with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Sun Jishan, president of the Jigu Magic Association, said, "Of course we should drive these beasts out of our city together."
"Ha ha, then we can fight side by side again," Xiao Ziqiu said with a smile.
The two of them looked towards the sea level, where a huge wave was sweeping in from the distance.
"I didn't expect it to come so soon."
Xiao Ziqiu's face suddenly became expressionless, with a hint of solemnity between his brows.
Far away, what was surging madly on the sea was the tsunami that everyone present was afraid of.
Every time a tsunami comes, it brings only disaster and countless destruction.
"Notify everyone to prepare for battle," Xiao Ziqiu said to the officer behind him. The officers nodded and jumped in different directions at the same time.
This tsunami came too suddenly, otherwise we would have more time to prepare.
Sun Jishan sighed.
Now that things have come to this, what we can do now is to minimize the losses in Jigu City. Xiao Ziqiu said, his sharp eyes fixed on the oncoming tsunami. Sun Jishan said, "Leave the siren to the others.
The two of us must keep an eye on that guy. I know what's going on.
I won't take action until it comes out," Xiao Ziqiu replied. Both of them were silent.
"This guy is the overlord of this sea area. He comes to harass the coastline of Jigu City from time to time."
But what they didn't expect was that the other party was serious.
Liu and others were escorting the residents away.
Even though they were far away, they could still hear the sound of the sea churning.
"Brother Yu, we really can't be so unlucky, right?" Feng Zihao looked behind him and said to Liu. Liu said, "Stop talking nonsense, escort them to the safe barrier first.
This disaster is inevitable, I just hope Jigu City can survive it." "Hurry up, the tsunami is coming," the officer walking in front said to all the residents. After hearing this, everyone quickened their pace unconsciously, and the formation became a little flustered.
"Everyone, keep in formation and don't get disorderly," She reminded the panicked residents.
Soon, they came to a very high slope, above which was the safety barrier of Jigu City.
As long as they enter the safety barrier, they will be safe.
At this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But when they looked behind them, they saw the waves in the distance rushing towards them.
"Damn, so fast?"
Feng Zihao couldn't help but quicken his pace as he looked at the huge waves sweeping over.
"Hurry up, everyone."
The officer walking in front came to the middle of the team and asked the residents behind to speed up.
"Brother Yu, how about we go a little further forward?"
Feng Zihao felt a little scared when he saw the huge waves coming towards him.
There must be countless sirens waiting for them in this huge wave. If they are caught in it, they will be close to death. Why are you in such a hurry? Have you forgotten that I can fly with a sword?" Liu said.
"That's right." Feng Zihao felt relieved now. The two of them were at the end of the team. If they left, the residents at the end might be in danger of being attacked by the siren.
"Brother Yu, a huge wave is coming."
Feng Zihao took a few more steps upwards, not wanting to face such turbulent waves.
Telekinesis.
Liu released the power of space towards Feng Zihao and immediately pulled him onto the flying sword.
Chapter 108, heading to the safety boundary.
Feng Zihao couldn't help but feel frightened when he saw the huge waves rushing up behind him.
"Brother Yu, hurry up, the wave is coming." Liu did not answer.
He looked at the residents in front of him who were walking upstairs.
Telekinesis.
The few residents who fell behind were immediately sent to the front by Liu using space magic. At this moment, the waves just happened to hit, and those who had fallen behind just now breathed a sigh of relief that they were safe.
If it weren't for Liu, they would probably have been swept away by the huge waves. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go up," Liu said to those people.
Those who were rescued reacted quickly and ran upwards. The huge waves stopped and reached their highest point, but they continued to hit us. Be careful. Su Ling saw something suddenly emerge from the sea, but he was sure that it was a mermaid. After hearing Su Ling's reminder, Liu and Feng Zihao looked down and saw the mermaid with only a little of its upper body exposed. At this moment, the siren attacked the two of them. The shark's body emerged from the sea, and it had a light blue tail. What attacked them was this light blue tail that looked like a spear. Light blessing holy shield. Liu immediately completed the light star map and blocked the tail spike. Is this a blue shark with a spiked tail? Feng Zihao recognized the siren at a glance. Feng Zihao was quite free a few days ago, so to relieve his boredom, he rewatched sirens. Therefore, he now has a very good understanding of the types of sirens, which is much better than many people. Seeing that its sneak attack failed, the blue shark sank its entire body into the waves without saying a word. That was close. Feng Zihao looked at the waves below with lingering fear. Come up quickly. The officer had already sent the residents to the safety barrier. Seeing Liu and Feng Zihao still downstairs, he spoke to them. Here it comes. Liu replied, no longer paying attention to the escaping blue shark. After a while, they all entered the safe zone. Liu looked at the situation in front of him and saw that the seawater had risen to as high as the third floor. Brother Yu, it seems that the people from Tanzhin University have not reached the safety barrier. Feng Zihao looked at the people nearby and did not see the 9 people from Tanzhin University. Although they are not heading in the same direction, the time they take to reach the safety barrier should be the same. And now there are no students from Tanzhin University, which means they probably haven't reached the safety barrier. Sudden. A ragged young man said in panic, Sir, we still have students who haven't reached the safety barrier yet. They are in danger. Go and rescue them quickly. Hearing this voice, Liu and others looked over and found that the person looked familiar, as if he was from Tanzhin University. Sir, please save them. They risked their lives for us. Yes. Sir. The residents around also spoke up at this time. The officer didn't understand what was going on, so he asked by Shi's, what's going on? We were suddenly attacked while escorting the residents. By Shi's replied. Attack? The officer frowned and asked again, be more specific. Those people were wearing gray clothes, and we didn't know who they were. By Shi's recalled carefully. Wearing gray? Liu seemed to have thought of something, and thought to himself, could it be the Black Church? If it was the Black Vatican, shouldn't they have attacked me? Why do we have to deal with people from Tanzhin University? The officer seemed to have thought of something, and frowned, where were you attacked? We are on Shi High Street. By Shi said immediately. Shi High Street? Isn't it only 3 or 4 kilometers away from here? Feng Zihao said. The commander looked at the military magician behind him and realized that he didn't have enough troops. And they have a more important task, which is to protect these people. Are there other mages here? The officer asked the people around him. However, no one around responded, and they were immersed in death. Because they all knew that if they wanted to rescue them, they would not only have to face the sirens, but also those men in gray. So, this is an unknown, and no one dares to take risks for a few unrelated people. The same is true for students from several other colleges. They are just mid-level mages, and it would be useless if they went, and they might even get themselves involved. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Liu's mind. Trigger the God-level choice. Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, go and rescue the students of Jin University, and you will be rewarded with an upgrade from the intermediate level fire system to the advanced level fire system. Option 2, pretend nothing happened and get a lightning spirit seed fragment as a reward. Seeing this, Liu chose the second option without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. You will be rewarded with a lightning spirit seed fragment. Liu cherishes his life very much, not to mention that the people of the Black Church are eyeing him covetously. He would not joke with his own life unless it was necessary. Just when everyone around was silent, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Look, there seems to be someone over there." For a moment, everyone present looked down and saw several figures on the roof running towards the safety barrier. It's them. Bai Shi's looked into the distance and said in surprise after seeing them. However, apart from Bai Shi's, there were only 5 people left out of the 8. Needless to say, the other few people may have died at the hands of the Black Church or at the hands of the siren.
Hurry, we'll reach the safety barrier soon, Hukiki said to the people behind her.
However, at this moment, after they arrived at another building, they were suddenly surrounded by sirens.
Damn it, these guys are chasing us again,
He Linlin said as she looked at the sirens emerging around her.
At this moment, dozens of double-tailed electric eels were swimming around them, as if forming an encirclement.
When Feng Zihao saw Hukiki and the others were surrounded by sea monsters, he just prayed silently in his heart that they were okay.
Brother Yu, why don't you go and rescue her? Hukiki will definitely pledge herself to you. Feng Zihao looked at Li Yu and said. Why don't you go? Li Yu rolled his eyes at Feng Zihao.
Feng Zihao immediately shut his mouth and pretended nothing had happened. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again.
Trigger the God-level choice.
Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, help the students of Jin University and be rewarded with an upgrade to the third level of the intermediate light system. Option 2, do nothing, and the reward is to upgrade the beginner light system to the fourth level.
Coming again?
Just when Li Yu was about to make a choice, a deep voice sounded among the crowd.
If you take another step forward, I can kill you in 2 seconds. Chapter 109 Black Octopus. Right now.
Everyone present began to look around, as they had no idea who the voice was talking about. After a while, a boy wearing a thin black coat and a hood on his head raised his head and said with a smile, "You guys, your eyes are still so sharp."
Sudden.
When this voice came out, Li Yu immediately distanced himself from him. This person was actually just a few meters away from him. Li Yu knew who this person was without having to guess.
He must be from the Black Vatican. You now have 2 choices. Either you get out of here, or you stay alive. That deep voice sounded again. The man in the black coat kept smiling as he said, "There are so many people here, are you sure you want to fight me here?" The deep voice sounded again, "Other people have nothing to do with me. My job is to protect my employer. You are still so cold-blooded."
The man in the black coat sighed, then cast his cold gaze on Li Yu. Then he said, "What a pity, I am not the only one here. I don't know if you still have the ability to kill me now."
As soon as the words fell,
the deep voice suddenly stopped, as if something really happened.
"Well, he's already busy, let me take your life," said the man in the black coat. The others had no idea what was going on. Their puzzled eyes wandered between the man in the black coat and Li Yu. "He is from the Black Church and his target is me. Take the residents away quickly," Li Yu shouted to the officer.
"There are too many residents here, and if high-level magic is released, innocent people may be harmed." The officer hesitated, but when he saw Li Yu's determined look, he immediately asked the military magician beside him to disperse the crowd.
"There is another reason."
This person gave him a very strong feeling.
Even he might.
At this moment, the only people standing around Li Yu were Feng Zihao, Su Ling, and Emoshi. The man in the black coat didn't care about the lives of these residents, because only Li Yu's life was worth his effort. This person should be a high-level magician, while Feng Zihao and his friends are only mid-level, so they are naturally no match for him.
Damn, this is the only option.
After Li Yu made the decision, he summoned the Sword King without hesitation.
Suddenly,
Li Yu stepped on the Sword King and flew towards Hukiki.
"Run, so you can live longer."
The man in the black coat was not in a hurry to chase. He glanced at Feng Zihao and the others, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he withdrew his gaze with disdain.
Wings of wind.
As soon as the man in the black coat finished speaking, he instantly flew towards Li Yu. However, at this time, Li Yu had already arrived above Hukiki and the others.
"Li Yu, why are you here?" Hukiki said to Li Yu. Li Yu didn't say anything. He looked down at the double-tailed electric eel on the sea and said in a low voice, "Thunderbolt electric field." In an instant, thunderbolt struck, and the double-tailed electric eels that formed a lightning circle were instantly defeated by the thunderbolts. "We're saved." Hani breathed a sigh of relief.
They were just surrounded by double-tailed electric eels, and she still felt numb all over.
These double-tailed electric eels want to kill them with the electricity emitted from their bodies.
At the last moment, Li Yu suddenly stood up and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward is the upgrade of the intermediate light system to the third level. After hearing the system's prompt, Li Yu looked back and flew away again. Hukiki and others didn't know what was going on and their eyes were full of confusion.
But the next moment, a man in a black coat suddenly appeared above them. What's going on? He Linlin asked.
We are saved, let's go to the safety barrier quickly,
Ji Zihao said.
the same goes for others.
After seeing Hu Keek's worried look, Wei Chuanbai hated Li Yu even more. Damn it, why isn't there even a military magician here? Li Yu looked around but didn't see anyone.
As the man in the black coat got closer and closer, Li Yu became calmer.
Where can you escape to?
The voice of the man in the black coat reached his ears.
Li Yu ignored it because he was completing a thunder constellation. At the last second, Li Yu finally completed the combination of the constellations. He turned around suddenly and punched out, Silent Thunder Death Ray.
A wanton beam of lightning suddenly shot out from the fist, and its gaze was directed at the man in the black coat who was flying towards Li Yu. Electric arcs spread in the air, and the lightning beam had already arrived in front of the man in the black coat.
Wind Wings, Guardian.
The man in the black coat did not hesitate at all. Judging from the color of the lightning, this lightning was definitely not an ordinary lightning. Therefore, he directly used the second-level defensive magic of Wind Wings. The wings wrapped around him and at the same time blocked the lightning beam from Li Yu.
This is very powerful.
The man in the black coat spread his wings and licked his lips.
However, after Li Yu released the high-level magic, he did not stop at all and continued to fly away on his sword.
While Li Yu was still flying, a black shadow suddenly appeared below him.
The next second, several huge dark tentacles suddenly attacked him. What an unlucky person!
Li Yu complained and used his sword to avoid the attack of the tentacles. But even so, the tentacles did not let him go, and the dark shadow underneath was still under him.
Li Yu didn't even know when he was targeted by this guy. Trigger the God-level choice.
Please make a choice based on the current situation. Option 1, kill the black octopus and you will be rewarded with a high-level experience card with all max levels. Option 2, get rid of the black octopus's pursuit, and the reward is to upgrade the intermediate fire system to the 4th level. The system's voice fell, and before Li Yu had time to make a choice, the man in the black coat appeared above his head.
Just wait for death. My helpers are here. Li Yu stopped and said to the dark shadow below.
The dark shadow below was motionless, as if waiting for something. The man in the black coat was hanging in the air, looking down at Li Yu from above, revealing a ferocious smile and saying, "You've been running away for so long, it's time for you to die."
At this time, he has completed high-level ice magic. In an instant, an extremely huge ice coffin suddenly fell towards Li Yu.
The cold was biting, and even though Li Yu was so far away, he could still feel the chill emanating from the ice coffin. A cold light flashed in Li Yu's eyes. At this moment, he had completed the 3rd level of intermediate light defense magic.
Light Blessing and Protection.
A layer of light shield suddenly appeared in front of Li Yu.
Although it blocked the ice coffin, it shattered into pieces the next second.
At this moment, Li Yu didn't care about anything else and fell towards the black shadow under the water.
Chapter 110 Hunter Identity Transformation. The dark shadow below seemed to sense something, and its pitch-black tentacles immediately stabbed towards Li Yu's chest.
But at this moment, Li Yu had already put on the giant rhino armor. When the tentacles touched the giant rhino armor, they were ruthlessly bounced back by the armor and could not pierce the hard armor at all. Therefore, Li Yu drew an arc at low altitude, with his sword close to the sea surface, and slid out of the range of the ice coffin in an instant.
The ice coffin fell suddenly and hit the black octopus on the head in an instant.
The coldness instantly spread across the sea surface, and the seawater, which had originally had some waves, was immediately frozen into a piece of ice. The same goes for the black octopus, which is now frozen in the sea.
Li Yu turned around to look.
He was closest to the black octopus, so he could see a crack in the ice.
Boom!
The ice broke instantly, huge blocks of ice were blown all around, and then fell into the water with a plop.
In an instant,
the tentacles of the black octopus suddenly rose up and headed straight for the man in the black coat above his head.
Court death.
The man in the black coat had a fierce look in his eyes, and shouted at the black octopus, "Demon would hand execution." Countless ghost vines came from all directions, and their target was the flying tentacles. The black octopus obviously knew that the attack missed, and quickly retracted its tentacles. But the man in the black coat didn't want to let the mermaid go, and the thick ghost vine immediately entangled its tentacles. For a moment, the entire body of the black octopus was forced to float up from the sea surface and slowly left the sea surface. Li Yu looked at the black octopus in front of him, which was actually as big as a small cargo ship. Especially its tentacles, which are so long that it is unimaginable.
However, even such a commander-level siren was completely powerless in front of the man in the black coat. Die!
The man in the black coat controlled the ghost vines and stabbed them all towards the body of the black octopus. At this moment, Liu completed the thunder constellation.
Silent Thunder Death Ray. Liu did not hesitate.
His arms were wrapped with arcs of electricity, and he punched out a beam of lightning. The ghost vine pierced the body of the black octopus, and blood dripped from mid-air onto the sea surface, dyeing the water below red.
Sudden. The lightning beam came quietly and took the life of the black octopus in a moment.
The man in the black coat above didn't care and looked at everything in front of him calmly. Although he didn't know why Liu didn't escape, he came back and killed the black octopus himself. But even if Liu chose to escape, he still had the ability to kill him. After the black octopus died, a system prompt sounded in Liu's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. I will reward you with a high-level experience card with all the max levels. The maximum level of all systems does not refer to all magic systems, but to the magic system that Liu possesses.
Liu was delighted. With this trump card, why would he be afraid of the man in front of him?
The man in the black coat retracted the ghost vine from the black octopus and threw the body of the black octopus into the sea. Before you die, please introduce yourself. When you get to hell, you can introduce yourself to me as the Demon Slayer, because you are the 106th genius I have killed. A sinister smile appeared on Zhang Gui's face, and he once again controlled countless ghost vines and shot towards Liu. The ghost vines were like swooping arrows, seemingly trying to annihilate Liu. However, at this time, Liu's magic system had undergone subtle changes.
Move in an instant.
Liu said these 4 words, and his figure disappeared in an instant. When the Demon Slayer hanging in the air saw this scene, he suddenly frowned.
The next second, Liu's voice suddenly rang out beside him, Silent Thunder Deathlight Thunder Punishment.
This is a high-level 3rd-grade magic, and it is also blessed by the Soul Seed.
Its power is much stronger than Liu's just entered high-level Silent Thunder Deathlight.
Even when he was slaying ghosts, he had to pay attention to the silent thunder and deathlight in front of him. The lightning beam suddenly attacked, and Zhang Gui did not hesitate at all, immediately completing the high-level light constellation. Light falls all over the floor, light scale holy armor. For a moment, Demon Slayer was covered with a holy robe that shone brightly. But even so, Zhang Gui was still knocked dozens of meters away by the lightning beam, and kept rolling in the air.
How can you be so strong? Zhang Gui steadied his body.
Before this, Liu didn't dare to confront him head-on. But now, the opponent not only fought back against him, but also pushed him back. This made him completely unable to understand what Liu had done before.
Damn, this guy's lightning ability is too violent. Demon Slayer spat.
Although his light magic had reached the 3rd level, it couldn't stop his 3rd-level lightning magic at all. At this moment, Liu completed the fire constellation. When Zhang Gui saw this scene, he cried out not good in his heart and immediately ran away.
However, just as he left, the Tianyan funeral had already begun. Sky Flame Funeral. 1000-petal flaming flower. High-level fire magic of the 3rd level.
In an instant, the sky was dyed red by flames, as if it was the end of the world. In a moment, dark blue petals suddenly fell from the sky and scattered all over the sea. At the same time, they seemed to be pulled by something, and instantly burst into extremely hot flames.
The Demon Slayer was also engulfed in flames and became silent amid the explosion.
The flames spread, and even when the blue flame fell into the sea, it did not go out.
They seemed to grow on the sea surface, swaying with the waves.
Liu stared at the flames in front of him. He was observing the movements of the Demon Slayer. He would not let such a dangerous person leave here alive. After a while, the blue flames faded away, and the Demon Slayer was left hanging in the air in tattered clothes. In addition, he had burns of varying degrees on his body, especially his face, which was basically ruined. Liu stared at Zhang Gui. He didn't expect that the other party was still alive. Zhang Gui was breathing heavily.
He was only half alive now.
If he didn't have defensive magic tools, he would have died in the sea of fire just now.
How could you become so strong?
Zhang Gui said unwillingly. Among all the geniuses he had killed, there was no one as perverted as Liu.
How old are you? Can you reach the high level?
This can no longer be described as genius, it can be called a monster. However, Zhang Gui didn't know that all this was due to the system, and he also contributed partly.
Liu said, "Are you done? Now it's your turn to become a lamb."
It was hard for Zhang Gui to believe that he would die here.
He was so unwilling to accept it.
The relationship between hunter and prey has changed at this moment, and Liu is now the hunter. In an instant, Liu's fist shot out a beam of lightning towards the devil. This beam of light was extremely fast, flying straight forward.